The man was originally just an ordinary earthling. After experiencing a sudden car accident, his soul traveled to a strange, ancient world. The situation here is very similar to that of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period in ancient China, with multiple dynasties and warlords fighting each other, plague and famine raging, and the people's livelihood suffering. At this moment, an ancient book appeared in front of Li Wanyan. The word family tree was written on the cover, and the font had turned yellow. The man opened the first page of the book and saw his name written on it. Li Wanyan, clan leader, martial arts value, spouse, none, talent, none, expected lifespan, 51 years old, offspring, none. When he saw the estimated life expectancy column, he realized that he only had 1 month left to live and would die at the age of 51. Although it is unclear why this happens in the spiritual world, he speculates that with the presence of a wife and children, the information in the family tree may change. Therefore, Li Wanyan decided to get married as soon as possible, not only to satisfy his physical needs, but also to witness the changes in his family tree and perhaps find clues to return to Earth. Fortunately, the government has a regulation that men who join the army can get a wife, but the age must not be over 50 years old. Those over 51 years old cannot enjoy this treatment. The next morning, the bachelors in the village gathered at the east end of the village. Li Wanyan was the oldest one. He was already an old man with gray hair and beard, hunched back, and a thin body. There were more than 20 people in the government's wedding procession, most of whom were women from the families of enemy troops or descendants of criminals, and there were also some peasant women who were willing to be slaves. Most bachelors tend to choose farm girls because they can do farm work and have children, but Li Wanyan is not particular about these and prefers beautiful girls. Several young bachelors rushed up early to choose, and in the end, only 3 beautiful young women were left. In order to avoid being sent to the military camp, they finally decided to go home with Li Wanyan. After 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Wanxian walked into Li Wanyan's room. Although she was a little nervous and shy, as a mature woman, she knew how to deal with it. Li Wanyan's heartbeat quickened, and the two of them immediately shared the bed. Afterwards, Li Wanyan noticed that the family tree in his mind was flashing again. He turned to a page, and it showed. Spouse 1. Lin Wanxian, clan leader's force value. 1. Clan leader's awakened talent skill. 10-foot treasure hunt. Clan leader's expected lifespan. 55 years old. Offspring. None. Seeing these changes, Li Wanyan was filled with surprise. His original lifespan was 51 years, but now he had 4 more years and gained stronger combat power. At this moment, Li Wanyan felt full of strength and made up his mind. Madam, I want more. After a night, Li Wanyan slept until almost noon. Lin Wanxian seemed a little embarrassed, while Lin Wanyan and Lin Wanxing lowered their heads and dared not look directly at Li Wanyan. According to the rules, the 3 of them took turns to enter Li Wanyan's room. Today it was the second sister Lin Wanyan's turn, and tomorrow it would be the third sister Lin Wanxing's turn. Li Wanyan knew that time was running out, and he had to leave an heir for the Li family as soon as possible. After washing his face, Li Wan began to plan his next steps. He only had 1 month's rations, and the spring corn had not yet been harvested. If his 3 wives starved to death at home, it would be a shame for the Li family. Suddenly, he remembered that he had the innate skill 10-foot treasure hunt, which allowed him to accurately find treasures within a 10-foot radius around him. An idea came to him, and he decided to go to the battlefield site 10 miles away from the village, where a large-scale battle had taken place, and perhaps he might find something valuable there. After leaving the house, Li Wanyan walked 10 miles. It was not far at first, but when he arrived near the battlefield ruins, he still felt a gloomy atmosphere. This piece of land was flat, and fierce military battles had once broken out. The flames of war had long been extinguished, leaving only the ruins. He wanted to try out his talent, so he looked around. But after observing for a long time, he saw nothing, and he couldn't help but doubt whether this talent skill was really effective. With doubts, he continued to go deeper into the battlefield ruins, and suddenly, he found a faint light flashing on the ground. He immediately took out a hoe and started digging. After digging for a while, he dug out a piece of broken silver ingot, weighing about 3 taels. The silver was not very pure, and some of it was oxidized and blackened, but it was still recognizable as silver. Normally, 1 tael of silver is equal to about 1,001, but the farmers in this area can only earn 3 taels of silver after a year of hard work. He could easily earn a month's income with just this hoe. Although the income was good, it was obviously not enough for a family of 4. So he continued to explore around. Less than half a cup of tea later, he saw another bright light, this time even brighter. He started digging excitedly, and this time, he dug up a whole ounce of silver, enough to feed one person for 4 months. He thought that this silver would be enough to help his family through a few months of hardship. After all, a dough of rice only cost 300 coins, and he now had enough silver to buy 4 dough of rice, which could feed his family of 4 for another month. But he knew that there would still be 2 months of food shortage, so he had to keep looking for it. He walked around and captured all the treasures within 10 feet. Not long after, he found another ray of light. This time it was silver again. He dug it up and found another tael of silver. He felt a burst of joy like a farmer who had a harvest. After carefully putting the silver into the bag on his chest, he continued digging. By noon, he had dug up more than 20 taels of silver, which was enough for his family to live on for a whole year. Together with the corn in the ground, he estimated that he could at least get by for 1 to 2 years. At this point, he had almost walked around the battlefield and was ready to go back. However, this place was not far from the county town, so he decided to go into the city and buy some supplies to bring back. The county seat is only 3 miles away from here, and previous battles were fought around sieges, so the distance is also very close. Ping'an County is an important border town with a population of about 3,000 to 4,000 people, plus hundreds of soldiers, for a total population of more than 4,000. It is almost the material trading center for dozens of surrounding villages. After he entered the county town and walked onto the street, he saw people on the street were wearing glittering clothes, all of which were treasures. Some people strung copper coins together and put them in their clothes, not even afraid of the discomfort. If he was a pickpocket, he would probably make a fortune. The south of the city mainly sells food, the north sells ironware, the east of the city is a residential area, and the west of the city mainly sells clothing and cloth. He went straight to the cloth shop in the west of the city to buy some cloth to make clothes for the 3 girls. After all, they only had 1 set of clothes, so they had to prepare some spare clothes. The cloth shop owner told him that 1 foot of cloth cost 30 coins. He calculated it in his mind and decided to buy it, because cloth can not only be used to make clothes, but also to sew bedding. He spent 1 or 2 silver coins and bought about 30 feet of cloth. After leaving the cloth shop, he went to the rice shop and the salt shop. The price of salt was normal, but the price of rice had increased. It cost 330 coins to buy a dough of rice. He planned to take some rice back this time, so he packed the corn into the cloth and planned to take it back. He also bought some salt and 3 dough of rice. Each dough of rice weighed about 12.5 caddies, so 3 dough weighed 37.5 caddies. Together with the cloth, the backpack weighed about 50 caddies. Although it was a bit heavy to carry, his martial arts value increased last night, and his physical strength was stronger than before, so he was still able to carry it back, but he walked slowly. He started walking at noon and walked until the sun was about to set before returning to the village. After walking more than 10 miles, he arrived at the east end of the village. On the way, he also packed his backpack and covered the rice jar, fearing that others would see it. After all, this was the lean season, and rice was as expensive as gold, which could easily arouse the jealousy of others. When they got home, the 3 women were already extremely anxious. They knew that if anything happened to Li Wanyan, they might be forced to become military prostitutes, which they could not accept. When they saw him coming back, the 3 women hurried forward to help take over the backpack. "Husband, didn't you say you would be back at noon? Why are you so late?" Lin Wanxian asked with a worried look on her face. Li Wanyan smiled apologetically and said, "Sorry, I went to the county town on the way and bought some rice and cloth. These cloths are for you to make clothes." He opened the backpack, and the 3 girls saw the rice and cloth, and they felt warm immediately. Lin Wanxian was secretly touched, although the rice was not expensive, but the price of the cloth surprised her a little. "Husband, these are very expensive," Lin Wanxian said hesitantly. Although rice was nothing, cloth was indeed a luxury. What made her even more curious was that the rice jar at home was almost empty like a wash basin before, so how could he suddenly have the money to buy these things? Li Wanyan smiled and said, "I picked up silver on the road." "Picked up silver?" Lin Wanyan obviously didn't quite believe it. After all, ordinary people had almost no silver in their hands, so how could they possibly pick it up? Li Wanyan knew that he couldn't explain it clearly, so he simply changed the subject. "Yes, by the way, I'm hungry. Is the meal ready?" Lin Wanxian nodded. "It's ready a long time ago, let's eat." She poured the corn into the rice jar, and as she saw the jar getting fuller and fuller, a long-lost smile appeared on her face. After dinner, night fell, and it was time to go to bed. Li Wanyan was looking forward to it. Would he improve his martial arts skills again, or awaken his talent, or even extend his lifespan tonight? "Husband, how about you and Wanyan sleeping in the same room tonight?" Lin Wanxian asked in a low voice. It was her elder sister who said this, but at this time, Wanyan's face was already showing a hint of ruddy in the night. The eldest sister Lin Wanxian is mature and charming, like a sweet persimmon in autumn, and the second sister Lin Wanyin is cool and beautiful, like a lotus in summer. Both have their own characteristics, and the atmosphere instantly becomes ambiguous. Thank you for your hard work tonight, Wanyin. Li Wanyin felt that the responsibility on his shoulders was becoming heavier. He knew that he had to speed up his pace because he would have to go to the county town for training at the beginning of next month. At night, he washed up as usual, lay in bed and waited, listening nervously to the noise outside. Although his eyesight had deteriorated, his hearing was still sharp. Second sister, it's your turn. Lin Wanxian urged in the living room. Sister, no hurry. I still have to sweep the floor. Lin Wanyin responded shyly. Li Wanyin could clearly sense Lin Wanyin's shyness from her words, and perhaps a little unwillingness. After all, as the daughter of an official family, she should have married a prominent man and had children, but she didn't expect that she would end up accompanying a man older than her father. It's not fun to sweep the floor at night. Since you don't want to, I'll do it tonight. I'm having my period today, so it's not convenient for me. Lin Wanxian was about to walk towards Li Wanyin's room. Sister, I can't bear to see you like this. Let me go. Lin Wanyin whispered to stop her, but finally decided to go to Li Wanyin's room. The room was pitch black, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. After Lin Wanyin walked into the room, she climbed onto the bed, but she didn't take off her clothes, and she was obviously still a little reserved. Li Wanyin didn't think much about it. After all, he needed to continue the family line, and prolonging his life was also an urgent task. Soon, he started to move, and Lin Wanyin was slightly resistant. Although Li Wanyin was already quite old, Lin Wanyin was a woman after all, and after some struggle, she finally accepted this reality. Her heart was full of contradictions and pain. She had an engagement with her fiancé, an official appointed by the imperial court. They grew up together and had a deep affection for each other. However, fate was cruel. Her father offended the powerful, and the whole family faced exile. Although she still expected her fiancé to save her, she knew that she was no longer worthy of him at this time. At that time, she gradually realized that she might never be able to be together with her fiancé, and the man in front of her became her only support. The next day, Li Wanyin slept until morning again. He only got up and got dressed when he heard the sounds of pots and pans in the kitchen. The family tree reappeared in his mind. Clan leader, Li Wanyin force value. 2, equivalent to the fighting power of 2 adults, spouses, Lin Wanxian, Lin Wanyin talent. 20-meter treasure hunting estimated lifespan. 58 offspring, none. My physique is really bursting, Li Wanyin said to himself. Not only did the range of his treasure hunt increase, but his combat power also improved. He walked outside the room and saw that the rice was ready, and it was dry rice. Husband, please wash your face. Lin Wanxian handed over the face cloth. Li Wanyin turned around and saw Lin Wanyin preparing dishes, but he didn't dare to look at him, and his steps seemed a little unnatural. My husband has looked much better these past 2 days. Lin Wanxian noticed the changes in Li Wanyin. He looked much younger, with a straighter figure, and his hair was no longer gray, with a few less white hairs. Instead, he looked more elegant. Really, Li Wanyin came to the basin and looked at himself in the mirror. He really felt that he had changed a lot compared to before. If he could win Lin Wanqing's heart again, he could even return to his 30s. If he continued like this, even the villagers would probably be suspicious. The meal is ready. Let's eat, husband, Lin Wanxian urged. Well, good. Li Wanyin walked to the dining table and looked at the dry rice in front of him, feeling satisfied. After all, he hadn't had a full meal for a long time. After eating a big bowl of corn rice, Li Wanyin decided to go out and look for some opportunities. Although he had already visited the battlefield ruins, he hoped to go to the mountains behind to look for some other resources, such as game. I'm going to the mountains to look for some game later. I may not be back until the afternoon. If you are hungry at noon, just cook for yourselves, he told the 3 girls. Husband, I heard there are big beasts in the mountains behind us. It's very dangerous. Lin Wanxian said worriedly. It's okay. I won't go deep. I'll dig some herbs and exchange them for some silver in the county town. Li Wanyin was determined. He had decided to go to the mountains. As the saying goes, live by the mountain, eat by the mountain, live by the water, eat by the water. Since the natural resources are right in front of him, he certainly won't waste them. So he picked up his axe, put on his hoe and backpack, and headed out of the village. Just as he reached the west entrance of the village, Li Jiming saw him and shouted, Brother Li, where are you going? Li Wanyin looked back and said, I'm going to the mountain to dig some herbs. Old Li Yu. Li Jiming looked at Li Wanyin and found that he looked refreshed and his complexion had obviously improved. Logically speaking, at his age, Li Wanyin should have been tormented by 3 women a long time ago. and the one in his family made him afraid to go home. Li Wanyan smiled and said, "I'm leaving." He quickened his pace and left the village. Li Jiming looked at Li Wanyan's departing back and couldn't help thinking, "Did I marry too few wives?" Thinking of this, he thought of the fierce wife at home and dared not think about it anymore. Li Wanyan quickened his pace as he walked, and soon he arrived at the foot of the mountain. It was already March, and the mountain was gradually becoming green. As soon as he entered the forest, some blue light flashed before his eyes. It seemed that he could see clearly all the things hidden in the dense forest. Although it was not very clear, it was far better than ordinary vision. He continued to go deeper into the forest, and after walking about a mile, he saw a flash of green light in the distance. He took a closer look and found that it was a 30-year-old ginseng. It should be 30 years. Li Wanyan was delighted and quickly took down his hoe and started digging. Soon, a complete ginseng was dug out. If this ginseng is brought to the county town, it can be sold for at least 30 taels of silver, or even more. According to the old man in this world, 30-year-old ginseng can prolong life, and in theory, it can make him live longer. However, Li Wanyan had no intention of selling it. He felt that his physical condition needed further supplementation, so he planned to keep it for his own use. Continuing to go deeper into the forest, Li Wanyan found another ginseng after walking less than 30 feet. Although the ginseng was only 10 years old, he still decided to dig it up. Although it might be worth more in the future, he was not sure whether he could live to see that time. After digging 2 ginsengs in succession, he continued to move forward. At this time, he heard traces of pheasants in the distance. He had no bow and arrow, only an axe, so he approached cautiously, threw the axe at the pheasant, hit it successfully, and picked up a pheasant. Then, he encountered some wild rabbits and other game. Before he knew it, the sun had already set. Through the dense forest, Li Wanyan saw the afterglow of the sun shining on the ground. With his backpack full of game, he decided to start his return journey. Just as he was about to leave the mountain, something heavy suddenly fell from the sky, breaking the branches and landing in front of him. He looked up in astonishment, but did not see anything falling. Ahem, the man coughed. Li Wanyan approached and saw that the man was wearing white armor, with blood on the corner of his mouth and a pale face. Li Wanyan couldn't help asking, "Your last name isn't Lin, is it? Who are you? Why do you know my last name?" The woman in white armor suddenly put a dagger to Li Wanyan's throat. At this moment, Li Wanyan's heartbeat accelerated sharply. He realized that the woman in front of him was no ordinary person, and the curve of her chest was extremely eye-catching. "My surname is Li. My name is Li Wanyan, a farmer from Lijia village. I came here to look for some game. A few days ago, the government arranged 3 wives with the surname Lin, so I asked if you are from the Lin family." Li Wanyan hurriedly explained, hoping that the woman would understand that all this was just a coincidence. The expression of the woman in white armor became complicated. Suddenly, her face turned red and she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Seeing her like this, Li Wanyan didn't think anymore and stood up to leave. After walking a few steps, he suddenly felt reluctant, perhaps thinking that he had gone too far, or that there was some unfinished business, so he decided to go back to where he was. "You deserve to meet me," Li Wanyan said to himself, took off the woman's armor, and put it in the backpack. Although he already had the strength of 2 adults, he was still tired after a whole day of climbing the mountain and carrying the prey in armor. When he reached the entrance of the village, his legs were already a little unstable. "Old Li, who is this woman?" Li Jiming couldn't help but feel curious when he saw Li Wanyan carrying a strange woman back to the village. "I don't know. I found it on the roadside." Li Wanyan responded simply. "You're not going to take it home again?" Li Jiming asked curiously. "What else? I'm the only son in my family, and I'm not young anymore. Having more wives means I have more options," Li Wanyan said in a relaxed tone. Li Jiming thought about it and felt that this made sense, so he didn't ask any more questions. Several women in the village saw Li Wanyan carrying a strange woman back and cast curious glances at him. Even though the woman's face was buried in Li Wanyan's arms, and she couldn't see her face clearly. "Oh, can these old bones bear it?" a woman laughed. "I don't think so. My husband is not even as old as Li. He can't do anything except drooling on my face." Another woman also responded with a smile. Li Wanyan ignored the gossip and walked straight to his own hut. After returning home, Lin Wanxian saw Li Wan carrying a strange woman home, and she seemed very curious, but also a little wary. "Husband, who is this person?" she asked carefully. "I don't know. I found him on the roadside." Li Wanyan didn't intend to explain too much. He put the woman on the floor of the living room. For a moment, no one knew how to deal with this sudden situation. "What are your plans next, husband?" Lin Wanxing asked. "Let it go home first. If it's alive, keep it. If it's dead, throw it away," Li Wanyan said succinctly. After all, in this world, medical conditions are poor and most injuries can only be cured by willpower and immunity. My husband has dug some herbs. Is there any that can heal wounds? Do you want me to boil some for her to try? Lin Wanxian looked at the unconscious woman and offered out of kindness. Well, let's start cooking. Li Wanyan felt that he was hungry too. My sister sewed a reed quilt today. I'll cover her with it. Otherwise she will catch a cold. The third sister Lin Wanqing couldn't bear it and suggested covering the unconscious woman with the quilt. Let me prepare the medicine. I know pharmacology. Lin Wanyan also offered to help. Li Wanyan was a little surprised, but it was better to have something than nothing. As time went by and the sun gradually set, dinner was ready and the herbs were cooked. Lin Wanqing carefully fed the unconscious woman the medicine, and gradually her pale complexion improved, but she remained unconscious. In the evening, Li Wanyan looked at the game he had hunted with great effort, and it was ready. Although there was no oil or water, only the fat and salt of the game, it was already delicious for them. Because it was a meat-eating night, they did not eat dry rice, but porridge. Li Wanwan even left a bowl of porridge for the unconscious woman, and Lin Wanqing fed her some more. As the night deepened, everyone began to prepare for rest. Li Wanyan felt very tired and sleepy. After all, he had been too busy in the past few days. Husband, it's not good for her to lie directly on the ground. She might catch a cold. Should we put her on the bed? Lin Wanxian made a suggestion, looking at the unconscious woman with pity in her heart. But there are only 2 beds in our house. If she sleeps with you, wouldn't it be a bit crowded? Li Wanyan seemed a little embarrassed. How about this? Third sister will sleep with her, and Wanyan and I will sleep with my husband today. Lin Wanxian proposed a compromise. Li Wanyan thought this was a good idea, so he agreed. My lady, you are right. It's settled. Although Lin Wanyan felt a little embarrassed, this arrangement was the most reasonable one because her house was indeed too small. Li Wanyan also planned to make some plans for the future. The thatched hut at home was obviously not big enough to live in, especially now that there were more people in the family. So he planned to ask the village laborers to help build the house. Although brick houses were expensive, thatched houses could be completed in a short time. In Li Wanyan's room, the 2 wives had already entered the bed. As they had previous experience, they were no longer shy. Husband, you pressed my hand. Lin Wanyan said softly. Okay, it's my husband's fault. Li Wanyan responded with a smile. Next door, Lin Wanqing was paying attention to the changes in the strange woman's breath while listening to the noises next door. She felt a little hot and couldn't calm down. The next morning, Lin Wanxian urged, Husband, go call people. We'll cook, and then we'll build the house after dinner. Li Wanyan got up very reluctantly. After all, the rest time last night was too short. Okay, Li Wanyan agreed. He found several strong laborers from the village. Although there was no shortage of wood and soil in the village, manpower was still needed to build a house. He also called over the kid Li Chenghua. Although he was usually disrespectful to him, Li Wanyan was not afraid of young people now. In addition, the 3 sons of the village chief, Li Jiming, also came. Although the village chief's family was slightly more affluent, the 3 sons also had difficulty in getting food, so they came to help build the house. The 4 men did not enter the house, but squatted at the door with their hands in their sleeves. The cold morning made them a little impatient, and they kept peeking at what was going on inside the house, obviously wanting to take a few more glances at the beautiful woman in the village. Li Wanyan saw through all of this, but he didn't say much. After all, he had gone through the same thing when he was young. The meal is ready. The 3 wives brought some dry corn rice. Although the young men had some anticipation on their faces, they had to lower their heads and start eating after seeing the dry rice. Thank you, Auntie. The 4 young men each picked up a bowl of dry rice and ate it with great relish. Although each person only had 1 bowl, this was the greatest satisfaction they could get. After dinner, Li Wan began to draw circles on the ground, planning to build a courtyard and add a house next to it. He wanted to build another house when he had enough energy. In the following days, 4 strong laborers began to busy themselves with preparing materials, and the work of collecting soil, bricks, trees, and thatch gradually began. This process took 7 days, and then another 7 or 8 days to build. For a full half-month, they were busy building the house. During this time, the strange woman remained unconscious, but her breathing became much more stable, and the 3 wives took great pains to take care of her. Li Wanyan decided to go back to the mountains to hunt for game to celebrate the completion of the new house. He also thought about the 2 ginsengs he had dug in the mountains and had dried them, and decided how to use them. Husband, the 2 ginsengs have been dried. Do you plan to soak them in wine or boil them into medicinal soup? Lin Wanxian asked. Li Wanyan nodded. Boil the 10-year-old ginseng into medicinal soup and keep the 30-year-old one for me. He had decided to try the effect of the 10-year-old ginseng first. If it is true as the rumor says, it can extend one's life by 10 years, then it will be more cost-effective than getting married. Yes, husband, Lin Wanxian agreed. The three wives were busy boiling medicine, cooking, and cleaning. Li Wanyan walked into the room and looked at the unconscious woman. Although she had been in a coma, her breathing gradually stabilized, and Li Wanyan felt relieved. However, after a few days, he was a little confused. Although the three wives fed her porridge every day, why didn't she defecate? He decided to check it himself. Unexpectedly, when he just reached out his hand, the woman's eyes opened. The woman stared at Li Wanyan, and Li Wanyan was also stunned. The scene before him made him feel a chill he had never felt before, as if his entire soul was frozen. If I say I was careless, will you be angry? Li Wanyan said this abruptly. Although he knew that no one would believe it after hearing it, he really just wanted to conduct a simple medical examination. The woman's eyes became even colder, and her tone was filled with extreme anger. I will kill you. Although her words were extremely threatening, Li Wanyan noticed that she did not take action. Her meridians, bones, and even internal organs were severely damaged, making her unable to protect herself. Li Wanyan quickly withdrew his hand. He knew that the woman was filled with shame and indignation, but he still said calmly, "You don't have to take it too seriously. In life, 8 out of 10 things don't go as planned. Get out," the woman ordered coldly. Li Wanyan stood up without hesitation and walked out of the room, his heart still filled with chills. This feeling of fear was deeply rooted in his heart, as if it was rising from the depths of his soul. "Husband, why are you sweating so much?" Lin Wanyan noticed Li Wanyan's unusual expression. Seeing him hurriedly coming out of the woman's room, she couldn't help but have bad guesses in her mind. "It's okay, the woman seems to have woken up." Li Wanyan responded in a low voice, pointing to the room. After hearing this, Lin Wanyan was filled with curiosity and walked in, and found that the woman had indeed opened her eyes. "Husband, the food is ready. You can eat after washing your hands," Lin Wanxian said. Li Wanyan realized that his hands were indeed a little stiff, so he went to the water tank to wash his hands. Although he only washed 2 fingers, he did not do any further cleaning. At this time, Lin Wanxin brought a medicinal soup made with ginseng, but because the soup was quite hot, she put it aside to cool down a little. "How do you plan to deal with that woman, my husband?" Lin Wanxian asked this question at the dinner table. Although the 3 sisters were already married to a farmer like Li Wanyan, they would definitely have objections if another woman was added. Especially since Lin Wanyan was the second child, she would definitely have a different opinion. "Let her go when her injury heals," Li Wanyan simply responded. He had not yet thought of how to arrange for her. "The armor this woman is wearing is female-made Mingguang armor. According to my understanding, it can only be worn by someone at least at the level of a military leader." Lin Wanyan activated her knowledge reserves and began to explain to Li Wanyan. "Military commander? What is a military commander?" Li Wanyan seemed a little confused. In Daliang, 5 people form a squad, with the squad leader as the leader. 5 squads form a platoon, with the platoon leader as the leader. 2 platoons form a team, with the captain as the leader. These are the most basic officers, and also the lowest ranking officers. The captain is the upper limit for ordinary soldiers. Lin Wanyan continued to explain, and Li Wanyan listened attentively. "So who is above the captain?" "Above the captain is the Du, who is in charge of 2 teams. Each Du has about 100 people, and usually he is an official of the 9th rank or the 9th rank. After that is the battalion commander, who manages 5 Dus, with a total of 500 people, and his position is a 7th or 8th rank military officer. Next is the army chief, who is the commander-in-chief, and usually he is a 6th or 7th rank military officer." Lin Wanyan explained in detail. After listening, Li Wanyan's eyes lit up and he felt his horizons broadened a lot. "What is the rank of the military commander?" Li Wanyan asked puzzledly. "The military commander is an important position, usually managing 2,500 people, and is the highest commander of an army. The military commander is roughly equivalent to a 6th or 7th rank military officer, and his position is quite important," Lin Wanyan added, and Li Wanyan was shocked after hearing this. "I rescued a 6th rank military officer?" Li Wanyan asked in surprise, somewhat puzzled. Did she escape from the enemy? However, there were no traces of the enemy troops around, and it seemed that they had not broken through the city. Yes, it is almost impossible for a 6th rank military officer to appear in Lijia village. It is very suspicious, but her armor is not from a nearby enemy country. Lin Wanyan analyzed. Li Wanyan suddenly realized that since this woman could wear the female-made Mingguang armor, her identity must be extraordinary. Since she was a 6th rank military officer, she must have experienced something big. As for why she was hiding in the woods, it was obvious that something went wrong. It's indeed not easy for a woman to reach the level of a 6th-rank military officer. Something big must have happened to her this time. Li Wanyan pondered. My husband is over 50 years old. I wonder if he still has the ambition to achieve great things. Lin Wanyan looked at Li Wanyan with burning eyes. Li Wanyan responded, "Due to is my bottom line." He recalled the scene of the government escorting the bride. The identity of Deputy Due to made the village chief, Li Jiming, respectful to him. If he could take the position of Due to, it would be a meteoric rise. My husband, when you are on the battlefield, your main priority is to save your own life. Those with high military ranks may not have any military merits. Many times they just live long enough. Lin Wanxian added gently. Although she cared about Li Wanyan, her words made sense. You two ladies are absolutely right. There is only half a month left before I join the army, and I hope you ladies can help me. With the support of my Li family, your husband will be more careful on the battlefield. Li Wanyan bowed deeply, and the 3 ladies' faces turned as red as cinnabar. Fortunately, it was late at night and the vision was dim, so the scene was not too embarrassing. Okay, husband, eat quickly. Lin Wanxian interrupted with a smile. After Li Wanyan finished eating, he asked, who wants to sleep in the newly built house? Let the eldest sister sleep. Lin Wanxing replied, and Lin Wanyan nodded. After Lin Wanxian gave way, she began to make the bed for them. Li Wanyan saw that the ginseng soup had cooled down and drank it in one gulp. Although he didn't feel anything special at first, after washing up, he felt that the changes in his body were so strong that he couldn't even bend over. At this time, Li Wanyan noticed that the family tree had changed. Clan leader, Li Wanyan force value, 3, equivalent to the combat power of 3 adults, spouses, Lin Wanxian, Lin Wanyan talent, 20 zhang treasure, hunting estimated lifespan, 59 offspring, none. Li Wanyan realized that the 10-year ginseng was indeed effective, but it could only extend life by 1 year and improve the combat power of about 1 person. He saw that his 3 wives were still dawdling, so he urged them, hurry up and take a rest. Finish today's work today, and do tomorrow's work tomorrow. When Lin Wanxing heard this, her cheeks turned red. She finally couldn't help but walk into the room after hesitating. The room was dark and so quiet that only the breathing of the 2 people could be heard. The atmosphere was extremely ambiguous. Li Wanyan felt that his physical strength had been greatly restored, especially after drinking the ginseng soup this time. He was full of energy and felt like he was back to his youth. Compared to before, his physical strength and energy seemed to be more vigorous, and he even began to think about whether he could do more things. However, the female military leader who lived next door also felt the heat in her body. Although she had not fully recovered, every meridian and muscle in her body began to feel the stimulation from the outside world again. She cursed in a low voice, "You scoundrel, shameless." Although her voice was low, Li Wanyan heard it clearly and knew that she was not completely unconscious. In fact, these sounds produced different reactions in her ears. She felt that if she could continue to listen, her injuries would be alleviated a little, and she might even be able to regain her mobility. However, these sounds gradually stopped until midnight, and the female military leader's inner uneasiness and anxiety permeated the silence. She waited for a long time, but still heard no movement. She felt an unprecedented sense of emptiness. Li Wanyan was lying on the bed, and although he seemed to have fallen asleep, he continued to think about his situation in his mind. Just as he was about to close his eyes and rest, he felt the changes in the family tree in his body again. The information in the family tree was updated, and the new spouse's name appeared on it, indicating that his fighting power and lifespan had increased. He looked at the family tree and found that his strength had risen to 4, equivalent to the strength of 4 adults, and his lifespan had been extended by 1 year. Although the improvement was slightly slower than the previous 2 times, he still felt that these improvements were worth celebrating. He guessed that perhaps because these 3 wives were all of Lin family blood, the improvement they brought might have some diminishing returns. However, he knew that his combat power and lifespan were still increasing. He analyzed his current physical strength and ability. With the combined combat power of 3 adults, he was no longer an ordinary farmer, and could even lift 300 kilograms of weight with ease. This made him feel more confident on the battlefield, and he felt that every strike of his could easily defeat the enemy. However, as his body became full of energy, he felt the urge to urinate, so he went outside to relieve himself for a while and quickly solved the problem. Thinking of the time when he had to urinate in the cold wind for 10 minutes, he couldn't help but sigh. It's still good to be young. Back inside, Li Wanyan looked at the female military leader's room, and a trace of uncertainty flashed through his mind. Although he felt that he might still have the strength to fight, he finally decided not to approach her. After all, the 3 daughters of the Lin family were enough for him. The next day, after Li Wanyan woke up, he went to wash up and found that his complexion was much better than before. Although the improvement was not as obvious as the previous 2 times, he still looked younger than his 40s. He knew that there were only 10 days left before he had to report to the county town, so he had to speed up the process of continuing the incense. Perhaps once he had an heir, he would get a greater reward. Therefore, he decided to try his best to ensure results within these 10 days. After all, he might not be able to see the 3 women for a long time when he returned home next time. Wanxian, I'm going to join the army soon. Please help me fry some dried corn these days so that I can eat it in the barracks. Li Wanyan walked up to Lin Wanxian and said, Okay, fry 20 kilograms. Lin Wanxian replied, That's enough. Li Wanyan nodded, knowing that his food would be guaranteed once the military camp started serving meals, but for safety reasons he still needed to prepare some extra dry food. After getting ready, Li Wan went to Ping'an County with a backpack, preparing to purchase some necessary supplies, including firewood, rice, oil, salt, etc. He could not ignore the trivialities of life. Especially he could not let his 3 wives at home starve because of his absence. When he walked to the entrance of the village, he saw the village chief, Li Jiming, welcoming a group of people in official and military uniforms. These people were driving donkey carts with several corpses lying on them. Li Wanyan recognized the dead people at a glance. They were all young people from Lijia village, basically his descendants, who had gone to serve in the army and had no breath when they came back. My husband. A woman cried while holding her dead husband, and the child beside her also cried while holding his father's body. The family that lost their husband and father fell into unspeakable grief. Father, another voice came from a family member that Li Wanyan was familiar with. But the officers and soldiers were not moved by the crying and said coldly, The people have been brought back. Here is your compensation, 5 dough of food per person. After that, they turned around and prepared to leave. Li Wanyan felt a deep pain in his heart. He saw that Li Jiming could not help but wanted to get more help, but the soldiers' reaction was extremely indifferent. They even whipped Li Jiming on the shoulder with a whip, making a loud noise. Li Jiming gritted his teeth to endure the pain, but it was obvious that he was a little angry and helpless. Seeing this, Li Wanyan couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion in his heart. This world always makes poor people embarrassed against each other. Even low-ranking soldiers like officers can treat their fellow countrymen of their own class mercilessly. Are you okay? Li Wanyan walked up to Li Jiming and showed concern. It's okay. I'm tough, but the women and children in these families are really pitiful. Li Jiming sighed, his eyes full of helplessness. When will the war end? Who knows? Li Wanyan sighed, and then asked, Where are you going? To the county town to buy some things. After all, I'm going to join the army, and I have to make some preparations. Li Jiming replied, I suggest you buy a good weapon yourself. The weapons given by the army are not good. Li Jiming added, Okay, Xiaoming. Li Wanyan agreed. In the village, please call me Xiaojia. Li Jiming smiled and teased. Li Wanyan walked into the county town, and the scenes along the way made him feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. The number of soldiers in the county town increased significantly compared to half a month ago, which made him feel a little uneasy. The scene before him made him clearly realize that the war situation might not be optimistic. Another border city was less than 50 miles away, and from what he knew, the enemy's pressure was increasing, and the situation was becoming increasingly tense. At this time, the county town was already in a state of panic. As Li Wanyan walked into the city, he noticed a change in the population. Although the streets here were bustling before, they were now more crowded. Apparently, because of the impact of the war, many refugees from the border poured into the county town. On both sides of the street, many people hurried by with their heads down, their eyes full of shame and worry. Li Wanyan glanced around and was suddenly attracted by a woman in front of him. The light on her chest made him unable to look away for a moment, until the woman noticed his gaze and said to him angrily, What are you looking at, you rascal? She covered her chest and cursed him with a sullen look. Li Wanyan did not explain, but just looked at her chest silently and found that it was not her physical features, but 2 glittering silver ingots. Li Wanyan frowned, which made him think that the poverty in this city was so serious that even such a conspicuous symbol of wealth could not avoid being exposed to the public. He simply glanced at it and continued walking forward. Soon he came to a brothel. In front of the brothel, a group of heavily made-up women were waving. Their gestures were provocative, their eyes were blurred. They waved vigorously at the men passing by, trying to attract their attention. However, most passers-by turned a blind eye to this and walked past quickly, unwilling to stay. After all, The consumption in the brothel was extremely high and was not affordable for ordinary people. Li Wanyan stood aside, feeling sorry for them. How pitiful. I really want to help them, he said to himself, but secretly wondered if he could gain more lifespan, martial arts and talent improvement if he chose to spend money. Li Wanyan had just entered the brothel and was immersed in his thoughts when a fat old procuress walked towards him, twisting her waist. Her voice was a bit flattering. Sir, you must be tired. Please come in. Please come in. As she spoke, she had already led Li Wanyan into the building. The layout of the building is simple. The first floor is a spacious hall, which is specially used for guests to drink and chat. The second floor upstairs is composed of small rooms, and the air is filled with a bit of fireworks. Those rooms are not big and seem to be not very soundproof. Occasionally, you can hear the noise from upstairs and downstairs. Li Wanyan straightened his collar and asked, I wonder what the price is. He finally came back to his senses from his thoughts and prepared to find out some specific details. The madam's eyes rolled, and she immediately replied, It depends on your needs. If you just want some intimate contact, then 100 coins will do the trick. If you want to stay overnight, it will start at 300 coins, and drinks are not included. Her tone was neither hurried nor slow, and it was obvious that she was already accustomed to this kind of transaction. Li Wanyan thought for a moment, then took out 300 coins from his waist and put them in the old brothel owner's hand. I choose to sleep. 300 coins is a considerable sum of money in this world. If converted into rice, it is only 12.5 kilograms. Although this amount of rice was not surprising in Li Wanyan's world before, in this era, such an amount is enough to support a person through a difficult time. Seeing his decisiveness, the madam's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Then take a look at these girls. Which one do you like? She pointed to the women standing on both sides, all of whom had pretty faces and graceful figures. They were wearing light dresses and stood there quietly waiting to be selected. Li Wanyan didn't think much about it and pointed at a petite girl at random. Let's pick her. Yes. Shiaan responded, lowered her head, and took Li Wanyan to a small room upstairs. The room is simply furnished, with a basin of water on the floor and a towel next to the basin. The atmosphere in the room is not complicated, but it still has a relaxing feeling. As soon as she arrived at the room, Shiaan squatted down and began to clean the water in the basin. Li Wanyan noticed that since there was no curtain or cover, everything in the room was within his sight, but he did not say much, just silently watching her every move. After the cleaning, the atmosphere was a little subtle, and Shiaan's voice rang out. Sir, you only have a cup of tea. Hurry up. This sudden reminder made Li Wanyan a little stunned. He didn't expect that his time would be so limited, but now he couldn't regret it, so he could only speed up the process. As time went by, Li Wanyan kept an eye on the changes in the family tree, but he did not see any signs he expected. Obviously, this approach did not bring him any additional gains. Even so, he still had to pay the 300 coins, but he felt a little unhappy and felt that he had been cheated. In fact, this service was supposed to be worth only 100 coins, but in the end he was asked to pay 300 coins. Obviously, this price was not reasonable. When he was about to leave, he noticed that there seemed to be some subtle changes on the bed sheet, a trace of blood, which made him a little confused. Could it be that the madam didn't arrange a real virgin for him? He was full of doubts, but he didn't investigate it immediately. Just as Li Wanyan was about to get up and leave, Shiaan's face turned red and she hurriedly knelt in front of him, tears in her eyes. Sir, don't think this is unlucky. It's my fault. There was helplessness and regret in her tone, and she seemed ashamed of her situation. Li Wanyan was stunned and asked in confusion, Why do you say that? Shiaan raised her head and explained with tears in her eyes. In our industry, first-time customers are always considered unlucky. Many people believe that it brings bad luck, so there are almost no virgin girls in our industry. As she explained, she washed her hands with clean water, which soon became turbid. Li Wanyan suddenly thought that many marriage arrangements made by government offices often involved women who had been married before and even had children. The ordinary farmers did not care about this, but regarded the experience of these women as a symbol of tradition or responsibility. It seems that these people did not care about the purity of women as he had imagined before. I see. Li Wanyan finally understood some of the rules of this world. He said softly, Do your best. He knew he had more important things to do, so he prepared to say goodbye and leave. However, just as he stood up, Shiaan suddenly grabbed his arm and said hurriedly, Sir, wait a minute. Li Wanyan turned around and saw her kneeling on the ground with tears in her eyes. What do you mean, young lady? Shiaan's eyes were full of pleading, and she whispered, Sir, I was sold here by my family, and I don't want to do such a thing. If you don't mind, can you redeem me? I'm very cheap. Her voice was full of helplessness and shyness, as if she was asking for redemption. Li Wanyan looked at the woman in front of him, feeling a little hesitant. She lowered her head in self-mockery and said in a trembling voice, "My family sold me for 5 taels of silver. If you are willing, 10 taels of silver can redeem me." Her words were filled with helplessness and sadness. Although Li Wanyan had enough silver in his hand, he did not rush to agree, but asked, "How much?" Shiaan smiled bitterly, her eyes empty. "My family has sold me for 5 taels of silver. If you are willing to redeem me, you can take me away for 10 taels of silver." Li Wanyan did not respond immediately, his eyes deep and hesitant. He knew that 10 taels of silver was indeed enough, but he did not think it was worth spending the money on a useless woman, especially in such a turbulent situation. Wang Ritian was standing nearby and listening, and was also shocked. 5 taels of silver was only worth a dozen bushels of corn, but even so, Xiaoyan's family still sold her out. This family affection was obviously gone. Li Wanyan was silent for a moment, then spoke again. "But what can you do for me?" He was not cruel, but because in this chaotic world, survival was the most important thing. If a person could not bring value to himself, then giving her one more person would mean one more ration, and he would not have to make too many sacrifices. Xiaoyan's eyes lit up a little, and she whispered, "I can farm, make fire, cook, wash clothes, and make shoes." However, these skills did not impress Li Wanyan. He continued to ask, "Can you make armor?" Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment, then answered, "My grandfather used to make armor for the government." There was a hint of pride in her voice. Li Wanyan was a little surprised when he heard it. It was just a casual question, but he didn't expect to get such an answer. For him who was about to go to the battlefield, armor was indispensable, but it was a capital crime for ordinary people to keep armor privately. However, when going to war, it was allowed to carry one's own weapons and armor. Li Wanyan's mind moved, and he immediately made a decision. "Okay, come with me to see the madam." He took Shiaan to the brothel, and when the madam saw them, she came up to them with a big smile on her face. "Sir, your spending this time is more than a cup of tea. It will cost you 400 coins. The madam took out a stack of silver from her pocket, and it was obvious that her business was very good. Li Wanyan said calmly, "I want this woman. I can redeem her for 3 taels of silver." The price he offered surprised the madam, who immediately retorted, "I spent 10 taels of silver to buy her back. How can I sell her for 3 taels of silver? If so, I will lose 7 taels of silver." Li Wanyan remained calm. "You are not doing a good job in business, yet you dare to spend 10 taels of silver to buy a girl. As far as I know, the war in the front is not going well, and Pingan County will soon be deserted. What money do you want to make by taking these girls?" The calmness and rationality in Li Wanyan's words made the brothel owner start to think seriously. The madam thought about it and finally shook her head. "My Dalyan's military is strong, and the war will definitely be stable. But if you want this girl, 3 taels of silver is not enough. You need at least 9 taels of silver." Li Wanyan responded immediately. 6 taels. 9 taels, the madam said firmly. "No, forget it." Li Wanyan turned around and prepared to leave. The madam hurriedly shouted, Oh, sir, 7 taels and 400 coins. If you think it's okay, take it away." Li Wanyan stopped and said without hesitation, "Bring me the contract." He knew the language well and knew that if there was no contract, he would never give a penny. The madam quickly brought the contract. Li Wanyan signed it, and then handed her the silver. "Congratulations, sir, for getting a beautiful bride." As soon as the madam finished speaking, the family tree in Li Wanyan's mind changed again. On his family tree, information such as family members and combat power was instantly updated. Clan leader, Li Wanyan force value, 5, equivalent to the combat power of 5 adult men. Spouses, Lin Wanxian, Lin Wanyan, Lin Wanqing, Zhang Xiaoyan talent. 20 Zhang treasure, hunting expected lifespan, 60 descendants. Li Wanyan's force value has actually increased. He looked down at the silver in his hand and seemed to have a new plan in mind. Li Wanyan walked out of the Chunlu with Xiaoyan and onto the street. He finally understood why he had not seen any changes in the family tree. It turned out that Shiaan was just everyone's spouse and not his spouse. But now, after a deal, Shiaan has become Li Wanyan's only spouse. He calmly looked at the street scene beside him and then made up his mind. "Let's go." He took Shiaan and walked on the street of Pingan County. Shiaan followed him silently, with light steps, but with a hint of nervousness. "Sir, let me help you carry the backpack." Shiaan lowered her head and spoke shyly. She knew in her heart that although she was redeemed, she was still Li Wanyan's slave, even worse than a maid in the children's room. Li Wanyan looked back at her and shook his head lightly. "No need. You said you can weave armor?" He suddenly remembered the skill Shiaan mentioned before. Shiaan was a little nervous. Seeing that Li Wanyin didn't quite believe her, she quickly added, "When I was a child, I saw my grandfather making armor, but he passed away a few years ago. There are only girls in our family, and my mother can't go to work in the government. But don't worry, sir, I can still weave armor." She was afraid that Li Wanyin would not believe her, so her tone was anxious. Li Wanyin did not respond to her concerns, but just nodded. "Well, let's go to the north of the city." He knew that the north of the city was where ironware was sold. There were many broken armors and weapons there, and soldiers often brought back broken weapons to sell. Li Wanyin took Shiaan to the north of the city and walked to the largest and busiest ironware shop. After entering the shop, the heat wave hit us. Although it was a cold winter in March, there was still a strong fire here. "What kind of ironware do you want, sir?" the waiter asked with a smile. Li Wanyin looked around and had a plan in mind. "I'm going to the battlefield. Help me get a handy weapon." He scanned the dazzling array of weapons, including swords, halberds, axes, and even farm tools such as hoes and kitchen knives. However, what Li Wanyin wanted most was still the long weapon that could be used in life-and-death battles on the battlefield. He first picked up a knife, which felt light and weightless. Then he picked up a sword, which was still disappointingly light. Li Wanyin shook his head and picked faster and faster. "These swords are too light. Do you have any longer swords or knives?" The waiter was obviously a little hesitant, and finally said, "There is a knife in the warehouse, but this knife is very heavy, almost 50 kilograms, and ordinary swords only weigh about 10 kilograms. Only strong men can use such heavy weapons. Bring it here and have a look." Li Wanyin's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he wanted. A long and heavy knife would suit his needs. He knew that he could easily wield such a heavy weapon. After a while, the waiter brought a knife. The blade was huge, about 10 feet long, and the handle was thick and heavy. When Li Wanyin saw the knife, his eyes lit up immediately. Mo Dao. This knife is exactly the Mo Dao of the Tang dynasty, about 10 feet long, with a long handle and a short blade. The handle is about 2 meters long and the blade is about 1 meter long. It is specially used by strong men. One strike of the knife is amazingly powerful. Li Wanyin knows that this weapon is very effective against cavalry, especially the enemies in the north of Daliang are often cavalry. He needs such a weapon that can quickly destroy the enemy. "Sir, you actually know that this is the Mo Dao. This thing has been lost for over 100 years. The speaker was an old blacksmith who was forging iron. He handed the small hammer in his hand to his apprentice, walked over, his eyes full of surprise. Li Wanyin smiled slightly and said lightly, "I happened to see it in an ancient book. It's a good thing." He picked up the knife and waved it casually a few times, feeling that its weight and texture completely met his needs. However, this scene stunned the old blacksmith. Although the Mo Dao was a weapon that only strong men could wield, he was shocked to see that the young man in front of him could control it easily. "If you like it, I'll give it to you," the old blacksmith suddenly said with a smile. Li Wanyin was stunned, and then asked, "Give it to me?" "That's right. It's better to give it to someone who is destined to be with you than to leave it in the warehouse and collect dust. I can see that you are going to join the army, right?" A serious light flashed in the old blacksmith's eyes. Li Wanyin nodded. "Yes, I am indeed going to join the army. That's why I came to buy weapons, but I don't know if I am allowed to use these weapons." Li Wanyin looked at the Mo Dao in his hand and had made up his mind. Holding this heavy sword, he felt an unprecedented strength. He was very surprised by the gift from the master, but he did not refuse. How could he miss such an opportunity? "If it's not prohibited by the army, you can use it." The old master's last words reassured Li Wanyin. He smiled and said, "That's good. Thank you again. I hope you can come back alive, so that I can see the Mo Dao after it drinks blood." The old master's words were filled with blessings and expectations. "I'll try," Li Wanyin replied with a smile, and then he made a scholar's salute and left the iron shop with the sword. The old master stood at the door of the shop, looking at Li Wanyin's back, as if he saw his own figure when he was young. In his memory, he also had dreams, eager to try, and thought about contributing to the country. After leaving the iron shop, Li Wanyin and Shiaan walked toward the street. Shiaan suddenly said, "Husband, can I help you carry it?" Although she was redeemed, she still felt that she had not done anything and felt a little uneasy. Li Wanyin turned around and smiled. "You'll be busy later." His eyes fell on the tattered armor vendor in front of him. This was a place where old armor was sold, broken and dirty, with almost no complete armor. Li Wanyin didn't care. These broken armors could just provide him with materials to put together a set of his own armor. He first bought 2 shoulder armors, each costing 100 coins, and then bought a skirt armor for 80 coins and a breastplate for 60 coins. Together, He had almost a half set of Mingguang armor. Mingguang armor was very expensive, and it took about 80 taels of silver to cast a complete set, but now he had it all for less than 3 coins of silver. This was really a bargain. However, Li Wanyin was not satisfied with this. He continued to walk towards the grain store in the south of the city. He needed to prepare enough rice. After all, he would be away for a long time, and with one more person, the amount of rice would have to increase. Xiao Yanzi followed behind Li Wanyin, looking at him from time to time and asking, "Sir, can I help you carry the corn?" There was some expectation in her words, but Li Wanyin waved his hand and said, "Let's talk about it after we leave the city." As he walked along, his burden became heavier and heavier. The sword, armor, rice, and all the supplies made him feel exhausted. Finally, they walked out of the city and came to a sparsely populated area. At this time, Li Wanyin stopped and took a rest. Xiao Yanzi looked at the heavy object in Li Wanyin's hand and couldn't help asking, "Sir, can I help you carry the corn?" Her voice was a little shy. "Help me carry my armor," Li Wanyin said calmly. 30 kilograms of armor is indeed not light for a woman, and it would be tiring to carry it for a long time. But he bought Shiaan back for work, and if he is lucky, she can give birth to a child for him in the future. "Well, let's go." Li Wanyin packed up his supplies and walked towards the path with Shiaan. It was getting darker and quieter. After walking about 4 or 5 miles, there were some noises in the woods in the distance, and several figures rushed out of the woods quickly. These people were in tattered clothes, tall and holding weapons, and were obviously bandits. Li Wanyin saw them and immediately understood that these people should be bandits who had fled here and were causing chaos during the war. "Hey, today we can have some meat." There was a deep scar on the face of the bandit leader. His eyes stayed on Xiao Yanzi, and he seemed very excited. Li Wanyin frowned. He didn't expect to encounter bandits so close. He observed these bandits and found that there were only 8 of them, and he could just fight 5 of them. If he could kill a few of them by surprise, his advantage would soon be revealed. "Brother, you go ahead with this woman first. Let us have a taste too," one of the minions said with a smirk, obviously unable to wait any longer. Li Wanyin's eyes were stern, and there was no panic in his heart. Instead, he said calmly, "Haha, leave your money and I will spare your lives." His voice was clear and cold, carrying a pressure that could not be ignored. The 8 bandits couldn't help but burst into laughter when they heard this. Xiao Yanzi, who was listening nearby, turned pale and her legs trembled. Obviously, she was terrified. "I thought I would have to wait until the battlefield to have a chance to open the seal, but I didn't expect it to be possible now." Li Wanyin sneered, put down the supplies in his hand, drew out the Mo Dao, and his momentum changed instantly. At this moment, he no longer looked like an ordinary farmer. Li Wanyin looked at the stunned bandits and smiled secretly in his heart. But soon, these people rushed up quickly because of shame and anger. The bandit leader waved his hand and ordered, "Arrogant. With your body, you dare to use this knife? Go up and teach him a lesson." After receiving the order, a lackey stepped forward, wielding a knife handle. This person was obviously experienced and agile, constantly changing his position to avoid a head-on confrontation with Li Wanyin. Li Wanyin secretly commented in his heart that these bandits did not look like ordinary bandits. They might be some stray soldiers who could not join the team and simply change their careers to become bandits. However, Li Wanyin was not nervous about the action of this thug. The 50-gene Mo Dao in his hand was like an afterimage. With the crisp sound of the knife cutting meat, the thug in front of Li Wan was chopped diagonally into 2 parts. His internal organs were exposed, and the undigested food was spilled on the ground. "Damn it, let's fight side by side." Seeing this, the remaining bandits realized that they had encountered a real master and immediately rushed forward. But these people were obviously not good at cooperation and their movements were slow. The few bandits close to Li Wanyin only saw a flash of cold light, and then they fell to the ground one after another, their heads separated from their bodies, and blood splattered everywhere. After Li Wanyin killed 2 people, the remaining 5 stood there in a daze, seemingly having completely lost their courage. Before they could react, Li Wanyin rushed forward again and killed another person. Seeing the remaining 4 people getting scared and fleeing in all directions, Li Wanyin knew that it was not wise to chase these people, especially in this dense forest. It was inconvenient for him to chase them with a heavy knife in his hand, so he decided to give up the pursuit. He began to search the bodies, and found 6 taels of silver and 4 sabers on the bandits. Although the silver was not much, it was enough to buy some rice in the following days. He put these things into his backpack, picked up the supplies, turned around, and said to Xiao Yanzi, who was still in a daze, "Let's go." Xiao Yanzi's eyes were empty. She was in complete shock, still thinking about everything that had just happened, Unbelievable. She followed Li Wanyin until the sun was about to set, and finally reached the entrance of the village. The atmosphere in the village was a little heavy. Some farmers had white cloth hanging on their doors, which was a sign of the homes of several villagers who had died in the previous battle. The three daughters of the Lin family were also in a bad mood today. As daughters-in-law in the village, they had been helping with funerals in other people's homes. Although it was a lean season and they had not been able to get food, they could not help but frown when they saw Li Wanyin bringing a strange woman back home. Lin Wanyin asked first, "Husband, who is this?" Li Wanyin smiled and explained, "I saw her helpless in the county town and thought that after I left, there would be no one to help with the housework. After all, you are the daughters of a wealthy family, so I found a maid for you. From now on, many housework will be left to Xiaoyanzi." Li Wanyin's words touched the three Lin family girls. When they were young, they lived a comfortable life at home and didn't have to do anything by themselves. But after their homes were raided, they became slaves, doing heavy farm work, and even had difficulty getting food. Lin Wanxian couldn't help but sigh. "Thank you, husband, for understanding us. In fact, we have already learned to work on our own." Li Wanyin smiled slightly and said, "It's okay. One more person is just one more person to eat. Before I go to the county town to report, I will leave some rice and silver, and I will send money home regularly, so you won't starve." As he spoke, he took out the 6 taels of silver he had robbed today from his backpack. Although this amount of silver was not much, the current rice price was very high, and it could buy more than 10 buckets of rice, which was enough to support him for a while. Lin Wanxian took the silver and looked at Li Wanyin gratefully. "My husband is thoughtful. But, did you buy a lot of things today?" She then opened the backpack and her eyes lit up when she saw the supplies inside. She then noticed 4 sabers. "My husband, where did these knives come from?" Lin Wanxian's eyes widened. It was obvious that these knives were not ordinary farm tools. Li Wanyin said calmly, "We met bandits on the road and robbed them. I don't plan to take these knives out. You can keep them at home for self-defense." He knew that in this turbulent era, knives were very practical. They could be used for chopping wood, self-defense, and even to guard the home when necessary. However, Lin Wanxian saw some broken armor and asked, "Why did my husband buy these broken armors?" Chapter 14. Lin Wanxing fiddled with the supplies she bought this time and became curious when she saw the armor, which also made Lin Wanyin alert. Could my husband have robbed a soldier? Lin Wanyin knew that this was a big mouth. "Madam, don't worry. This armor is a broken piece of armor bought from the North City market. The master plans to sew the armor. As for this saber, it was indeed snatched from the bandits. And the master killed 4 bandits by himself." Xiao Yanzi's description really shocked the 3 girls. "My husband has really changed a lot these days." Lin Wanyin remembered that her husband was still very old and smelled like an old man when they met at that time. But more than half a month later, her husband looked completely new. She had been sensitive since she was a child, and she keenly discovered that her husband had secrets that she didn't know. Lin Wanxian also nodded. "It's a good thing that your husband is in good health, but the 3 of us sisters are not very good at sewing this armor." "It's okay, ma'am. I can sew armor." Everyone felt relieved after hearing what Xiao Yanzi said. "Okay, I'll cook. By the way, does Miss Lin in the room have something to say to you?" Lin Wanxian began to prepare dinner, and Li Wanyin curiously walked into the room where the female military leader was. The room was a little dark, but the woman was able to lean against the bed and seemed to have regained some mobility. Li Wanyin closed the room, and it suddenly became pitch dark inside. The woman reached out and opened the window, and the setting sun shone closer, and the room suddenly became bright again. Under the setting sun, one can see the tiny pores opening and closing on the woman's pale profile. Overall, the woman shows a noble temperament at this moment and seems to be of extraordinary birth. Of course, she is not from an ordinary family, as she can wear that set of armor. "Tell me, what do you want to tell me?" Li Wanyin felt that this woman was still very wary of him and seemed to look down on him, which made him very unhappy. After all, he saved the other person. Otherwise, she would have surely become a meal for wild beasts in the mountains. "Just now I heard that you killed 4 bandits on the road." The woman asked. "Not bad. So you think I have potential and want to train me?" Li Wanyin's tone was not very good either, because he was not sure why this woman was seriously injured. If she was also being hunted by the court, then he would have to keep a distance from her. If she still had power, then he would have to change his face. "You may be a country bumpkin, but your 3 wives have seen the world and should be able to tell my identity from my armor. Yes, according to my second daughter-in-law, you should be the leader of an army, and you can manage 2,500 people." Li Wanyin said so. "Yes, I am indeed the leader of an army, but I was attacked before I even reached the military camp. There were 4 other army leaders traveling with me at the time, but all 4 were killed in the ambush. Hearing this, Li Wanyan said, "Are you caught up in a power struggle?" He knew very well that the enemy had no way to ambush their military officers from inside the city unless their own people took action. The woman glanced at Li Wanyan and felt that she had underestimated this old man before. "You are very smart. That's why I am willing to cooperate with you." Cooperate? I'm missing a child. Woman. Chapter 15. Help me get into the military camp smoothly. But my lord, I am not even a private yet. It will take me 10 days to go to the county town to report for enlistment. How can I help you? Of course, as long as I recover from my injuries and appear in the military camp, I will be the commander of an army. If I want, I can at least make you the head of 100 men. The promise made by the woman made Li Wanyan's heart beat faster instantly. In this world, if one cannot make a name for himself, he will be at the mercy of others. He wanted to make progress so much. However, he also knew that if he blindly helped the other party, it would bring great risks to himself. The other party even dared to do something to the army lord, a 6th-rank military officer, so there was no risk in killing him. My lord, I am just a farmer. If I help you blatantly, I probably won't live long. Li Wanyan is very clear about his own strength, and now he is not even qualified to be someone else's lackey. You are indeed very smart, smarter than I thought. The woman looked at Li Wanyan with new eyes again. If an ordinary person heard this condition, he would kneel down and kowtow, but Li Wanyan sensed the risk. Sir, please stop complimenting me. All I can do right now is to heal your injuries. I can't really help you with anything else. Li Wanyan knew that the position of the captain was very attractive to him, but he had to have the destiny to get it. His current destiny was not enough to handle such a position, and it would take time. My injuries are very serious, and I won't fully recover in a short time. Even if I take the ginseng you collected, I won't recover quickly. But I have to go to the military camp as soon as possible. Can you go to the military camp like this? My lord, are you sure you are seeking death? Li Wanyan felt embarrassed to attack the other person when he saw how sick he looked, but if he didn't attack him, the other person might become impulsive. I know, but I still need another 7 or 8 days before I can walk normally. It's just that I can't use much of my internal energy. But I need to enter the military camp, so in 10 days, I will go to join the army with you. You want to be Mulan? What Mulan? I said you want to join the army with me? Li Wanyan was surprised. Good, but in Daliang, there is no such thing as women joining the army. Women usually work in logistics. Li Wanyan didn't say it so clearly. The women were actually serving as military prostitutes. I can dress up as a man. After hearing what the woman said, Li Wanyan realized that this woman was quite heroic. If she dressed up and got a little dirty, perhaps it wouldn't be obvious. After all, it was never obvious in TV dramas in his previous life. That's not impossible, but don't tell me you know me when you get to the barracks. Li Wanyan said this, and the woman was speechless. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Just keep your mouth shut. Don't worry, I'm already over 50 years old, and I never gossip about what's going on in the village. Li Wanyan thought he was quite tight-lipped. At this time, Lin Wanxin came over. Husband, the guy you mentioned before who had an affair with my sister-in-law is here. At this moment, Li Wanyan felt a little embarrassed. Why did this kid come to see me? Li Wanyan walked out of the room and came to the yard and saw Li Chenghua. Grandpa, my aunt wants you to come over for dinner. I hope you can help dig a well tomorrow. The well that Li Chenghua mentioned was not a water well, but a grave. The man's body was dragged back during the day. Normally, the body would be kept for 7 days, but now it was a lean period and no one had the energy to keep the body for 7 days. They just cried for 1 day and buried it directly. Okay, tell my aunt that I won't eat anymore. Just call me when you dig a well tomorrow. Okay, then I'll reply like this, little aunt. Li Chenghua deliberately glanced inside the house. He was probably greedy for his young wife. Moreover, Li Wanyan brought another woman back today, while he only had one woman. Why? Do you have any thoughts about your grandma? Chapter 16. When Li Wanyan said this, Li Chenghua's neck shrank, and he turned around and ran away in fear. After Li Chenghua ran out of the yard, he felt very strange. Today's little grandfather gave people a very scary feeling. What he didn't know was that Li Wanyan killed 4 people today. Back in the house, Li Wanyan came to the woman's room again. I can give you half of my 30-year-old ginseng. After saying that, he walked out of the room. He really wanted to take a gamble, and he also knew that he had to pay a certain cost. After all, the leader could not satisfy him. At least you have to be the commander of a battalion. Next, he asked Lin Wanyan to cook ginseng porridge, which he planned to share with everyone. He suspected that the reason why the women could not get pregnant might be because of poor health, and they still needed to eat something good. He has to fight hard these days. Soon the meal was ready. The vegetables were wild vegetables of early spring, which were blanched and then added with a little salt. The porridge was ginseng porridge. It was said to be half a bowl, but it was actually just a bowl of porridge. Xiaoyanzi brought it to the room and asked the female military leader to eat it to nourish her body. Afterwards, everyone sat at the table to eat, while Xiaoyanzi was busy in the kitchen. Little Swallow, come and eat together. Master, I am not suitable. I am a slave. Come on, I am also a human being. Li Wanyan also made a bowl of porridge for Xiaoyanzi. Lin Wanqing moved out to another place, but Xiaoyanzi still didn't dare. At this time, Lin Wanxian said, my husband is the boss of my family, so you should listen to him. After hearing what Lin Wanxian said, Xiaoyanzi sat down timidly. It's delicious. Help me sew armor starting tomorrow. Yes, sir. Only then did Xiaoyanzi dare to sit down and drink the porridge, but she did not dare to eat the vegetables. It was Lin Wanxian who put the vegetables into Xiaoyanzi's bowl. In fact, the three women agreed to have dinner with Xiaoyanzi entirely because of his behavior. In fact, they are all smart people and probably know Xiaoyanzi's identity, but they just don't say it out loud. After dinner, Li Wanyan felt hot, and the family tree in his mind underwent some changes. Clan leader, Li Wanyan. Force value, 5, equivalent to the combat power of 5 adults. Spouse, Lin Wanxian, Lin Wanyan, Lin Wanqing, Zhang Xiaoyan. Talent, 20-foot treasure hunt. Estimated life expectancy, 61. Offspring, none. The upper limit of lifespan has increased, but the combat power has not increased. It is probably because everyone shared the ginseng porridge equally this time. But it doesn't matter. The worst that can happen is that he will just sleep with one more woman. Ahem, it's getting late. Everyone should get some rest. After Li Wanyan said this, the three Lin sisters looked at each other. Wanyan, sleep with your husband tonight. Lin Wanxian said so. There are not enough beds at home. That woman wants a room, and Xiaoyanzi also wants one. My room is the master bedroom, and it's big. It's completely suitable for our family of 4 to live in. After Li Wanyan said this, the Threenvong's ears were about to bleed, but no one objected because they were not familiar with Xiaoyanzi and that woman. When Li Wanyan saw that the three women did not object, he felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Chapter 17. Li Wanyan washed up and got into bed first. He waited for half an hour before the three women entered his room one after another. Not long after, the female military leader next door started scolding Li Wanyan again. Sooner or later, I will die in a woman's bed. This night, we fought till dawn. In the morning, Li Wanyan not only did not feel tired, but also felt refreshed. After all, he now possessed the combat power equivalent to that of 5 adult men, and he had 2 more to deal with 3 women, so he could easily handle it. Xiaoyanzi had already started preparing breakfast, and everyone got up and had a hot meal. After dinner, Xiaoyanzi began to prepare to sew the armor. Now there were many damaged parts on the armor that needed to be repaired. This did not bother Xiaoyanzi. She bought a lot of parts and repaired them by taking money from one place to another. From morning to afternoon, she finally finished the repair. But Xiaoyanzi's hands were covered with scars, because the armor was very hard, and the iron needles or metal sheets of the armor would scratch her fingers during the sewing process. Master, the armor has been repaired. Please take a look. Xiaoyanzi supported the armor with a wooden frame. Although the quality of each part was different, and some were newer and some were older, it already gave people a feeling of majesty and domineering. Mingguang armor is mainly worn by generals. In the army, basically only battalion commanders are qualified to wear it. Even for the captains, most of them wear ordinary iron armor, which is not as good as Mingguang armor in terms of defense and appearance. Very good, you have worked hard. I will let Wanyan give you some medicine later. Master, this is what we should do. Xiaoyanzi didn't feel tired at all. At least she felt safe here, so she was smiling at this moment because the master was very happy. Li Wanyan put on the armor. Except for the head, the main body of his body was protected. At this time, the 3 women gathered together. Li Wanyan was now a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had been studying since childhood and had an elegant temperament. With this armor, he had the demeanor of a Confucian general. Compared to how old and frail he looked when I first met him, he has undergone tremendous changes. How? Li Wanyan asked the 4 girls. My husband is really dressed like Zhou Yujin from the 3 Kingdoms period. Lin Wanxian felt that this was the appearance of her ideal husband, while Lin Wanyan was relatively reserved and did not dare to say it out loud. Lin Wanqing shouted, my husband will definitely be a general in the future. At this time, the female army leader in the room came out. When she saw Li Wanyan wearing the Mingguang armor, she was instantly dazed. At this time, Li Wanyan did not have the temperament of a farmer at all. He looked like an aristocratic Confucian general. Haha, I hope so. Pack it up, and I'll pick it up in the army later. Li Wanyan knew that most people in the army would not wear armor all day long, especially when marching. Everyone would carry it on their shoulders, or let farmers who participated in the work and rest carry it. Soldiers or military officers themselves would not wear armor while marching. After that, Li Wanyan didn't go anywhere and just stayed at home every day eating, sleeping, and making children. Finally, 3 days before departure, the 3 women climbed out of bed and retched outside the house. Seeing this, Li Wanyan knew that his 1 month of hard work was not wasted. 3 girls are pregnant at the same time. To further confirm, Li Wanyan asked Lin Wanyan, "Are you pregnant?" He asked with excitement. He really wanted to have his own child, both rationally and from a natural point of view. Lin Wanyan's ears turned red and she didn't say anything, which meant that she was indeed pregnant. In fact, my second sister saw it when she felt my pulse yesterday. Lin Wanqing was a big mouth and said it directly. Well, you didn't tell me about this in advance and caused my child to suffer corporal punishment all night long. Li Wanyan seemed to blame her on the surface, but he was actually extremely happy inside. He finally heard the good news 3 days before leaving, but it also meant that they could not have sex during these 3 days. However, the advantages still outweighed the disadvantages. Chapter 18. Li Wanyan counted the money on him and found that he still had more than 10 taels of silver. He took out his own 10 taels of silver and handed them to Lin Wanxian. Take this money. Take care of yourself while I'm away. I will also send money back regularly. Husband, please keep it. We have so much corn, enough for us to eat. Lin Wanxian refused, but Li Wanyan still forced it into Lin Wanxian's hands. Take it, not only for you, but also for our child. Outside the house, the woman suddenly made a lot of noise. Li Wanyan went out and saw that the woman was practicing boxing outside the yard in the early morning. Every time she punched, the air seemed to burst, like an iron hammer hitting a stone. He felt that even if he had the fighting power of 5 people, he would still be no match for this woman, and this woman's injuries had not yet fully recovered. So how powerful must the attack she had suffered at that time? Seeing Li Wanyan coming out, the woman gradually restrained her moves. Great kung fu. I wish I could have your punches and kicks. Li Wanyan said enviously. It's true that you met me too late. I have been practicing this external force kung fu for 13 years. It's okay. If you don't mind, I would also like to learn for 3 days. It's better than nothing. Li Wanyan felt that he had brute strength but lacked skills, which was not going to work. I only practiced once. It's up to you how much you can learn. After saying that, the woman began to demonstrate, slowing down a bit, but not too much, because if she did it too slowly her movements would become distorted. In Li Wanyan's eyes, the woman's speed was even slower than what he saw. Every subtle movement was within his sight. By the time the woman finished her set, Li Wanyan had already engraved it deeply in his mind. Try it. The woman made way for the door. Li Wanyan stepped forward with a stern look on his face. He took a deep breath and took a horse stance. Then he learned to box, one move after another, with steady steps. Although his boxing style was not fast, his movements were almost exactly the same, which made the woman next to him feel strange. Hey, Pa. The air exploded, and although the noise was not loud, it did produce a sonic boom, which completely surprised the woman. Have you learned this set of boxing before? The woman asked. This is my first time learning this. I don't believe it. Believe it or not, by the way, I forgot to ask you what your name is. I remember your last name is Lin. Li Wanyan didn't want to waste time on boxing, so he changed the subject. My name is Lin Ingtai. It has nothing to do with my wife's Lin family, right? Li Wanyan asked. Your wife's father, the chief censor, was imprisoned for offending the prime minister. Your wife's father and I, the Lin family, are not relatives within the 9 clans. Who is the highest-ranking official in your family? Li Wanyan asked curiously. That's not something you should ask. We'll go to the county town to report in 3 days. Even if Lin Ingtai didn't say anything, Li Wanyan would be extremely anxious. Chapter 19. Okay, since you can move freely, leave Lijia village and head to the county town as soon as possible while no one knows you. Otherwise, if you are seen by our villagers, it will be difficult for you to explain. Li Wanyan knew that when he came back with this girl in his arms that day, her face was buried in his chest, and no one else could see Lin Ingtai's true appearance. In addition, 10 people from the same village were going to join the army this time, so it was better to separate them. You make sense. The woman did not hesitate. She walked in, carried the armor she had packed on her back, and left. Girl, why don't you have breakfast before you leave? Lin Wanxian shouted from behind, but the woman just waved her hand and left the village in the morning light. What a cheerful character. Li Wanyan still had a very high opinion of Lin Ingtai. He left as soon as he said he would, and there was no misunderstanding of his meaning. This woman seems to be from the same clan as the commander of the Imperial Guard's cavalry division, Lin Wanyan said from the side, but her tone was a little uncertain. Is this a high-ranking official? Li Wanyan asked curiously. The official position is not high, only the 5th rank, the same level as my father, but my father is only the chief censor, who is only a mouth. This man's father holds military power and is a close confidant of the Emperor of Dalian. But I haven't heard that he has a daughter. He only has a son. Lin Wanyan found it very strange. If he had a son, why did he let a woman from the same clan be a military general? Could this guy have been pretending to be a man all along? Li Wanyan expressed his inner doubts. That's uncertain. My husband just needs to understand that this person can be used, but he should not be made a close friend for the time being. You should know that this place is not under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Court. Lin Wanyan's words shocked Li Wanyan. What? Can we go to heaven from here? My husband, you don't know about the local situation. There are many Jadushi in Baelyang. Jadushi are more like emperors than emperors. For example, the local Jadushi of Yuzhou controls 16 states. When the imperial power does not go down to the countryside, he is the local king. After Lin Wanyan finished speaking, Li Wanyan's mind gradually emerged with the situation of the 16 prefectures of Yanyun during the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period, except that the situation was slightly different. It was not the later Han dynasty that ruled here, but Dalian, and there was also a martial arts civilization. Could it be that this guy came here to usurp the power of the Yuzhou Jadushi? Li Wanyan suddenly thought of this. The 5 military commanders coming here to serve are enough to control 100,000 soldiers and horses, while the Jadushi has only a few 100,000 people under his command, which is the maximum. Maybe. My father was attacked by officials in the court just because he said that the Jadushi of Yuzhou had his own army and was in a state of self-reliance. In the end, he ended up like this. Lin Wanyan was indignant. This matter was obviously obvious, and her father was not talking nonsense. But the result was that his property was confiscated and he was exiled. This made Lin Wanyan lose her good impression of the emperor. Alas, there is no right or wrong in the court, only interests. My father-in-law may still be imprisoned. When I have the ability, I will rescue him. After Li Wanyan finished speaking, he suddenly realized that he and his father-in-law were about the same age. If his father-in-law had had children earlier, he might have been a few years older. He could only be said to be his father-in-law's brother. My husband is thoughtful, but there is no rush for this matter, and don't mention it to outsiders. In this world, except for military power, everything is empty. My lady, you are absolutely right. Li Wanyan once again had a higher opinion of Lin Wanyan. She had good vision and ability, but it was a pity that she was a girl. Time passed quickly. The day before departure, the village chief Li Jiming came to Li Wanyan's home. When he first saw Li Wanyan, Li Jiming felt that this old guy had become younger again. Thinking of his recent frequent inability to do things, he wondered if it was because he did not marry a younger wife. Old Li, you will gather at the village entrance tomorrow morning and prepare to report to the military camp in the north of Ping'an County. Also, bring more food with you. I heard that the army's food standards have dropped again. Chapter 20. I understand. Xiaoming. You. Well, eat well tonight. Li Jiming wanted to correct the other party's address, but after thinking it over, he decided to give up. He had been calling him that for decades, and it would be difficult to change it in a short time. He also didn't know if he would be able to hear the other party calling him Xiaoming in the future. Li Wanyan didn't think much about it, but practiced boxing in the yard. He found that when he was practicing this set of boxing, his whole body was hot, and he felt that his energy was improved. Pa! Pa! The air kept bursting with roaring sounds, and if you didn't know, you would think he was hitting something. After finishing a whole set of boxing, the whole person was smoking, and there were obvious changes in the Fan family tree in his mind. Clan leader, Li Wanyan. Force value, 6, equivalent to the combat power of 6 adults. Spouse, Lin Wanxian, Lin Wanyan, Lin Wanqing, Zhang Xiaoyan. Talent, 20-foot treasure hunt. Estimated life expectancy, 61. Offspring, none. He was surprised to find that his fighting power had increased. It was obvious that the reason why he had not taken a concubine or married a wife recently could only be due to this set of boxing. I didn't expect this set of boxing skills to have this ability. I only practiced it for 3 mornings, and it has achieved this effect. Li Wanyan knew that he had to practice every day. Only in this way could he increase his chances of survival. On this day, Li Wanyan was packing his luggage. In addition to armor, mo dao, and fried rice, there were also some coarse cloth clothes for changing and boots. Especially boots. He prepared 3 pairs. After all, being a soldier requires the most wear and tear on shoes. In the evening, The four girls prepared a sumptuous dinner, adding some previously dried meat. The quality of this meal was not as good as that during the Chinese New Year, but everyone was in a good mood. It's okay, actually. The new recruits will probably be trained for 2 to 3 months, and I'll come back once more before leaving for the front line. Li Wanyan said so. Husband, eat more. Don't rush to get out on the battlefield. Saving your life is the most important thing. Lin Wanxian was very reluctant. They thought they were marrying an incompetent old man, but after getting along with him, they felt that Li Wanyan was very reliable. Now that the 3 girls are pregnant, they don't want the children to be without a father. Don't worry. After dinner, I saw the 4 girls whispering. After a quick wash, he lay down on the bed. After a while, Xiao Yanzi crawled into the quilt. The ladies asked me to come here. Xiao Yanzi explained it, and Li Wanyan felt relieved. After all, among the 3 women, 1 was his principal wife, 2 were his concubines, and the one in front of him was a servant. Naturally, he needed the consent of his 3 wives. Li Wanyan also knew that once he arrived at the military camp, he would not be able to enjoy his own woman all to himself, so he had to eat more. Ladies are so thoughtful. My husband has to travel tomorrow, so just lie down tonight. Chapter 21. After a night, Li Wanyan got up early, but the 3 women got up even earlier, and the food was ready, waiting for him to eat and walk. Li Wanyan was also feeling a little heavy-hearted. When the time came to part, he still felt a little reluctant. After dinner, Li Wanyan took out the mo dao, wrapped the blade with cloth, and then jumped his chow mi and armor on both ends. One weighed 20 kilograms, and the other more than 30 kilograms. The chow mi, with clothes and shoes, weighed almost 30 kilograms. He picked up the load, looked at the dawn that was about to break the horizon, and then looked at the 4 girls behind him. He felt uneasy. It's cold in the morning. You guys should just stay at home. Let's take my husband to the village entrance. Lin Wanxian said so. Yes, let's send them to the village entrance. Lin Wanqing also said so. Xiao Yanzi and Lin Wanyan were relatively shy and taciturn and did not speak. All right, Li Wanyan, carrying things on his back, went towards the east end of the village, surrounded by 4 girls. At this time, several people had already arrived. Li Chenghua came very early. He did not sleep the whole night, which resulted in his young wife being unable to get up. Now, seeing the 3 beautiful young ladies, his eyes were clear. The young men in the village who went to join the army this time were all in their 20s. After all, the corn had been planted and there was not much food at home, and the young men ate a lot, so they had to be sent to the military camp. Among this group of people, Li Wanyan has the oldest seniority. In addition, Li Wanyan's temperament has changed greatly recently, so everyone has more respect for this young grandfather. At least he can marry 3 wives and support a maid, which proves that he is very powerful. The village chief Li Jiming was also there, with his 2nd son beside him, which surprised Li Wanyan a little. Will Wankai go this time too? Good. Are you really willing to do that? Li Wanyan thought that the village chief had erased his son's information by managing the household registration, but he didn't expect that this time he really planned to send him to the battlefield. It's not that I'm reluctant, it's that this kid insists on going. Li Jiming was also tired. Although he had 3 sons and one of them had to go to the army, he tried his best to delay the pace, at least until his 2nd son got married and had children. He didn't expect that this kid was so desperate last night that he insisted on going to the military camp to make a name for himself. Good boy, aren't you afraid of death? Li Wanyan asked with a smile. Little uncle, you went, and my nephew Chenghua also went. So how could I not go? Li Wankai is 1 generation older than Chenghua, but he is 2 years younger than Chenghua. Li Chenghua smiled and said, Uncle Wankai, you haven't experienced women yet, so why are you so anxious to join the army? The way he said this sounds a bit like an elder teasing a younger person. Chenghua stood on tiptoe and said, as long as you have an official position, why worry about not having a woman? A real man should establish a career before starting a family. Hearing Li Chenghua say this, Li Jiming shook his head helplessly. Almost everyone is here, so let's get ready to go. Wanyan, you are older and more senior, so you have to keep an eye on these people. Don't do it like before. Do you hear me? Don't worry, I'll try my best to bring them back. Li Wanyan also felt that the atmosphere was particularly depressing. The family members began to cry, and his 4 daughters also shed tears. Okay, stop crying, smile, leave with a smile, and come back with a smile. After Li Wanyan said this, everyone forced a smile. Old Li is right, we should laugh, ha ha ha. Li Jiming looked around and saw that no one was laughing. He felt a little embarrassed, so he stopped laughing. Let's go. Li Wanyan walked out of the village carrying things. Chapter 22. At this moment, the sky suddenly became brighter, and the light illuminated everyone's eyes, making them dazed. At this time, Li Wanyin and this group of young and middle-aged men were walking towards the sun. 2 miles out of the village, several young people kept looking back, obviously feeling reluctant to leave home. Don't look back. Walk all the way to the county town. Li Wanyin was worried that these young people would miss home and run back. If they failed to report on time, their family would be in trouble. There had been cases of deserters before, and the result was that the deserter himself would be beheaded, his family's assets would be confiscated, and the people would be reduced to slavery. Several young men took advantage of the morning sunshine and headed towards the county town. A dozen miles was not far for farmers, but everyone carried dry food and clothes, and they were exhausted after walking 5 or 6 miles. Little grandpa, you look very heavy, but you don't feel tired at all. Li Chenghua asked curiously. Don't ask about my master's affairs. Hurry up and get going. If you miss noon, you won't be able to report for duty. Li Chenghua urged everyone to move forward. Although they were tired, they were young men after all. They gritted their teeth and arrived at the county town before noon. There are a lot of people in the county town today because most of the new recruits are reporting for duty today. On this day, there are 500 more people in the county town. Don't underestimate it. There are only 500 people. The entire county has a population of only about 4,000 to 5,000. 500 more people are not a small number, and many family members have also come. Most young people have never been to the county town. This is their first time, and they are very curious. They entered from the south of the city and soon reached the north. There was a military camp in the north. The area was not large, only about 300 square meters. There were many people here today, and everyone was queuing up to report. 10 people go in each time, and it is estimated that their identities will be verified and assessed. They arrived a little late, basically at the back half of the line. Li Wanyin looked around but did not see Lin Yingtai and wondered where she had gone. Those who went in would come out soon and wait outside. After waiting for a while, it was finally their turn. There were exactly 11 people from their village. Because Li Wankai was the son of the village, he was allowed to cut in line. Another person from the village was in the next batch. Li Wanyin carried his things and entered the yamen. There were about 20 or 30 people inside. One of them was wearing Ming Guang armor and sitting under the pavilion. He looked to be in his 30s and had a heroic look on his face. Li Wanyin knew that this guy had killed someone before. After seeing this general, the young men in the village kept lowering their heads. Only Li Wanyin looked at the general lightly and then lowered his head. Outside the pavilion are 10 stone pillars of different sizes. Here are 10 stone pillars, weighing 40 jin, 70 jin, 100 jin, 130 jin, 160 jin, 190 jin, 220 jin, 250 jin, and 280 jin respectively. Everyone must lift 40 kilograms. Lift it above your head, not pick it up. A man who looked like a young military leader spoke, but did not explain whether there were different rewards for lifting different weights. So, everyone wanted to try the 40 jin weight, because it was not difficult to wrap up 70 or 100 jin, but the difficult part was lifting it over the head. Everyone had done farm work before, and knew that lifting heavy objects over the head might easily hit them. So everyone tried to lift the 40 jin weight one after another. Li Wanyin was not in a hurry and followed along. As a result, he lifted the 40 jin one and then tried to lift the 70 jin one. For a rural boy, wrapping it is not difficult, but lifting it is not easy. Li Chenghua, a strong and simple boy with a slightly red face, lifted it above his head. Seeing that the younger generations were doing the same, Li Wankai also tried it. His face turned red, but he did lift it above his head. However, when he put it down, it made a hole on the ground. The people under the pavilion didn't react at all, they just watched quietly. Finally, it was Li Wanyin's turn. He lifted the 70 kilograms easily, and then put it down gently. Next, it was the third round of competition between Li Wankai, Li Chenghua, and Li Wanyin. This time the weight was 100 kilograms. Li Chenghua rubbed his hands on his body to wipe the sweat off, then hugged the boulder. Heh! He gritted his teeth, raised it above his head, and then put it down, but it still made a hole in the ground. Li Wankai was not willing to be outdone, so he hugged the stone and lifted it up. However, it was still some distance from his head. He shouted, took a step forward, and used the momentum to lift the stone over his head, then dropped it directly, and the ground was shaking. Obviously, Wankai has potential, but he is still young and not as good as Li Chenghua. Finally, it was Li Wanyin's turn. He lifted it gently and passed it over his head in one go. At this moment, several soldiers who saw this scene were surprised. Chapter 23. Li Wanyin gently put down the 100 jin stone. Those who didn't know would think he was lifting a reed. 130 kilograms. Under the instruction of the young military leader, Li Chenghua tried to lift the 130 jin stone, but he could only pick it up and barely lift it above his head. Then he immediately retreated, and the stone fell, causing the ground to shake. Seeing this, Li Wankai also went forward to try. It was not a problem to pick it up, but when he was trying to lift it up, the stone suddenly slipped from his hand. If he was not careful, his feet might be crippled. Fortunately, Li Wanyin caught it with one hand, then put it on the ground and lifted it over his head. The force of weightlifting is not equal to a person's true strength, and in most cases is smaller, unless they have undergone special training. Next, Li Chenghua planned to try to lift 160 kilograms, but he could only pick it up. It was impossible to lift it, so he had to give up. Li Wankai also chose to give up. He was still frightened by what happened just now. If it weren't for Li Wanyin, he would have been really disabled. Li Wanyin then lifted the 160 gene weight above his head and put it down again. At this time, more than a dozen soldiers present focused their attention on Li Wanyin. They saw Li Wanyin walk to the 190 gene stone, pick it up directly, then lift it up, and finally put it down, which was shocking. Next is the 220 gene stone. Everyone is very curious because no one can lift this stone today. That is to say, most people's strength is less than 200 gene. Considering that this would be bad for his shoes, he took off his shoes directly, picked up the 220-pound stone, paused, and lifted it up again. Then he put it heavily on the ground. He didn't want to make it too outrageous. The current weight was enough to crush everyone. If you can lift the 250 gene stone, I'll give you 5 taels of silver. If you can lift the 280 gene stone, in addition to 5 taels of silver, you can also become a sergeant. The general wearing Ming Guang armor spoke. Li Wanyin went towards the 250 gene stone without hesitation, picked it up, paused, and then lifted it up in one breath. His face was a little flushed at this time. In the end, I can't let it go easily, but I've definitely reached the target. Afterwards, he went to the last stone. It took a lot of effort to lift it up, so he used his abdominal force to lift it above his head. He held on for a moment, and then pulled his body back. The boulder fell down, creating a deep pit. Even the cups on the general's desk spilled tea. "May I have your name?" the general asked. "Your Excellency the Commander. This subordinate is Li Wanyin." "Oh, you know I'm the commander?" The general was very curious, because how could these peasants distinguish official ranks? He didn't expect that this man who looked quite old could recognize his rank. "Very rare. I have done some research." "Okay, now you are a sergeant of the new recruits, and the silver is yours." After the general finished speaking, he threw out 5 taels of silver, which Li Wanyin picked up and put away. "Okay, next batch." The young military leader drove them out. "Li Wanyin has killed someone." Another general next to the commander said so. Although there is no evidence, anyone who has experienced the battlefield can feel it. After Li Wanyin came out, the next group of people went in, and they waited in front of the yamen. "Uncle Wanyin, you are so powerful." Li Wankai was full of respect towards Li Wanyin at this time, and so were the others. No one looked down on this once lonely old man anymore. "It's okay, keep trying." Li Wanyin looked around, but did not see Lin Yingtai. He did not see anyone until the test was about to end. At this time, an official in the yamen said to the commander, "Sir, there are only 499 people." Chapter 24. Why is there one person missing? The commander said calmly that he would not allow anyone to be missing, as he had received a military order that no one could be missing. One of them died of a sudden plague a few days ago, resulting in one less person. The clerk in the government office was sweating profusely. He dared not offend the army, otherwise he would lose his life. "I don't care. You must pay me back before sunset today. Otherwise, you will be subject to military law." After the commander finished speaking, the official was sweating profusely and could only say, "I will go find it right away." Then, the man came to the gate and shouted at the top of his voice, "The last place to join the army. Whoever comes will be rewarded with 300 coins. He kept shouting, but no one answered, because those who could come had all come, and those who didn't want to come wouldn't come, and 300 coins were not enough to buy a life. Just when this official was extremely anxious, a thin man appeared. "I'll go." The man raised his hand and replied. When the clerk saw this, he dragged him into the yamen without saying a word. Li Wanyin saw that this person was Lin Yingtai, but her face was dirty like a beggar, and her breasts were smaller. She must have been tied up with ropes. Not long after, Lin Yingtai came out, and the commander in Ming Guang armor also came out. "From now on, you will be the new recruits of my battalion. I am Xiao Zheng, your battalion commander, and these are your escorts. Please get to know each other." After saying this, he entered the yamen, and the gate instantly became messy. Sergeant Li Wanyin, Wang Er, Zhang San, and Zhao Si, gather here. A man shouted, and Li Wanyin knew that this man was his escort. As for the man sitting inside who didn't come out, he was probably the captain or the head of the police station. But obviously the number of bets is not enough, so some people who bet on the right will exceed the limit. Boss, I'm Li Wanyan. Li Wanyan hurried to report to the chief. My name is Lu Tian. You are a good kid with extraordinary talent. Work hard, and I will keep the position of deputy chief for you. After saying this, Li Wanyan knew that he was being roasted on a volcano. The three sergeants around him looked at Li Wanyan differently. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. I still need to hone my skills. Li Wanyan is very humble. Okay, without further ado, now go pick your own men. Since there are not enough people to bet on, each of you can pick no more than 12 people as your own men. After Lu Tian said this, Li Wanyan would naturally not let go of the people from Lijia village. As the saying goes, brothers fight tigers together, fathers and sons fight in battle, and uncles and nephews rob tombs together. It is better to trust your own people. Li Wanyan immediately called all the people from Lijia village together, then noticed Lin Yingtai, waved his hand, and she came over as well. Then, they gathered 11 people, and with Li Wanyan, there were 12 people in total. My lord, I have confessed. Li Wanyan was the first one to finish it, which made Lu Tian think highly of Li Wanyan again, as it showed that he had appeal. Okay, from now on, we'll set up camp outside the north of the city. There's nothing else to do on the first day, just rest. It was obvious that there was no room to live in the city, so we had to live outside the city. So everyone carried their luggage and headed out of the city. There were camp tents not far outside the city. Led by the chief, everyone entered their own tents. Li Wanyan and his subordinates were assigned to a tent. There was only hay on the ground, nothing else. At this time, Li Wanyan thought of a question. Is Lin Miaoying going to sleep with a group of grown men? Brother Yingtai, sleep next to me. Chapter 25. If Li Wanyan had not said this, Lin Yingtai would definitely choose to sleep leaning on Li Wanyan, but the other party insisted on bringing up this matter, which made Lin Yingtai somewhat unwilling, because she felt that Li Wanyan's motives were not pure. Don't worry about it, Master Wu. Lin Yingtai chose to sleep in the corner, but she did not bring any quilt or other clothes with her. She only had a bundle containing armor, which obviously could not be used as a quilt to keep warm at night. For most soldiers, sleeping at night means hugging the hay on the ground, because when they really start marching, it seems difficult to carry extra bedding and clothes with them. So most of them just lean on each other and find a dry place to sleep. It's fine if it's a sunny day, but if it's a rainy day, the ground is too wet to sleep. It's early April now, and the weather is gradually getting humid. The ground of the tent is a little damp at night. Lin Yingtai's injuries have not recovered fully, so I'm afraid he won't have a good time tonight. Uncle, can I sleep with you? The little boy Li Wankai came to Li Wanyan holding his little quilt. This quilt of yours seems to be the gift I gave you when you were born. Li Wanyan recognized him at the first sight, but he didn't expect that this kid had not been weaned yet and was still in his arms. He could be considered Li Wansai's bebe. Li Wansai's face turned red instantly. He had been sleeping with this lower quilt hugged for years. Without this small quilt, he would not feel at ease all night. Several times his mother wanted to take it apart and make it into a face cloth, but he refused. Now it was full of patches and the edges were frayed. Uncle, you must have seen it wrong. I left your gift at home. Li Wansai's hurried explanation had exposed his expression, but considering that this person was eager to play the role of an adult and was also worried that he would be bullied in the military camp, he stopped talking about this topic. Just sleep on my right. Li Wankai got permission and happily slept on the right side of Li Wanyan, hugging his small quilt. There was still plenty of space on his left side, but unfortunately Lin Yingtai chose to sleep in the corner. We were all busy lifting weights today and were so sleepy that we didn't have dinner and just went to bed. In the middle of the night, the cold came and Li Wankai snuggled into Li Wanyan's arms like a puppy. He pushed it away, but after a while, the boy got into his arms again. After several rounds of this, Li Wanyan had given up. He only had one question in his mind. I hope this boy is not gay. He felt that there were not always military prostitutes in the barracks, and even if there were, they would cost money. So many people could only extend their claws to their comrades. Some people are more receptive because they can only turn their backs on comrades with whom they have had in-depth exchanges. He was very tired that night, but he didn't sleep well. He finally made it to the early morning. Li Wanyan pushed Li Wankai away. The boy had wet his clothes on his chest. Of course, it's saliva. When I walked outside the tent, I saw Lin Yingtai boxing, but she was not making any noise. Li Wanyan also started doing boxing. After sleeping for a night, he felt the ground was very wet, so he did some boxing to warm up. Brother Yingtai, did you sleep well last night? Li Wanyan was practicing boxing while chatting with Lin Yingtai. It's okay, but Master Wu didn't sleep well last night, right? Lin Yingtai responded while punching. Chapter 26. Well, that's how it is in the army, but I'm used to it. How about I make a request to Lord Yajing and have a separate tent prepared for Brother Lin? Li Wanyin was just talking, and Lin Yingtai was just listening. Do you know that in the army, for guards can share a tent, and a guard team of 25 people can only sleep in one tent? Lin Yingtai obviously understood the military rules better. Li Wanyin thought about it and estimated that the captain would live in a double room, and only the captain was qualified to live in a single room. Brother Na Yingtai and I are going to work hard to become captains. After Li Wanyin finished speaking, Lin Yingtai knew that this guy had something else in mind. 3 wives and 1 servant at home are not enough for you to torment. Brother Lin, you are wrong. I just want to learn something from Brother Yingtai. What Li Wanyin said was true. After he knew that this woman was the leader of an army, he knew that this was one of his chances to turn things around. Otherwise, no matter how powerful he was, it would be useless without someone at the top. I can't make friends with you. After boxing, Lin Yingtai went back to the tent. When Li Wanyin came back, he found that his quilt had been taken away by Lin Yingtai. It seemed that he did not sleep well last night. I guess this guy's injuries haven't healed yet, otherwise a warrior wouldn't be afraid of this little bit of cold. About half an hour later, the voice of the chief guard Lu Tian rang out outside the tent. Assemble. Line up. 10 breaths. I want to see you line up. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The sound of the crowing cock was like a rooster in the early morning, drilling into people's heads. Everyone got up with sleepy eyes, and then 4 teams of people of different heights stood together, which really lacked the essence of forming a team. Tall and short people stand in front and back. Under the order of Lu Tian, the guard, everyone lined up again, and Lu Tian was satisfied. From today on, you are the soldiers of Yuzhou of Daliang State, and the Yuzhou Jidushi, Lord Han, is our highest general. Under your care, you will receive a monthly salary of 500 coins on average. In case of war, you will receive 1 tael of silver for each enemy head. If you kill an enemy general, or seize the enemy commander's flag, or are the first to attack a city, you will receive a big prize. Even a promotion of 3 ranks is not a big deal. Early in the morning, Lu Tian made promises to everyone, but everyone was hungry and had no energy at all. Most of them did not join the army voluntarily, but had to do so due to various factors. So everyone just wanted to save their lives. As for making achievements, most people did not dare to think about it, and they were lucky enough to be alive. From today on, you will start training. Our training subjects include charge, sword, horse archery, and combined attack. Today we will start with charge. Run from here to the flag on the opposite hill, circle around, and then come back here. You must successfully go back and forth within a quarter of an hour. This morning, 6 taels of dry rice and 2 taels of dry vegetables. No one succeeded in going back and forth, only 1 tael of porridge. Let's go. After Lu Tian finished speaking, everyone ran away. If they were told how much silver they would be rewarded with, they would not be very interested. But they were not fools. There were so many people in the village who served as soldiers, but how many of them got the so-called silver? It would be better to have a meal every day. Li Wanyin estimated the distance, at least 6 miles round trip. Everyone was fasting in the morning and had not eaten since last night. They absolutely could not run too fast, otherwise they would soon suffer from hypoglycemia. Therefore, he soon fell behind the team, which made some people feel disdain for Li Wanyin. If Li Wanyin was an ordinary person, it would be fine, but he was the sergeant. When Wang Er, Zhang San, and Zhao Si saw Li Wanyin like this, they all felt that it was a disgrace to the sergeant. Li Wankai saw that his uncle was still behind him and was very anxious, but Li Changhua had already run ahead. After thinking about it, he decided to chase after Li Changhua. Brother Yingtai, aren't you in a hurry? Li Wanyin asked. Isn't that the case with you? It seems that Brother Yingtai and I think alike. Li Wanyin was jogging while chatting and laughing. The 2 of them followed slowly behind, lagging behind the main group by 100 feet. Chapter 27. In fact, after running for more than a mile, some people could not hold on any longer and began to slow down. After 2 miles, some people fell behind significantly. After 3 miles, most people had slowed down, and Li Wanyin, who was originally at the back, moved to the middle of the team. In the end, Wang Er, Zhang San, and Zhao Si were the first to circle the flag, and they ran back more than 100 feet before they saw Li Wanyin. The 3 did not stop, but continued to gallop. At this time, Li Changhua also followed behind the 3 and was about to overtake them. Li Wankai was light in body, so he was not at a disadvantage either. Li Wanyin also knew that he had to speed up, so he sprinted directly to the flagpole, circled the flag, and then dived down. Lin Yingtai did the same. The 2 of them kept overtaking others, and soon they were only a few feet away from Li Changhua, and just a few body lengths behind Li Wankai. Li Wanyan has the fighting power of 6 adults in his body. Theoretically, his speed is 6 times faster, but considering the wind resistance, it is not actually 6 times faster, but his brother will not be much different. He soon surpassed Li Wankai and Li Chenghua, and gradually approached the 3 sergeants. The 3 sergeants were competing with each other and did not pay attention to the situation in the rear. At this time, they were only 200 feet away from the starting point, and everyone started to speed up. Soon, the 3 sergeants picked up their speed. Now that they had become sergeants, they would definitely consider the next step of promotion. About half of the military attaché positions in the current recruit camp were vacant, and everyone would not give up these opportunities. When he ran 100 feet, there was not much time left. Lu Tian observed the hourglass beside him and knew that there was probably no one eating dry rice today. When they were 50 meters away, there was only a little bit left in the hourglass. Everyone felt their throats were burning, but they still couldn't speed up any further. But at this moment, 2 figures flashed by like lightning. Li Wanyan and Lin Yingtai rushed through the last 50 feet in an instant and reached the starting point. And at this moment the hourglass just ended. Not bad, clever. Lu Tian knew that the 2 men had a plan and were not acting blindly. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Lin Yingtai actually took the initiative to thank a procurator, so Li Wanyan naturally would not be arrogant. Your Excellency has taught me well. In fact, no one taught him anything, but Lu Tian was happy to hear this. The 3 sergeants were completely discouraged at this point, because even if they continued to run hard, they would only get porridge, which was not enough to offset their consumption. At the same time, they began to feel dissatisfied, worrying that the 2 men were cheating and did not run the whole distance. Sir, these 2 are cheating. Wang Er pointed at the 2 men and said that they did not see the other party reach the flag at all, so they did not believe that the other party had run the entire distance. Yes, sir, these 2 are clearly behind us. Yes, these 2 hadn't reached the flag yet when we were heading back. Zhang San and Mr. Zhao Si hurriedly accused the 2 of them. I saw it with my own eyes. They reached the flag and then came back. When Lu Tian said this, the 3 were also surprised. Naturally, they would not think that Lu Tian was lying. After all, they would know the situation just by asking other people. Seeing that the 3 were still unconvinced, Lu Tian said, I originally expected that no one would be able to complete this raid. After all, you don't know how to control your physical strength. On the battlefield, the most taboo thing is to consume your physical strength before the big battle begins. You know, a battle involving thousands of people may last from morning to sunset, and you didn't eat at that time. How can you hold on until the sun sets? Lu Guoding continued, I am not testing your speed this time, but your ability to allocate your energy. Obviously, you 3 are not up to the standard. After Lu Tian finished speaking, the 3 of them understood, but they were still a little unconvinced. After all, they were all farmers, so why should others get to eat without doing anything? Chapter 28. After everyone came back one after another, Lu Tian organized everyone to go to the city gate to wait for food. The food for the new soldiers is temporarily prepared in the city and then distributed outside the city gates. Lu Yajing led Li Wanyan and Lin Yingtai to the stall where the Yazhangs were eating. The wooden barrel smelled of rice. Li Wanyan noticed that there was a small rice barrel next to the corn rice barrel, which was mixed with wheat. You know, wheat tastes better. It contains more starch, which means it is more filling. No need to look. The captains are eating next to them. As for the captain, his meal is mainly wheat with corn as a supplement, and the commander eats wheat. The reality introduced by the commander Lu Tian made Li Wanyan feel the strict hierarchy of the army. It can be clearly seen from the food and accommodation that each level has a different treatment, which will also stimulate the soldiers to make achievements. I believe that sooner or later you will be able to eat refined wheat. As soon as Li Wanyan said this, Lu Tian felt lighthearted. He thought that Li Wanyan was a promising boy. After all, no one asked him to become the commander-in-chief, so he felt more comfortable using such a euphemism. Kid, eat more dried vegetables. Lu Tian did not have the power to directly distribute the dried vegetables in the bucket, but he gave half of his dried vegetables to Li Wanyan. Lin Yingtai and Li Wanyan squatted down to eat. I heard you are a scholar. Yes, but that's in the past. I'm now a soldier defending my country. Li Wanyan said righteously. Slippery. Thank you for the compliment, brother Yingtai. Li Wanyan was not ashamed of it, but proud of it. Others were envious when they saw Li Wanyan eating dry rice. After walking a few miles, drinking some thin porridge was not enough. The next meal would have to wait until the sun sets in the afternoon. Everyone could only eat the dry food they brought with them, but this kind of food was eaten in small amounts. We rested for a while in the morning and practiced swordplay in the afternoon. A tent was opened, and it was full of weapons. Everyone could choose one regardless of whether they brought their own weapons or not. However, these swords were covered with rust and blood, and many of them had bent blades or were broken. Some of the swords were obviously made by the Khitans. Look, hey, huh? Lu Tian chopped vertically with his knife, then turned around and chopped diagonally, and a wooden stake in front of him was chopped off directly. The first move is to accumulate power, and the second move is the killing move. Just 2 moves are enough to kill a rookie. Lu Tian's moves all look simple, but each move requires research on muscle mobilization, and it is necessary to use the minimum force to exert the maximum attack power. Pa pa pa. Your Excellency's swordsmanship is excellent. While everyone was stunned, Li Wanyin clapped vigorously, even raising his hands above his head with tears in his eyes, as if what he saw was not the correct number, but the sun. When everyone saw Li Wanyin's appearance, they reacted instantly and raised their hands above their heads. The atmosphere was very lively and Lu Tian felt embarrassed, but it was really comfortable. Chapter 29. The entire afternoon was spent using swords and knives, and basically no more than 3 moves were used, because after 3 moves, you can no longer kill the enemy, and you have to defend. There are no fancy moves on the battlefield, and every move is a killing move. Yajing was busy all day, and Li Wanyin followed closely behind him. It was unknown where he got the paper and brush from, but he recorded the key points of every word that Yajing said. On the battlefield, the most important thing is momentum. First of all, if you have strong momentum, the enemy will be afraid of you. Your Excellency is right. I need to record it down, Li Wanyin said as he buried his head in writing. Have you ever been able to read? Lu Tian was also very curious when he saw Li Wanyin writing, because for him, he could only write his own name and the names of his superiors, and he didn't know any other characters. My father was a scholar, so I know a little about writing. Li Wanyin was still very humble. He knew that Lu Tian could not read, so he should not be too proud. That's all for today, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Lu Tian was worried that there were too many words, and he couldn't read them all. Okay, please give me some advice, sir, and see if there is anything else I need to add. Li Wanyin handed the paper to Lu Tian, and Lu Tian pretended to look at it. In fact, he only recognized the 2 words Lu Tian and nothing else. Well, the handwriting is good. It seems that you have some basic skills. What Lu Tian said was right. Li Wanyin had studied for decades and his handwriting was certainly good, but his family had no connections. In this world, without power and wealth, one would starve to death. I plan to record your classic quotations every day, collect the cost, and take them to the county bookstore for printing before the end of the recruit training, and then distribute them to the soldiers. What do you think? When Li Wanyin said this, Lu Tian's heart surged. Am I going to publish a book? Of course, the signature is yours, sir. I am just compiling your quotations. Li Wanyin was giving the ultimate compliment, and Lu Tian smiled happily. Actually, it doesn't have to be like this. It doesn't have to be like this. Lu Tian waved his hands quickly, but Li Wanyin knew that this was necessary. It's still early for the recruits to finish. Give me some time to sort it out. Yeah, it's still early. Let's go have dinner first. Eat some dry rice. Lu Tian took Li Wanyin to eat dry rice again, and this time, Lin Yingtai could only drink porridge. 2 meals of porridge a day were the food for ordinary soldiers, but not the food for the regular soldiers. Li Wanyin was not a winner, but he ate 2 dry meals a day, which made others envious. Some people couldn't bear it anymore and started eating the dry food they brought from home, otherwise they would starve to death. After dinner, Li Wanyin walked towards his tent. After eating 2 meals of dry rice, he felt warm inside. He walked into the tent and saw that everyone was already lying down. The purpose of doing this was to save energy. Uncle, do you know Lord Lu? Li Wankai was very curious. He was young and obviously had not learned the essence of interpersonal communication. Just like you, we just met. Li Wanyin said so. It feels like you've known each other for years. Seeing Li Wangsai's eagerness for knowledge, Li Wanyin said, Silly boy, learn slowly. He feels that some things do not need to be explained, and they will be understood when it is time to understand. In the middle of the night, the temperature dropped sharply and a light rain began to fall. Some people who did not bring blankets or had thin blankets could only huddle together. Fortunately, the terrain where they were stationed was relatively high, otherwise there would be water accumulation. But despite this, the ground was still damp, making it unbearable for people sleeping on it. Lin Yingtai had no bedding, and her internal injuries had not yet fully recovered. She was shivering from the cold, and had no choice but to get up and walk around in the tent. Chapter 30. Li Wanyin was originally asleep, but his perception was too sharp, so he woke up. Brother Yingtai, my quilt is very big. Li Wanyin lifted a corner of the quilt. But Lin Yingtai did not respond. but continued to pace to relieve the coldness in her body. In fact, as a warrior, she should not do this, but the rain caused internal injuries, causing her to be extremely cold. Li Wanyin didn't care and went straight to sleep. In the late night, he was awakened by the urge to pee and saw Lin Yingtai still standing in the tent. As soon as he walked out of the tent, he saw Lu Tian entering his tent and headed towards the toilet in the distance. In the military, the setting up of latrines is very particular. They must not be located in high-altitude areas and must be far away from where people live. After he finished peeing, he returned to the tent and saw that she was still awake, so he hugged Lin Yingtai and got into bed with her. Lin Yingtai tried to struggle, but was clamped between his legs. Lin Yingtai was extremely flustered at this moment and did not dare to shout. Feeling Li Wanyin's burning chest, she felt as if she was about to melt. So comfortable. Then, he gave up struggling. "It's irritating me," Lin Yingtai said in a low voice. "Thank you for the compliment." Only then did Li Wanyin loosen his legs and hold them with both hands. In fact, he had long seen that Lin Yingtai wanted to sleep with him, but was just too embarrassed to say it out loud. She slept until dawn, and Lin Yingtai returned to her original sleeping place while everyone was still asleep. After a while, everyone started to get up. Li Wanyin got up and walked out of the tent. He saw a glowing object in the distance. He walked forward and took a closer look. It turned out to be an ingot of broken silver, about 5 cents. He immediately stepped on it, then looked around and saw Lu Tian walking towards him with his head lowered. "Morning, Master Lu." Li Wanyin took the initiative to say hello. "Morning." Lu Tian had no intention of talking to Li Wanyin. Instead, he lowered his head and looked around for something, all the way to the toilet. Li Wanyin took advantage of the fact that no one was around and quickly picked up the silver and put it in his arms. Turning around, he found Lin Yingtai looking at him. Lin Yingtai was a little disdainful, but didn't say much. Li Wanyin went to the back of a distant hillside to practice boxing. He felt a little embarrassed to practice boxing in front of so many people, and he didn't want others to learn his skills. At this point, every time he threw a punch, it almost made a sonic boom. After a full set of punches, his whole body started to heat up. He wanted to do 9 sets so that he could enhance his muscle memory and improve his strength at the same time. After finishing 9 sets, he was steaming all over. Then he took out his knife and started practicing yesterday's knife skills. It's still 9 sets, and it's over very quickly. Then he returned to the tent, and Lu Tian began to organize everyone to practice the art of rushing. This time, everyone learned their lesson and knew how to allocate their physical strength, but the corresponding time was shortened. In the end, Li Wanyin and Lin Yingtai still returned within the specified time. After all, there is only so much rice, and it is impossible for everyone to eat it. For the next 9 days, every day they practiced the art of rushing and the art of swordsmanship. On the 10th day, after completing the training in the art of rushing, the military camp rested for half a day. "Master Lu, I have prepared some wine in the city while we are on vacation. Please give me some." Li Wanyin thought about the 5 cents of silver he saw a few days ago, and today he could use it. Chapter 31. It's thoughtful, but you haven't received your monthly salary yet. Lu Tian felt a little embarrassed. After all, Li Wanyin had given him too much emotional value in the past few days. "Don't worry, sir. Although I haven't received my monthly salary yet, I really can't repay you for your kindness over the past 10 days. Especially since I'm on the battlefield and might die on the battlefield, I'd like to treat you to a few meals and drinks while I'm still here to repay your kindness." After hearing what Li Wanyin said, Lu Tian was also somewhat moved. Li Wanyin was right. If he were on the battlefield, even he might not be able to survive, not to mention that Li Wanyin was still a new recruit. "Okay, you arrange it. It'll just cost you money." Lu Tian agreed. "Your Excellency, there is no need to be polite to me. I am sweating all over. I will go to the river to take a bath first." Li Wanyin hadn't taken a good bath in the past 10 days, so his body had already smelled bad. The same was true for others, but Lin Yingtai smelled good. I wonder why? Okay, I'll freshen up a bit too. Although Lu Tian had not exercised for a long time, it had been 10 days, and it was inevitable that there was some odor on his body. After washing up, the two headed into the city. After arriving in the city, Li Wanyin finally felt the atmosphere of daily life. The people in the city had not yet felt the depressing atmosphere in the military camp and were all living their own lives. When they reached an intersection and saw a nice restaurant, Lu Tian thought they were going to have dinner here. He had been here before, and the food was indeed good. But Li Wanyin did not stop, but continued walking forward. After a while, we saw another restaurant. This one was better. Basically, only the captain would come to this place. Could it be here? Lu Tian slowed down a little, but Li Wanyin didn't stop yet, and continued to move forward. Finally, they came to the largest restaurant in the city, Chunlinju. It was very high-end, and only the captains could afford it. Could a rookie like Li Wanyan have the money to do that? If you have money, you don't have to join the army. After all, you can be exempted from military service by paying money. He wanted to stop him, but Li Wanyan did not stop, but continued to move forward. Not long after, they came to a relatively poor alley, which was full of taverns. Lu Tian thought about it, and felt that this place was in line with Li Wanyan's financial resources. He did not mind it too much, but felt a little disappointed. However, Li Wanyan still did not stay here. At this time, Lu Tian felt very curious about what this kid was going to do. They were almost in the south of the city, and there were not many pubs in the south of the city. Li Wanyan said nothing and came to a brothel, the place where he bought Xiao Yanzi last time. Sir, I am preparing a banquet for you. What do you think? After Li Wanyan finished speaking, Lu Tian was also stunned. If you think it's not okay, I can still do it. Excellent. Excellent. This place is excellent. Lu Tian was excited. He was reluctant to come to this place. After all, there were military prostitutes in the army and the cost was cheap, so he seldom came to such places to drink and have fun. Then please come in, sir. Good. Lu Tian straightened his clothes and felt that he was careless this time and should change into a more decent set of clothes. Hey, isn't this Mr. Li? Although Li Wanyan hasn't been here for some time, the madam will not forget him. Yes, I want 2 girls and 7 or 8 dishes, a combination of meat and vegetables, and 2 pots of wine. Master Lu and I have something important to discuss. Girls, come out. After the madam finished her shout, the girls came out and allowed him and Lu Tian to choose. Lu Tian was also dazzled. It was obvious that the girls in Chunlu were several levels higher than those in the military camp. He chose one according to his preference, and Li Wanyan also picked one at random. After choosing, they went to the private room to drink, accompanied by 2 girls. They drank and played finger-guessing games together. After an hour, Lu Tian's cheeks were slightly red. Li Wanyan knew that he could get down to business. Of course, he didn't do it. He didn't like these girls anymore. They were not as good as brothering ties. Chapter 32. After Lu Tian went to the room, Li Wanyan packed all the remaining food with oil paper. Lu Tian's mind was not on the food and wine today, so there was a lot of food left, and he naturally couldn't waste it. Madam, pay the bill. Li Wanyan doesn't plan to sleep with the girl, so the price will be cheaper. Well, have you finished your meal, sir? Okay, you have to give me a discount. I have 500 brothers outside the city. Li Wanyan's words are a double entendre. If your price is right, I will come again next time. If your price is not right, I have 500 brothers. Sir, you are also an old customer. You know the price. The girl is 500 coins, the girl who accompanies you to drink is 100 coins, and the food and wine are 500 coins. I will charge you 1 or 2 taels of silver. Your girl is free. Good. Li Wanyan threw out 1 or 2 taels of silver, but in fact he only spent 5 cents because the other 5 cents were paid by Lu Tian. Worried that the food might go bad, they took the leftovers and headed towards the north of the city. As for Lu Tian, he would probably be busy all night. He couldn't possibly make a fast food meal for 301. After all, it only took a cup of tea and was not presentable. Arriving at the military camp outside the city, Li Wanyan entered the tent and saw that everyone was resting. Although they had a half-day break and could move around, they had to stay in the military camp at night, so there was no time to go home and they could only stay in the tent. Seeing Li Wanyan coming back with the oil paper bag, Li Wankai, Li Chenghua, and other young men in the village came over with eager looks. Lin Yingtai was also there, but didn't come over. Come and eat together, little ones. Brother Yingtai, this small portion is for you. Li Wanyan took out a small portion and gave it to Lin Yingtai. I'm not that squeamish, let's eat together. Instead, Lin Yingtai mixed the food together and everyone ate together. This made Li Wanyan look at him with new eyes. Uncle, thank you for the meal. Thank you for the meal, little grandpa. Why are you being so polite, little brat? Eat as much as you can. The young men and women expressed their gratitude quickly and started to eat. They used chopsticks made from branches collected on the spot, and the food tasted delicious. Watching these young men wolfing down their food, Li Wanyan also felt emotional. He had watched these guys grow up, from when they were naked to now. He saw these people almost every day. He just didn't know how many of them could return to Lijia village upright after the recruit training. Li Wanyan walked out of the tent, enjoying the sunset and feeling a moment of relaxation. After a while, Lin Yingtai came out. Why don't you eat? I'm full. Not a big appetite. How can you have such a big appetite? Did you go to a prostitute again this afternoon? Lin Yingtai guessed what Li Wanyan was doing with just one sentence. I didn't follow you. It's just that you smell too much of the powder on your body. Lin Yingtai explained the reason. I didn't do anything. It's just like me and you. Lin Yingtai originally wanted to ridicule Li Wanyan, but she didn't expect to be caught by someone, so she walked towards the city. Do you want to whore yourself, too? Li Wanyan shouted loudly in the rear, and many people in the military camp heard it. At this moment, Lin Tai felt as if countless pairs of eyes were looking at her. Chapter 33. Li Wanyan. I'm going to buy some food. Lin Tai originally spoke in a rough voice, but at this moment her voice broke. Okay, but you have to eat enough. After all, you are young and full of energy. Li Wanyan's explanation made the situation worse, which resulted in Lin Tai being unable to stay here any longer and leaving quickly. Early the next morning, Li Wanyan and others got up early and prepared to practice the art of rushing. But Lu Tian was late, and just when everyone was preparing to do things on their own, Lu Tian rushed in from the city. Oh my, I was summoned by the Lord just now, so I was delayed. Today is the same as always. Let's run. After Lu Tian finished speaking, everyone started running. Uncle, I noticed that only our guards are practicing the art of running. Others rarely practice it. Li Wankai discovered that their people were different from others, and it seemed that few others did this. Never mind, this method will definitely work. Li Wanyan also approved of this aerobic exercise method, which would actually increase the chance of survival, rather than just practicing combat skills like other soldiers. Okay, uncle. Li Wankai continued to run, but he found that the other people in his group were just slacking off, especially the people in Wang Air, Zhang San, and Zhao Xi's team, who were just pretending. Li Wanyan also saw this situation. After all, only the top 2 places would receive rewards, and the others couldn't keep up, so they started to slack off. In the end, Li Wanyan came in first, Lin Tai came in second, Li Wankai came in third, and the others ended their charge shakily. Okay, Li Wanyan, Lin Tai, Li Wankai and I are going to have a meal. Seeing Lu Tian say this, Wang Er and others knew that their image in Lord Yuzheng's mind was no longer good, and they felt a little regretful, but there was no other way for the time being. Li Chenghua felt even more regretful, because he could have been the third. However, he thought there were only 2 people eating dry rice, so he didn't bother to compete with Li Wankai, which resulted in him losing the opportunity to eat dry rice. Lu Tian didn't explain so much. He liked smart people, not those who were clever. There was no doubt that in his opinion, if Wang Er and others didn't change, their position as sergeants would be over. But Li Wanyan was different. He might be the chief sergeant or the captain. Li Wankai was extremely excited because he finally had a meal, which not only satisfied his appetite, but also satisfied his vanity. He came to the military camp with the intention of making achievements, and this was his first small achievement. So he enjoyed this meal so much. The following days were filled with continuous training, from charging with swords to riding and archery, as well as combined attack techniques. Every day was very fulfilling, and a month passed like this. There is a half day off every 10 days and 1 day off a month. If there is an emergency, you can go back home on that day, but you have to return to the camp the next morning. Time is quite tight, and most people are still thinking about whether to go home to visit their families, especially those living in remote villages. Gather, I want to tell you something. Lu Tian shouted, and everyone gathered together. The commander is so kind that he has given us 3 days to rest. We must report for duty before noon 3 days later. Those who are late will be treated as traitors. In addition, everyone should come to me now to collect the first month's salary. 500 coins per person. Good. Everyone was very happy to hear that they would have 3 days off. It was also the first time for them to be away from home for such a long time. Although their homes were within a radius of 20 miles, they had not been home for a month. Moreover, they could still get their monthly salary. You know, military pay will never be paid on time. Both soldiers and non-soldiers know this. However, Li Wanyan felt that something was wrong, and when everyone was collecting their salaries and packing their luggage, he pulled Lu Tian aside. Master Yajing, is there any trouble this time? Lu Tian's eyes were a little evasive, but seeing that Li Wanyan was not the kind of person who would talk too much, he immediately said, the war ahead is intense. You have to go to the battlefield in advance. Don't tell anyone. From now on I will not admit that I said this. Lu Tian left after he finished speaking, also for fear of being misunderstood. Li Wanyan was in a heavy mood. Under normal circumstances, the training would take 3 months, at least 2 months. But they were going to the battlefield after only 1 month. How many of these new recruits could survive? He suspected that they were just there to fill in the gaps. Chapter 34. What happened? Lin Tai asked, but Li Wanyan couldn't say it, so he just gave a look. Uncle, shall we go back together? Li Wankai also felt a little homesick. At this time, Li Wanyan felt that Li Wankai should not have come this time, but it was too late to regret. Let's go back first and take our luggage home for now. Li Wanyan didn't believe that there were no thieves in the military camp. Then, everyone packed up and headed towards home. Everybody was eager to go home, So they took advantage of their salaries to do some shopping and bought some food. They didn't feel tired at all and walked more than 10 miles without stopping, reaching the village entrance in one breath. When the children in the village see them coming back, they will also report it. Grandma, Grandma, Grandpa is back. The children in the village were shouting at the door of Li Wanyan's house. The third daughter of the Lin family and Xiao Yanzi were drying herbs. When they heard the noise, they rushed out and saw someone at the entrance of the village and hurried over. Husband, why are you back today? Is the training of new soldiers so fast? Well, let's talk about it when we get back. Li Wanyan didn't want to say more here. He carried his things back home and saw a lot of herbs drying in the yard. Why are there so many herbs? My second sister is planning to open a clinic in the village. First, she can treat the villagers. Second, she can help supplement the family income. And third, she can protect herself. Lin Wanyan said so. Li Wanyan felt that Lin Wanyan's medical skills might be even better than he thought, and she could even open a clinic. Wanyan is quite capable. Believe me, when you come back next time, you will be a famous doctor in the area. Li Wanyan said with a smile. Did my husband encounter any emergency this time? Lin Wanyan did not indulge in the other party's praise, but felt that Li Wanyan's sudden return was very strange. Hey, the war situation ahead may not be very good. After 3 days of rest, we may have to go to the battlefield. After Li Wanyan finished speaking, the four girls' faces changed. Husband, do we have to go this time? Lin Wanqing's eyes were already wet. She was a kind person, and all her emotions were shown on her face. Of course, if you become a deserter, you will be in trouble. Li Wanyan knew he couldn't run. Husband, don't think too much these days. Just eat and drink well. Well, I bought some pork. You guys can stew it to replenish your body. Mutton is expensive, so he bought pork, which is large in quantity and enough for the whole family. Thank you, husband. You are going to fight, so you should eat more. In the evening, the meal was ready and the family sat together to eat. The third girl's belly was not visible yet because she was just pregnant. I guess the baby would be born by the time I come back next time. After dinner, Xiao Yanzi came to his room, as usual. After all, she was going to the front line, and now she had to feed her master well. Chapter 35. After a night, Li Wanyan came to the yard in a good mood. After training continuously for a month, he did feel a little tired. After a night's rest, he felt refreshed. Next, he carried a backpack and went to the mountains behind, trying to collect more medicinal herbs. After all, Xiao Yanzi was too busy to handle it all by herself. Of course, the villagers would collect them occasionally, but they would not take the initiative to look for medicine. In the next few days, Li Wanyan collected herbs during the day and slept at night, and 3 days passed like this. Finally, on the morning of the day of departure, there was another sumptuous breakfast on the table, and everyone was in a low mood. Don't worry, Xiao Yanzi knows my strength, and I will be fine on the battlefield. Li Wanyan explained. My dear husband, you are not young anymore. The army will not let you fight on the battlefield, right? Lin Wanxian was still a little worried. I have a good relationship with our Lord Yajing, and I am also a sergeant, so I should be able to do some logistical work. Li Wanyan said so, but he knew that they were probably used as cannon fodder. That's good. Lin Wanxian could only deceive herself. Okay, I'm full. I'm going to leave. Li Wanyan still picked up the Mo Dao as a shoulder pole and walked out of the yard carrying his luggage. Husband, let us see you off. Lin Wanxian and a few others followed behind to the village entrance. At this time, many villagers gathered at the entrance, and everyone didn't know that they were about to set off to the front line. Old Li, you are the sergeant. All these people in the village are soldiers under you. You have to bring them back. Li Jiming was very reluctant to leave. He hadn't seen her for a month, and she looked older than him. Don't worry, I will bring it back. Folks, if we are lucky, we will be back during the autumn harvest. This was the only way Li Wanyan could comfort himself. Autumn harvest was one of the biggest things in the local area. Even if there were battles, some manpower would be transferred to ensure a smooth autumn harvest, because only with a smooth autumn harvest would there be food, taxes, and manpower for the next year. Let's go. Li Wanyan urged the young men to leave. This time, the boys did not have the same feeling as the first time they left home. They all felt that they could come back next month. Everyone laughed and joked all the way to the county town, and then came to the camp in the north of the city. Lu Tian held the list and waited for everyone to return. He was relieved to see the people from Lijia village coming back. Lin Yingtai had been in the camp all the time and had not gone anywhere, so as long as the people from Lijia village came back, his mission would be considered a quarter completed. In the past, soldiers often deserted under the pretext of rest. Once a deserter occurred, the sergeant, the lieutenant, and even the team leader would be punished. Okay, there's food in the barracks. No training today, just rest after eating. Lu Tian didn't say much, but pointed to the corn rice that had been prepared in front of the tent. Note that this was dry corn rice, not porridge. Everyone was very happy. They had just had a breakfast and were already very hungry after walking for more than 10 miles, so they began to eat voraciously. Li Wanyan came to Lu Tian with a bowl of rice in his hand and asked, "Sir, have the rest of the team returned?" Zhao Si and Zhang San's teams are all here, but Wang Er's team is missing one person. He is said to have a disabled leg. What should I do? Li Wanyan knew that some people had not returned. They were deserters, and all the leaders under them would be punished. At most it's just 1 month's salary, but Wang Er won't be able to be the sergeant anymore. Lu Tian's face was not in a good state. Compared with the confiscation of salary, the most terrible thing was to be pissed off by his superiors. It would be fine if each escort team was short of people. Li Wanyan said so. That's quite true. Quite a few people were disabled this time. Lu Tian actually hoped that some members of the other escort teams would also be absent, so that he would not appear too different. Chapter 36. The final result was actually similar to what Lu Tian had expected. Basically, more than 10 out of the 500 people did not come back. Some were said to be dead, and some were unable to come because their limbs were disabled. In short, there were reasons, but naturally someone in the army would verify them. So it would be better if these people were disabled, otherwise they would have to be crippled by themselves. But despite this, all grassroots leaders must be punished. Li Wanyan knew that there were not so many accidents. He probably disabled himself. Maybe someone had leaked the information on the front line, which led to many people deciding not to go to the front line this time. Then there's no one to lead Wang Er's group. Li Wanyan said. There is someone. Liningtai is good. He is now Wang Er's sergeant. Lu Tian made this decision before Li Wanyan came back. After all, Liningtai had demonstrated abilities far superior to Wang Er during this month's training, so he didn't have to worry about the sergeant, nor did he have to worry about opposition from his subordinates. Such a good relationship. When Li Wanyan heard this, he thought that Liningtai had become a small leader so quickly, and he would probably be promoted step by step. However, when he was promoted to the level of a captain, he would probably be noticed by the people above him, and then he would have to reveal his identity. He hoped that she would be prepared in advance. By the evening, almost every escort team was short of people. Commander Xiao Zheng summoned the military officers above the rank of escort chief to hold a meeting in the county government office. The atmosphere was very depressing. How many people are missing this time? Xiao Zheng asked his adjutant. Reporting to the commander, a total of 13 people did not return to the team due to disability. There is one person under each guard. After the deputy commander finished speaking, Xiao Zheng's eyes became even colder. Strictly speaking, everyone had to return to the team, but this time there were 13 people missing. Although it was nothing in front of 500 people, it was not considered a successful mission. Bang! Xiao Zheng slapped the table, and the intact hardwood table broke into pieces. The broken wood chips spread all around, and the hearts of the military officers tightened. Humph! Starting from me, I will be paid a monthly salary. If it weren't for the war, you would all be demoted 1 level and receive 30 military sticks. After Xiao Zheng finished speaking, the military officers did not dare to refute. After all, the commander had already been fined a month's salary, so what was there for them to object to? Sir, this is indeed our fault. We should distribute the uniforms as soon as possible and set out tomorrow morning. The deputy commander suggested. No need to wait until tomorrow morning. Set out tonight. And keep an eye on your men. If there are any deserters during the march, kill them on the spot. Understood. Xiao Zheng decided to set out in the middle of the night. This was also a strategy, mainly to prevent his own people from escaping, and also to worry that the departure would be discovered by enemy scouts. Lu Tian came to the camp and woke everyone up. I'll give you a moment. Put on your military uniforms, pack your bags, and set off immediately. Anyone running around will be killed on the spot. Lu Tian's tone was serious this time. Everyone hurriedly put on their worn military uniforms, packed their luggage in the tents of each team. A quarter of an hour later, everyone had finished packing, but the other escort teams were a little slower and not as fast as Lu Tian's team. Everyone also saw Commander Xiao watching everyone from the top of the hill, and he also noticed that Lu Tian's team was getting ready faster. Lu Tian got 2 good seedlings this time. Li Ran, deputy commander of the recruit camp, said to Xiao Zheng. One is Li Wanyan, what about the other one? Xiao Zheng asked. Liningtai, that's the thin man. The deputy commander pointed at Liningtai. He looks like a martial artist. Xiao Zheng himself is a martial artist, and he knew at a glance that Liningtai had practiced martial arts before, but he had no idea of her specific strength. Well, sir, we can set off now. Please give the order. Move out. Move out. Chapter 37. As night fell, The camp began to move towards the front line without alerting the county. Although it was night, there was a moon tonight, and we were walking on the main road, so it didn't matter. However, this group of new recruits looked like they were fleeing. Li Wankai leaned against Li Wanyin as he walked and asked, "Uncle, is there going to be a war?" Li Wankai is not stupid, so he naturally knows that this is not a night training subject, and the direction they are heading to is the northern border. "Yeah, but don't say any more." Li Wanyin didn't plan to say for the time being unless Lu Tian announced the news himself. After walking for an hour, Lu Tian counted the number of people as he walked. Li Wanyin, arrive. Li Wankai, arrive. The sounds of headcount were heard one after another. The total number of people counted in the first round was 486, with one new recruit missing, but he was not Lu Tian's man. However, the order to arrest him fell on Lu Tian. "We have just basically determined the direction that person left through other people, but he deliberately slowed down his speed by peeing, so he fell behind the team. Li Wanyin, take your men and chase them. The rest of you stay and wait." Lu Tian decided to choose Li Wanyin's team as the ones to be arrested. "Yes." Li Wanyin put down his luggage and said, "People from Lijia village, follow me." Li Wanyin called on the young men in the village to follow Lu Tianxiu to make the arrest. The deserter was also stupid and walked back along the mainland. But he could not outrun Li Wanyin and his men. They had practiced long-distance running for a month and soon stopped the enemy. Li Chenghuan knocked him to the ground. Li Wankai stepped forward to hold him down and then tied him up. Lu Tian looked at the new recruit coldly. "Take him away." Then they returned to the team. They had raised torches and surrounded an open space, and the new recruits were led into the center of the open space by Li Wanyin and others. "Commander Xiao Zheng and a group of military officers are here." Xiao Zheng didn't waste any words, just one word: behead. After receiving the order, Lu Tian gave Li Wanyin a look. Li Wanyin didn't want to do it himself, so he looked at the young men from his Lijia village. Everyone's eyes flashed. It's okay to arrest people, but not to kill them. Everyone was afraid. Li Wanyin. Lu Tian called out Li Wanyin's name, and Li Wanyin had no choice but to come to the deserter with the assigned saber in hand. "Please, sir, I don't want to die. Please spare my life. I will never run away again." The recruits' hands were tied, and they could only touch the ground with their heads. Soon their foreheads began to bleed, but no one said anything. "Cut." Xiao Zheng just repeated the word indifferently. Li Wanyin took a look at the man and thought that he was an idiot. When he got to the battlefield, he could have a hope of survival as long as he was smart. Otherwise, he would break his legs before coming here. Now he didn't want to be a soldier, nor did he want to be a useless person, so he could only be a dead person. There is not so much humanity to speak of in this world. Li Wanyin opened his eyes wide and cut the deserter's body with one blow of his knife. The blood splattered onto the new recruit's face, which looked extremely hideous and terrifying under the light of the torch. Set off. Commander Xiao mounted his horse and continued to move forward. As a commander, he had a horse, and so did his deputy commander and the captain. The people below him were not qualified to ride horses, unless they were cavalrymen. Only ordinary soldiers were qualified to ride horses. Chapter 38. No one cared about the body, leaving it to rot on the road. Perhaps officials or kind-hearted people would come to collect it, or perhaps it would be eaten by jackals in the middle of the night. When the army set out this time, no one whispered anymore. Everyone was still immersed in the atmosphere of the beheading that had just happened. The front line is actually not far from Ping'an County. The entire Yuzhou is divided into 7 counties. Yuzhou City itself is on the borderline, only 50 or 60 miles away from here, and can be reached in one night. From the time the sun had just set until dawn, a towering city appeared before everyone's eyes, standing on the plain. Yuzhou City has a population of over 30,000, and there are 10 armies stationed here, totaling about 25,000 people. Lu Tian sighed. "Are you familiar with this place, my lord?" Li Wanyin asked as he walked. "Of course, I spent most of my 3-year military career here." "You have become a Yajing in just 3 years. That's amazing." "At that time, I was thinking of printing and publishing your quotations, but I didn't expect to end up in Yuzhou. But it doesn't matter. There should be a bookstore in Yuzhou." Lu Tian was still feeling emotional, but after hearing what Li Wanyin said, he felt embarrassed again. To be honest, he had only been in the army for 3 years. He became the sergeant not because of his ability, but because his sergeant died, so he became the sergeant. Then the deputy sergeant died, so he became the deputy sergeant. Later, the sergeant died, so he became the sergeant. "Don't worry, we'll make a long-term plan once we get to the city." Lu Tian was really embarrassed. He could not even read a single word and had never thought about publishing a book. 486 new recruits, led by military officers, were waiting outside the city, and there would be special personnel to pick them up inside the city. After a while, the city gate opened and more than a dozen people came out. They came forward to talk to Xiao Zheng. Master Xiao, thank you for your hard work. Fighting for the country is not that hard, but it's not appropriate to pull in new recruits who have only been training for a month, right? Xiao Zheng carried out the military order without any compromise, but that did not mean he understood the order. The first month of training for new recruits was basically adaptation training, and results could only be seen in the second or third month. Yuzhou City has suffered a serious loss of personnel. There are less than 20,000 people out of the 25,000 quota. The number of people sent by Ping'an County is relatively small. Some large counties have to gather 1,000 people. However, Lord Xiao is the first to arrive. I believe that the Lord of the Chamber will be very happy. The visitor explained politely without blushing, and Xiao Zheng didn't say much either. Although he had been on guard duty in the rear recently, he had heard that there had been heavy losses in recent battles and that he had to replenish his troops. Okay, can we go into the city now? Okay, let's go into the city. The place has been vacated. The next step is for Lord Xiao to discuss it with the military commander. The military chief that the visitor was talking about is the army chief, also called the army commander, and the wing chief is the wing chief, also called the wing commander. Into the city. At Xiao Zheng's command, everyone started to enter the city. Compared to these new recruits, the soldiers guarding the city gate had sharp eyes and were obviously veterans who had experienced many battles. Yuzhou City is much larger than expected. It is a big city with a population of 30,000 and is extremely bustling. Li Wanyan noticed that the pedestrians here glowed more frequently, and they were obviously quite rich. This is the result of years of war. At its peak, the civilian population here exceeded 50,000. Lu Tian introduced them to Li Wanyan and others. But in Li Wanyan's memory, after the Khitans rose completely in his previous life, Yuzhou City, as the Nanjing of the Liao dynasty, had a population of about 300,000. Now it has a population of 30,000, which is only 1/10 of its peak period. We have everything here, Li Wanyan said with emotion. He found that there were many resources in the store, including fur products from the northern grasslands, local specialties, and tea from the south. Of course, even though we are at war with the Khitans, trade must continue. After Lu Tian finished speaking, he looked at Li Wanyan. He originally wanted to hear Li Wanyan's questions, but Li Wanyan did not ask more, because this situation seemed too normal to Li Wanyan. The reason why the two places had to fight was nothing more than to obtain resources that they did not have. They could be obtained through war or trade, so he was not surprised. However, this behavior was not a good thing in the eyes of the imperial court, as it was suspected of using war to support war. Chapter 39. We're here. This is our camp. Lu Tian pointed to an alley. It was empty, but it was a residential area. Obviously, people lived here before, but now it is no longer inhabited for various reasons. Instead, it has become a military camp. Only 500 people live here. Li Wanyan said. No, it's for 2,500 people. There aren't many rooms in the alley, and on average a village has 100 people living in it. There are less than 30 houses for 2,500 people. Live in a military unit? Li Wanyan asked. Of course, they are all new recruits, and the one leading us is the new military commander. Lu Tian said so. How many of this army's new recruits can survive? Li Wanyan asked. I know. Except for us officers, most of them are new. But you don't have to worry. You won't be sent to the battlefield right away. You must observe 1 or 2 battles before you can go to the battlefield. Lu Tian tried his best to comfort her. I'm not afraid. I'm worried that the heroic Lord Lu will be dragged down by us. Li Wanyan's angle of flattery is always refreshing, and Lu Tian is in a good mood. You go and rest first. I will treat you sergeants to a good meal tonight. Hey, we should treat you. No, I'm treating you tonight, and I'll need your cooperation in the future. After Lu Tian finished speaking, he turned and left. He must have been going to a meeting. Li Wanyan brought his subordinates to a yard where a team of about 100 people lived. The space was a bit crowded, but there was no other way. It was much better than living in tents. Li Wanyan chose a clean south-facing room and settled everyone from Lijia village here. Afterwards, several sergeants gathered in the yard. Sergeant Li, I wonder what it felt like to cut someone last night. Zhang San was very curious. If he had taken action at that time, he would definitely not have dared to do it. Yeah, just one cut. I've only killed pigs at home. Zhao Si also admired him very much. He's killed people before. Lin Yingtai said so. Zhang San and Zhao Si's faces changed. Could it be that Li Wanyan was a murderer? Killed bandits. Li Wanyan had to add one more sentence. I see. When we get to the battlefield, we will need Sergeant Li's support. After all, We are from the same county. Zhang San had a big smile on his face. He was really impressed last night. He was afraid that he would get dizzy when he saw blood on the battlefield. Yes, we are all from the same hometown. Mr. Zhao Si was very polite. Wang Er saw a few sergeants talking to each other in the distance and felt uncomfortable. After all, he should be chatting and laughing with everyone. But now he was just a private. It was morning when they arrived, and it was also breakfast time. The army's fire troop began to serve meals. They directly distributed the rice buckets to each house. The house where Li Wanyan lived also received a bucket of rice, and it was dry rice. Seeing this dry rice, everyone no longer thought of good things. After all, they had eaten dry rice yesterday and set off on the same day. Li Wanyan also knew that there would probably be a war in the next few days. Normally, soldiers would be given dry meals a few days before the battle so that they would have the strength to fight. However, what's the point of not eating the food? After all, we still have to fight even if we don't eat. Each person was given a bowl of corn rice, and after eating, no one dared to run around, for fear of being killed as a deserter. Everyone kept waiting from morning to afternoon, and Lu Tian finally came back, without saying anything else. We will start the curfew at 10 p.m. Let's go to the tavern now. Good. Chapter 40. Several sergeants followed Lu Tian out of the alley. Outside, they actually saw many soldiers walking around the streets, and they didn't look like they were on patrol. Lord Lu, can we walk around the city on weekdays? Li Wanyan asked. Of course you can, but you are not allowed to leave the city. You can walk freely in the city, but only during military training and fighting. You are also not allowed to walk around after the curfew at 12 p.m. Violators will be punished with a military stick. Lu Tian explained. Thank you for clearing up my confusion. Li Wanyan felt that this was more relaxed than the training for new recruits, when they were not allowed to enter Ping'an County. After a while, they arrived at the tavern. There were taverns everywhere. There were local people and soldiers eating there, but the number of soldiers was obviously greater. It was obvious that this was the soldiers' favorite place to visit. Oh, Lord Lu is here. How many people are there? When the waiter saw an acquaintance coming, he immediately stepped forward to greet him. There are 5 of us in total. Do you have a private room? Oh, what a coincidence. The private room is already booked, but there is a window seat on the 2nd floor. Okay, then sit by the window. Lu Tian was not entangled. So everyone went to the 2nd floor and came to a seat by the window. In fact, the location was quite good. You can see the surrounding streets. In addition, the sun was setting, so the scenery was pretty good. What would you like to eat, my lords? What about you? Lu Tian looked at everyone. Master Lu, your taste is our taste. We are not picky. After Li Wanyan said this, Zhang San and Zhao Si, who were about to order food, shut up immediately. At this time, they also felt that Li Wanyan was really good at talking. Let's do the same as when my colleagues and I came here. Bring us 2 more bottles of wine. Hurry up. Well, wait a moment. It will be ready soon. Everyone was looking at the scenery and chatting, feeling good. But after a while, they heard footsteps at the stairs. However, it did not sound like the waiter's voice, because the footsteps were short but steady. There is a table here. How can you say there is no table? A group of people rushed up. The leader was wearing the same uniform as Lu Tian. The others also had swords on their waists and looked murderous. Mr. Wang, everything should be sorted on a first-come, first-served basis, right? Lu Tian was in a good mood, but when this person came, he instantly became unhappy. I joined the army before you, so this table is mine. Wang Li took a tough stance. You only joined the army 3 days earlier than me. I would have thought you joined the army 3 years earlier than me. Lu Tian also made sarcastic remarks. Haha, 3 days early is still early. We're going to reserve this table today. You and your new recruits can get out of here. Wang Li said in a tough tone. Lu Tian was extremely furious at this time. How could he tolerate this person insulting him in front of the new recruits? Damn it, do we have to fight? Lu Tian slammed the table and stood up. The waiter had gone somewhere, and no one came to stop the fight. Most of the other guests were soldiers, and they watched the show with great interest. Let's fight. But how do you want us to fight? Should we fight between the 2 of us, or should we fight together, or one by one? After Wang Li finished speaking, the people behind him rolled up their sleeves. No one used a knife because it would offend the warlords, but there were no restrictions on using fists and feet. They are open for business, so we shouldn't waste their time. So, how about this? You and I each send one person to fight. The winner sits down to eat. The loser gets out. How about that? Lu Tian asked. Okay, I'll do as you say, but don't blame us if you lose. Wang Li was very happy, but the happiest person was Lu Tian, because he knew very well how powerful Li Wanyan was. Chapter 41. I am Lu, and my words are my bond. We can't fight here, so let's fight on the 1st floor. Lu Tian knew the abilities of Wang Li and his group, and he knew Li Wanyan's strength even more. This guy couldn't even run 6 miles without taking a breath. Ordinary people don't really have many skills in a fight. It's just a competition of strength. Of course, war is another situation. Obviously, this time it's not a fight of life and death. Good. After reaching downstairs, everyone gathered around. Because there was a central hall connecting the first and second floors, people on the second floor could also see what was happening on the first floor. The store owner was not surprised at all, and even cleared out a large open space for both sides to perform, and even drew a standing circle. Some soldiers who were drinking were also very interested and looked forward to a fight. Admit defeat, or the one who steps out of the circle loses. Is there anything wrong with that? Wang Li asked. I have no objection. Okay then, Chen Xiao. 10,000 years. The two were called by their superiors and came to the open space in the middle. Li Wanyan caught up with Chen Xiao, a man with a sturdy build and a freshly healed scar on his face, which was obviously left from a recent battle. It also proved that the other party had faced a life-and-death fight. The person who left the scar on his face was probably dead. Don't worry, everyone can place some bets. After Wang Li said this, everyone nodded, and then started to set up the dealer and open the market and place bets. Haha, I bet 3 or 2, and Chen Xiao will win. Wang Li directly took out 3 taels of silver to show his confidence. 3 taels of silver is a lot of money. It is the salary of a yajing for 3 months. Under normal circumstances, a soldier's salary is only 501, and the same is true for a sergeant. When you reach the level of yajing, the salary reaches 1 tael of silver per month, the captain gets 2 taels, and the head of the squad gets 5 taels of silver. Therefore, 3 taels of silver was already Wang Li's salary for 3 months. Li Wanyan still had 5 taels of silver on him, and after thinking about it, he took it all out. Haha, I bet 3 taels on Li Wanyan to win. Naturally, Lu Tian couldn't be timid, so he also took out 3 taels of silver. Then, Zhang San and Zhao Si also placed bets, but they could only bet 2 or 300 coins. They couldn't afford more than that. Those who came to join the army had no money, otherwise why would they join the army? Sir, I want to bet on myself to win. Li Wanyan directly took out 5 taels of silver, which scared Lu Tian silly. My dear brother, don't act on impulse. Lu Tian reminded in a low voice that it was just a table and a new recruit didn't need to make such a big deal. Master Lu, do you have any silver left? Lend me some. Li Wanyan just wanted to bet on himself winning. I don't have much left. I still have 1 or 2 ounces. I was planning to treat you guys to a meal. Li Wanyan didn't mind Lu Tian saying this. Thank you very much, sir. We'll split the winnings in half. Lu Tian still wanted to refuse, but the silver was already in Li Wanyan's hands, and he was embarrassed to ask for it back. Then, he called Zhao Zhangsan and Zhao Si, but the two hesitated and said they had no money. Li Wanyan knew that there must be some money left, but he could understand why she didn't want to take it out, so he went to Lin Yingtai. Brother Yingtai, lend me some. Li Wanyan knew that this guy was rich. He had carried 2 large silver lumps with him before. Because of his 20 zhang treasure hunt, he could see everyone's money. Lin Yingtai was the richest woman among the 5 of them. I don't have much money. Lin Yingtai didn't want to borrow too much either. Lend me 10 taels, and I'll give you half if you win. Chapter 42. After Li Wanyan finished speaking, Lin Yingtai glanced at him and said, Do you know that I have money? Stop talking nonsense. Based on our relationship, do you want to lend it to me or not? Li Wanyan began to use moral blackmail, and Lin Yingtai couldn't save face, so she took out 10 taels of silver. I bet 21 taels. I wonder if Lord Wang will follow suit. Li Wanyan played a bigger game this time, which made Wang Li next to him feel embarrassed. Although he knew his people would win, he bet too little as the other person bet 7 times as much as he did. He then put all the 10 taels of silver he had on him, but he only bet 13 taels, 8 taels less than Li Wanyan. Lend me some, I'll give it back to you. Wang Li also knew that his men would not dare to play too big, but it was different if he borrowed and repaid. At least he promised to repay the principal. So several people pulled together another 9 taels of silver, a total of 22 taels, to bet against Li Wanyan's 21 taels of silver. Others followed suit and placed bets, but 90% of them bet on Li Wanyan to lose, and only 10% bet on Li Wanyan to win. And these people totaled no more than 5 people, namely Lu Tian and a few others. This also means that once Li Wanyan wins, he will earn 189 taels in one go. Of course, this is only theoretical. In fact, not many people placed bets on Chen Xiao to win, and the total amount was less than 100 taels, so the money Li Wanyan earned would probably not exceed 100 taels. Okay, let's get started now. Let's get started. Lu Tian also knew that the arrow was on the string, and he had to shoot it. No matter what the result, he had to fight. So, Li Wanyan and Chen Chao stood among the crowd, waiting for the competition to begin. Start. With the order from Wang Li and Lu Tian, the battle started instantly. Chen Chao would not give in just because Li Wanyan was a new recruit, but took the initiative to attack. In Li Wanyan's eyes, Chen Chao's speed was not fast, and he just stood there, making others anxious. Quick! Lu Tian knew that something bad was going to happen, but Li Wanyan was not in a hurry. When the opponent was about to get close, he turned sideways to avoid the opponent's fist, then used the opponent's force to counter him and gave a light push. Chen Chao staggered and pounced forward. The circle itself is not big, and it is possible to go out of it in a few steps. Chen Chao was not prepared enough and fell directly outside the circle. During the whole process, neither of them really fought against each other. But according to the rules, Li Wanyan won. Haha, good. Lu Tian was so excited that he almost jumped up. Lu Tian bet 3 taels himself, so theoretically he could earn up to 27 taels. Even if he was unlucky, he could almost double it. It was equivalent to 3 months' salary. Lu Tian thought that the matter was over, but Wang Li was also very angry when he saw his money wasted. This game doesn't count. Let's play another one if you can. Lu Tian was a man who would stop when he saw that things were going well, so he refused directly. We agreed that we'll decide the outcome in 1 round, so that's 1 round. This guy is just showing off. It's not his real ability. If you have the guts, let's compete again and place new bets. Wang Li was very angry. He knew that Chen Chao was careless, otherwise he would definitely win. Master Wang, it's no use telling me. The dining table is already ours. What can I compare myself to you? Lu Tian had already achieved his goal, so he didn't want to continue to tangle with Wang Li. But Li Wanyan saw that there was a golden glow inside Wang Li's clothes on his chest, and it was much brighter than ordinary silver, so it must be a good thing. Your name is Li Wanyan, right? I'm going to bet with you. Wang Li wants to play another game with Li Wanyan. But I am no match for you, sir, so I won't compete with you. Li Wanyan showed weakness directly, and then began to collect his own bets and winnings, no more, no less. Exactly 90 taels, making more than 4 times the profit. Lu Wanyan got 15 taels of profit, of which nearly 12 taels were his own bets, and the other 2 taels were dividends returned by Li Wanyan. Or compete with Chen Chao, do you dare? Wang Li has already started to talk to Li Wanyan, ignoring Lu Tian. Does your excellency have money? Just now you asked to borrow money. If you don't have money, I won't gamble. After Li Wanyan finished speaking, Wang Li hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and took out a lump of gold from his arms. Chapter 43. 2 taels of gold is at least equivalent to 20 taels of silver. In fact, it is worth more. But I will calculate it based on 20 taels of silver. Do you dare to bet? Li Wanyan was a little hesitant. At this time, Wang Li kept muttering in his heart, hoping that Li Wanyan would agree. 10,000 years, be careful. Lu Tian felt that the current situation was already very good. Although he had confidence in Li Wanyan, he also needed to quit while he was ahead. After all, luck played a role. He still understood Chen Chao. He had a quick reaction in combat. He suffered a loss just now because he was too careless. He would definitely not make the same mistake the second time. Haha, then I'll buy 40 taels too. Li Wanyan directly doubled the bet, which made Lu Tian instantly angry. He thought he was trying to force him. Sir, let's begin. Li Wanyan deliberately showed a sarcastic look, which made Lu Tian instantly unable to sit still. Come here, bring me the iron pagoda I seized on the battlefield. When Wang Li said this, the soldiers watching were shocked. Is it so late? Master Wang, don't. Chen Chao on the side was also nervous, not because he was sorry for the money, but because it was their honor. A set of iron pagoda cost 100 taels, which was more expensive than the Ming Guang armor. In order to seize this set of armor, 7 of their brothers died. You know, it took more than a dozen people fighting one person, and eventually 10 of them died and 3 were seriously injured to seize this set of armor. Naturally, its value is needless to say. At that time, Wang Li was promoted from deputy to full-time due to this achievement and became the current Lord Yajing. The few of them who survived were promoted to sergeants. This set of iron pagoda is a symbol of honor for everyone, but now it belongs to Wang Li. Li Wanyan also knew about the iron pagoda, which was a set of armor recently developed by the Khitans. There were only 100 or 200 sets in total, so it was a great honor to capture one of them. Yes, sir, please be careful. Others also advised him that although they felt that the chances of winning the next game were very high, they did not want to put their own honor at stake. This is an order. Execute it. Wang Li had a stern face and a tough attitude. So, except for Chen Chao, everyone else went back, because the armor was very heavy and one person could not carry it quickly. So the four of them went back to move the armor. Everyone just waited here, and it didn't take much time. Soon, the four men arrived, one holding a helmet, one holding a skirt armor, and the remaining two arms each holding one. This is the Iron Pagoda, the armor of the Khitan cavalry. There was originally a set of horse armor, and the armor for the human body made up the entire Iron Pagoda. Even if it was only the armor of the cavalry, it weighed 80 kilograms. 1 kilogram is more than one tael of silver. It is invulnerable to swords and spears. Wearing this set of armor, and knowing a little about boxing and kicking, it is not a problem for one to fight 100. So I bet on all of them. What about you? After Wang Li finished speaking, Li Wanyan's eyes were full of stars. The Ming Guang armor was good, but without a head, and his level was not high enough, so it would be too eye-catching to wear the Ming Guang armor rashly. It was just like a young man who had just joined the company in his previous life, wearing an executive jacket during the probation period. It was too pretentious. However, this Iron Pagoda was originally designed for soldiers to wear. As long as it is slightly modified and marked to distinguish between friend and foe, it can be worn by oneself. Moreover, this thing would not be used on a large scale until several decades later, and it was not produced in large quantities until the rise of the Jin dynasty. There are very few of them left in the world now, but if a cavalryman was equipped with a complete set of Iron Pagoda, he could charge into a team of 100 people alone. If a cavalry team is composed of 10 Iron Pagodas, they will dare to directly attack the infantry battalion. If it is a cavalry team composed of 100 Iron Pagodas, they can directly attack an army and even defeat it by force, and it has already happened. If it is an Iron Pagoda with a scale of 1,000 people, it can directly destroy the army of one side. If the scale is tens of thousands, then the country can be destroyed. Okay, I'll go all in. Chapter 44. Li Wanyan bet all his remaining silver, and the value of both parties was basically equal. In view of this, Lu Tian also felt that he was playing too big, even bigger than the previous one, and the chances of winning this time were obviously not as high as the previous one. Brother Wanyan, this is too big, Lu Tian said in a low voice, and Zhang Xin also advised him kindly. Brother Wanyan, please consider your age. Everyone thought that Li Wanyan was almost 40 years old, and Chun Chao was in his 20s, so they were no match for the young man. But if Zhang San knew that Li Wanyan was over 50 years old, he would probably be shocked. It doesn't matter. At worst we won't win or lose. Li Wanyan's relaxed attitude left people puzzled. Well, Chun Chao, if you win this time, I will nominate you as the vice president. Wang Li also invested a lot of money. Their deputy chief escort died in battle not long ago. Now the sergeants under him are all eyeing this position. Moreover, the deputy chief escort's income is 70% of that of the chief escort. Naturally, Chun Chao was extremely excited. Don't worry, sir. I won't be careless this time. Chun Chao was also quite excited, and then the two of them entered the battle circle again. At this moment, all the soldiers in the audience dared not blink, for fear of missing the wonderful moment. Chun Chao took the initiative this time, but was obviously a bit conservative. He wanted to test Li Wanyan's strength. This time, Li Wanyan did not stand still, but moved around and fought with the opponent. Chun Chao just put his hand on Li Wanyan's body, but Li Wanyan dodged and escaped directly, very slippery. Chun Chao was very cautious and took steady steps, not giving Li Wanyan any chance. The place was not big, and Chun Chao advanced cautiously, so Li Wanyan was soon forced to the edge of the area. As long as the opponent punched or kicked him, he would be out of the circle and lose. But Li Wanyan always found a chance to slip away, causing Chun Chao to be exhausted. After all, he couldn't lose, and he was under a lot of pressure. Chun Chao decided to give up the conservative attack method and suddenly started to sweep his legs, leaving Li Wanyan no room to escape. Just when Chun Chao pushed Li Wanyan to the edge again, Li Wanyan grabbed Chun Chao's leg. However, this did not mean that Chun Chao was going to lose. As long as Chun Chao kicked with his other foot, Li Wanyan would be seriously injured if not killed. But the result was that Li Wanyan grabbed Chun Chao's feet and started spinning directly. Because of the centrifugal force, Chun Chao was unable to exert any force with his legs. Go! Li Wanyan shouted, and threw Chun Chao out of the door and rolled to the ground. Everyone was stunned when seeing this scene. If Li Wanyan relied on luck just now, then he shouldn't have such good luck for 2 times in a row. Haha, I won. Thank you for the gift, Lord Wang. Li Wanyan happily put away the silver. He won more money the second time because he was the only one who bet on himself and no one else. In other words, he was the only winner. Not counting the armor, the gold and silver exceeded 100 taels. If the armor was included, he won several hundred taels this time. Of course, What Li Wanyan values most is this set of armor, which cannot be bought with money. Li Wanyan was happy, but Wang Li and others were about to explode. Secondly, the others who lost money were also in a bad mood. Li Wanyan clasped his fists and said, "Brothers, I will give everyone present today a pot of corn wine. I hope you will not despise me." Each person had a small pot of muddy wine, and there were only about 100 people in the tavern, so the total cost was only 30 taels of silver. After all, corn muddy wine was not very expensive. Apart from a little bit of alcohol, there was nothing worth mentioning. Glorious. Brother Li is so cool. Those who originally had some resentment towards Li Wanyan suddenly felt that Li Wanyan was a very good person. Chapter 45. Li Wanyan spent 30 taels of silver in one go, which was equivalent to the annual income of several families. This was really a big deal, but it also appeased the soldiers who had suffered losses. After seeing this situation, Wang Li was too embarrassed to stay here and just took his people away. "Lao Li, I love you so much." Lu Tian hugged Li Wanyan, and Zhang San and others also joined in, lifted him up and threw him into the air. After a while of commotion, everyone went back upstairs. At this time, the waiter had already served the food and wine. Although they fought for a long time, no time was wasted. "Come, let's toast to Brother Wanyan." Lu Tian took the initiative to raise his glass, and the soldiers upstairs and downstairs also raised their glasses. Of course, the happiest person was the store owner, because he sold more wine today. Cheers. Li Wanyan also raised his glass in return, and then everyone started eating as normal. "Old Li, you are really good." Lu Tian had previously heard from his superiors that Li Wanyan had killed someone, and now it seems that this was not a lie. The main reason is that they underestimated the enemy. Li Wanyan was not so proud when he was not drunk, otherwise he would seem too arrogant. No. Chen Xiao's second battle was obviously steady and cautious, but he still failed. This shows that your skills are at least as good as this veteran. This is crucial for your survival on the battlefield. Lu Tian waved his hands and insisted on his own idea. "Then Sir Lu, I'm curious, how will our new soldiers survive on the battlefield?" Li Wanyan had to be clear about what was going on. After all, the lives of a dozen young men in Lijiao village were in his hands. He was the elder of these people, and he should bring them back safely. To be honest, after 1 year, less than half of the recruits survived, and you didn't have enough training time. Lu Tian did not continue speaking, but he had clearly told several people that most of them would not survive, which made Zhang San and Zhao Si extremely nervous. Lu Tian was also watching the performance of several people and found that except for Li Wanyan, who was in a good mood, Lin Yingtai was also very quiet and did not seem to be afraid. "Sir, I see we are having dry food this morning. Are we going to the battlefield right away?" Li Wanyan asked. Lu Tian looked at Li Wanyan deeply and said, "You are very smart. It is true. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be some movement in the next 2 or 3 days. But I can't tell you the details." Everyone felt heavy-hearted after hearing the news. They had just been released to Yuzhou City, and now they were facing a battle. It was really hard to accept. "Sir, I hope you will take good care of me in the future." Zhang San also raised his glass to toast, hoping that the other party would give him more support. Okay. You are all my soldiers, so I will naturally protect you. But there are too many people here right now. After we go back, I will tell you how to survive on the battlefield." Lu Tian really didn't want to see everyone die, and he also had a certain degree of confidence, especially after seeing Li Wanyan. He felt that the soldiers he was escorting might have the highest survival rate. They kept drinking until the hour of you, when they finished, and then staggered towards the base. This time there were still a lot of dishes left unfinished, so they recooked a few dishes and added a few jugs of wine, which they packed up and brought back to share with other brothers. Chapter 46. However, they had more than 40 people in custody, which was already overstaffed, and this amount of food could only satisfy everyone's cravings. "My lords, we're still saving dinner." Li Wankai saw that they had gone to drink, and since no one rationed the corn rice, it would be a waste if they didn't eat it, so he left some rice for them. "We are full, and we bought some food. Let all the All-in brothers come and have some. Everyone, come out quickly. The adults are back from the tavern with food." After Lu Tian finished speaking, Li Wankai went in to call for help. About 40 farmers came following the smell. Everyone was trying to survive in the village and couldn't even get enough food, so they didn't have much fat in their stomachs. Now, eating the food in the tavern could give them some strength. Li Wanyan knew that some of the people here would probably not survive more than 3 days, so he spent a few taels of silver to bring back some wine and food. Let me tell you, today's wine and food were bought by Sergeant Li. Let's all give him a toast. Lu Tian did not take any credit for the favor, so the favor fell on Li Wanyan. A toast to Corporal Li. Everyone raised their glasses. Li Wanyan also drank a glass, and then said, "I'm full a long time ago. Everyone, take your time eating. I need to wash up." Li Wanyan actually didn't want to wash up, but to wash his body and then try out the iron pagoda. After simply wiping his body, he put on the iron pagoda, which weighed 80 kilograms, but he didn't feel it was very heavy. But wearing combat uniform and wielding the Mo Dao was somewhat strenuous, because it was equivalent to fighting with a weight of 130 kilograms on the body. Although he had the combat power of 6 adults, carrying a weight of 20 kilograms for an ordinary person would reduce his reaction speed and consume a lot of physical energy when running or fighting vigorously. Therefore, he wore 130 kilograms of weight on his body, which was similar to Li Wankai carrying more than 20 kilograms to fight the enemy. Not only did he fail to gain an advantage, but he was at a disadvantage. Therefore, it is best to run on horseback to save some energy. If it is an infantry armor, it is estimated that the weight should be slightly reduced. After all, walking in the early stage is very physically demanding. Of course, they were an infantry battalion and had no horses, so he put them away for the time being and would use them when he was stronger. After putting it on, he immediately took it off, wrapped it in cloth, and placed it on his bed. There is also a set of Mingguang armor, but it does not have a helmet and is relatively light. If it is your first time going into battle, you should wear the Mingguang armor to get used to it. It can provide sufficient protection while also being able to kill the enemy. After everyone finished their meal, the others planned to go back to their rooms to rest. "Brother Ingtai, come to my room to sleep tonight?" Li Wanyan said so, and Lin Ingtai said directly, "My subordinates and I will share a room." "Master Lu, how about this? We sleep in the same room." Li Wanyan has his own countermeasures. Because they had 4 large rooms, with 4 squads living in them, there were 2 ways of sleeping. One was for the squad leader and the chief to live in one room, and the others to live in the other 3 rooms. Or, each squad leader could lead their own people to live in one room, and the chief would then sleep in one of the 4 rooms. Of course, this was not a good idea for Yashing. After all, he was living with 4 sergeants, and there were only 5 people in a room, which was relatively spacious. "You've thought it through well. Let's just decide. Please vacate the room you're in." After Lu Tian finished speaking, the people in Lijiao village had to move out of Li Wanyan's room and move to other rooms. At this time, Li Wanyan looked at Lin Ingtai with a smug look on his face, as if saying, "You still have to sleep with me tonight." Chapter 47. The room has a brick bed, which can hold more than 10 people. Now there are only 5 people, so it is very spacious. Lin Ingtai took the initiative to sleep in the corner, so Li Wanyan put his luggage next to her, insisting on sleeping next to Lin Ingtai. Lin Ingtai did not refuse. Compared to Zhang San and Zhao Si who leaned on her, she was more used to Li Wanyan's taste. After all, she had been sleeping next to Li Wanyan for the past month. Li Wanyan also liked to be close to Lin Ingtai because she had a good smell. You know, in the tent full of the smell of big feet, Lin Ingtai's body was his last paradise. There were no lights at that time, and oil for oil lamps was a scarce commodity, so everyone slept in the dark. "Brother Ingtai, you don't seem to be very talkative today," Li Wanyan whispered behind Lin Ingtai's ear, and the itchy feeling made Lin Ingtai uncomfortable. "If you can't sleep, go outside and get some fresh air." Lin Ingtai responded directly in a low voice. "Brother Ingtai, is that coming?" Li Wanyan had spoken in a very low voice, but Lin Ingtai still pinched his thigh. He quickly moved away in pain. Li Wanyan was basically certain that Lin Ingtai had her period, so he did not dare to get too close to her for fear that she would get angry. Fortunately, it is now April in the lunar calendar. Although the climate in the north is still very cold, this is indoors, so Lin Ingtai will not feel very cold. After marching all night, everyone was indeed tired, so they went to bed and fell asleep soon. Only Lin Ingtai couldn't sleep. The dull pain in her abdomen made her sleep uneasily. It was not until midnight that Li Wanyan's big hand touched her and placed his hot palm on her lower abdomen. Only then did she feel better and slept until dawn. After Li Wanyan woke up, he found that Lin Ingtai was completely wrapped by him, so he quickly let her go, and he noticed that Lin Ingtai's ears were red. Li Wanyan pretended to wake up, put on his clothes, and walked out of the room. The yard was quite big, so he practiced boxing right there. After 1 set of boxing, his whole body was warm, and then he continued to practice the remaining 8 sets. The others also woke up and just watched Li Wanyan boxing for fun. It was not until Li Wanyan threw a punch and the air exploded that these people realized that Li Wanyan had real skills. "Uncle, can you teach us?" Li Wankai was very curious and wanted to learn, and so did the others who saw it. Li Wanyan looked at Lin Ingtai who was standing aside, and the other party walked aside, meaning it's up to you. "Okay, everyone line up." Li Wanyan was generous with his advice. After all, Everyone's strength had improved, and their own safety was guaranteed. Everyone also made preparations as required. Watch my movements. I will only teach you 7 times today. The rest is up to you to figure out on your own. Li Wanyan still has to learn swordsmanship next, so naturally he won't waste too much time on the new recruits. I finished practicing it 7 times very quickly. I couldn't remember all the moves, but I remembered some of them. Old Li, where did you learn this boxing technique? It seems to be quite good. Lu Tian is not a martial artist, nor does he know internal or external skills, but he has seen the adults above use hard qigong, which is indeed amazing. Unfortunately, Yajing was a very grassroots military officer who could barely make a living, and practicing martial arts requires a lot of resources, so he was not taught hard qigong. However, when it comes to the level of captain, basically everyone will learn it, because the next step is to prepare for promotion to a dutu, because one of the criteria for a dutu is to know external skills. Therefore, most people stop at the captain level. Your Excellency, this is a set of exercises that my father taught me. It's just that my family was poor in the past few years, so I didn't practice it much. This technique is quite good. It requires years of practice to be effective. Chapter 48. Your Excellency is right. Generally, it takes months and years of practice to make some progress. Usually, it's just a matter of stretching your muscles. Li Wanyan did not tell them that he had gained the strength of an adult in 3 days, for fear of scaring them. However, he had not made any progress for more than a month, so he must have hit a bottleneck. He guessed that there were different realms in the martial arts world, and he did not know which realm he was in, so he would go find Lin Yingtai to ask later. Practice well. I have a morning meeting to attend. Lu Tian had no interest in martial arts. He knew that this was the limit for him, because if he wanted to advance to a higher level, he not only had to master martial arts, but also had to be able to read and write. Neither of them could be lacking. So, he simply gave up on both. Li Wanyan came into the room and found that the man's face was a little pale. Does it still hurt? Li Wanyan cares about. If you have something to say, then you can fart. Lin Yingtai was almost like someone who had eaten gunpowder. I want to know what level my martial arts level is. Li Wanyan asked curiously. You are almost at the beginning, in the early stage of the leather refining realm. Leather refining? Li Wanyan had never heard of this thing, and suddenly felt that all the books he had read before were in vain. The martial arts realm is divided into skin refining, bone refining, and blood refining, also known as the copper skin, iron bones, and boiling blood realm. You are probably still in the early stage of the skin refining realm. Lin Yingtai explained. How can I break through this leather refining realm? Li Wanyan asked again. Eat well, drink well, practice boxing, and do some striking training every day, and strengthen your skin. When you reach the copper skin realm, ordinary blades will hardly scratch your bones through your clothes. When you reach the iron bone realm, it's like you're wearing a layer of armor, just like the iron pagoda and bright light armor you obtained. Ordinary bows and arrows will hardly cause effective damage to you. What if it's the boiling blood realm? Boiling blood realm? That's a good idea. In the boiling blood realm, you wear an iron pagoda and run 100 miles in a day and night. At this time, your blood is like boiling water, constantly providing you with endurance. So powerful. I wonder what realm Brother Yingtai is in. Is he in the iron bone realm? Li Wanyan asked curiously. If I were in the iron bone realm, how could those people hurt me? Lin Yingtai said so. Then you are in the late stage of the leather refining realm? Li Wanyan tried to ask. Lin should not refute. Li Wanyan nodded. When he saw this woman, he found that her injuries were actually very serious, and she suffered internal injuries. If she had not had a martial arts realm, she would have died long ago. Hee, I hope Brother Yingtai will take good care of me in the future. Li Wanyan didn't want to die, so he could only try his best to curry favor with this person. Don't worry, if your skin is as thick as your face, you will definitely be able to become a marquis or a prime minister. Lin Yingtai was still sarcastic, but Li Wanyan didn't mind. He already knew the method of refining the skin, so he might as well try it repeatedly. Then he came to the yard, where there was a locust tree that was hugged by a person. He took off his shirt, revealing his relatively fair upper body. After all, he was also a scholar back then. He started to hit the locust tree with his back, and everyone just watched. After all, who would torture themselves for no reason? The collision lasted for half an hour, and his skin turned red, then it stopped. But when he saw Lin Yingtai heading towards the toilet, he hurriedly came to the room, tore a strip of cloth from the clothes he brought, and then went towards the toilet. Chapter 49. The toilet was in a corner of the yard, with only a wall and no door, just like the rural toilet he used to use when he was a child. If he heard someone approaching, his children would cough to remind them. Ahem. Lin Yingtai coughed twice to indicate that she was going to the toilet, but Li Wanyan continued to approach. Ahem. Lin Yingtai continued to cough loudly, but Li Wanyin continued to move closer and was almost around the wall. Cough, 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 cough. Lin Yingtai was about to cough up his lungs, but Li Wanyin kept moving closer until he saw a figure appear in front of him. Lin Yingtai really couldn't hold it anymore and pulled up her pants. I'll kill you. Lin Yingtai gritted his teeth, lowered his voice and roared, his eyes full of anger. You're having your period? I've prepared some clean cloth for you. Li Wanyin's eyes were pure at this moment, without a trace of distracting thoughts, which made Lin Yingtai not know whether to be angry or moved. Seeing that Lin Yingtai was about to cry, Li Wanyin quickly put the cloth on her shoulders and then withdrew. It was just time for lunch, and he had just eaten dry food in the morning. Li Wanyin knew that there would be a fierce battle next. After a while, Lin Ying came over, washed his hands, and started eating, as if nothing had happened just now. Li Wanyin couldn't help but admire this man's ability to manage his emotions. After dinner, they had nothing else to do but practice the combined attack technique, because several sergeants knew that they would have to take part in the battle, and there was almost no change in training their individual abilities at this time, so they could only practice the combined attack technique. It was not until noon that Lu Tian came back. Master Lu, I saved the food for you. No, I've already eaten. Come here, I want to hold a meeting with you. Lu Tian looked solemn. Li Wanyin knew that the morning meeting was about some plans and deployments for the war. When they arrived at the room, they closed the door. Lu Tian came to the table, dipped his fingers in the tea, and gestured on the table. We are in Yuzhou City. A few dozen miles ahead is Badaling, where a city wall has been built. Now a part of Badaling, about 4 miles of the city wall, has been captured. There is an army on each side of the occupied area, and another army is stationed at the foot of Badaling. As a result, the Khitan cannot smoothly enter the plains near Yuzhou, but it is already very dangerous, so the plan is to reoccupy this gap. But now it's equivalent to the other side occupying the advantageous terrain, which has led to our recent heavy casualties, right? Li Wanyin asked. Yes, there have been nearly 10,000 casualties recently, and about 20 battalions of troops have been lost. We only have 200 battalions in total. It may not seem like a lot, but the 3 armies in front have 15 battalions in total, which means that the front has already rotated a round of personnel. If there is another round, the casualties may exceed 1/5, which will also shake the morale of the army. For Lu Tian's veteran soldiers, the impact was completely different when 1/10 of them died or 1/5 of them died. The death of 1/5 of the people was enough to cause the army to collapse. But this gap must be recaptured, because if it is not recaptured, Yuzhou City will be exposed to the enemy's iron hoof. Once Yuzhou City falls, the entire Dalian will be exposed to the sight of the Khitans. Are you planning to let us participate in the battle for the gap this time? If there are too many casualties, it will be bad for the morale of the army, right? Li Wanyin noticed that an army of new recruits had already arrived this time, and more new recruits would arrive later. It was estimated that at least 5,000 new recruits would be needed before the battle could begin. Well, you won't be the first group to attack the city. The first group are veterans. You will follow from behind. After our commander's efforts, our battalion is behind the second group. Lu Tian finally told us some good news. How many new recruits are going up this time? Lin Yingtai asked. She had been feeling a little unwell these past few days and hoped that this battle would not be too difficult. All 2,500 people in this alley must go up, and there are also 2,500 people in the other alley as our backup. Chapter 50. Sir, this is not fair. Why are we in the second echelon, while the other recruits are in the third echelon? Zhang Xin spoke up for himself. Hey, this is because our battalions are not fully staffed this time, and the situation of another army is relatively better, so it was ranked behind. Lu Tian said so. Lord Lu, I don't think the matter is that simple. I'm afraid our military commander may not have a good relationship with the higher-ups. Li Wanyin said so. After all, the last one would definitely suffer the least loss and be the easiest to get credit, so this was not just a matter of understaffing. He didn't believe that no one from other armies had run away. Well, who knows? But since the higher-ups have already made the decision, we can only carry it out. I hope the first wave of veterans can charge up smoothly. This way, our pressure will be much less, and our contribution will only be second only to that of the Tiger Battalion. Tiger Battalion? Is this battalion very powerful? Li Wanyin asked. Of course, the leader is still your cousin, named Li Hu, and he is an elite soldier of the Yuzhou army, so don't accuse the superiors of being partial. After all, the ones who are attacking the enemy are veterans. It seems that the higher-ups are determined to take back the gap this time, Li Wanyin said with emotion. Of course, once the gap is widened and the Khitans come in, our Jadushi will certainly be dismissed. Moreover, After the army's morale is weakened, it will be difficult for them to control so many troops. Everyone understood what Lu Tian said. When does it start? Lin Yingtai asked again. We will set out for the front line tonight. As for when to launch the attack, that's up to us. It's really hurried. Li Wanyin had just rested for one night, but he didn't expect that he would have to start fighting. You're lucky. The other new army went straight to the front line without resting in Yuzhou City, and they only trained for a month. After Lu Tian finished speaking, everyone felt less indignant. So what do we need to prepare? Li Wanyin asked. Bring your stuff and pack up your tent, and set out when it gets dark. I'll tell you about the rest when we get to the front. Now you just need to have a good rest and recharge your batteries. Lu Tian didn't say much, as he didn't want to make everyone nervous. Yes. No one told anyone about the night march. After all, this matter could not be known to the people below, and they were also worried about the military intelligence being leaked. Li Wanyin continued to force himself to rest until dinner time in the evening. After eating, Li Wanyin began to pack up his things. This time, he only brought the issued saber and Mo Dao, as well as a set of Mingguang armor. As for the Iron Pagoda, he did not bring it because the battle would take place at Badaling, where the terrain was dangerous and it would be impossible to fight normally with the Iron Pagoda. When he had a warhorse or fought on the plains, it would be more appropriate to use the Iron Pagoda. As night fell, the chief officers began to urge in the yard. Pack up the battle supplies and set off. Set off. Set off. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Ye Zheng's voice cut through the night sky, and the whole alley suddenly became restless. A feeling of panic or helplessness spread again. Chapter 51. After everyone was ready, they stood in their respective yards. People left the yards one after another from the outside to the inside, and the streets were crowded with people. Li Wanyin's position in this army was relatively forward, and he could see many generals wearing Mingguang armor gathered in front of him. Basically, all the battalion commanders would wear Mingguang armor, and their specific levels could only be distinguished based on their respective positions. The commander of their battalion, Xiao Zhong, was standing second to the left of a person, showing a relatively forward position. There are a total of 5 battalions in an army, which means there are only 5 battalion commanders. At this time, the deputy army chiefs must also be taken into consideration. The people in power in the army are these 7 people. The deputy commanders of the battalions are not qualified to stand next to the army chief at this time, because they have to coordinate and command the army and stand next to their respective battalions. Sir, the manpower has been gathered. At this time, the deputy military commander said, Move out of the city. Move out. As the order was given, the new army began to march out of the city in a line. The atmosphere was very depressing and no one dared to discuss the military action without permission. They were only a few dozen miles away from Badaling and would definitely arrive before dawn. However, wouldn't the enemy know of their arrival the next morning? So was there any need to march at night? Suddenly, Li Wanyin thought of a problem. They might launch an attack as soon as they arrived at the scene. Otherwise, there would be no point in traveling overnight. Moreover, launching the attack before daybreak would allow them to catch their enemies by surprise. However, if they did so, they would be very tired, because walking more than 40 miles would be very tiring. The heavy stuff is on the mules and horses. Quick, speed up. After leaving the city, a general urged everyone to march faster. Fortunately, there were some horses and mules waiting outside the city, so everyone could walk faster and less easily consume physical energy. It seems that none of these generals are fools, so it is impossible for them to consume the soldiers' physical strength before the battle. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse tonight, so visibility was good, so no one used torches to travel. Although most of the chitons were blocked at Badaling, they still had some spies near Yuzhou City. It was probably around the early morning when they arrived at their destination. Ahead was the Yuzhou army's camp at the foot of Badaling, with 5,000 men stationed there, half of whom were new recruits who had arrived last night. The real battlefield is different from the battles in TV dramas where hundreds of thousands of people fight. In reality, a beautiful battle can be fought with just a few thousand people like Hua Xiubing and Li Jing did. This camp, together with the new army, has a total of 5,000 people. They did not make any noise, and including these new recruits, the number of people here reached more than 7,000. Let's eat. As soon as I put down my luggage, a hot meal was delivered to me, but the quantity was not much, only half of the usual amount. This is normal. In ancient times, people would eat a lot every day before a battle. Before a battle, they would either not eat or eat very little. The more than 2,000 people did not shout or yell during the meal, but just ate quietly. Li Wanyin noticed that the commander had disappeared, probably because he had gone to a meeting. At this time, in the camp at the foot of the mountain, The chiefs and commanders of the 5 armies were holding a meeting in the big tent. The leading officer was white-faced and beardless, and looked like a scholar. If he was not wearing armor, it would be easy to mistake him for a private school teacher. This man was the Yuzhou Jidushi's right-hand man, the Confucian general, Qin Yu. Although he is a capable general, he has to risk his life this time. The governor will really kill the general. The cabin owner Qin Yu pointed at the hanging map. Chapter 52. Everyone, we must launch an attack at the hour of Ein. The left and right armies will launch the attack first, followed by the Central Army Tiger Battalion. After the Tiger Battalion, the first 2 new armies will attack as the 3rd echelon of the 2nd season. What do you think? After the host Qin Yu finished speaking, Xiao Zheng's immediate superior, the front army commander Zhang Liang, said, "Sir, my new army has only been trained for a month and is not good at mountain warfare. Should we add another veteran battalion after the Tiger Battalion? Such an attack may be more advantageous and can reduce casualties." The host Qin Yu glanced at the commander of the front army and said, "General Zhang, the Tiger Battalion is my personal battalion, and the other battalions of the Central Army have been fighting for several days and have suffered heavy casualties. Only the new army has plenty of energy. In addition, I know you have some objections to my placing your new army behind the Tiger camp, but I can tell you clearly that this group of people is just to fill the hole. If we can take it down, I will naturally ask the governor to reward me generously. If we can't take it down, my head will be in danger, and your heads will fall before mine." The host Qin Yu spoke in a calm tone, but left no room for doubt. Everyone knew that the owner of the room was not joking, and they also knew that success or failure would depend on tonight. Zhang Liang, the commander of the front army, continued, "I will do my best to follow your orders, but the Khitan army above has rolling logs and rocks, and we lack defensive armor such as shields or helmets. Since the 4 battalions of the Central Army will not participate in this battle, it is better to distribute the armor to the new army, which can increase our chances of success." Zhang Liang saw that since he could not adjust the order of attack, he could only strengthen the life-saving means of his men. "I'll allow you that. Now get ready." Qin Yu nodded. After the meeting, the commanders of the left and right armies headed towards their own garrison camps without delaying for a moment. After the 2 new recruits finished their meal, they received a large number of shields and armor to protect their heads. Of course, the total number is not large, and the 4 large camps can only provide the equipment of 1 camp. Therefore, there was a scramble for helmets and shields in other battalions, as everyone wanted to save their lives. Li Wanyan, Lin Yingtai, Zhang San, and Zhao Si. "Distribute these." Lu Tian pointed at the shields and armor on the ground and said, "Sir, these are not enough. How about this? Those who decide to go to the front will receive armor and shields, and those who decide to go to the back will not receive them. Do you think this distribution plan is feasible?" Li Wanyan knew that since it was impossible to distribute it fairly, he would give the right of choice to the people below. Those who wanted to achieve great things would naturally choose shields and armor, and those who wanted to save their lives would naturally not choose them. This way, a balance was achieved. "Laoli, let's divide it according to your method." Lu Tian also thought this was a good idea. Then, Li Wanyan shouted, "Those who want to achieve great things, take a shield or a helmet, but need to go to the front. Those who don't want to achieve great things, walk behind without defense." After Li Wanyan finished speaking, some people chose shields or helmets, and some chose to walk behind. Li Wanyan was given a helmet, and he would put on his Ming Guang armor next, so that his defense would be formed. Therefore, Lu Tian quickly organized his troops. Xiao Zheng soon noticed this situation and informed others of this strategy. Soon, the chaotic situation ended. "Line up," Xiao Zheng shouted, and they quickly stood up. "Those holding shields or helmets, stand in front. Deputy Commander Wu Shan will lead the charge personally." So, more than 100 people came to the front, including Li Wanyan and several people from Lijia village. They all chose shields and helmets. But as soon as Li Wanyan, wearing Ming Guang armor, stood in front, Xiao Zheng and the others immediately became uneasy. "Who the hell is this?" Chapter 53. "Who are you? Take off your helmet." Xiao Zheng found it very strange to see a man wearing Ming Guang armor in the recruit camp. "Sir, it's me, Li Wanyan." Li Wanyan took off his helmet. "Li Wanyan, where's Lu Tian?" "Lu Tian." Xiao Zheng was shouting, and Lu Tian just rushed over at this time. "Commander, what do you want?" Lu Tian was very nervous. The commander-in-chief seldom spoke to Ye Zheng. After all, the difference in rank was too big. Where did Li Wanyan get this armor from? After Lu Tian gave the order, he went to the captain to receive his mission. Unexpectedly, Li Wanyan actually put on the Ming Guang armor. "Li Wanyan, quickly take off the commander's armor." Lu Tian was also surprised by Li Wanyan. Could it be that this kid took advantage of the chaos to sneak into the commander's armor? But the commander was wearing armor? My lords, this is the broken armor I bought in Pingan County after I patched it up. After Li Wanyan finished speaking, everyone noticed that the condition of the armor was not complete, and it indeed looked like it had been repaired later. That won't work either. Take it off. Lu Tian was anxious. Why are you, a small-time soldier, wearing Ming Guang armor? I am not even qualified. Forget it. Return to the team. Xiaozhen waved his hand. The casualty rate in this attack was very high. Wearing this armor provided some protection, and Li Wanyan didn't seem to feel tired. Lu Tian waved his hand, and Li Wanyan returned to the team. At this time, other camps noticed in the faint light that there was a general in the crowd of this camp of new recruits. Everyone began to wonder, is the general going to charge into battle like the soldiers? Everyone suddenly felt confident this time. Let's go. Don't make any noise. Violators will be killed. Under the leadership of Xiao Zhang, they began to leave the camp and head towards the lost city wall. The Tiger Battalion had already ambushed on the mountain, and their front army recruits also ambushed in the rear. Each battalion was connected to each other. Li Wanyan noticed that his battalion was in the 5th sequence of the new army, that is, the 6th batch to attack the upper city wall, and was not the most dangerous. Uncle, is it starting soon? Li Wankai appeared beside Li Wanyan wearing a helmet and spoke in a low voice. It won't be long. You guys need to spread out and don't get too close. Yes. The guys were also very obedient and kept a certain distance from each other. Swoosh. Just as they were lying in ambush on the ground, several rockets were suddenly fired from above, and the night sky was somewhat illuminated. Puff. Li Wanyan heard the sound of a rocket entering a body. Obviously someone was shot, and not far in front of them. Chapter 54. The man was about to shout, but his guard covered his mouth tightly and then dragged him away. Swoosh. A few more rockets were fired aimlessly and someone was hit again, but fortunately no sound was made. Li Wanyan suddenly felt that these Khitans were very smart and had very clever tactics. He guessed that they might launch a night attack. This kind of exploratory shooting would occur every once in a while. After all, most soldiers had to sleep at night, and they could only use this method to ensure their own safety. The Yuzhou troops who were in ambush could only wait quietly for orders from above. Finally, at the beginning of the Yin hour, the order came, and it was transmitted to the front army by means of signal arrows. Because it was impossible to tell time on the battlefield, they could only rely on instructions from the rear. When they saw the arrows shot from below, arrows were also shot from the top of the hill, which confused the enemy and made them think that they were arrows shot by themselves. But when the veterans of the Tiger camp saw this signal, they all climbed up, threw out iron hooks to hook the city wall, and then set up ladders. All this was completed in a flash, followed by the charge of the veteran battalion. At the same time, the left and right armies also launched attacks from the ridge, but the attack range on both sides was limited, so the impact was limited. The main attack exposure was still in the direction of the veteran battalion. As soon as the charge was launched, screams were heard. The Khitans released rolling logs and rocks, which rolled down the mountain. Many people were hit and kept screaming. The attack launched by the Tiger Battalion did catch the enemy off guard. Although logs and rocks kept falling, some veterans had already climbed up the city walls using ladders and ropes. The difficulty lay in occupying the walls. The 1st Battalion of recruits began to charge, but these people's hands and feet were shaking, and they had no strength to climb ladders and ropes, and they were unable to successfully occupy the city wall where there was a gap. Therefore, many recruits in the 1st Battalion were seriously injured from falling from ladders and ropes, while others were hit by rolling logs and rocks. The barracks of 500 new recruits suffered heavy losses in less than half an hour of attack. 2nd Battalion. 2nd Battalion, move forward. 3rd Battalion, get ready. The Deputy Commander Wu Shan in front shouted. The 2nd Battalion rushed forward and saw the tragic scene ahead, with blood and twisted limbs all over the ground. The mentality of the 2nd Battalion collapsed, panic spread everywhere, and some people planned to retreat. Kill the retreaters. At this time, the deputy commander directed dozens of people to supervise the battle and frantically hacked and killed the retreating soldiers. The casualties were more than those who climbed the city wall. Some people did not understand, but Li Wanyan knew that this was necessary, otherwise these hundreds of people would directly affect the fighting will of thousands of people in the rear. After killing dozens of people, the 2nd Battalion continued to charge, because retreating meant death, and moving forward was the only way to survive. But not many people climbed up. Out of the 500 people, less than 100 were able to make it. Together with the several hundred people from the veteran barracks, it was difficult to hold the gap because the enemy was pouring in from all directions and they would soon be unable to hold on. 3rd Battalion. 3rd Battalion, move forward. 4th Battalion, get ready. Shiaan was yelling. The 3rd Battalion had no way to retreat and could only charge forward. They climbed up while bearing the rolling logs and rocks and stepping on the corpses of their comrades. The situation of the 3rd Battalion was slightly better, but the enemy had already reacted thoroughly, gradually stabilized the situation, and began to compress the gap, which was about to be blocked. 4th Battalion. Shiaan urged the 4th Battalion to climb before the 3rd Battalion had completely climbed up, but they were blocked under the city wall and were hit by stones by the Khitans. Amid screams, Li Wanyin and his battalion also crawled to the front and could see how horrific the battle above was. Large numbers of corpses were piled on the city walls. It had only been a short time. Normally, a battle would last several hours from dawn to dusk, or from dusk to dawn. But now it has been less than half an hour, and at least thousands of casualties have been caused. If the battle lasts until dawn, it is estimated that all these thousands of people would be killed or injured. Of course, this was caused by a forced siege, and new soldiers were used to attack the city. This loss was very normal, but in the eyes of the generals above, this loss was nothing. They only wanted battling. The 4th Battalion continued to suffer heavy losses, and not many of its men were able to climb the city wall. This is the Great Wall, not the Wall of Yuzhou. The Wall of Yuzhou has a gate that can be opened to let soldiers in, but that is not possible here. The only way is to climb up. 5th Battalion, go. Shiaan's eyes were red with anger. The 5th Battalion was the last force he had. If he couldn't stabilize the situation, the second new army would have to go. By then, there would be little hope of occupying the city wall. Li Wanyin shouted, "People from Lijia village, follow me." Chapter 55. Li Wanyin knew that even if they dispersed, the chances of these people surviving were slim, so it would be better for him to follow behind. He picked up a shield, held a saber in his hand, and climbed up the ladder. He did not bring a mo dao because it was not suitable for siege warfare. Bang, bang, bang. Several stones hit his shield like meteors, and the people on the ladder were shaking. Fortunately, the stones were bounced off. He had the strength of 6 adults, so he could still withstand this impact. The generals watching the battle below also noticed the situation here and were very worried that this person would be knocked down, but they didn't know who this person was. Li Wanyin did not rush forward in a hurry, but instead looked to see if the soldiers from Lijia village behind him had caught up. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing that he continued to climb, the enemy began to attack frantically, but to no avail. Li Wanyin was like an ivy, clinging to the ladder. Shiaan was very nervous when he saw that Li Wanyin and his group seemed to be able to go up. Follow that general. Shiaan didn't know who this person was, but since he was wearing armor, he could only be called a general. At this time, there were flames everywhere, and everyone saw a general wearing Mingguang armor and holding a shield, about to climb onto the city wall. The soldiers were not fools. They knew that the chances of survival were greater here, so they quickly formed a long dragon and abandoned other ladders and ropes. Li Wanyin felt like a cannon exploded above his arm, but as he got closer to the top of the city wall, the force began to decrease because the impact was not strong enough. He dodged and rushed directly into the enemy crowd. Several Khitans came charging at him from all directions. Li Wanyin knocked one of them down with one strike of his sword. The swords of the others hit him but did not cause any injuries, but he still knocked them down again with one strike of his sword. Killing 2 people in a row also frightened the Khitans around them, and Li Wankai and his men rushed onto the city wall and began to spread out in all directions. Secure the ladders and ropes all around. Li Wanyin knew that they could not do it alone, and he needed 400 people from the rear to rush up to maintain the gap. Shiaan saw this and shouted excitedly, "Climb faster, climb faster." He felt that he could repel these Khitans alone without the need for the second army to take action. There were only 4,000 Khitans on the city wall. Because the space was small, not many people could be deployed, and most of them were on the other side of the wall. Li Wanyin killed his enemies one by one with his sword in the narrow passage of the city wall. He advanced to the right and ordered the army on the right to attack as well. As long as he could connect with the army on one side, the war would be won. The young men from Lijia village followed Li Wanyin and charged all the way, regardless of whether they were deep in the enemy's territory or not. There were still hundreds of people behind them who followed them and charged towards the right side. At this time, the enemy troops on the right began to disintegrate, and some people began to jump off the city wall and hide on the other side. 28. Uncle, you killed 28 people. Li Wankai kept counting, and everyone in their Lijia village killed some enemy soldiers, so their group killed dozens of people and was still expanding their victory. These 400-plus men advanced rapidly, and the army on the right also sensed the enemy's disintegration and accelerated their advance. Li Wanyan's knife was bent, so he picked up another one from the ground and continued to chop. At this moment, several Khitan soldiers climbed out from the other side of the city wall behind him. The young men from Lijia village did not see them and just charged forward. The Khitan soldiers obviously regarded Li Wanyan as a senior military officer and immediately surrounded him. At this moment, several screams were heard. Li Wanyan looked back and found that it was Lin Yingtai behind him, and there were several struggling Khitan soldiers under her. "Thank you, Brother Yingtai." Kill. Lin Yingtai did not rush to the front line because her injuries had not fully healed, but she was basically able to help Li Wanyan eliminate potential threats. Kill. Chapter 56. Li Wanyan continued to hack and kill. He didn't know how many he had killed, but it should be more than 50, and he was beginning to be exhausted. Even though he had a foundation in martial arts, the consumption was too great, and he had no time to rest. Finally, less than half an hour later, he heard the shouts and screams of friendly troops ahead. Kill. Li Wanyan also became interested. He had been killing just now, but he didn't know where the end was. But now he doesn't have to worry about it. The guys behind him were also extremely excited. In fact, because the city wall is very narrow, many people did not encounter the enemy, and everyone was just gaining experience. Soon, Li Wanyan saw the people from the right-wing army, and the Khitans who were surrounded in the middle saw this situation and either jumped off the city wall, but the height was enough to make people hesitate, so some people chose to surrender. Since they surrendered, no one wanted to fight anymore, and just became prisoners. Seeing the people on the right waving torches, Wu Shan was so excited that he almost jumped up. He rushed to the city wall with his personal guards and the remaining generals. The Khitans on the left saw the collapse of the right, and also began to collapse. They were surrounded and killed by the three armies. Then some surrendered, and some jumped over the wall. The lost city walls were all recovered. At this time, commanders such as Xiao Zheng and other middle and high-level generals were also on the city wall, waving torches to convey messages to the camp below. The Lord of the Wing knew that the city wall had been recaptured and that he had suffered heavy losses, but his goal had been achieved, and he had not yet mobilized the second army. This was a bit unexpected. He had originally planned for all 5,000 new troops to die, but he did not expect this to be the result. Li Wanyan gained everyone's respect. Everyone looked at Li Wanyan differently. This guy killed 70 or 80 people along the way, shocking both the enemy and his own people. "Uncle, you killed 78 people in total." Li Wankai said so. "You remember it so clearly?" Li Wanyan himself couldn't remember. He just knew to kill along the way, not caring how many people he killed. "Really, I counted for you." "All right." Li Wanyan felt weak all over. His excitement had passed. At this time, Deputy Army Commander Wu Shan and Battalion Commander Xiao Zheng met. Wu Shan asked curiously, "Master Xiao, whose general was that just now?" He was so brave. Xiao Zheng had not mentioned this before, but he saw clearly from below that the person who stabilized the gap at the critical moment was Li Wanyan. "Li Wanyan is the sergeant of the new recruits I'm recruiting this time." "Corporal, you put your armor." "No, your armor is on your body." Wu Shan shook his head and denied this guess. "General Wu, that was pieced together from the broken pieces of armor he bought in Ping'an County. So that's how it is. This guy is both brave and resourceful. He should be used and rewarded." "Yes, Lord Wu." Although Li Wanyan was not the first to ascend the mountain, the army was in disarray in the later stages, and it was thanks to him that the battle line was stabilized. His contribution is second only to the first to ascend the mountain. The two kept talking about the first climbers because it was very important for siege. Without the first climbers, the battle would have failed at the beginning. "Very good. I will report this matter to Lord Qin in person. The first person to reach the top will be promoted 2 levels and rewarded with 100 taels of silver. Li Wanyan will be promoted 1 level. He will be rewarded with 50 taels of silver." Wu Shan said that the matter was almost settled. A sergeant would be promoted to the next level, that is, Deputy Chief of Staff, and a matter of a word from the Deputy Commander of an army. "Then I would like to thank the general for his reward and promotion on behalf of Li Wanyan." Xiao Zheng also felt refreshed. Fortunately, he did not let Li Wanyan take off his armor. It would be a great boost to the morale of the army if a general climbed the wall himself. Haha, as long as the goal is achieved, it doesn't matter if he is promoted 3 levels. I'm just worried that this kid will be envied by others. Otherwise, he is good enough to be the captain. However, you have to train him well. He is a good seedling. Wu Shan is not a fool. The most taboo in the military is to achieve success overnight, as this will cause jealousy from others and is not conducive to growth. Chapter 57. Your Excellency is right. I will definitely do my best to train you. Xiao Zheng also felt that he had completely revealed his face. He knew that the master of the wing was always paying attention to the situation in battling. Remember, chop off the head of the corpse and hang it on the north wall. Yes. Then, Xiao Zheng came to Li Wanyan. How many people were killed? Xiao Zheng asked directly. I am an humble official, but there are exactly 78 of them. Li Wanyan still pretended to be cool, but this shocked Xiao Zheng. An ordinary person could never do it. Even if he just stood there and chopped them randomly, more than 70 heads would be enough to make a person tired. Good fellow, you have made great contributions this time. General Wu promised to promote you to Deputy Chief Officer and reward you with 50 taels of silver. Is there anything else you want? Xiao Zheng also planned to give some rewards himself, because the reward for the first climber was obviously very high, which was actually not commensurate with Li Wanyan's contribution, so he wanted to give some extra compensation. Sir, I don't have any other ideas. I just want to know if you can get me a Mingguang armor helmet. This helmet looks weird. Li Wanyan pointed to the dented helmet on his head and said that in the previous battle, several large rocks had hit his head, causing damage to the helmet, and this damaged helmet had to be returned. Mine is for you. Xiao Zheng took off his helmet and put it on Li Wanyan's head. Some military officers nearby were envious when they saw this scene. Being able to get the Commander-in-Chief's helmet meant that this person had entered the Commander-in-Chief's sight, and his future growth would be much smoother. At least becoming a captain would not be a problem. Moreover, after this battle, Xiao Zheng also has great military merit and will be promoted soon in the future. Thank you, sir. Okay, you guys clean up the battlefield, and then the second new army and the left and right armies will come to take over the garrison. Then you can go back to Yuzhou City to rest. Yes, sir. Li Wanyan knew that now was a good time to clean up the battlefield. Many treasures were on the corpses, and this was what they deserved, so the others who had not been on the front line could only watch them pick up things. Li Wanyan looked around during his 20-foot treasure hunt and saw colorful lights. Brothers, clean up the battlefield. Don't forget to finish off the corpses. Li Wanyan organized people to start cleaning up the corpses and weapons, but he did not make any low-level mistakes, so the young men in Lijia village remembered to finish off the corpses. When Xiao Zheng heard what Li Wanyan said, he suspected that this guy had been a soldier. Li Wanyan came to the brightest corpse nearby and touched it, and unexpectedly found 10 taels of silver. You have to know that the Khitans did not have the molds and silver mines to produce silver, so this silver was probably looted. From the inscriptions on the bottom of the silver, it can be seen that this is a silver ingot from the late Tang dynasty. He put it away and continued to search the corpses. Soon, he had dozens of taels of silver on him. Of course, he searched the corpses of the enemies he had killed, and it didn't take him much time to search through more than 70 people. Therefore, war is still the fastest way to make money. Uncle, I also put together a piece of armor. Li Wangkai and Li Chenghua were very smart and knew the importance of armor in battle, so they also stripped some armor from the corpses, but not a complete set of armor. Chapter 58. After everyone had touched the corpses, they began to chop off the heads and hang them on the city walls to intimidate the Khitans. In ancient times, in addition to hanging beheaded people on doors, there was also a model of building jingguan to intimidate the enemy. After cleaning up the battlefield, Li Wanyan estimated that over 1,000 Khitans were captured last night, 3,000 were killed in battle, and hundreds escaped, which meant that 5,000 enemies were annihilated, basically offsetting the previous casualties. Xiao was counting the losses on his side at the foot of the mountain. There were 2,000 men, 1,000 of whom had died last night, and another 500 were severely disabled and could no longer fight. Perhaps they would not be able to survive the acute infection tonight. Now there were only 1,000 men who were relatively intact, and only 1,000 would be able to fight in the end. Heavy losses. The main thing is that they are all new recruits and not very strong. Not to mention them, the Tiger Camp's more than 500 people also suffered heavy losses. At least more than 100 people died in the battle, and the rest were injured. Almost no one was intact. After all, they were the first to attack and suffered the heaviest counterattack. Eventually, the news of the losses on both sides reached Yuzhou City, and Li Wanyan and his group of new recruits were finally allowed to return to Yuzhou City to rest. There were 2,500 people when they came, and when they went back, 2 people carried a wooden board, and only 1,500 people went back, of which 500 went back lying down. The rear army of the new army did not directly participate in the battle, so they assisted the old soldiers in guarding the battling city wall. Outside the city of Yuzhou, Wang Shuyi, the governor of Yuzhou, led hundreds of his personal guards to welcome the new recruits. At this time, Qin Yu, Wu Shan, and other generals were walking in front. When they saw Wang Shuyi in front, they also dismounted and walked to Wang Shuyi. Sir Wang, we have fulfilled our mission and recaptured Battling. But the new army suffered heavy losses, and I hope you will punish us. Qin Yu bowed and saluted. Haha, I never said that you should be punished for losing manpower. I did say that I would reward you after taking battling. Qin Yu, you have made great contributions in commanding this time. From today on, you are the governor of Yuzhou. The reward given by Wang Shuyi also shocked everyone, but everyone felt that something was not right. The situation in Yuzhou or the entire Dalian was that if one served as a civil official, one would not be a military official, and if one served as a military official, one would not be a civil official. If one served as the governor of Yuzhou, he probably could not be the master of a single government. Thank you, General. I will obey your orders. Qin Yu did not object and agreed directly, but this made the other generals look unhappy, but they did not want to express it. Yuzhou was a superior province, and the rank of the governor was not low, reaching the 4th rank, while the rank of the wing master was the 5th rank. This was definitely a promotion, but it was a promotion in name only and a demotion in reality. For now, let your deputy take charge of the owner's affairs. General, rest assured, the deputy cabin owner is quite experienced, and it is safer for him to take on this position. Qin Yu even agreed to this kind of thing. As an outstanding representative of the new army, Li Wanyan walked to the front and heard clearly the words of Wang Shuyi, the governor of Yuzhou, and immediately felt chilled. A good general with a large army was turned into a civilian official. Who can he turn to for justice? Moreover, the Jidushi had great power, and local officials basically had the final say. The imperial court could only confirm it afterwards. In other words, from today on, Qin Yu could only maintain public order in Yuzhou City. It's really sad. Very good. I heard that there is a powerful general in the new army this time. Jidushi Wang Shuyi had obviously received a detailed battle report, but Qin Yu found it strange because he knew about Li Wanyan's affairs, but this news was not reflected in the battle report. At this time, Qin Yu didn't know who spread the news, but it was obvious that there were spies from the Jidushi around him. Zhang Liang, the commander of the front army of the new army, said, "My lord, it is the new soldier Li Wanyan. Li Wanyan, come forward." After Wang Shuyi said this, Li Wanyan had no choice but to step forward. At this time, he had taken off his armor and looked a little weak. Wang Shuyi took a look and felt that this man's temperament was somewhat similar to Qin Yu's. He felt a little disgusted in his heart, but could not show it. Chapter 59. Are you Li Wanyan? I am Li Wanyan. You seem to be from Lijia village, Ping'an County. When Wang Shuyi said this, many people were surprised, and the most surprised was Xiaozheng. He didn't even tell Wu Shan and Zhang Liang this information, and Qin Yu, who was above Zhang Liang, didn't know either. So how did Wang Shuyi, as the governor, know it? General, you actually remember where I was born. Li Wanyan's eyes instantly filled with tears, and his body began to tremble. When Wang Shuyi saw this situation, he felt disgusted but also somewhat moved. For a moment, he also felt that Li Wanyan and Qin Yu had nothing to do with each other, although Qin Yu also came from Ping'an County. Do a good job. Wang Shuyi patted Li Wanyan on the shoulder and performed a scene of a general loving his soldiers like his own sons in front of the new recruits. Today I will hold a banquet again to celebrate your triumphant return. Wang Shuyi's personal guards began to pour wine for everyone, one bowl for each person, and Li Wanyan also had a bowl of wine. Everyone was also very moved and felt that the general was considerate of his subordinates, but Li Wanyan was not a fool. This guy would discard his capable men after using them. But Li Wanyan drank the wine with tears in his eyes. This scene made Wang Shuyi realize that he should not judge a person based on appearance alone. Let's go into the city and rest. After Wang Shuyi finished speaking, everyone started to enter the city. The general did not go in first, but let the wounded enter the city first. Their entry into the city also attracted the attention of the local residents, but they were used to it. When they reached the alley, everyone returned to their rooms and yards. At this time, everyone felt that the alley was much quieter. There were 7 or 8 empty seats in the room where Lu Tian was escorting his men. Except for the young man from Lijia village, all the other sergeants' men suffered losses that night. However, they had the least losses, with at least less than a quarter of their men gone, while the other teams had more than half of their men killed or wounded. The injured were all arranged in a separate room. Because it was a siege, many people had broken bones. Even if their injuries recovered, many of them would be left disabled. Moreover, among these 7 or 8 people, not many could survive tonight. Not long after, the meal started to be served, and this time it was dry rice. I wonder how long this treatment will last. Because Li Wanyan was promoted to deputy chief judge on the spot, he would just be a freeloader from now on, but the same could not be said for others. However, the final rewards and punishments are still being planned and will not come out so soon. The young men in Lijia village have made many military achievements. In addition, Many of them died in the battle this time. It is estimated that some of the young men in Lijiao village will be promoted to sergeant. That night, everyone went to bed early and slept until dawn. Little uncle. Call me deputy chief. Okay, little uncle. Li Wankai still shouted like this, and Li Wanyin was speechless. How could this person be the same as him? Tell me, what's the matter? Li Wanyin is boxing. 2 people left last night. Li Wankai went to visit the injured early in the morning, and the 2 did not survive last night. Well, Lord Lu has gone to a meeting. Let's separate the bodies from the wounded soldiers first. Li Wanyin knew that the government would send the body to the rear. Chapter 60. At this time, everyone was in a bad mood. After waking up, the excitement of having the rest of their lives after the war had passed, and the sadness of possession and departure began to surge. After all, they had been together day and night for a month, and now nearly half of them were dead. Yes. Li Wankai and several young men from Lijiao village moved the body to avoid affecting the injuries. It was almost noon when Lu Tian finished the meeting, and Li Wanyin reported the death of the wounded soldiers. Hey, I'll have the government send them to their hometowns later. By the way, the military merits have been basically counted. 2 young men from Lijiao village under your command have been promoted to sergeants today, and some of the troops will also be supplemented from your command. Lu Tian said so. Okay, who are the 2 people in my Li village who got promoted? Li Wanyin actually knew who it was, but he still waited for Lu Tian to speak. Li Chenghua and Li Wankai. As expected, let's let the 2 of them divide the people of Li village into 2 halves. They are all very familiar with each other and can cooperate well. Li Wanyin knew that he was the deputy chief, so when he left, the 10 people in the team could be divided into 2 squads. I thought so too. I didn't expect that your little Lijiao village would have 3 military officers at once. Good feng shui. Haha. This is all because of your good guidance, Lord Lu. By the way, I have compiled the tactics you taught me before into a book. I plan to find a bookstore in the city to print it and then distribute it to the entire army. What do you think? Li Wanyin mentioned the matter of writing a book again, and Lu Tian was indeed somewhat tempted. This time, the military merits had been calculated first for several levels of officers and soldiers, and it would take time for them, the small military officers. After all, positions were not so easy to arrange. Once he wrote a book, perhaps he could add some merit to it. Ahem, let's put it this way. We'll co-sign this book. Although it's all a summary of my experience, you've also put in a lot of effort. Lu Tian knew that he could barely recognize a few big words. If he said he had written a book independently, it would be too embarrassing if his superiors pointed at the book and asked him questions and he didn't recognize a few words. Then I'll do as you say, but it takes some time to print books. How many copies do you want to print? Li Wanyin knew that he would definitely have to sign his name. So he was so eager, but the reason why he wanted to add Lu Tian's name was because if Lu Tian did not get promoted, it would be difficult for him to get promoted either. In the army now, there is only one position for each person, and he cannot move unless others leave. Lu Tian had no idea how many copies to print, so he could only say, Ahem, it's up to you. Okay, I'll find a bookstore to ask in the afternoon. Li Wanyin knew that if he wanted to get promoted, he had to demonstrate his comprehensive abilities. Military generals in ancient times were not all rough men. They had to at least be able to read maps and understand military orders. It was rare for a rough man to become a general. In the afternoon, Li Wanyin strolled into the city and saw a bookstore, so he went in to ask, Military, do you want to buy a book? The more important function of a bookstore is to sell books. After all, there are tens of thousands of people in the city, and there are also many readers in the surrounding counties and villages. I want to print a book. Is there a bookstore that can help? Li Wanyin asked the waiter. If you want to publish books, you need to talk to our boss. Please come in, sir. When he arrived at the inner room of the bookstore, Li Wanyin saw a boss dressed like a scholar. This was strange. In this world, people who do business generally do not take imperial examinations, because the identities of businessmen and scholars cannot overlap. At least Li Bai in the Tang dynasty could not pass imperial examinations. My name is Gu Quanjun. May I know who the military commander is? I am Li Wanyin. I am the deputy chief of General Xiao Zheng's staff. So it's Li Yajing. I heard from the waiter that you want to print books? Yes, this is my text. Please see if it can be printed. When Li Wanyin took out the book, Gu Quanjun didn't pay much attention to it, but when he opened it and saw the font, he was instantly attracted. Chapter 61. Is this Master Li's handwriting? Gu Quanjun asked. Good. I don't understand, sir. As a scholar, why would you want to join the army? As soon as Gu Quanjun saw the handwriting, he knew it was the handwriting of a scholar, not a soldier. Although I am a scholar, I was born in a turbulent time, and the imperial examination has been suspended for many years. My father was a scholar in the late Tang dynasty, But since him, there have been no scholars in the village, and the court has not held the imperial examination for many years. Moreover, the people of Daliang are influenced by the Hu people and are not interested in the imperial examination. The most important thing is that there is no tax exemption for scholars. So I will join the army. After Li Wanyan finished speaking, Gu Quanzhou nodded and said, Master Li is wrong. This is a chaotic world, and it is right to join the army. Of course, in peaceful times, the world is ruled by the pen, but in troubled times, the world must be ruled by the gun. After Li Wanyan finished speaking, Gu Quanzhou put the book on the table, stood up, and bowed to Li Wanyan. Master Lu's words have awakened me from my dream. Haha. In fact, whether it is ruling the world with culture or ruling the world with martial arts, it is just a way to achieve the goal. These are simple truths, but everyone is just blinded by one leaf. Your Excellency is right. It seems that I have indeed reached a dead end. I wonder how many copies of this manual you want to print. Gu Quanzhou asked. Let's print 100 copies first. How much will it cost? Li Wanyan didn't want to print too many, because in an army of 100,000 people, there were probably no more than 1,000 people who could write their own names, and no more than 500 people who could understand everyday characters. He calculated that for an army of 100,000 people, assuming that the battalion commander was well-read, then there would be only 200 intellectuals. Together with the higher-level military officers, there would definitely be no more than 300 people. Printing 100 copies at one time was not a small number. Yes, sir, you can come and pick up the books in 3 days. How much? Li Wanyan asked. The advice you gave me just now is worth a fortune. This little money is nothing. Besides, I don't plan to make money from this. What does Brother Gu plan to do for a living? I plan to join the army like Lord Li. Li Wanyan was surprised when Gu Quanzhou said this. He didn't expect that this man was planning to join the army. I think you should discuss this with your father. Besides, the casualty rate of the new army is very high. Yesterday morning, nearly half of the 2,500 soldiers in my new army were killed or wounded. Li Wanyan felt that Gu Quanzhou was just a pure scholar, and it might not be a good thing for him to join the army. Lord Li, I have made up my mind. Although I want to educate the people, how can I do that if the chaos is not resolved? It is better to join the army and create a peaceful world with the sword in your hand. Only when the country is stable can the people have the opportunity to accept education with peace of mind. As soon as Gu Quanzhou said this, Li Wanyan knew that this guy was serious. In that case, I hope Brother Gu can join me. Li Wanyan still hoped to have a cultured person to help him with advice, and he saw that Gu Quanzhou was decisive in his actions. Apart from his weak physique, his personality was very suitable for joining the army. At least he would not be indecisive. Of course, but I still need more than a month to arrange for the shop assistants. They live in troubled times and rely on this meager income to survive. I can't just walk away. Gu Quanzhou's words made Li Wanyan feel that this man was quite responsible and would probably carry out his instructions seriously in the future. Hire a shopkeeper. The bookstore will continue to operate, and you can also earn some income. After all, if you want to go far in the army, you need money. Li Wanyan was afraid that this guy would get carried away and sell the bookstore at a low price. Thank you for your reminder, Lord Li. I will not close the bookstore. My roots are here, and I will need to use it to impart knowledge in the future. Gu Quanzhou said so. Well, I won't say more. I'll come to pick up the books in 3 days. No problem, but I don't know if you have any plans to sign your name? Gu Quanzhou asked. How about this? You sign the names of these people. Chapter 62. Li Wanyan wrote down the names of the captain, the head of the battalion, the commander of the army, and the lord of the army. As for the higher-ranking generals, he did not write them down because he had little contact with them and the lord of the battalion had just been replaced, so no matter how he wrote it, it would not be right. Good. Gu Quanzhou nodded. Thank you for your help. I thought printing books would cost a lot of money, but I didn't expect to spend a penny and get an extra subordinate. Now the army has suffered serious losses and they are about to recruit new people, so it is very convenient for Gu Quanzhou to join the army. When he returned to the alley, he saw several bodies being carried out again. When he returned to his yard, the several people who were seriously injured last night were lying in the shade of the yard. They were all dead, and none of them survived. The medical level in this world is limited, especially for such serious internal and external injuries. It all depends on the patient's life. The people from the Yuzhou government quickly took the bodies away. Those who lived nearby basically sent them to their hometowns, while those who lived far away were buried outside the city if nothing unexpected happened. For the next 2 or 3 days, they basically rested. Apart from eating and training, there was nothing else to do every day. That morning, after Li Wanyan had finished his meal, he went to the bookstore. He wanted to get the tactical manual. Today was the day he had agreed to get it. When they arrived at the bookstore, Gu Quanjun warmly welcomed him into the inner room. Mr. Li's books have all been printed. Li Wanyan saw that it had been made into a cover titled Yuzhou Army Tactical Manual. Okay, thank you very much. Li Wanyan knew that he had to find a way to distribute these things next, and then connect his own success with the book's signatories, so that he could show it off to the world. From Lord Li, I saw a different kind of scholar and a different kind of warrior. He made me see clearly many of the things that I was confused about before. Brother Gu, you are too kind. I wonder if there is any progress in the arrangement of the bookstore. Li Wanyan asked. I'm already looking for a candidate for the manager. At the same time, I plan to train myself according to this manual, so that I won't be a drag on everyone when I enter the camp. I hope to be like Lord Li and kill 78 enemies by myself. Gu Quanjun has been busy these days, and has been asking about Li Wanyan. After all, there are not many people who can make him suddenly enlightened, and Li Wanyan did it. So he is very concerned about this person. It would have been better if he hadn't asked about him. After asking, he found out that Li Wanyan bravely climbed the city wall at Badaling, fought his way out alone, and laid the foundation for victory. Upon hearing the news, Gu Quanjun was overwhelmed with emotion and wished he was on the battlefield at that time so that he could have a glimpse of his style. Haha, this takes time. In my early years, I not only studied literature, but also martial arts, so I have some strength. If Brother Gu doesn't mind, I am willing to teach you the martial arts secrets that I spent all my family wealth to buy. Li Wanyan said so. Martial arts secret book? Good. This thing is a secret that cannot be passed on. Lord Li, are you willing to teach it to me? Of course, I'll demonstrate it live, and you'll see the effect. Li Wanyan came to the backyard and started demonstrating right away. His fist directly crushed the air, which made Gu Quanjun very excited. For the first time, he felt that wielding swords and sticks seemed to be quite good. Master Li, wait a moment. Gu Quanjun returned to the house and soon came out with a small package. When he opened it, he saw that it contained dozens of taels of silver. Sir, I can't see it clearly. If you draw it into a picture album, I will give all the silver to you. Oh, we are all friends, and we will be comrades in the future. Talking about money is too hurtful. I will definitely not accept it. Li Wanyan held the silver tightly and pretended to refuse. My lord, please don't look down on me. I am going to join the army anyway, and I don't plan to get married in the near future. It's useless to keep this money. Please take it. Hey, since you insist so much, I would be giving you no face if I don't accept you. Remember, I will protect you when we get to the military camp. Li Wanyan knew that this guy was a young and foolish man who didn't care about anything when his brain got hot-headed, so he pretended to be like this. Chapter 63. With your support, I believe everything will go smoothly. Of course, it's time for the army to have lunch. I won't say much. I'm going back first. In fact, there was no lunch at all. Hey, since you are here, can you go back with an empty stomach? Dongxing Restaurant. I'm the host. I hope Sir Lu will do me the honor. At this time, Gu Quanjun felt that Li Wanyan would definitely have a good future. After all, a military officer who was both civil and military would definitely be promoted in the army. Now, if he had a good relationship with Li Wanyan, it would also help his grand goal. If it were in the past, he would not do such a thing, but it is different now. Dongxing Restaurant is a well-known and high-end restaurant. The two went into a private room to drink and chat. I'm sorry to have cost Brother Gu a lot of money this time. The conditions here are pretty good. Anyway, he wouldn't easily come to a place like this to treat someone. It doesn't matter. We have to have fun drinking today. I'm curious. Brother Gu has been well-read since he was young. Although there have been no imperial examinations in recent years, he can still realize his dream by finding a civil service job in the government, right? I heard that our Lord Qin Yu was born a civil servant. Li Wanyan didn't understand this at all. Master Li, do you know how weak the pure civil officials are in the court? Not long ago, a censor in Daliang was imprisoned for his advice, and his female relatives were also enslaved. Li Wanyan was surprised when Gu Quanjun said this. This guy was so well informed. After all, the capital of Daliang was in Bianzhou, which was quite far away from here. In this era, ordinary people were struggling for their livelihoods. Who would care about these things? Brother Gu is very quick-witted. Haha, ordinary people naturally don't care about this matter, but this Chief Censor Lin is a great scholar, but unfortunately he is already dying. What Gu Quanjun meant was that he had channels to obtain this information, and this was something Li Wanyan was very concerned about. He doesn't have to worry about how much he can find out for the time being, but it will be different in the future. If he doesn't know what the court thinks, he will be in big trouble. Hey, Master Qin, you seem to be a Confucian scholar as well? Li Wanyan began to inquire about Qin Yu's news. I think Your Excellency was also in the new army outside the city that day. Your Excellency is very good in both civil and military affairs, but he was excluded because he came from a pure civil service background and was a civil servant from the imperial court. Gu Quanjun started talking about something deeper, and Li Wanyin continued to ask, "Isn't the court worried that these Jidushi will act on their own?" Our Daliang originally belonged to the ancient Yin territory. In the Tang dynasty, this area was called Yuyin, or Fanyang, or Lulong. After the Inshu rebellion in the middle of the Tang dynasty, this place was almost in a state of self-governance. Even if the court had ideas, it would be difficult to manage it. Therefore, every Yuzhou Jidushi was very hostile to the civil officials under the court. Although Lord Qin Yu was a local, he served in the court in his early years. When he returned to his hometown again, it was difficult for him to gain the trust of Yuzhou Jidushi Wang Shui. Gu Quanjun spoke very quietly when he said this, and it seemed that he was quite cautious. I heard in the army a while ago that because Badaling was lost, the court would send some military officers to help in the battle, but now that Badaling has been recaptured, I guess the military officers sent by the court won't come, right? Li Wanyin suspected that this guy had his own intelligence network, so he tested it immediately. Masterly, do you think these people didn't come? There was a hint of sarcasm in Gu Chuanjuan's eyes, but of course it was not directed at Li Wanyin. Coming? How come I haven't heard of it? And the generals who attacked Badaling this time were all trained by the Yuzhou Jidushi. Haha. Actually, the imperial court sent 5 military commanders this time, but they were ambushed at the border between Dingzhou and Yuzhou. 4 of the 5 generals died, and the remaining one is nowhere to be found. After Gu Quanjun finished speaking, Li Wanyin looked at Gu Quanjun deeply. He felt that this guy was hiding too deeply. He thought he was a hunter, but he didn't expect this to be the one. Brother Gu is not an ordinary person, Li Wanyin said in a calm tone. I am not very talented, but my family owns dozens of bookstores all over Daliang, so I was able to get this information smoothly. I see. But the imperial court will not turn a blind eye to this matter. It must be thoroughly investigated, right? Li Wanyin knew that this was a merchant family with a Confucian background, and they probably had a lot of contact with the court officials, which is why they knew these secret information. It seems that the Gu family is very rich, but would such a wealthy family allow their descendants to join the army? Of course, this is not something he considers. As long as this person dares to come, he will dare to accept him. Chapter 64. If you want to succeed in the future, you will need money and troops. Because the person died in Dingzhou, which was the territory of the Yiwu Jidushi, this incident led to the impeachment of the Yiwu Jidushi by court officials. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this incident had nothing to do with him. It's just that the imperial court initially wanted to deal with the Jidushi of Yuzhou, but it's not impossible to deal with the Jidushi of Yiwu at the same time. After all, the existence of any Jidushi makes the new dynasty feel uneasy. What Gu Quanjun said was undoubtedly saying that Wang Shui was the one who did it. In this case, Brother Gu still dares to be my soldier? Li Wanyin asked. However, the issue of Jidushi mentioned by the other party did start from the Yangshi rebellion. The most famous among the Jidushi of Yuzhou was Enlisting, who was also known as the Jidushi of Fanyang. Enlisting and Shi Siming were killed one after another, but their subordinates became Jidushi again. The problems of the Jidushi were not only not solved, but became more and more serious. During the reign of Emperor Zhaozong of Tang, the governor of Fengxiang captured Emperor Zhaozong, but was eventually snatched away by Zhu Wen, the governor of Xuanwu, and eventually lost his country. Now a member of the Zhu family has become the emperor of the Xian dynasty, and is facing the same problems that Emperor Zhaozong had back then. Of course, it's impossible to be a soldier of the imperial court, so you can only serve as a soldier under the Jidushi below. Li Wanyin agreed with what Gu Quanjun said. The imperial guards of the imperial court had too many people with connections within the army and did not have much combat effectiveness. In that case, I look forward to Brother Gu joining me as a soldier soon. We should have new recruits in the near future, and Brother Gu can serve as a sergeant by then. Li Wanyin knew that this guy was going to do something big. Although he was very angry, he had enough motivation. In that case, I will use this glass of wine to toast Master Lu. You're welcome. I'm just talking to you about this. Aren't you worried that the walls may have ears? Haha. Don't worry, Dongxing Restaurant is also my business. After Gu Quanjun finished speaking, Li Wanyin knew that this guy's wealth was far beyond what he could have imagined. Done. It was already sunset when they finished drinking. Li Wanyin returned to the alley drunk. He was drunk just now, but by the time he got to the alley, he was sober. He originally thought that Gu Quanjun was just a young intellectual who was dissatisfied in his heart, but now it seems that this is definitely not the case. His family has a great influence in the court. He doesn't know whether he is trying to realize his own ideals or to help the family achieve some goals? Is he just a part of the play of these powerful people? He felt like he had found himself a sweet bomb. He came to Lu Tian and took out the printed Yuzhou Army Tactical Manual. Sir, this is the printed book. Would you like to take a look? Lu Tian just took a casual glance. He didn't expect that this guy would actually print the book. Well, what are you going to do next? Lu Tian asked. I plan to set up a bookstall at the entrance of the alley and put these books on the bookstall so that you can see them when you pass by on weekdays. What do you think? That's great. I'll do as you say. Lu Tian listened to Li Wanyin in everything. So, Li Wanyin got a table and placed the book directly on it. Then he just left it there and waited for the right person to pass by. Every day, the commander of the new army, Zhang Liang, would come to inspect his alley, just as if passing by to take a look. This time, he saw a lot of books displayed at the entrance of the alley. Zhang Liang picked it up and took a look. The title of the book was Yuzhou Army Tactical Manual, and his name was on it. However, he had never written a book, so he didn't know who was using his name. You wrote it. Zhang Liang looked at Xiao Zheng beside him. Sir, this shouldn't be written by me. Xiao Zheng was also confused, but he saw the names of Lu Tian and Li Wanyin on it. The preface of the manual reads, This book is written by Li Wanyin, the sergeant of the new army, and Lu Tian, the chief officer, and summarizes the tactical experience of our great generals Zhang Liang, Xiao Zheng, as well as the captains and captains. This sentence explains who wrote the book and why I signed my name on it. After opening the content, I found that it was definitely the tactical methods of the Yuzhou army, personal skills and tactics, as well as elementary joint attack and command techniques. It involved many aspects of tactical skills and integrated the art of war, using old things to create a new taste. It was very well written, especially the last sentence. May the generals who provided us with valuable experience live forever. Chapter 65. It was time for dinner, but the ordinary soldiers started drinking porridge, while he and Lu Tian ate dry rice together. After a while, they heard heavy footsteps at the gate of their yard. Li Wanyin knew who were coming, and quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks to greet them together with Lu Tian. I, Lu Tian, and Li Wanyin greet you all. Hello, gentlemen. Everyone bowed. Zhang Liang knew Li Wanyin, who made great contributions in the siege of Badaling. Lu Tian, Li Wanyin, did you write this book? Zhang Liang asked directly. Lu Tian suddenly felt guilty and didn't know how to answer. General, this book was proposed by Lord Lu. I summarized the experiences he relayed to you all. During the siege of Badaling, I also achieved some minor results under the guidance of this manual. However, I think such a good thing should not be kept to myself, so I contacted the bookstore to print it out and distribute it to you all for free, so that everyone can review it at any time and make contributions to the country, the people, and the great Jidushi. After Li Wanyin finished speaking, Zhang Liang nodded and said, It's well written, but there are not many people in the army who can read. Even so, you are thoughtful. Zhang Liang then looked at his generals and said, You can take this book back and study it carefully. Train your soldiers according to this manual. Do not share it with other armies for the time being. Although these tactics have existed for a long time, Li Wanyin classified them into different categories and coordinated them with each other, making innovative things based on old experiences, which are very good. Yes, the 5 battalion commanders also knew that this was a good thing, and they planned to go back and study it carefully and improve the training methods. Also, Lu Tian, you have performed very well recently. When the recruitment of new soldiers is completed, you will serve as the deputy captain of the new team. After Zhang Liang finished speaking, Lu Tian became excited instantly. He didn't expect that the Battle of Badaling didn't get him promoted, but with this book, he got promoted. He didn't expect it to have such a big effect. He originally just wanted to show off. Thank you for your promotion. I will do my best to serve you until my death. I will never let you down. At this time, he loved Li Wanyin to the extreme, so much so that when he looked at Li Wanyin, he felt that this man was closer to him than his own brother. When Li Wanyin noticed Lu Tian's tender eyes, he felt his scalp tighten instantly. Okay, enough nonsense. In addition to learning tactics, you must also recruit new soldiers as soon as possible. In a few days, we will go to Badaling for a rotation. Zhang Liang also said this to the camp commander. Yes. All the commanders also agreed. Li Wanyin was concerned about the rotation of guards at Badaling. The accommodation conditions there were not as good as those in Yuzhou City, and most of the patrols were on the Badaling city wall. The wind was very strong, and it was not as comfortable as the camp at the foot of the mountain. After the gentleman left, Li Wanyin immediately bowed and saluted. I greet the captain. Li Wanyin directly removed the word secondary, which made Lu Tian feel elated instantly. Haha, it's still too early. I don't have any troops under my command now. I can't be considered a team leader. I can't be considered a team leader. Lu Tian waved his hands quickly, seeming a little embarrassed. Your Excellency is too modest. It's only a matter of time. I just don't know when we can recruit new soldiers. Chapter 66. It will be soon. In the next few days, we will recruit new soldiers in Yuzhou and the surrounding counties. These new soldiers will go directly to the camp below Badaling for training and participate in patrols. Then I will also go out to recruit new soldiers, right? Li Wanyan really wanted to go back to Lijia village to see how his family was doing. He had been feeling very depressed recently and needed Xiaoyanzi to help him relieve his worries. If necessary, he wanted to take the 4 girls to Yuzhou City. Although it was closer to the front line, the city walls of Yuzhou were high and it was safer. The county town and even the rural areas were most vulnerable to enemy attacks. Well, that's for sure. The rich people in Yuzhou City have ways to avoid military service, so we still have to find farmers from the surrounding villages. Lu Tian also recruited soldiers in this way. Then I'd better go back to Pingan County. I have a strong mass base there. Li Wanyan's words were also very novel to Lin Yingtai, who had been silent, and Lu Tian roughly understood them and nodded. Well, our battalion should still use Pingan County as the center to recruit personnel. Fortunately, the number of people we recruit this time does not need to be large. Lu Tian was also very fortunate. He had built the business from scratch before, and now he only needed to recruit less than half of the staff. That's great. I wonder if you are free. We would like to treat you to a drink to celebrate your promotion. Li Wanyan had a meal at noon and some dry rice at night. But these meals were not enough for a warrior, nor were they enough for the brothers who drank porridge. No one was full. How can you treat me? I'm the one treating you tonight. The other brothers can pack up the food and share it with you. Lu Tian was generous again. After all, a sergeant only had a monthly salary of 501, a lieutenant had 1 tael of silver, a captain had 2 taels of silver, and a deputy captain had about 1 tael and 50 cents. Adding to the gains from the last battlefield, his pockets were now bulging. On the afternoon of the next day, they received an order to go out of the city to look for reinforcements. In an instant, the soldiers from Pingan County were so excited that they could not sleep. They had been away from home for more than a month and had experienced a life-and-death battle. Now they missed home even more. Some soldiers could not sleep all night. Although Li Wanyan missed home, he could still sleep. As usual, he hugged his good brother Lin Yingtai, but she broke free immediately. It was obvious that her period was over and she no longer had uterine cold. Kill the donkey after it has done its job. Li Wanyan turned over and continued to sleep. Early in the morning, their camp of new recruits left Yuzhou City and headed for Pingan County. It was only 50 miles away from Pingan County. They set out in the morning and arrived in the evening. However, the people in Lijia village were still more than 10 miles away from the village. Now they had to either rest for a night and continue their journey tomorrow or walk directly home. Little kids, shall we go back directly or stay overnight? If we stay overnight, we can buy some things to take home tomorrow morning. If we go back now, the market will be over and we will have to go back empty-handed. After Li Wanyan said this, everyone decided to stay for 1 night, because it would be midnight if they went back. Uncle, we decided to rest for 1 night. We will set out tomorrow morning when the city gate opens. Brother Yingtai, we will come together. Everyone has some money now, so naturally they want to buy something to take home. After all, it's a lean period now, and their family members may be starving. Okay, let's go drink before curfew. Li Wanyan thought about how energetic these young men were, and since he had a little money, he wanted to ask the younger generations to have sex with him. Lin Yingtai also came this time, but she thought he was really here to drink. But when she arrived at the brothel, she found that she was not wrong about him. How dare you come to such a filthy place? You are the elder of these people. Lin Yingtai sneered directly. Li Wanyan never thought that his aunt would understand the man's thoughts. He whispered, "You don't want your identity as a woman to be known, do you?" Chapter 67. You are shameless. Lin Yingtai's eyes were red with anger. She never expected that her life and property would be controlled by such a villain. Nothing, just drink. After Li Wanyan finished speaking, he pulled Lin Yingtai into the brothel. The young men were blushing at this time. It was not that these young men had no experience in matters between men and women, but that this was their first time to come to this place, and it was obvious that the girls here had better skin and figures. Oh, who is it? It turns out to be Mr. Li Jun. You haven't been here for a long time. After hearing what the madam said, Lin Yingtai looked at Li Wanyan in disbelief. You have to know that Li Wanyan has 3 wives and a maid at home, and he still goes to the brothel so often? She doesn't understand. Ahem, these young people of mine have short tempers and haven't slept well in recent days, so we have to treat them well tonight. Li Wanyan instructed. Oh, don't worry. We have more than 10 girls here, all of whom are at your service. It's just that there are 2 more people on your side. If the 2 generals don't mind, I can also serve you. Don't underestimate me. I have 13 years of experience, and I guarantee to make you happy." When Li Wanyin saw the out-of-shape madam, he said, Okay, I'll drink with Brother Lin tonight. You go prepare the food and wine." Li Wanyin didn't want this old man to take advantage of him, even though he was older than the madam. "Okay, General, I live on the 1st floor. If you have anything to do at night, you can knock on my door." After the madam said this, Li Wanyin waved his hands and closed the door of the brothel. He had booked the whole place for tonight. After calculating, the cost for so many people would not exceed 10 taels of silver, so this amount of money was very easy for him. After all, he made more than 100 taels of silver in the last gambling game, and he also got dozens of taels of silver from the spoils. Now he has 200 taels of silver, so he can buy some land when he goes back, or even bring the 4 girls to Yuzhou City and buy a house there. Li Wanyin and Lin Yingtai were drinking in the empty hall, while the other guys were working hard in the rooms. The rooms were not soundproof, so the hall was full of these dirty sounds. But Li Wanyin was as calm as usual, but Lin Yingtai's face was a little red. "Brother Lin, did you flee from Dingzhou to Yuzhou?" Li Wanyin took advantage of the noise to discuss some sensitive matters. "Did you find out?" "I guess so. I'm curious. Are you going to serve as the military leader under Qin Yu?" Li Wanyin knew that Qin Yu was demoted this time. If it had not been for his relationship with Lin Yingtai, this would not have happened. "No, our plan is indeed to go to Qin Yu's command and serve as the military leader." So, could it be that the capture of Badaling this time was planned long ago? Li Wanyin suspected that the capture of Badaling was a risky move by the imperial court and took the opportunity to arrange for people to come in. Just after saying this, Lin Yingtai put down her chopsticks. "If I hadn't known that you were a farmer since childhood, I would have suspected that you were the Jidushi's man." Lin Yingtai did not deny this matter. It seemed that she had known about it for a long time. However, when Li Wanyin thought about the court doing this, he felt that perhaps the whole Dalian was rotten. No wonder Gu Quanjun had not been interested in military affairs before. Do you think it's necessary to be loyal to such a court? Li Wanyin knew very well that after the fall of the Badaling city wall, the Khitans would never give up and continue to move south, but the people in the court still did not care. You need to ask yourself this. Lin Yingtai did not answer this question, and it was obvious that she was also conflicted. "Okay, I want to ask, is Qin Yu planted here by the court?" Li Wanyin asked. Qin Yu did serve as an official in the imperial court in his early years, but he became disappointed with the court and resigned and returned to the local area to work under the Jidushi. Chapter 68. Lin Yingtai did not say whether he was from the imperial court. Even if you are not from the imperial court, after this arrangement by the imperial court, the Jidushi will no longer trust Lord Qin Yu. But this may be what you want. Regardless of whether you succeed in entering the Yuzhou army, your goal has been achieved. Good. You are very smart. I hope you can survive the next battle. If nothing unexpected happens, the Jidushi will take the initiative to attack the Khitan territory. After Lin Yingtai finished speaking, Li Wanyin could fully understand that as long as there was fighting on the front line, the court could not move the Jidushi at will. Hey, I wonder how many of these new recruits will survive. Li Wanyin was very emotional. He didn't know how many young men in Lijia village could survive. This is how troubled times are. If you want to survive, you have to keep climbing up. Only in this way can you have a chance to survive. Lin Yingtai's thinking at this time was that of a man, and Li Wanyin resonated with her. Bang! I don't know which guy used too much force, but the bed collapsed. However, it did not affect the other guy's fierce charge. Oh, it's great to be young. Li Wanyin noticed that Lin Yingtai's face turned slightly red. After waiting for a long time, the man didn't say anything, so Li Wanyin said, "There is a guest room upstairs. Why don't we go up and rest for a night? You go to sleep. I'll go back to the government office to sleep." Lin Yingtai said so. "It's curfew now. It's not appropriate for you to walk on the street. Why don't you just sleep here and leave early tomorrow morning?" Li Wanyin pulled Lin Yingtai directly to the 2nd floor. When they arrived at the room, Lin Yingtai took a quilt and threw it on the ground. "If you climb into bed at night, you'd be a beast." Lin Yingtai was worried that Li Wanyin would have an outburst of his bestiality at night. "Then if I don't go to bed, would that make me worse than an animal?" When Li Wanyin said this, Lin Yingtai was ashamed and angry. "I didn't mean that. You must be thinking so. I will still sleep in the same bed with Brother Yingtai. Don't worry, I won't move around." Li Wanyin took the quilt to the bed and slept next to Lin Yingtai. Lin Yingtai had no choice but to let him sleep beside her, but she couldn't sleep peacefully. She was always worried that Li Wanyin would be disturbed by the noise outside and become beastly. But after waiting for an hour, there was no movement from Li Wanyin, and instead a slight snoring sound was heard. This made Lin Yingtai feel a little disappointed. Tonight is a sleepless night for most of the young men. Everyone knows that this is a money-consuming night. Having been afraid of poverty since childhood, they dare not waste a single minute of the night. They work nonstop from dusk to dawn and will not stop until they have drained themselves dry. Early the next morning, Li Wanyan found that Lin Yingtai was not around. He waited until he went downstairs before he saw her. "Brother Yingtai, didn't you get enough rest? You guys go back to the village today? I won't go back. I'm here to receive new soldiers. You guys are responsible for recruiting people from various villages. That's fine. You and the people in the government office should take care of the new recruits." Lu Tian did not come this time and left the task of recruiting new soldiers to him and the sergeants under him. After all, they were promoted after joining the army for more than a month, which to a certain extent also allowed more farmers to join in. "Just go." Lin Yingtai seemed very reluctant to see Li Wanyan, but Li Wanyan didn't care and waited for the young men to come downstairs with their weak legs. Li Wankai felt very embarrassed because he was the one who broke the bed legs last night. Chapter 69. Okay, let's buy some things and go home. After Li Wanyan settled the bill, he took the young men to the market to purchase supplies. Soon, everyone left Ping'an County carrying corn and salt. Although they didn't get much sleep that night, the boys did not stop for a moment and arrived at the gate of Lijia village before noon. The villagers didn't know they had returned, but the children in the village saw what had happened and started shouting. "Grandpa is back with his brothers." The people in Lijia village reacted instantly. The village chief's wife came to the gate of Li Wanyan's yard and said, "Sisters-in-law, Brother Wanyan is back." After saying this, she ran to the village entrance because her second son had returned and she couldn't wait any longer. The four girls were in the yard, and there were patients there. Lin Wanyan couldn't leave and could only see her sisters and maids running towards the village entrance. Li Wanyan came back carrying rice and saw the village chief and others coming towards him. "You're retiring now?" Li Jiming asked curiously. "We are not retiring. We are back to recruit new soldiers," Li Wankai said excitedly because he was promoted to sergeant. Recruit new soldiers. There aren't many strong laborers in the village. Li Jiming naturally did not want to recruit soldiers from his own Lijia village. After several conscriptions, there was almost only one breadwinner left in the family. Moreover, the autumn harvest was coming and strong labor was also needed. "Father, Uncle led us to a great victory. Uncle is now the deputy chief of the army. Chenghua and I have both become sergeants." Li Wankai excitedly announced this situation, which shocked all the villagers present. They have only been in the army for more than a month, and they have been promoted one by one. A soldier's monthly salary is 500 won, which is 6 taels of silver a year. It seems better than farming, but considering the risk of death, most people still choose to farm. But once you become a deputy chief, your income will be significantly higher than farming, so you have a reason to join the army. You are now the head of the gang? Li Jiming widened his eyes, totally unable to believe this reality. After all, Li Wanyan was older than him. Could he still go to the battlefield and kill the enemy? "It's not a duck head, it's me who's right." "Good duck head, Li Wanyan." Li Jiming's face was full of disbelief, but no one else refuted it, which meant that Li Wanyan really became an official. The most important thing was that his son also became the leader, although he only had 4 or 5 people under him. The families of the other soldiers present gathered around their own family members to check on them to see if they had any injuries. There were some, but the farmers who survived to adulthood had strong resistance and could recover easily from minor sword and knife wounds. "Let's not waste any more time talking. Let's go back to our homes first." When Li Wanyan saw Lin Wanxian and others coming, he also hurried back. "Husband, we haven't finished eating all the food at home. There's no need to buy so much." Li Wanyan not only bought corn, but also bought some wheat flour. This is a good thing because eating wheat makes people more energetic. "It's okay. Just keep it dry and it will last a long time. And I don't know when I can come back next time." Li Wanyan calculated the time. It was now May, and there might be wars in the next 1 or 2 months. He wondered if he could take a leave during the autumn harvest. When she arrived at the yard, she saw Lin Wanyan treating a nearby villager. Only then did Lin Wanyan calm down and take the patient's pulse. After prescribing medicine for the patient, he hung a sign at home saying that he would not see any patients. After not seeing each other for a month, several women did not gain weight, which was not good for the fetus in their belly. "From today on, you will have to eat 3 meals a day, Xiao Yanzi. Remember to eat meat or eggs every day." After Li Wanyan finished speaking, Lin Wanxian frowned a little. Although her husband left 10 taels of silver when he left, and the family also made money by treating villagers, there was no guarantee that they would have meat and eggs to eat every day. "Husband, there's no need to be so extravagant. Besides, I'm having morning sickness and can't stand eating meat. Lin Wanxian still wanted to leave some money for her family. After all, there would be more children in the future and they would need money everywhere. Don't worry, take these silver coins. Chapter 70. Li Wanyan took out a small package and placed it on the table, making a sound of silver rubbing and clinking. Everyone didn't open the package, but they knew there was a lot of silver inside. Where did you get all this silver, sir? Lin Wanyan asked. I fought a battle and took it from a corpse. Li Wanyan downplayed the situation and did not want to over-describe it in order to avoid causing the three girls to have miscarriages. My husband must have killed hundreds of people to get so much silver, right? Lin Wanyan didn't quite believe that her husband could do this, but Li Wanyan was also surprised. Lin Wanyan saw the viciousness of the matter. Almost. I've been promoted to deputy chief judge, which means I'm a high-ranking official. I can eat 2 meals a day. My husband also needs money in the army, and we can't afford so much. Lin Wanxian was honestly saying that even though her father was a 5th-rank official, she had never seen him take out so much silver at one time. No problem, because I have made great contributions this time. The higher-ups have rewarded me with 50 taels of silver, which will be paid out along with the next salary. Besides, I have some silver on me. Li Wanyan touched his pocket to reassure the women. Moreover, he immediately had Gu Quanjun as his henchman, so he didn't have to spend a penny of his own money. He could probably save all his monthly salary. Besides, the war was about to start, so he could still make money. Otherwise, why are there so many veterans in the military unwilling to retire? In fact, it is because they have tasted the sweetness. The three women were also shocked to see that their husbands earned so much money in just 1 month of joining the army. No wonder the vassal state issue has always been a thorn in the court's side. This speed of making money can make the Jadushi's soldiers extremely loyal. Lin Wanyan commented. Yes, so don't worry, I'm doing well in the army. I'll be a captain, or even a captain in the future. You can also use this money to buy some land in several nearby villages for tenants to cultivate. Li Wanyan knew that land was the greatest asset, at least in this world. Don't worry, my husband. We will handle this money carefully. Lin Wanxian put the silver away. In this family, Lin Wanxian was the cashier and Lin Wanyan was the accountant, and they complemented each other. Also, you have to make sure you have 3 meals a day and eat meat and eggs. Li Wanyan emphasized once again that, after all, in this world, giving birth to a child is like walking through the gates of hell for a woman. Without a good physical condition, she simply cannot endure it. Master, don't worry, I will ensure the 3 ladies' food and daily life. Xiao Yanzi said from the side. Okay, let's cook lunch. I won't be seeing patients this afternoon. The 4 girls naturally obeyed Li Wanyan's words, and the atmosphere at home was also very cheerful. The reason why the 3 girls did not gain weight in this month was because they were worried that Li Wanyan would die on the battlefield. But this time, Li Wanyan not only returned safely, but also brought a lot of money and was promoted. It just so happens that my husband is a scholar, and he will definitely achieve great success in the military in the future. This time, Li Wanyan not only bought rice and salt, but also meat and eggs, in the hope that they would have good health. He also planned to let Xiao Yanzi raise some chickens and ducks so that they could eat fresh eggs frequently. At noon, the meat, eggs, and rice were all ready. Xiao Yanzi could only swallow her saliva when she saw them. Although the 3rd daughter of the Lin family was born in an official family, she had not seen meat for a long time. If it were not for her family cultivation, she probably would not have been able to resist. Eat it all. After Li Wanyan finished speaking, none of the 4 girls picked up their chopsticks. My husband has worked hard in the war. Please eat more. Lin Wanxian kept picking up food for Li Wanyan. Hey, what are you doing? Eat together. Li Wanyan picked up several people's rice bowls, gave each person an egg, and a large bowl of meat with soup, and Xiao Yanzi also had some. When several people saw Li Wanyan like this, they all lowered their heads to eat, but the joyful atmosphere just now seemed to be gone, and everyone seemed to be crying. In view of this, Li Wanyan also knew the reason. It was simply that he was too good, which made the 4 women unable to believe that this world would always be one where men were superior to women. Not to mention eating at the same table. Even if they did eat at the same table, the best dishes had to be eaten by the husband first. How could he put dishes into his wife's bowl before the husband had eaten them? Perhaps feudal etiquette makes these women take the initiative to give their best things to their husbands, but it cannot be said that they don't want to eat and drink well. It's just that in this world, men are like animals and women are like grass. We are all selfish, and his behavior challenges feudal etiquette and satisfies all women's fantasies about men, which is why they are moved to tears. Chapter 71. Okay, stop crying. I'm not that kind of traditional man. In my family, We try to ensure gender equality, even if you are a maid. In the future, if you want to eat something, just buy it directly, and you don't have to report to me. After Li Wanyan finished speaking, the four girls not only did not smile, but burst into tears instead. Li Wanyan. He had no choice. The four girls were also very emotional, and it would be fine if they just cried. He ate the meal while crying. After the meal, Li Wanyan renovated the house. There are currently 3 rooms in the house, but there are 4 people living there when he is not around, so he wants to expand the yard. However, he is about to go out to recruit soldiers, so the construction of the house can only be left to the village chief, Li Jiming, for help. Then, he carried a bucket of rice to the home of the village chief, Li Jiming. After all, this man had contributed to his marriage. At this time, Li Jiming's family were all there, but they had not eaten lunch yet, because the village chief's family could not eat at noon, and there were many people in the family, so they could only live frugally. Xiaoming, Li Wanyan shouted, and Li Jiming came out to greet him. Lao Li, what are you doing? When he saw Li Wanyan bringing corn, he knew that this was a gift from Li Wanyan. I can marry a wife thanks to you. Please don't despise this little thought. You can't do that. My son is serving in the army under you and needs your help. I will never accept this corn. Village chief Li Jiming knew the importance of this bucket of rice. In this time of famine, a bucket of rice could save an entire family. Xiaoming, my wife is pregnant. Although I have a maid, I am still worried. Please help me keep an eye on those who are interested. Li Wanyan is fighting at the front, and now he is worried that bad guys will bully these women. Don't worry about that. The daughters-in-law who marry into our village are our daughters-in-law. If you want to move a few sisters-in-law, it depends on whether the people of my Lijia village agree. Li Jiming is still very confident about the people in his village. So, you should accept this corn. If they have any laborious work that they can't do, they hope you can help them. So you should accept this rice. If you don't accept it, it means you look down on me, Li Wanyan. Hearing what Li Wanyan said, Li Jiming accepted it. Then I'll accept it. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. By the way, I plan to build another adobe house, but I have to go out to recruit soldiers tomorrow, so I need you to help me with this matter. I'll provide 3 meals. After Li Wanyan said this, Li Jiming said, 3 meals is too much. Now there is a shortage of food. If you give 1 meal, who in the surrounding area will not come to help? 3 meals means 3 meals. Help me recruit people, and your son and I will go out to recruit soldiers tomorrow. Okay, I'll take care of this. Li Jiming patted his chest. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. After returning from Li Jiming's house, he told him about the newly built house. If that was the case, it would be a real courtyard house, as magnificent as the village chief's house. Husband, 4 houses are enough. You don't need to consider building a new house for the time being. Lin Wanxian was also worried about waste. But Li Wanyan said, we build houses in the village for the villagers to see. At least we can't let people look down on us. Besides, I have some assets. I wonder if you are willing to live with me in Yuzhou City. Chapter 72. Li Wanyan thought, if that was the case, he could see these people at any time. My dear, we sisters are both pregnant and cannot stand the long journey. In addition, although Yuzhou City has tall walls, it is also the main target of the Khitans' attacks. Once the Khitans cross the Great Wall, they will probably besiege Yuzhou City. At that time, we will be in danger due to lack of water and food. Here in Lijia village, if we hear that something is wrong, we can hide in the mountains for refuge or go south for refuge. Lin Wanyan made a comprehensive analysis of the situation, and Li Wanyan felt that it was very reasonable. A woman like Lin Wanyan is calm and smart. Wanyan's words make sense. I was indeed not thoughtful enough about this matter. If this is the case, you are not very safe in Lijia village. If I, your husband, become rich, we should go to the south. Li Wanyan said so. If you have the chance, you can come back to our hometown to have a look, but where exactly we will settle down. In this chaotic era, no one can tell. At least in Lijia village, we have our own fields. Lin Wanyan no longer looked forward to the prosperity of Bianzhou City, and this small village was also very good. Well, we still need to gather more fields. Now is the time when there is a shortage of crops. It is very easy for you to buy land. According to the current population situation of our family, 30 acres of land is the bottom line. Li Wanyan knows that many families now cannot make it to the autumn harvest, so as long as someone buys the unripe crops in the fields, everyone would be willing to do so. In addition, the grain yield of 1 acre of land is only 100 to 200 kilograms, and the barren land only has dozens of kilograms of grain. 30 acres of land can only produce 3,000 kilograms of grain. Considering that half of it is given to the tenants, the actual amount of grain obtained is only 1,500 kilograms. Taking into account the tenants' private hoarding, The final amount of grain obtained will definitely be less than 1,500 kilograms. In addition to the 4 people in his family, there will be 3 children in the future, so more than 1,000 kilograms of grain are absolutely necessary. Moreover, this is just enough to make ends meet. Well, I'll ask the village chief to find out. Lin Wanyan said so. Before she knew it, it was dark, and Xiao Yanzi started to cook dinner, which was a very sumptuous one. Now that she was considered a wealthy person, she naturally did not need to be stingy with herself. But now the money is being spent very quickly, and he needs to join the battle as soon as possible to obtain more resources. After dinner, he finished washing up, and Xiao Yanzi took the initiative to come to the master's room. Li Wanyin had been holding it in for more than a month and could no longer bear it, so the legs of his bed began to shake. The 3 girls are pregnant and cannot bear to hear such noises. They are destined to have a sleepless night tonight. Early the next morning, Li Wan began to bang on the bed because the leg of the bed was also broken. After dealing with these, he started boxing. He has been practicing this style for more than a month now. He has not made any progress recently, but he felt that he was almost reaching his limit in boxing today, but he always felt that something was missing. It was not until the 9th set of boxing was completed that the family tree in his mind began to change again. Clan leader, Li Wanyan. Force value, 7, equivalent to the combat power of 7 adults. Spouse, Lin Wanxian, Lin Wanyin, Lin Wanqing, Zhang Xiaoyan. Talent, 20-foot treasure hunt. Estimated life expectancy, 61. Offspring, none. At this moment, my whole body feels clear and it feels more comfortable than sleeping with Xiao Yanzi. In this case, it will take me about 1.5 months to increase my combat power to that of an adult. It may not seem like much, but in a year, I can probably increase my combat power to that of 7 or 8 adults. If he persists for 10 years, his strength alone will be equivalent to that of 80 adults. But he should still be in the skin refining stage now. He doesn't know whether it is in the early or middle stage. He will ask his soft and fragrant brother Ingtai when the time comes. Chapter 73. If the child only collected his lifespan but it never increased, it would mean that he would die when he was 10 years old. This was unacceptable no matter what. If you want to increase your lifespan, you must either give birth to children or continue to take concubines. Only in this way can you increase your lifespan. He calculated that with his current wealth, he could still continue to marry and take concubines. After breakfast, he came to the west end of the village. The young men in the village were all his subordinates. Today's task was to recruit soldiers from the surrounding villages and towns. Uncle, Li Wankai put on his military uniform and came with a saber. Call me Yajing. Okay, uncle. Li Wankai still said so, and Li Wanyin thought it was better to forget it. Soon Li Chenghua and other young people came. In one village, except for a deputy chief and 2 sergeants, everyone else returned safe and sound. This was quite beneficial for recruiting new soldiers, and they all made money. When they came back, these young men all carried rice on their backs. Countless people saw them along the way. In addition, famine began to spread, so it was relatively easy to recruit soldiers. Lord Yajing, where are we going to recruit soldiers today? Li Chenghua asked. This is sensible. Although he was disrespectful before, after spending some time together, Li Chenghua knew that Li Wanyin had never cared about him before, so he had no choice but to respect Li Wanyin. Wang Jia Ao Bar. Li Wanyin knew that there was a village with the surname Wang nearby, and he had been there before. This Wang Jiao hides in the mountains to avoid military service. Many of the people there are hunters. Can they recruit soldiers? Li Chenghua was a little skeptical. Let's go and have a look. The men in other villages are either very young or very old, and I want a group of strong, trustworthy soldiers. Li Wanyin said this, and Li Chenghua seemed to understand, but did not raise any questions. Afterwards, everyone went to Wang Jiao. It was also about 7 or 8 miles away, and after walking for a while we entered the mountains. The road was very difficult to walk on, or rather there was no road at all. Wang Jiao is a large village, self-sufficient in the mountains, with little communication with the outside world. Li Wanyin has only been there once and can barely remember the way. After walking through the rugged mountain road, we finally saw a narrow path. The rest of the journey will be relatively easier. Uncle, how many people are there in Wang Jiao? Li Wankai asked on the quiet mountain road. I came here once 15 years ago. At that time, there were more than 100 households here, with a total population of about 800 people. After so many years, there should be thousands of people now. Li Wanyin taught here in the past, and has feelings for everything here. However, the population estimate is an ideal one. Assuming that this place is self-sufficient, then after 15 years, the population should at least be over 1,000. However, in recent years, in addition to plague and famine, there have also been natural disasters. Therefore, He feels that the recent situation of this village is not very good, and it should be relatively easy to recruit soldiers, and it may even be possible to recruit 50 or 60 people. Although it was only 7 or 8 miles, it felt like they had walked more than 10 miles before they saw the shadow of the village. It's really a huge village. Li Wankai was amazed. There were only about 300 people in their village, which was definitely not as many as Wangjiao. This village is relatively wealthy. There's smoke from cooking fires at noon, Li Chenghua said, pointing at the smoke in the distance. Li Wanyan looked over. Based on his years of life experience, he knew that it was not smoke from cooking, but a water leak. There's a fire. After Li Wanyan finished speaking, he walked quickly forward. When they arrived near the village entrance, they found noisy footprints on the ground, all of which were fresh, and they could faintly hear people crying. Prepare for battle. Chapter 74. At Li Wanyan's command, the young men who had experienced actual combat instantly hid behind the trees. Uncle, are they bandits? The only thing Li Wankai could think of was bandits. 9 times out of 10, we don't know the number of people, so let's be quiet. Afterwards, Li Wanyan used his body to keep moving forward, often crawling on the ground. They had never learned this tactic, but when they saw Li Wanyan doing it, they followed suit. At this time, they avoided a bandit's secret sentry. Li Wanyan went around behind him, covered his mouth with one hand, and stabbed a dagger into his throat. The secret sentry was on the roof of a villager's house, and the house was covered in blood, with corpses of old people and children, as well as a little girl who died with her eyes open and her clothes in disarray. Brute. Li Wanyan admitted that he was lustful, but he would not lay hands on children. Then, he led his men forward. The village was very large, and the dozen of them were not noticeable. Li Wanyan had a 20-zhang treasure hunt area and could sense the enemy from a long distance. It can be said that every bandit is a sitting duck. They quickly cleared out the secret sentries on the periphery to prevent being attacked from behind. At this time, hundreds of villagers were trapped in the clan ancestral hall. There were high walls here as cover, but several exits were blocked by bandits. There were not many bandits, only about 50 or 60 people, plus secret sentries. There were only about 60 or 70 people. But it was these 60 or 70 people who trapped 600 or 700 people in the ancestral hall. Although the ancestral hall is large, there are hundreds of people here. The heat and lack of oxygen make the villagers irritable or even collapse. Many people want to go out and fight, and some want to surrender. After all, the bandits only want gold, silver, treasures, and women. After seeing this situation, the patriarch of Wangjiao had completely lost the confidence to resist. Listen up, everyone inside. Each household hands over 3 taels of silver, 10 dough of millet, and women under the age of 40, and we will guarantee your safety. Otherwise, I will burn you all to death in the ancestral hall. I, Han Laosi, always keep my word. If Li Wanyan was nearby, he would definitely recognize that Han Laosi was the man who robbed him. He didn't expect that dozens of bandits would gather together in just a month or two. This shows that society is becoming increasingly unstable. Patriarch, can you make the decision? A man in the village urged the patriarch, apparently not to resist, but to hand over money, food, and women. Yes, patriarch, preserving the family flame is the most important thing. Many people began to agree, saying that these people were either born cowardly or their own family members died outside, so they hoped that others would not have a good life either. But there were also those who disagreed. Chief, there are 600 of us and 60 of them. Can't we defeat them? Open the gate. I want to fight them. Yes, even if we have to fight, I will never hand over my wife and children. Many of the brave men in the Wang family did not want to sit and wait for death. The clan leader was in the most pain at this moment. He knew, of course, that the bandits' goal was money, food, and women, and it had been like this since ancient times. But if he really handed over the women, he would be really sorry for his ancestors. But if he didn't hand them over, the men in the clan would not be able to form combat effectiveness, and the final result might be the loss of both people and money. Finally, he made a difficult decision. Hand it over, hand it over. After the patriarch said this, he felt as if all his strength had been drained away. At this time, the people outside did not attack, and the surrender faction inside was about to arrest people, but the resistance faction would not sit still and wait for death, and began to fight back, and there was sudden chaos. You assistants. As the clan leader, he was extremely distressed when he saw his own people killing each other, but no one listened to him anymore. From the moment he gave the order to hand over the women and money and food, he had already lost his prestige among both sides. Outside the high walls, the bandits also showed contempt when they heard this sound. What a mob! Han Laosi had just finished speaking when a kitchen knife flew towards him. He just turned around and a bandit next to him was stabbed in the head by the kitchen knife, killing him instantly. Enemy attack. Chapter 75. Immediately, a dozen thieves attacked. They gathered together and became the target of the attack. In an instant, 7 or 8 people were seriously injured. When they saw someone attacking them, the bandits actually covered each other and made evasive moves. Li Wanyin knew that these were not just bandits, but vagrant soldiers, and if nothing unexpected happened, they were the vagrant soldiers of the Yuzhou army. After the first round of attack, they also rushed out. Although there were only 40 or 50 people left on the other side, they still had a numerical advantage. "It's you." Han Laosi recognized Li Wanyin at first sight. He was very clear about this guy's fighting ability, but he did not expect that Li Wanyin would actually wear the uniform of the Yuzhou army, and it seemed that he was a small leader. "What a coincidence. I let you escape last time, but you won't be so lucky this time. You must surrender to the Yuzhou army, otherwise you will be killed without mercy." Li Wanyin has a tough attitude. Although he calls on others to put down their butcher knives, he will not give them a chance to become Buddha. "Haha, I have so many brothers. Are you my opponent?" Han Laosi continued to intimidate Li Wanyin. "Kill." Li Wanyin was too lazy to talk nonsense and just rushed forward. This time he did not carry a mo dao, but an ordinary military knife, but the quality was better than that of ordinary soldiers. "Kill." Han Laosi did not back down either. After all, he had more people on his side. But when they met again, Li Wanyin killed them one by one, just like cutting vegetables. 3 people who approached Li Wanyin were killed instantly. This also completely shocked the bandits. They knew that Li Wanyin might be a warrior, and everyone knew what a warrior meant. "Damn it, let's go together." Just now, Han Laosi called on others to go up, but he didn't. This time he followed them. But the result was that Li Wanyin chopped at him with a knife, and he used the knife to block it. Bang! The knife in Han Laosi's hand broke, and he fell down. He took advantage of the chaos to sneak into the back, and the bandits in the front were in trouble. Li Wanyin killed 2 of them casually. The young men from Lijia village behind him were also stimulated and rushed up howling, and their momentum instantly overwhelmed the bandits. The party with fewer people actually has an advantage. At this time, the people inside the wall also heard the shouting and killing outside, until reinforcements arrived. "There are helpers, there are helpers," a young man shouted, and everyone was awakened from the chaos. At this time, everyone was struggling again, still wondering whether they should go out or not. The clan leader was already in a panic, and some young men opened the gate and rushed out with various weapons in their hands. But the troops fighting outside had already gone far away, and the bandits were beaten far away. The road was full of corpses and blood, and it was sticky to walk on it. Li Wanyin fought 1 against 100 men, and he killed half of the 50 or so men. He killed some of the remaining young men, and the rest fled into the alley. Li Wanyin also noticed that the young and middle-aged men from Wangjiao were chasing after him. Everyone saw that the victory belonged to them, and their confidence increased greatly. Han Laosi had no way to escape, and with less than 10 people around him, he could only beg for mercy. "Sir, I was blind. I didn't mean to rob you before. Please let me go, please let me go." Han Laosi knelt down immediately. "Hee, why should I let you go?" Li Wanyin sneered. "I came from the Yuzhou army. I know the secret about the Jadushi. It's a huge secret. If I tell you, you can report it to the court or use it to threaten the Jadushi. You will definitely be able to get a huge fortune in return." "What secret?" Li Wanyin asked. "I can only tell you when no one else is around. After all, many people will talk too much." Han Laosi said this. It seems that there is indeed a big secret. He doesn't have to go to Gaomi, but he must know it. "Okay, you guys step back 10 feet. Chapter 76. Li Wanyin asked everyone to step back. He wanted to hear what this guy had to say. "Uncle, be careful of fraud." Li Wankai stopped Li Wanyin. "Don't worry, if he dares to attack me, I will skin him alive." Li Wanyin thought that his skills were pretty good and he had nothing to worry about. So, he and the bandits were the only ones in the dead end, and Han Laosi came up to Li Wanyin and said, "You should have figured out that we are from the Yuzhou army, right? Stop talking nonsense and tell me what the secret is." Li Wanyin felt itchy. "Do you know why I became a bandit?" Li Wanyin did not answer, and Han Laosi did not keep him in suspense any longer, and continued. "It was because we once went to the territory of the Iwu Jadushi to surround and kill the 5 military leaders who were about to take important positions in the Yuzhou army. 4 of them died and 1 escaped. However, according to the order from above, no one should be left alive, otherwise we would die. So we did not dare to return to the Yuzhou army, and could only become bandits and make a living by robbing houses. In fact, even if you kill 5 monarchs, you won't survive." Li Wanyin said this, and Han Laosi did not refute, but continued. "Since you are so clear-sighted, I will tell you one more thing, and it is no less than the siege and killing of the imperial military officers. Hurry up and tell me. Li Wanyan hates these people keeping people in suspense the most. Your Excellency should know about the loss of Badaling, right? Good. Li Wanyan certainly knew, and he knew that it was he who took back Badaling. But Han Laosi in front of him probably didn't know that Badaling was taken back. Among my brothers, there were those stationed at Badaling at the time. The reason they failed was that someone moved them away from the nearby beacon tower, resulting in a gap in their forces, which was then taken advantage of by the Khitans. Who is the person who transferred you away? Li Wanyan had long suspected that the fall of Badaling was not as simple as it seemed. Wu Shan. When Han Laosi said this, Li Wanyan knew it was true. However, when attacking Badaling, Wu Shan also worked very hard. No one would have thought that it was this transferred garrison team. However, this matter has been concealed because the soldiers who left at that time already knew that the situation was not right and fled during the war. After all, losing Badaling is not necessarily a capital crime, but deserting one's post and causing failure is definitely a capital crime. That's why these people fled, and the two groups accidentally met and then became accomplices. After understanding all of this, Li Wanyan knew that the imperial court was still one step ahead. Qin Yu was a member of the imperial court on the surface, but in fact he was not. General Wu Shan was the one. This time, Yuzhou Jidushi Wang Shiyi was tricked. You know who's the one who's always going to keep a secret? Li Wanyan asked. What? Han Laosi seemed to have reacted, but it was too late. Li Wanyan grabbed Han Laosi's throat, and his face turned as pale as liver. Only the dead can keep secrets. Li Wanyan exerted a little force, and Han Laosi's neck broke instantly, with blood flowing out from all his orifices. Seeing Han Laosi's tragic death, the remaining bandits panicked and began to kneel down and beg for mercy. Kill him. Li Wanyan was not soft-hearted and believed that these people deserved no death. Kill. Li Wankai and others pounced on them, but in less than a dozen breaths, there was no movement and the alley was covered with blood. The strong smell of blood made people feel slightly nauseous, and these corpses were only left behind by the dozen or so people. Chapter 77. Master Yajing, all the thieves have been killed. Do you want to cut off their heads and claim the reward? Li Wankai gave suggestions that everyone thought were normal. No, chop off the heads of all the bodies and bury them separately. Li Wanyan didn't want the true identities of these people to be discovered, otherwise his life would be in danger. Of course, the young men from Lijia village did not need to take this step. The people from Wangjiao took direct action, and soon the heads were placed in front of the entrance of the ancestral hall, probably for a ceremony. Uncle, we found a total of 201 ounces of silver. How should we divide it? Li Wankai asked. After killing the enemy, the next thing is to share the spoils. The food must belong to the villagers, so he doesn't want it. However, it was hard to tell whether the money on the bandits' bodies belonged to the villagers or the bandits. The savings of some villagers had been robbed and were among the bandits' belongings. But he knew that the villagers certainly had no money. Now it was a time of transition, and some families in Wangjiao had been separated or had lost their pillars. The days ahead would definitely be difficult. Li Wanyan said, take out 100 taels and distribute them to the villagers of Wangjiao. Give 50 taels of the 100 taels to the villagers whose members died, and give the remaining half to other villagers according to the population. Of the remaining 101 taels, I'll take 51 taels, and the rest can be divided equally among the 10 of you. Li Wanyan calculated that everyone would get a share, and he would definitely get the biggest share, which was understandable. In addition, his bloodline descendants would get more. Okay, Li Wankai organized the distribution, and the villagers of Wangjiao kowtowed to express their gratitude, thanking the Yuzhou army for their righteousness. In fact, no one had any money this time, because Wang Jiao hardly interacted with people outside, so naturally there was no silver or money. The main thing was that there was a little more food than outside. In the afternoon, when the sun was about to set, Li Wanyan announced the conscription order at the gate of the ancestral hall. 1 out of 3 men would be drafted, and 2 out of 5 men would be drafted. This was a relatively merciful conscription order. According to the above requirements, it was already assumed that 2 out of 3 men would be drafted, and 3 out of 5 men would be drafted. If you are willing to join the army, please step forward now. I will naturally arrange for you to join the veterans team and help lead them. After Li Wanyan finished speaking, someone stood up and said, I want to be a soldier. And me. Soon, more than 50 people announced their intention to join the army, and they were all young people. This number exceeded their needs, because a dozen people would be enough, and now they have exceeded the mission. Okay, line up and tell me your names. Li Wanyan wrote down the list of these people and looked at the sky. It was already dark. Wang Jiao is in the mountains, and it gets dark very early, so it is not very safe to walk at night. Moreover, many new recruits have deceased family members, so they have to be given a day to collect the remains. We will stay here tonight, and we will leave the mountain before noon tomorrow. Li Wanyan issued an order. Doing so would also reassure these people. After all, they were worried that the bandits would come again. In the evening, the young men from Lijia village were very tired. They had walked on the mountain road for a whole day and had also fought a battle, so they were all exhausted. But at the time of evening, the clan leader brought the young men who had joined the army to the ancestral hall, bringing steaming corn rice. My dear military officers, if it weren't for you today, we, Wang Jiao, wouldn't know what to do. I hope you don't mind these simple meals. The person who spoke was the clan leader Wang Changyuan. He knew this man because he was only 3 years older than him. He had met this man when he was young, but the Wang family didn't care about external affairs, and he hadn't seen him for almost 20 years, so this man had already forgotten about him. Brother Changyuan, you're too polite. Li Wanyan said so. When he saw Li Wanyan's appearance, he felt like he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't tell where. I think I've seen you somewhere before. Clan leader Wang Changyuan asked tentatively. Brother Changyuan, do you still remember that I came to your village and worked as a private school teacher nearly 20 years ago? Chapter 78. Li Wanyan's father was a scholar, and he learned to read from his father. More than 10 years ago, the world was not so chaotic. Although the emperor of the Tang dynasty existed in name only, the imperial examination system was still there. Wang Jiao had a tradition of farming and studying since ancient times, so he came to Wang Jiao to teach some children to read, and it is estimated that many of these children were among the 50. After only 1 year of teaching, local separatist vassal states began to claim to be kings and emperors. The imperial examination system collapsed, and plague, natural disasters and wars were added. The whole world was in chaos. The villagers of Wangjiao no longer seek to go to school, nor do they interact with people from outside. They work from sunrise to sunset in the mountains. More than 10 years passed peacefully, but unexpectedly bandits broke in, causing many deaths in the village and many families torn apart. Among this group of young people, many had no worries. After Li Wanyan finished speaking, Wang Changyuan's eyes widened, and he suddenly realized something. He slapped his thigh excitedly and said, "It turns out to be Brother Wanyan. I haven't seen you for so many years. I am much older than you, and you look less than 40 years old." "Yes, sir." The young man who signed up to join the army first asked in a low voice. "Yes, I remember you. You have a black mole between your eyebrows, and you study very fast. Your name is Wang Tung. I gave you your academic name." His memory unfolded again, and after he finished speaking, Wang Tung was instantly excited. He didn't expect that the teacher still remembered him. "Teacher, my name is Wang Lin. You have hit me with a stick before." Another young man raised his hand excitedly. "I know you. You memorized a passage of the 3-character classic for a year, but you still didn't memorize it until I left Wangjiao." Li Wanyan remembers both the best and the worst students in terms of academic performance. Of course, he would not use this to judge whether a person is good or bad. These two young men are today's rebels, and he appreciates this very much. Haha. A burst of laughter broke out among the crowd, which seemed to alleviate the sorrow of the day. "Sir, we are all your students." Wang Ting said so. "Well, back then, people of your age all went to this ancestral hall to study, so the cultural level of your village is higher than that of my Lijia village," Li Wanyan said with emotion. He traveled to this world when his original body was a child, and more than 40 years have passed in a trance. He experienced the last glory of the Tang dynasty and also witnessed the chaos of today. He is 51 years old, and the entire 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period lasted only 53 years. At this moment, he felt that time really passed by in a flash, without him noticing. "Thank you for your praise, sir. The reason why we didn't invite you to continue teaching was because of the food shortage in our tribe." Wang Ting still remembers the drought that year. He really couldn't afford to send his children to school. "I understand. The past is the past. Now you and I are not only master and apprentice, but also superior and subordinate. In the future on the battlefield, I hope you will help each other and leave the younger generation to the people of Wang and leave villages without worry." Li Wanyan has already begun planning to build his own team. In this chaotic world, only his own people can be trusted. However, the younger generations of one's own clan and one's own students are the 2 most reliable types of people. "Please rest assured, sir. We will never embarrass you," Wang Tung said with a firm look. Seeing Wang Tung's eyes, Li Wanyan felt that even if he didn't have the appearance of an emperor, he had the appearance of a prince. "Well, you don't have to accompany us tonight. You should go to bed early. We will leave the village tomorrow." Li Wanyan rested after dinner. Early the next morning, the prepared meal was brought to the ancestral hall. After breakfast, everyone began to prepare to leave. Moreover, these people fried corn overnight and planned to use it as temporary military rations. Seeing the determined eyes of the young men, Li Wanyan knew that he would be able to lead out an elite force this time. Set off. Chapter 79. Li Wanyan chose to leave near noon because it would not be easy for his clothes to get wet by moisture, thus reducing the probability of getting sick. The young people in Wangjiao took their own axes and went out to clear the road. Li Wanyan noticed that the quality of this hatchet was better than their military knives, and it could cut down a tree as thick as a bowl in just a few strokes. Wang Tong, did you make this hatchet yourself? Li Wanyan asked curiously. Yes, there is a stone pit not far ahead. There is iron ore in it. We are also burning charcoal there. Wang Tong pointed in a direction. Let's go and take a look. Li Wanyan instantly lost his composure when he heard about iron ore. The salt and iron business is the core business of the imperial court. Whoever controls the salt controls the people's food, and whoever controls the iron controls the people's production. There is no mention of grain here. At least grain will not be monopolized by the government. After a while, they arrived at a big pit, about several dozen feet in diameter, filled with bare iron-red stones. He took some powder from the stone and put it into his mouth. It really had a taste of rust. This was top-quality iron ore. How did you find this place? Li Wanyan hadn't discovered it when he came here more than 10 years ago. We went in here a few years ago. We built caves to burn charcoal here. After we pulled out the charcoal, we found some iron blocks. Later we found out that it was iron ore. Wang Ting said so. Li Wanyan was silent for a while and then asked, hasn't anyone outside the village been told about this? No, because once this thing is told to outsiders, our village will definitely not benefit. Okay, let's go. Li Wanyan did not take any lingering thoughts. He already had an idea in his mind, but it was difficult to implement it now. Next, they walked for more than an hour before getting out of the mountains. Although it was still bright, it was a little late to go to the county town, so he let the young men stay overnight in Lijia village and go to the county town on their own tomorrow morning. He wanted to live with his family for a few more days. Many of the young men in Wangjiao left the mountains for the first time and felt novelty when they were outside. When Li Wanyan returned home, he found that his house had already been built. He arranged for the young man and his family from Wangjiao to live in one of the houses, and they soon moved in. When they returned home, the young men in Lijia village said that they had followed Li Wanyan to kill more than 60 bandits in Wangjiao. For a time, the news of Li Wanyan's bravery spread among the villagers again. Li Wanyan is undoubtedly the most educated and skilled martial artist in the village. Some young men who originally did not plan to join the army became eager to join the army after hearing these facts. Especially there were so many young men from Wangjiao, more than the young men from their Lijia village. That night, another 7 or 8 young men ran to Li Wanyan's house, clamoring to join the army. The family members also came, but no one tried to stop him. Little grandpa, I want to be a soldier too, and I want to be your personal soldier. A young man said so. I want to be one too. Everyone clamored to join the army and to be Li Wanyan's personal soldiers. Haha, I'm not qualified to have my own soldiers yet, but once you guys get to the military camp, I will definitely do my best to take good care of you. But let me be frank, there will always be casualties in a war. Chapter 80. Li Wanyan told them this very seriously. He had no plan to continue recruiting soldiers in Lijia village this time. The reason was that he was worried that these young people would just consider joining the army on impulse, and the result might not be as simple as he imagined. We have thought it through. There are plagues and bandits everywhere, and our families are struggling to make ends meet. We joined the army just to have a meal. At this time, a young man expressed his true thoughts. Li Wanyan understood what was said and nodded. Since everyone has decided, let's go to the county government office with Wang Kai and Chenghua tomorrow morning to report. But Li Wanyan knew that he could not stay in the village for many days. After all, the staff had been fully recruited. When the county government saw that everyone had arrived, they would not provide meals, but let them return to the camp. Okay, everyone actually laughed out loud when they heard the news. You know, a few days ago, these villagers were trying hard to avoid military service, but now that they saw that these dozen young men from Lijia village had made a lot of money, became officials, and had food to eat, they naturally couldn't wait. After these young men left, Li Wanyan was not very happy, because he thought that so many nephews and grandchildren were going to join the army, which put a lot of pressure on him. The lives of nearly 20 descendants of Lijia village and more than 50 students were in his hands, and he felt a great sense of responsibility. Don't worry, my husband. In fact, we are all ready to sacrifice. In this era of war, plague and famine, No one knows how many days they can live. During your absence, many young and middle-aged people in the village have passed away, so joining the army may be a good choice. Lin Wanxian noticed what Li Wanyin was worried about. Everyone understands this truth, but when you really face these things, it is inevitable that you will feel a little emotional. At night, Xiao Yanzi came to serve him again. During these nights, he was careful not to leave any marks in Xiao Yanzi's body to prevent Xiao Yanzi from getting pregnant, leaving the 4 women unattended. Early the next morning, the young men from Wangli village went to the county town. Li Wanyin stayed at home for a few days and supervised the construction of the house. About 7 or 8 days later, the house was completed, and he planned to move some items from the old house to the new house, especially the room he lived in, which was also the room of his original father. There were some old boxes under the bed, which were all his father's belongings. He wanted to take them out last time when the bed broke, and this time he could finally store them separately. He took the box out to dry in the sun to get rid of the musty smell. The box was very large and heavy, probably weighing almost 200 pounds. He took out the things in the box, mainly some clothes and books. He took them out one by one and hung them in the yard to dry. When he reached the bottom, he suddenly found a crown with tassels on it. He counted them and found that there were 9 tassels in total. He hurriedly continued to search in the box and finally found a black top embroidered with the sun, moon, stars, and dragon patterns, and a red skirt. The top was black and the bottom was red. He didn't dare to say anything else. But who among ordinary people would dare to embroider dragon patterns on their clothes? My dear, this dress. Lin Wanyin was also drying herbs in the yard. She noticed the strange clothes at a glance, and she had already guessed something. You figured it out? Li Wanyin asked. Yes, this is the Tang-style prince's dress. The dress of our Daliang prince is similar. Lin Wanyin suddenly remembered that Li Wanyin also had the surname Li, and an incredible look flashed in her eyes. Husband, put it away quickly. Lin Wanyin's heart was pounding wildly, and Li Wanyin was even more so. This was a capital crime. Although the Tang dynasty was gone, the king of Jin to the west of Yuzhou still insisted on using the Tang-era name. But this was a capital crime in Daliang. Li Wanyin was in a state of restlessness at this moment. He was curious about the origin of his cheap father. According to his memory, his biological father gave birth to him in the last years of Emperor Shizong of Tang, Li Yu. By this calculation, his father was probably born in the period of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang. Emperor Xuanzong of Tang had many sons. Could his father be one of them? Chapter 81. He was a history enthusiast, especially interested in the history of the Tang dynasty. He roughly remembered that Emperor Xuanzong of Tang had 11 sons. The eldest son Li Yi. In October of the 6th year of Huichang, 846 AD, he was named Prince of Yun and later ascended the throne as Emperor Yizong of Tang. The second son, Li Mi, he was named Prince of Yong in the 6th year of Huichang, died in the 6th year of Dazhong, and was posthumously named Prince Jinghuai. The third son, Li Jing, was named King of Ye in the 1st year of Dazhong. The fourth son, Li Zi, was named King of Kuei in the 6th year of Huichang. The fifth son, Li Yi, was named Prince of Qing in the 6th year of Huichang. The sixth son, Li Zhe, was named King of Pu in the 2nd year of Dazhong. Seventh son, Li Ran, was named King of Yi in the 5th year of Dazhong. The eighth son, Li Xia, was named King Huai in the 8th year of Dazhong. The ninth son, Li Li, was named King Zhao in the 8th year of Dazhong. 10th son, Li Wen, was named King Kong in the 8th year of Dazhong. The 11th son, Li Xian, was conferred the title of Prince of Guang in the 11th year of Dazhong. The 12th son, Li Guan, was named King of Wei in the 11th year of Dazhong. Among these 11 sons, 3 had special positions. First, the eldest son Li Yin should have been made crown Prince Wei long ago, but Xuanzong did not do so until his death. The next one is Li Mi, but he died during the reign of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang and was posthumously named the crown prince. Obviously, Emperor Xuanzong of Tang was known as the Little Taizong, so he would not take action against his own son. After all, Xuanzong initiated the Dazhong reign, and no one dared to challenge him. The last of the 64 sons of the family, Li Zi, he was named King of Kuei in the 6th year of Emperor Xuanzong's Huichang reign, which was also the year when Emperor Xuanzong ascended the throne. He was about 2 years old at that time. Being crowned a king at the age of 2 was actually a very special signal, indicating that Xuanzong liked this CG very much. Finally, for years after Li Yi came to the throne, he died in the 4th year of Xiantong, which was in 863 AD. He was 20 years old and had no children. This is very abnormal. You have to know that Xuanzong has a strong fertility and there is no shortage of women around the prince. Basically, they have children in their teens. It doesn't make sense that he doesn't have children at the age of 20. He was not sure whether he was a descendant of the prince, so he looked for other proof. He began to flip through the books, but none of them had any information about him. Instead, he found a seal of his father at the bottom of the box. It was a golden seal with a tortoise-shaped knob. It was 2 inches long, wide, and high. This is a golden seal, and he has the skill to find treasures within a range of 20 feet. Unfortunately, this thing is pressed to the bottom, causing its light to be obscured and unable to be seen. Then he looked at the 4 seal script characters on the bottom of the seal, Seal of King Kuei, and his father's name is Liz. Homophone. It wouldn't be such a coincidence. In fact, there is a tradition of taboos among the people. Although characters with the same pronunciation but different shapes are not considered taboos, ordinary people will not easily avoid it. Moreover, their surname is Li, and they pay special attention to the names of the princes of the Li Tang dynasty. Especially since their father is a cultured person, it is impossible for him not to know this. King Kuei. My father is King Kuei. Li Wanyan packed up all the things and put them back under the bed in the master bedroom. His legs were trembling at this time, and he sat on the edge of the bed slowly. At this time, the 3 women also came over. They were all intellectuals and knew what this thing symbolized. Although Daliang was established, the common people often did not recognize this monarch, but recognized the Tang emperor and the Tang royal family. Li Wanyan thought about the world structure, which was actually the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. The Daliang where he was actually the Daliang. Its founder, Zhu Wen, chose a country name with the same pronunciation but different characters for some reason. A few years ago, the second Zhu Yugui killed his father to ascend the throne. Less than a year later, he was killed by his half-brother Zhu Yozhen. The current emperor of Daliang is Zhu Yozhen. This should be the 7th year of Qianhua, 920 AD. Husband, we must not mention this matter to anyone. Chapter 82. Lin Wanxian knew very well that if this matter got out, everyone would probably die. Understood. You wait for me at home. I'll go to Xiao Ming's house to check out the family tree. Li Wanyan knew that he was 50 years old and was born in 972 AD, while his father was born in 844 AD, about 76 years ago. But he was very sure that he was the only son of his father, which meant that the people in Lijia village were not descendants of the royal family. His father probably had mixed into this branch of the Li family in some way. When they arrived at Li Jiming's house, Li Wanyan said, I want to see the family tree. He didn't tell the reason, just made the request directly. Your child isn't even born yet, and you want to put it in the family tree now? Li Jiming asked with a smile. He didn't think much about it, because this was the function of the family tree. Yes, let me look at the names of my ancestors so I can choose a name for myself. Li Wanyan said so. Hold on. Li Jiming didn't think much about it. He was the patriarch and the family tree was kept in his family. The family tree is very thick, about the thickness of a palm. When you open it, it is an introduction to the origin of the family. The Zhaojun Li family's ancestor was Li Tan, who had 4 sons, Chong, Bian, Zhao, and Ji. The 4th son Li Ji and the 2nd son Li Mu settled in Zhaojun. Later, the family was divided into the East Ancestor branch, the West Ancestor branch, the Jiangxia branch, the Hanzhong branch, and the Liaodong branch. The ancestor of the Liaodong branch, Li Bao, was born in the Xianbei Wei dynasty. Later, he settled in Xiangping, Liaodong, because he was an official. During the Jingguan period of the Tang dynasty, there was a war with the Goryeo kingdom, and our branch migrated to Yuzhou. That was around 645 AD, a full 100 years away from my father's birth date. After reading this, he also knew that although this branch of the Li family was not descended from the royal family, they had the same ancestor as the royal family. At that time, Li Tanyu had 4 sons. The eldest son, Li Chong, served as the governor of Longxi County. Later, the Longxi Li family was formed. This Li family gave birth to Emperor Gaozu of Tang, Li Yuan, and Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin. So, although they were not from the royal family, they were also one of the 5 surnames and 7 famous families. It was just because Huang Chao thought it was easier to enter Chang'an than to pass the entrance exam. And in the current chaotic world, these so-called famous families are now all deserted. Now these Jidushi no longer consider the so-called 5 surnames and 7 noble affiliates as their honor. Having military power in their hands is powerful. The current ruler of Daliang is surnamed Zhu, not one of the 5 surnames and 7 noble affiliates. He continued to look through the family tree to find out his father's origins and discovered that this person was registered under the name of one person, his grandfather, and the family tree noted that he was a stepson. Of course, in this world of patriarchal rules, a stepson can be treated as a legitimate son as long as the procedures are reasonable. His grandfather, his father and stepfather had no sons or daughters, only Liz as a son, but the family tree did not explain Liz's origins. At this time, he was already 80% sure that his father was Li Zi, the fourth son of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang. Okay, I still need to think about the name, and once the baby is born, I will officially put it in the family tree. Li Wanyan said with a smile. Li Jiming didn't think much about it, put away the family tree, and then said, I hope our Li family will prosper and have more officials. Li Jiming sighed. He knew that his family had been wealthy before, but that was all in the past. His descendants did not work hard, and now they could not even get enough food to eat. I hope so. Li Wanyan got up and left. When he returned home, everything was back to normal. Xiao Yanzi did not recognize those things, but the three girls did. Everyone had different requirements for themselves at this time. After knowing that Li Wanyan was a prince, they should also be princesses. What a surprise. Chapter 83. My dear husband, you should just keep calm. If there is no opportunity, your husband will be a military officer of Dalian. If there is an opportunity, you will be the leader of the restoration of the Tang dynasty. Lin Wanyan said so. My lady is still open-minded. In fact, we all want my husband to be a descendant of a prince, but unfortunately, my husband is not yet a military governor. Even if he is not a military governor, he has 10,000 elite soldiers in his hands. He can raise the banner of a prince and call for help. People like Jin Wang Li Qiang will surely come to Qing Wang. So my husband has to stay in seclusion for a short time, and the Yuzhou army is the warm nest for his development. Lin Wanyan's detailed analysis made Li Wanyan's thinking clearer. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Li Wanyan knew that he had found a treasure this time. Hearing what Li Wanyan said, Lin Wanyan also showed shyness. My husband is not an ordinary person. Even if he does not have royal blood, he can at least rule a region in the future. Now that he has blood and justice, it is not impossible for him to rebuild the broken mountains and rivers. Lin Wanyan's courage as a woman at this time shocked Li Wanyan. Then let's do it slowly. Li Wanyan's heart was filled with excitement. Master, madam, it's time for dinner. Xiao Yanzi had already prepared the meal. After dinner, Li Wanyan was restless, so he chose to practice boxing. After practicing 9 sets of boxing, his irritability disappeared. Then he returned to his room to sleep, with Xiao Yanzi still serving him. Xiao Yanzi has been miserable these days. After all, his physique is extraordinary and Xiao Yanzi can hardly bear it. After staying at home for about 10 days, Li Wankai returned to the village at noon that day. Uncle, the higher-ups have issued an order for us to leave tomorrow. We will return to the county town this afternoon. Li Wankai also walked away breathlessly, and Li Wanyan knew it was time to say goodbye. Understood. You take a rest first, have a meal at my house, and then we'll set off in the afternoon. Xiao Yanzi, make some meat. Li Wanyan couldn't let others make a wasted trip. Yes, sir. At noon, Li Wanyan let Li Wankai eat a full meal, and then they set off again. Walking out of the village, Li Wanyan didn't know when he would come back next time. The higher-ups were in a hurry to ask them to go back, and they probably thought there would be a fight. They arrived in the city that afternoon. As there were so many new recruits this time, the government office could not accommodate them all, so they set up camp in the camp outside the county where they had been trained before. Lin Yingtai, Zhang San, and Zhao Si have all arrived. The 3 of them are not idle either, and are also recruiting people, but there are only a few people because it is just the last round of conscription, so there are not many new recruits. But the 3 of them together have nearly 20 people, plus the 60 people he recruited, a total of 81 new recruits, plus the previous troops. It is enough to expand the team. The county magistrate was also eager for them to leave as soon as possible. These dozens of people consumed a lot of food and fodder every day, which was really unbearable. At night, Li Wanyan naturally could not live in the city alone. If any problems occurred in the camp, he would be the first person responsible. So, they still had to stay in a tent tonight, so they walked directly into Lin Yingtai's tent. She was the only one in the tent. Why do you live here? Lin Yingtai seemed unwilling. I have been feeling uncomfortable at home these past few days. After thinking about it for several nights, I finally realized that it was because Brother Yingtai was not by my side that I couldn't sleep at night. Now I have to smell the fragrance of Brother Yingtai's hair to fall asleep. When Li Wanyan said this, Lin Yingtai couldn't stand it at all. She just ignored him, spread out her mat, and went to sleep. Li Wanyan then lay down beside Lin Yingtai. It's better to live with Brother Yingtai and feel more at ease. Li Wanyan's hand reached dishonestly into the other's chest, and he felt a strip of cloth binding his chest tightly. Chapter 84. He simply lifted up the strip of cloth and freed Lin Yingtai. His movements were so skillful that Lin Yingtai had no time to stop him. Lecher, stay away from me. Lin Yingtai said this, but did not refuse further. Li Wanyan just hugged her tightly without any further action. After a night, Li Wanyan felt refreshed. while Lin Yingtai had broken free from his arms and was practicing boxing outside. The hard-working young men in Lijia village also started boxing. Li Wanyin was boxing beside Lin Yingtai, but this time it was a smaller-breasted version of Lin Yingtai, and asked casually, "Has my current strength reached the middle stage of the skin refining realm?" He already felt that he had made progress last time, but he didn't know if he had reached that level. Lin Yingtai noticed that Li Wanyin's punches became more fierce until this guy broke through. Just barely enough. Lin Yingtai said it casually, but she was shocked in her heart. It was less than 2 months, and Li Wanyin had reached the middle stage of the leather refining realm. It took her 3 years and a lot of suffering to reach the middle stage of the leather refining realm. Since then, she has been stuck in the late stage of the leather refining realm. Only when one reaches the bone refining stage, one can be considered to have reached the mastery of the art. Hey, I don't know if there is any way to speed it up. This time is really exhausting. Li Wanyin said this, and Lin Yingtai on the side wished she could strangle him to death. You know, at that time, 5 military leaders came to Yuzhou together, and she was the only one in the late stage of leather refining, while the others were in the early and middle stages of leather refining. Lin Yingtai did not reply, but continued to box patiently. Her injuries have been recovering rapidly in recent days, and it is estimated that she will be fully recovered in a few months. After boxing and breakfast, Li Wanyin announced the move of camp, and everyone headed towards Yuzhou City. This time the team was mainly composed of people from Wangli village. Everyone knew each other, and there was laughter and joy along the way. Li Wanyin looked at the axe in the hands of the young men in Wangjiao and found that the shape was very reasonable, straight, and with a heavy blade. With one stroke, it was estimated that it could directly chop off a person's thigh, and the length was about the same as a military knife. If such a hatchet is wielded while riding a horse, its power will be even greater. It is estimated that one stroke can cut through ordinary leather and cloth armor, which is very deterrent to the Khitans. We set out in the morning and walked until the evening, when the gates of Yuzhou City were about to close. At this time, Lu Tian was personally meeting at the door. "So you are Li Wanyin. I think I've seen you somewhere before." The person who spoke was a mid-level military officer, who was the deputy leader who escorted the bride. "My lord, you forgot that you went to Lijia village to see the bride off." After Li Wanyin said this, the deputy captain reacted, but it really didn't match the Li Wanyin at that time. The current Li Wanyin only looked similar, but the whole person's condition was completely different. He doubted that Li Wanyin would not be able to survive a month, but he didn't expect that the other party was not only alive and well, but also made great achievements on the battlefield. "So it's you. It seems that having more wives does have its benefits." The deputy captain made a joke. "Haha, Lord Chui, this kid is getting more and more energetic. I have to go back and ask my wife to help me find a concubine." Lu Tianyi said with a smile. "Haha, everyone knows that you, Lu, are henpecked. Without further ado, give me the list of names, and then you can enter the city." Chui Li said so. "Master Chui, this is the list." Li Wanyin took out the list of these people, which recorded their personal details. "Well, go in. Your team has brought back so many people. I believe your commander will be very happy." Chui Li felt that it was becoming increasingly difficult to recruit soldiers nowadays. It wasn't that people were averse to being soldiers, but that there were fewer and fewer able-bodied men in the guest houses. Chapter 85. After entering the city, we settled this group of people down, and it was just time for dinner. "Don't eat. Come with me to see the captain. Let's discuss the allocation of soldiers." He knew that the captain Lu Tian was talking about was a man of few words, and the two of them seldom communicated. He mainly fought when he arrived and then returned to Ping'an County. So generally speaking, they had only met once, and he had more contact with Lu Tian on weekdays. The captain's residence has few people, and 2 captains live together in one team. Their team did not have a deputy captain before, but Lu Tian became the deputy captain because he regained his sanity due to his merits. If he wants, he can also live with the captains and leaders. Since the Dutu also lived in this courtyard, the meeting was actually held with the Dutu. The head of the police force originally had a lot of subordinates because there was a lack of military officers. For example, Lu Tian, a chief, was responsible for a maximum of 25 people, but in reality, he only managed 40 or 50 people. After the Battle of Badaling, many people were promoted, which resulted in the organization having to be restored to normal levels. As soon as we arrived here, the food was brought to us, 5 bowls. Eat and talk. After the captain started eating, the 2 captains, Lu Tian and Li Wanyin, dared to start eating. "Old Shun, your team now has 138 people including the new recruits, right?" The old Shun that the captain called was Li Wanyin's captain, whose name was Chun Sheng, and he looked like an honest man. "Yes, sir." After Chun Sheng replied, he went back to eating. Commander Sir Xiao has transferred a group of military officers from the Tiger Camp to serve as escorts and team leaders. You have more than double the number of people. Sir asked you to send some of your men over. How many do you plan to send? After the captain finished speaking, Chun Sheng said casually, let's round it up and send out 30 new soldiers to reinforce Lao Wang. The Lao Wang that Chun Sheng mentioned was another captain who was always eating quietly. That's great. Lao Wang nodded in agreement. He had also recruited new soldiers and was fully staffed, but he didn't mind recruiting more. Moreover, even though he had recruited more than 30 people, there were still less than 100 people, which was less than Chun Sheng's side. What if Lord Xiao insists that you hand over the person? The captain asked again. That means we don't want to let anyone go. Chun Sheng knew that he would always have to bear the blame. That's great, shall we eat? Ping pong. Several people were busy eating. A big bowl of rice was finished in just a few words, and a plate of dried vegetables was hardly touched. In less than half a cup of tea, Lu Tian took Li Wanyan away. Very fast, huh? What is fast? Lu Tian asked. Eating speed. This is normal. The captain doesn't like to drag his feet. By the way, some of the new recruits you brought back need to be assigned to Captain Wang. You can do it yourself. Just give me the list tomorrow. Good. It's fine since we are all under the same leadership, and there will be many opportunities for us to meet each other. In the evening, he called a meeting of the young people in Wangjiao. Half of the more than 50 people would be divided into other teams, so they needed to communicate in advance. Although the young people did not want to separate, they agreed because it was the teacher's order. At night, Li Wanyan slept soundly while holding Lin Yingtai in his arms. Early the next morning, he went to the bookstore. He wanted to recruit Gu Quanjun to work under him. Oh, Lord Li, you are finally here. Gu Quanjun has been waiting for Li Wanyan. Okay, today I'm here to ask you, are you sure you want to join the army? Li Wanyan knew that there was a big family behind this guy. He wanted to accept this help, but was worried that the people behind the family would not agree. Confirmed, I even got a set of armor. Gu Quanjun said this. If it were in the past, privately keeping a set of armor would lead to exile, but it is different now. The feudal lords would like you to bring your own food and weapons to join the army. Only one set. Li Wanyan asked. Chapter 86. Haha, Lord Li, of course there is only one set. This thing is not easy to get. Gu Quanjun did not admit it directly, but he was hinting that he could still get it if he wanted to. Okay, come and complete the formalities with me today. Thank you for your hard work, sir. But please wait a moment, sir. I will get ready. Li Wanyan thought that the scholar was going to dress up, but unexpectedly, he came out carrying a sack filled with armor and some dry food. Are you going to live with us? Li Wanyan actually agreed to let the other party live in his personal residence in the city. After all, the city was very crowded now, and living in one's own home could save food rations for the army. Therefore, soldiers in Yuzhou City were generally allowed to live at home, but they had to report their addresses. Moreover, the soldiers in Yuzhou City basically patrolled the city and reported for duty on time. Of course, since you are a soldier, you should act like a soldier. Sir Li, isn't that right? That's right, let's go. Young master. An old man's voice came from inside the house, obviously the man's servant. What is it? Gu Quanjun asked with a frown. My lord, you are going to join the army. How can I explain this to my grandfather? He will break my old bones. The servant was extremely anxious. I have decided to terminate your contract. You are free now. Just help me manage the bookstore in the city. Gu Quanjun simply took out the other party's indenture contract, tore it up, then picked up his luggage and left without looking back. The servant looked at the fragments of the indenture scattered all over the ground, not knowing whether to be happy or not. After walking a few steps, Gu Quanjun was out of breath because the armor weighed 30 kilograms and the dry food and clothes all together weighed 50 kilograms. How could a scholar who was not even capable of tying a chicken handle this? But Li Wanyan did not help because he could not bear such hardship and would die on the battlefield, so it would be better to retreat as soon as possible. Fortunately, Gu Quanjun didn't ask for help, so they just made it to the alley. Ouch, can you really fight in this thing? Gu Quanjun asked. Of course, your physique is still too weak. You need to run 6 kilometers every day. Li Wanyan knew that only in this way could he slowly put on this set of armor. I promise I'll be wearing it for running within a month. You still want to run? If you can walk 3 miles in one breath wearing this, you'll be qualified. Li Wanyan hasn't calculated the weight of the knife yet. Don't worry, sir. I won't hold you back. Gu Quanjun seemed to have made up his mind. Well, hold on. After Li Wanyan completed the formalities for Gu Quanjun, he suddenly had nothing to do because they went to recruit soldiers after the war, and now they have just returned. It will probably take a few days of rest before they start fighting. In these few days, he also has to focus on training new recruits. The area within the city is limited, so new recruits have to train outside the city every day. Li Wanyin is now the deputy chief guard, assisting Captain Chen Cheng in training new recruits. His daily tasks are simple, which are boxing practice, long-distance running, and sword tactics learning. However, there was no warrior among this group of people, except him. It can be seen that the warriors are at least 1 in 100. After training from morning to afternoon, everyone was exhausted and returned to the city. On the road, a skinny one-eyed fortune teller suddenly stopped Li Wanyin. "General, please tell me my fortune. You must pay me. Go away, you beggar." Li Qinghua was about to chase the man away, but the man couldn't stand steadily and was about to fall. "Fortune teller, when will I die?" Li Wanyin asked. He actually didn't believe in fortune-telling because only he knew when he would die. "General, your lifespan is not short. You can live for 60 years. After the fortune teller finished speaking, Li Wanyin's pupils shrank. The lifespan recorded in the family tree in his sea of consciousness was 61. Chapter 87. "You guys go back, I'll treat the Taoist priest to a meal." Li Wanyin knew that this guy was really capable. Even if he was just guessing, he was very capable. "Uncle, don't be fooled. Call me by my title when I'm working. Good post. Go back and eat." Li Wanyin didn't want to explain anymore and just wanted to have a good chat with this Taoist priest. "How much do you want to tell my fortune?" After everyone dispersed, Li Wanyin continued to communicate with the old Taoist priest. "I don't ask for money. I just want a full meal." Li Wanyin looked at a tavern nearby and said, "Is that tavern okay?" "Yes, I would like to thank you for your hospitality." The old Taoist priest was very polite, but this request was not high for him. After all, he had to eat dinner. When we arrived at the tavern, we found a private room and asked the old Taoist priest to order 3 dishes, a soup and a pot of wine, which was not too much overall. Old Taoist priest, do you have any evidence to support your claim that he lived to be 61 years old? Li Wanyin was very curious about how this person could tell. "It cannot be said. It cannot be said. The secret cannot be revealed." The old Taoist priest began to act mysterious, and Li Wanyin continued to ask, "Can you tell where I came from?" Now it's time for him to test the old Taoist priest's abilities. "General, you have a purple canopy above your head, so you must be from a noble family, but I don't know why you are working for the Yuzhou army." Li Wanyin was not satisfied with what the old Taoist said, but this sentence could be said to anyone. "What do you think my future achievements will be?" Li Wanyin continued to ask. "Your Excellency is so noble and has such great luck on your shoulders. Your future achievements will at least allow you to rule a region and become the king." The old Taoist priest said so. "These are just cliches. If you can convince me that you are really capable, I will ensure that you will have no worries about food and clothing every day." Li Wanyin was not lying. As long as this person was really capable, he could support him. "I just said that there is a purple canopy above your head. The last time I saw this canopy was more than 10 years ago when I went to Luoyang and saw Emperor Zhaozong of the Tang dynasty when he first arrived here. At that time, Emperor Zhaozong had just arrived in Luoyang and was extremely depressed. I met him with my master and saw purple air on his head, but it was almost invisible. Your purple air is no less than his, and it seems to come from the same source." After the old Taoist priest finished speaking, the wine glass in Li Wanyin's hand exploded instantly. At this moment, he even thought of killing the old Taoist priest, but he stopped because this person was very rare. "Old Taoist priest, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." Li Wanyin's tone was very calm. He knew that he could have the surname Li, but it could not be the Li of the Li Tang royal family, or even the Longxi Li family. Moreover, even if he was really not a descendant of the royal family, he could not go to the capital of Daliang to be an official in the future just because his surname was Li. After knowing his identity, he would definitely not choose to stay in Yuzhou, but would go to Central Plains. "Haha, old Taoist priest, I was just talking nonsense. This wine is too intoxicating." The old Taoist priest also quickly changed his words. Perhaps he had verified his guess, but he could not imagine why this young military officer was related to the royal family. Chapter 88. Nowadays, there are many Lis in Zhao County, but none of them has the purple aura. After Empress Wu Zetian, the Ungshi Rebellion, the Huang Chao Uprising, and Zhu Wen's killing of the descendants of Emperor Zhaozong of Tang, the entire Li Tang royal family was basically cut off, or in other words, the royal bloodline with the king's mandate was cut off. After all, the Li Tang family is a royal family. Starting from Emperor Gaozu, after nearly 300 years of reproduction, there must be some side branches. Since these branches have never produced emperors, they do not have the imperial aura. Therefore, this general is already from the close branch of the royal family, and judging by the degree of purple energy, his father is at least a prince. If he wasn't a prince, there wouldn't be so much purple energy passed on to this person. Old Taoist priest, why did you end up in Yuzhou? Li Wanyan asked. Because Taoism is more prosperous in the south and the Central Plains. Alas, the Central Plains is far from peaceful nowadays. My Taoist temple was burned down in the war. Add to that natural and man-made disasters, and I can only travel around the world. The old Taoist priest was also helpless. Yeah, I don't know when this chaotic world will end. Li Wanyan was also very emotional. He was about the same age as the old Taoist priest, and they were of the same age. Both of them had lived a stable life for a period of time. At least after the Huangchao uprising, they had a brief period of stability. I think this is the law of historical cycles. After the old Taoist priest finished speaking, Li Wanyan's eyebrows jumped. Palace Jade Liquor. What? The old Taoist priest took a close look at the wine and realized that it was just ordinary turbid wine, not the Imperial Jade wine. I said we can drink the Imperial Jade wine too. Li Wanyan said so. Of course, the military master is so aura-filled that I will definitely be able to drink it in the future. I hope I can also benefit from it then. Let's not talk about the future. You can tell fortunes, which is your ability, but I know that fate can change at any time. If it is destined, what is the point of living? Li Wanyan admitted what the old Taoist priest had said before, because outsiders would definitely not know that there was a royal robe in the house. What do you mean, sir? I wonder if you could follow me and do things. Li Wanyan asked. The old Taoist priest immediately put down his wine glass and performed Taoist etiquette to Li Wanyan. I am willing to serve you at my lord's will. Very good, but my official position is very low now, just a deputy chief. But I need to make some preparations for the future, and I need your help. Li Wanyan said. My lord, please give me your orders. I will do my best to complete them. It's very simple. Take these 50 taels of silver and go to Wangjiao in Ping'an County. Tell the villagers that Li Wanyan asked them to help make axe knives for the new recruits I brought with me. Temporarily, I will order 100 knives. Li Wanyan knew that 50 taels of silver were only enough for 100 axes. In this era, ironware was very valuable. An ordinary farm tool cost dozens of coins, and the axes he wanted were of very good quality and more expensive. My lord, aren't you worried that I'll take the money and run away? The old Taoist priest didn't expect that he would take out dozens of taels of silver and give it to him as soon as they met. Even the governor would not be so generous to a stranger like him. Trust the people you employ, and don't employ them if you don't trust them. Just bring the silver. I want 100 axe, and I'll give you the rest. But you have to ensure the quality of the axe. Li Wanyan knew that if he wanted to have his own team in the future, he would need his own weapons. Currently, he only made axe, but in the future, he would make armor, and Xiao Yanzi would make armor. Suddenly, he felt as if he had gained a huge boost without realizing it. Once it was activated, it might have a profound impact on the future situation. Is it because I have the king's command? Chapter 89. My lord, you trust me so much. I will definitely complete the task you have assigned me with quality and quantity. The old Taoist priest said so. I still don't know your name. Li Wanyan asked. My lay name is Du Guangting, and my Taoist name is Dong Yingzi. When I was young, many people called me Mr. Guangqing. I am a disciple of the 7th generation leader of the Maoshan sect of the Shangqing school of Mount Tiantai. But I practiced in Mount Qingqing a few years ago. 3 years ago, I felt that the king's destiny was about to appear, so I traveled around the world. Du Guangting introduced. If I remember correctly, Emperor Shizong seems to be a Taoist. Li Wanyan was very familiar with the preferences of the Tang dynasty emperors, and Taoism experienced tremendous development at that time. Yes, I have also met Emperor Shizong. Du Guangting's words sounded like bragging, but if you calculate the time, it seems to make sense, because Emperor Shizong ascended the throne in 873 AD and died in 888. Even if they met in 888, the giant whale was only 32 years old, and the old Taoist must be more than 30 years old. Old Du, can you tell Huang Chao's fortune? Li Wanyan asked curiously, because his fate had already been calculated. He wanted to calculate the fate of the dynasty. The luck of a dynasty is easier to judge than the luck of an individual, because the luck of a dynasty is the general trend, and it is easier to discern from the trend. Du Guangting said so. Then can you calculate how much life Daliang has left? Li Wanyan remembered that, as expected, 3 years later, Prince of Jin Li Kungsu proclaimed himself emperor and also called himself Tang, but historians called it later Tang, not Eastern Tang or Western Tang, proving that historians did not recognize the other as the continuation of the Tang dynasty, but the Eastern Han dynasty was the continuation of the Western Han dynasty, and it destroyed Daliang that year. Within 3 to 5 years. After Lao Du finished speaking, Li Wanyan thought this was incredible. How could this person be so powerful? Then do you know whether the Li Tang dynasty can be restored? Li Wanyan asked again. What happened to Emperor Guangwu of the Han dynasty may happen again, but this person must have a very special fate. He must be connected to the dynasty and transcend it, so that he can extend the life of the Li Tang dynasty for another 300 years. To save the dawn from danger, I have been looking for such a person for these years, and now it seems I have found him. Du Guangding implied that Li Wanyan was such a person. If you have such ability, why didn't you give advice to Emperor Shizong and let him change his fate? In this way, the people would suffer less. Li Wanyan found a loophole in the other party's statement. Your Excellency, do you know that Emperor Shizong's father, Emperor Yizong of Tang, came to the throne illegitimately? This seems to be something I've heard of. At that time, Emperor Xuanzong clearly said that Kuei Wang Zik would inherit the throne, but in the end, Emperor Yizong became the emperor. His illegitimate succession to the throne led to the failure of his son, Emperor Shizong, to pass on the throne. Because the princes were young before Emperor Shizong's death, and the world was already in chaos at that time, Emperor Shizong had no choice but to pass the throne to his brother Emperor Zhaozong. However, the problem of illegitimate succession to the throne was not solved, and in the end Emperor Zhaozong and his son Emperor Aizong died in accidents. From then on, the world was in chaos. After Du Guangding's explanation, Li Wanyan knew that he had picked up a treasure. The issues he mentioned were things that ordinary people should not know. Only those who were actually involved in future generations based on historical research knew these secrets. So, in the imperial era, the most important thing is to be in the right position? Li Wanyan asked. He now had to believe in the theory of fate. Of course, the imperial mandate is the will of heaven. Ordinary people, even princes, may not be qualified to accept the will of heaven. If they force themselves to accept the will of heaven, the dynasty will be difficult to continue. Chapter 90. Am I the king's destiny or the destiny now? Li Wanyan asked again. Du Guangding glanced at Li Wanyan and said, although you are still the king's order at present, there is no imperial order in the whole world, so my lord has a great chance. Does the absence of a royal decree mean that their country will not last long? Good. After Du Guangding finished speaking, Li Wanyan did not doubt it, because in history, the 5 dynasties lasted only a little over 50 years, and together with the 10 kingdoms in the south, the total period was only about 70 years. For some long-lived people, they can even experience the entire period from the late Tang dynasty to the early northern Song dynasty. Okay, I get it. How old are you? I'm not sure when I was born, but it was probably in the early years of Emperor Xuanzong's reign. I am probably 71 years old now. You look young. In this regard, I am not as good as you, my lord. Yeah. After Li Wanyan drank a glass of wine, he suddenly felt as if his heart was on fire. He had known that the 5 dynasties would not last long. Now with Du Guangding's evidence, he knew that this was an era full of opportunities. After drinking with Lao Du, he paid the bill and left the pub. My lord, I will go to Pingan County early tomorrow morning. Okay, be safe. Li Wanyan followed the crowd towards his own alley. Du Guangding looked at Li Wanyan's back and was also curious about which branch of the royal family this person was from. Because the recent royal families have had a large number of offspring, although most of them were killed, it is not ruled out that there are some illegitimate children. He observed Li Wanyan's purple aura and found that this person should have had an imperial mandate. He knew the 4 emperors after Xuanzong, namely Tang Yizong, Tang Shizong, Tang Zhaozong, and Tang Aizong. Since the reign of Emperor Yizong of Tang, Liu, the imperial power has become unstable, which means that the imperial power should be in the hands of other sons of Emperor Xuanzong. So he guessed that this person should be a descendant of Prince Kuei, that is, Emperor Yizong of Tang. Emperor Xuanzong's favorite 4th son, Li Kuei, but the court had previously said that Prince Kuei had died, and died childless. Now it seems that things are not that simple. It was precisely because of the unexpected succession to the throne that the Huang Chao uprising occurred in the 2nd year of the Qianfu reign of Emperor Shizong of Tang, the son of Emperor Yizong of Tang, which led to the downfall of the Tang dynasty. Uncle, dinner is saved for you. Good. Li Wanyan returned to the small courtyard. While eating, he thought about everything that happened today. He didn't think that the old Taoist priest was sent by the Jidushi or the court to test him. He was just a deputy chief eunuch, nothing else. These big shots would not pay attention to him now. At night, he lay in bed, thinking about this matter. After a while, Lu Tian was snoring loudly, and the other squad leaders also fell asleep. Lin Yingtai felt that something was wrong with Li Wanyan today. Normally, his hands should be on her chest at this time, but not tonight. Could it be because of that old Taoist priest? The old Taoist priest calculated that you will not live long. Lin Yingtai suddenly spoke. At this time, A pair of hands reached out from under her armpits and held her chest. Chapter 91. Only then did Lin Yingtai feel sleepy. She felt a little uncomfortable if she didn't put her hand down. For the next 10 days, Li Wanyin took the new recruits out of the city for training every day. Gu Quanjun, who had been lagging behind, was able to barely keep up with the pace of training, which was beyond his expectations. In the past 10 days, Gu Quanjun's skin has become much darker and his body has become much thinner, but he looked stronger. Early in the morning that day, Li Wanyin was practicing boxing, and Lu Tian hurried back to the yard from outside. Eat now, and leave for battling camp later. This rotation will take at least 2 months. So soon. Li Wanyin has only been training the new recruits for a few days, and now he's going to send them to the battling camp? Yes, let's go to the battling camp and continue training. After Lu Tian announced the end, everyone had no choice but to obey, because this was definitely an order from above. Good. Li Wanyin immediately gave orders, and everyone started packing their luggage. Li Wanyin packed up his 2 sets of armor and carried them up with his Mo Dao. He now has the strength equivalent to 7 people, so carrying this 100-pound load is not a big deal for him. They ate dry rice in the morning, which was convenient for them to travel long distances. Otherwise, a little porridge would definitely not be enough to sustain a journey of more than 50 miles. This time, the entire army consisted of more than 2,000 people, and there were no horses or mules, so they could only carry the supplies themselves. At the same time, some farmers were also recruited, and most of them were responsible for carrying food and other military supplies. They walked from day till almost evening and finally saw the camp at the foot of Battling Mountain. Every one of them was exhausted, but fortunately, accommodation and dry rice had been arranged here. After the tents were allocated, everyone went to eat, which was just a dry meal. They replaced the rear army and were stationed again, and also had to patrol the Battling Great Wall. This time, several sergeants still lived with Li Wanyin to make it easier for them to receive orders from above. Li Wanyin and Lu Tian went to have a meeting with Captain Chen Cheng because of something, while Lin Yingtai and several sergeants were tidying up the tents together. When Corporal Lin was in the city, he slept next to Li Yajing every day. Today, it's our turn to get close to Li Yajing, right? Zhang San was not joking, but was serious. He felt that Lin Yingtai and Li Wanyin were too close, and Li Wanyin was Lu Tian's confidant. He could not allow the relationship between the two to continue to heat up, so he also wanted to sleep next to Li Wanyin. That's right, Sergeant Lin, you can't stay next to Li Yajing every night. We also want to show our faces in front of Li Yajing. Zhao Si also expressed his opinion. Everyone is not stupid. They know that Li Wanyin is very powerful. Especially since they are close to the enemy here, they need to maintain good relations with Li Wanyin. When Lin Yingtai heard what the 2 men said, she thought, "Do you have what I have?" But she wouldn't actually say what was in her mind. "I have no objection, as long as Li Yajing doesn't object." Lin Yingtai didn't expect that these people were jealous of her. "Sergeant Zhang, Sergeant Zhao, I am your uncle's nephew. I should protect my uncle's safety. Men are most vulnerable when they sleep. I have the responsibility to protect my uncle." When Li Wangkai saw that his uncle was about to be taken away, he immediately spoke out in opposition. "Wangkai, I am also the junior of Grandpa. I will also protect Grandpa." Li Chenghua also expressed his thoughts. "In that case, Uncle can just sleep between us." Li Wang Finance came up with this idea after careful consideration. Chapter 92. Very good. Li Chenghua agreed, and Zhang San and Zhao Si were immediately discouraged. Lin Yingtai never expected that Li Wanyin would become so popular among men that a palace fight broke out over this. After the meeting, it was already late at night. Li Wanyin and Lu Tian walked into the tent tiredly. There was a straw mat on the ground. The area was not large, with only 2 empty seats. The large space on the right was naturally Lu Tian's. Lin Yingtai slept on the far left. Next to him was Li Wangkai. There was also an empty seat to the right of Li Wangkai, and then there was Li Chenghua. In this case, the middle seat should be his, but everyone was asleep, and he didn't want to ask everyone to change seats, so he slept between Li Wangkai and Li Chenghua. I felt very uneasy that night. I could only lie upright to sleep, but I always felt something was wrong. I woke up in the early morning and felt pain in my legs. I squinted and saw that it was the 2 young men. "Get lost." He kicked them one by one and pushed them away, but the 2 men were sleeping so soundly that he had to get up by himself. When I walked outside the tent, I saw Lin Yingtai already practicing boxing. "I want to sleep with you tonight." Li Wanyin was very dissatisfied that Lin Yingtai did not reserve a seat for him last night. "You have to convince the 2 young men from Lijia village about this," Lin Yingtai said as she was boxing. "All right." Li Wanran started warming up and then joined the boxing team. At this time, the rear army was sorting out supplies and planning to evacuate, probably to return to Yuzhou City to rest. Although people have evacuated, the tents are still there and they cannot be left empty, so everyone has to sleep separately. Li Wanyan feels that the opportunity has come. By the way, Brother Ingtai, let's sleep in the tent over there tonight. Li Wanyan said this, but Lin Ingtai neither refuted nor nodded, so Li Wanyan took it as her consent. After the boxing match, smoke was coming out of Li Wanyan's head, and the same was true for Lin Ingtai. There are a total of 5 camps in Badaling, 1 camp patrolling the city wall every day. Xiao Zheng's camp was assigned to the 5th day, so they can rest at the foot of the mountain for the time being. They will need to go up for patrol in the morning 5 days later. Because the Great Wall is very long, but there are gaps in many places, the Khitans could climb over the mountains, but there were several problems. First, the mountains were high and the forests were dense, and even at the gaps it was not convenient for horses to cross. Secondly, even if they crossed the Great Wall, the soldiers stationed on the Great Wall and the camp at the foot of the mountain would always pose a threat to the Khitans who had penetrated deep into the hinterland. So this is why the Khitans wanted to attack the Badaling Great Wall. The role of the Yuzhou army was to watch the actions of the Khitans here. As long as the other party acted improperly, they would attack from a high position, which would cause great destructive power. In the next few days, Li Wanyan continued to organize training for the new recruits in their team. It was not until the day before they were about to climb Badaling that the Yuzhou army received their salaries. Most of the time, military pay would be delayed, but this time it was relatively timely. Li Wanyan's first thought was that they had to fight a tough battle, otherwise the households would not pay the military pay at this time. Old Li, let's go collect our military pay. Lu Tian was familiar with the process, and he called Li Wanyan just to lift the heavy copper coins and silver. At this time, each guard was heading towards the captain, and the captain took them to the head of the battalion. Not long after, the battalion commander Xiao Zheng arrived and took them to the quartermaster's office to collect their military pay. There are 5 captains in a battalion. Each captain has 2 teams. Each team has 2 escorts and a deputy escort. Dozens of people go to collect military pay, and each person has to count the quantity and sign. The 5 battalion commanders now have to queue up at the quartermaster's office and behave themselves. They no longer have the prestige of 7th or 8th rank military officers. Chapter 93. After the previous battalion received its military pay, it was Xiao Zheng's battalion's turn. Master Wang, this is the list of our battalion and the total number of people we have received. Please take a look. Xiao Zheng was also polite. The head of the quartermaster department was sitting there drinking tea. Well, only your battalion is now fully staffed, and the military pay is also full. That batch of military pay is yours. Count it. If there is any shortage, I will not claim it. Wang Xing's attitude was a bit unpleasant, but that's the truth. Seeing how arrogant this man was, Li Wanyan suspected that he was a relative of Jidushi Wang Shui. In some companies in his previous life, the people who were in charge of accounting and finance were all the boss's family members. Okay, I will definitely check it out. Xiao Zheng pointed at the military pay, and Li Wanyan and others went to count it. They had to make sure not a penny was missing, otherwise they would have to pay for it themselves. After the inventory was completed, Li Wanyan asked Lu Tian to count again. After confirming that everything was correct, he told the team leader Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng told the captains, and after the 5 captains confirmed that there was no problem, they informed Xiao Zheng. Xiao Zheng signed the account book after confirming that there was no problem. After signing, Wang Xing from the quartermaster department no longer cared about it. Then take it away. Wang Xing let it go. As they left, carrying the heavy silver and copper coins, Li Wanyan asked Lu Tian curiously, Master Lu, this Master Wang must have a very special background, right? Hey, he's the adopted son of the Jidushi, and his surname isn't Wang. You have to be respectful when you see him in the future. A battalion commander offended him before, and his salary was withheld for half a year. Lu Tian was an old soldier and knew these things more clearly. Li Wanyan thought that since the Ungshi rebellion in the Tang dynasty, the military governors had liked to adopt godsons. This was still the case during the 5 dynasties. Even the throne would be passed on to godsons, as seen in the later Jin and later Zhou dynasties. Li Wanyan also knew that he had to maintain a good relationship with this man in the future. All the money and food of the army was decided by him alone. When he was promoted in the future, he would inevitably have to deal with this other party. After returning to the commander's tent, the first thing to do was to pay the officers. In the Yuzhou army, the monthly salary of a private was 501, and the same was true for a sergeant. For a lieutenant, it was 1 tael of silver, and for a deputy lieutenant, it was about 751. When it came to the rank of captain, the monthly salary was 2 taels of silver, and for a captain, it was 4 taels of silver. The highest salary for a commander was 10 taels of silver per month. Li Wanyan, You were the one who made the greatest contribution to our battalion during the last attack on Badaling. The 50 taels of silver as reward and the 39 taels of silver per capita fee for the 78 men will be given to you along with your original salary from last month. Xiao Zheng walked up to Li Wanyin with the silver. Li Wanyin was also very excited. Although he was quite wealthy, who would complain about having too much money? Thank you, sir. If it weren't for your and the other generals' meritorious service in commanding this time, I would never have had the opportunity to achieve great things. Even though you took the money yourself, you still have to be polite. You're welcome. I'm very optimistic about you. Do a good job. Xiao Zheng knew that this man was a good general, but he needed time to grow. Don't worry, sir. I will unite closely around you and serve you till my death. Li Wanyin is very good at flattering people and is very thick-skinned. Some of the new words he uses are beyond everyone's expectations. Were you a scholar before? Xiao Zheng asked. Yes, my father was a scholar. Li Wanyin nodded, but his father was now a taboo. To put it bluntly, fortunately his old father died, otherwise it would be easy to cause problems. Do a good job. Xiao Zheng also nodded secretly, because less than half of the people in the tent today could read, which was his biggest worry. Not being able to read would be detrimental to the transmission of military orders and the summary and reporting of battles, as well as to subsequent promotions. Chapter 94. Next, it was the rewards for other officers. Everyone had some contribution, so they all received some rewards, but Li Wanyin received the most rewards. Unfortunately, he killed 78 enemy soldiers in a row. Before you leave, let me say a few words. Our battalion will go on patrol tomorrow, but in recent days, Khitan scouts have frequently approached us for reconnaissance and even killed our patrolling soldiers. You must be careful. If nothing unexpected happens, the Khitans will make a big move in the near future. As Xiao Zheng said this, everyone began to become nervous. Badaling had been lost once last time, and if it was lost again this time, the consequences would be very serious. Sir, why don't we take the initiative? The captain of Li Wanyin's side asked, because he has a lot of people under his command. Now there are probably nearly 200 people, so he wants to make achievements and be promoted to a higher position. This is the decision of the Jadushi. But from my understanding of the Jadushi, the loss we suffered last time will not be made up by the recovery of Badaling. Everyone, be prepared. Yes. After the meeting, Li Wanyin and Lu Tian returned with the military pay. The soldiers who received the news have lined up to wait for their pay. Soldiers who have joined for less than a month are paid the full amount, so everyone is very happy. But in the military camp, there weren't many places to spend these few hundred coins because food was free. The only ones who wanted money were the military prostitutes under the quartermaster department. The next best thing was that the soldiers had private markets where they could buy what they needed. Li Wanyin had nothing to buy, so he left the money in the tent. They spent the night like this, and then they had to go up the mountain to take over. The next day, they had to patrol the city wall. They had to be there all day, enduring wind and rain. By the time these new recruits get used to the situation, a battalion might have to patrol for 8 or 10 days, because frequent rotations can easily lead to loopholes. The next morning, it was still dark, probably the hour of evening, and Li Wanyin didn't have time to practice boxing. He hurriedly finished his breakfast and prepared to go up the mountain. Dinner was dry food, with no hot rice or porridge. They set out at Ean hour and reached the city wall at the end of Ean hour and the beginning of Mao hour. They changed guard when it was just getting light. At this time, the enemy could not see clearly, but their own people could see clearly, thus preventing the enemy from taking advantage of the gap. There are 500 people in a battalion, and they are responsible for 1 or 2 beacon towers. The Badaling Great Wall at this time was still in its infancy. Unlike the Badaling Great Wall of the Ming Dynasty, which was built very well and had basically no loopholes, the current Badaling Wall is different. There are no walls at the connection points between many hilltops, only piles of stones, and it is very crudely built. He stood at the highest point of the beacon tower and looked into the distance. The mountains were gradually descending, and the section of the Great Wall they attacked last time was in a relatively flat area between 2 hills. As long as they occupied that side, it would be easier for the Khitan troops to come over, so Xiao Zheng would be in charge there personally, and they could only monitor the enemy's actions from the hills on both sides. They were escorting nearly 60 people, and the beacon tower they were responsible for was nearly 2 miles away from the left. He was on this beacon tower, and Lu Tian was on the beacon tower on the other side. The two of them guarded the corners and supported each other. The defense is very weak, but it mainly serves as a warning. Once the enemy comes up, they can delay the enemy's attack and buy time for support from the camp at the foot of the mountain. Therefore, it was not difficult for them, 50 or 60 people, to garrison this place, but they also needed to be extremely cautious, as they could not rule out a sneak attack by the Khitans at night. There are horse manure and dry firewood inside the beacon tower, but this is not used to keep them warm at night, but to transmit signals. When the horse manure burns, it will produce huge, thick smoke. When the weather is clear, standing on a high place, it can be seen from more than 10 miles away. He put down his luggage and took a rest. This time he brought armor and a mo dao, and money was also in his luggage. It is daytime now, and there are soldiers who can rest in the beacon tower, but at night, they have to stay up late and have to check and patrol at all times. Throughout the day, everyone did extra work. As the sun gradually went down, all the soldiers had to come out of the beacon tower and patrol the surroundings. On average, they were grouped in 3 people, and the minimum number could not be less than 2. Although it is already April and almost May, the wind is strong and there is no moon late at night, and the temperature is still very low. If you stay like this for a long time, you will get sick sooner or later. It was the end of midnight, when the soldiers inside the city wall were most sleepy. There were still 2 hours before the handover, and the temperature had dropped to the extreme, which was also the time when they were the weakest. Li Wanyan didn't sleep. It felt like a fire was burning inside him. He looked out from the lookout point of the beacon tower from time to time. It was dark and he couldn't see anything, but he didn't dare sleep. Just when I was feeling a little sleepy, I suddenly saw a flash of light in the grass in the distance. It was about 20 feet away from me, very close to the beacon tower. Silver? Instantly, Li Wanyan became nervous. Enemy attack. Chapter 95. After shouting, the fire was used to directly ignite the hay, and the hay ignited the cow dung. Although it was night, and the smoke might not be visible, there was a light in the beacon tower that could be seen more than 10 miles away. Kill. The Khitans not far away knew they were exposed and rushed over. Li Wanyan really didn't expect that his beacon tower would be attacked. After all, the road here was not easy to travel on. The young men in Wangli village immediately became excited. The torches around them also lit up. Below them, there were at least 100 Khitans densely packed together. These were the troops near their beacon tower. They didn't know how many there were near other beacon towers, but the total number could not be too large, otherwise the noise would be too loud, and it would be impossible for them to get close to 20 feet. The Khitans rushed towards the city wall, using the same siege methods as before, iron hooks, ropes, and ladders. However, this time they were the garrisoning party. Although they had only about 60 people, they occupied the advantageous terrain. The other side would need at least 3 times more people to win, so as long as they were careful and did not make mistakes, they would not lose. They quickly cut the ropes and threw down rolling logs and rocks, which had been prepared in advance, and immediately caused casualties to the enemies at the foot of the mountain. Screams rang out one after another, and other beacon towers were also attacked. Fortunately, everyone responded in advance, and no extremely urgent situation occurred. Xiao Zheng was stationed on the city wall between 2 mountains. When he saw the fire in the distance, he knew that the Khitans were attacking, and they chose to attack when he was stationed. Which beacon tower reported the news? Xiao Zheng asked. Sir, it was the beacon tower guarded by Li Wanyan that first lit the beacon fire. A soldier came to report. Good job, you've done a great job. Notify the military camp down the mountain and rush to help immediately. Li Wanyan knew that it was because he lit the beacon that there were shouts of killing, which meant that Li Wanyan had discovered the enemy in advance, which was no small achievement. Sir, after seeing the beacon fire, they are already rushing over here. The main camp is not far away, at least not far from Xiao Zheng's location, but it is far from other beacon towers, and the mountain road is difficult to walk on. It will take a while to replenish troops to each beacon tower. The Khitans were extremely angry at this moment. If it weren't for this damn beacon tower, they would have controlled the pass again. But now, he had lost the initiative and there would be no good result if he continued fighting. So he ordered a retreat without even having time to collect the bodies, because he knew that the Yuzhou troops at the foot of the mountain would soon be coming up. The battle came and went quickly, and until dawn, no enemy was seen coming forward. After this battle, Xiao Zheng's battalion was no longer allowed to hand over, and another battalion was transferred to assist in the defense. This caused the troops in Xiao Zheng's battalion to feel a little lost, but the good thing was that they could rest in the beacon tower. The news of the Khitans' overnight attack also reached the governor Wang Shi. When Wang Shi heard the news, his face didn't look very good. Last time, they were ambushed by the Khitans and occupied the Badaling city wall. Now this time, they are still unwilling to give up. How far is the nearest Khitan camp from Badaling? How many people are there? Wang Shi asked while looking at the map behind him. At this time, Qin Yu, the governor of Yuzhou who had just been replaced, said, the Khitans have set up a front camp 10 miles below Badaling, with about 3,000 people. 30 miles behind is the main camp, with about 30,000 troops. You dare to attack my city wall with only 3,000 troops? You are so brave. Send a message to Shiaan, tell him to retaliate. Defeat the Khitan's vanguard. If he succeeds, he will be promoted to a regular soldier. If not, come back and train the new army. Chapter 96. Wang Shuyi gave the order, and his subordinates naturally carried it out unconditionally. The cavalry soldiers quickly passed the news to Shiaan. Shiaan, who was in the camp at the foot of the mountain, also had a headache when he saw the news. You know, the Khitan's vanguard camp was only 30 miles away from their base camp, and the Khitans were all cavalry. 30 miles was not a long distance for cavalry. If they were unable to end the battle and evacuate, they would easily be besieged. Shiaan knew that he could not resist the military order, so he immediately began to execute it. However, he knew that the main purpose of this order was to teach the Khitans a lesson. It would be a bit difficult to really destroy the vanguard camp, so the elite troops would naturally not be sent out, because he knew that it was unrealistic to annihilate the enemy. In this case, he could not suffer too great a loss. If there is some victory, but it is not great, the Jadushi will not really do anything to him. So he called Zhang Liang. Master Wu, what do you want me to do? Zhang Liang has arrived. General Zhang, I have a mission for you. Take your troops and destroy the Khitan's vanguard camp. At the same time, you must control your own losses. Zhang Liang naturally understood what Shiaan meant, which was that they must fight the Khitans, but there must not be too great a loss. Some gains would be the best, but as for cutting off the enemy's front army, that was unlikely. Soon, Xiao Zheng and several other camp leaders were called to Wu Shan's military tent, and Zhang Liang wanted to make the deployment in person in front of Shiaan. Several battalion commanders were under tremendous pressure. Although their soldiers had experienced one battle, it was not enough. They had to go through at least 3 or 5 battles before they could be considered veterans. But Shiaan obviously would not listen to any explanation. Sir, while we fight, I hope the other armies can escort us from the rear. Of course, we have 5 armies here, 1 on each side, and 3 in the middle that can be mobilized. Shiaan would naturally not let Zhang Liang's new soldiers suffer heavy losses. Then I will go back and prepare. Li Wanyan was sleeping in the beacon tower when he was suddenly notified to attend a meeting. He soon arrived at the meeting under the city wall between 2 mountains. Xiao Zheng personally deployed the details of the battle to everyone. After listening, Li Wanyan realized that the meeting was to counterattack the Khitan front camp 10 miles away. Everyone looked very serious. In recent years, the Yuzhou army had been mainly in a defensive posture because the imperial court was not strong enough, and the local forces could not withstand too much consumption. By taking the initiative to attack now, Wang Shi probably wants to show the court that he does not just hold his own troops, and at the same time demonstrate the combat effectiveness of his army. After the meeting, the two returned to their garrison points. Let's not fight this time. It's too close to the Khitan base camp. Li Wanyan also felt that it was too close. 30 miles was very close for cavalry, and a battle involving thousands of people would not be over in a short time. Once the Khitan reinforcements arrived, they would suffer heavy losses from being attacked from both inside and outside. In the blink of an eye, it was evening, and hot meals were brought up from the foot of the mountain. Li Wanyan, the beacon tower, was also given dry rice. Uncle, are we going to take the initiative tonight? Li Wankai is very smart and probably guessed it. Well, after dinner, let's have a meeting. Li Wanyan decided to do something big tonight. Chapter 97. There was no moon these 2 days. After waiting for dark, Li Wanyan descended outside the city wall using a rope, and the young men from Wangli village also came down behind him. They could go out through the city gate, but that would make too much noise. After walking out of the city wall, they headed towards the lower area below the mountains. After walking for a few miles, we found that hundreds of people had gathered ahead. They had all come down from various hills in advance and did not choose to come out from the city wall gate. Xiao Zheng has also arrived. But at this time no complete baby arrived, and everyone was still waiting. Anyone who fails to arrive before the end of the military order at 10 p.m. will be treated as a deserter. Xiao Zheng would not be vague at this time. This was a military order. They must set out at the end of the Sioux hour and arrive at the ambush point before the end of the high hour. Then they began to evacuate 1 hour after launching the attack, because the Khitans were busy delivering messages and reinforcements were arriving, and time was of the essence. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, all the people in Xiao Zheng's camp arrived, as did the other camps. Once you arrive, set off immediately, walking at full speed. Because this place is 3 miles away from the city wall, and we still have to walk about 7 miles forward, we saw some Khitan corpses along the way. Of course, these were not the corpses from last night, but the scouts who had been killed. It is impossible for the Yuzhou army to take action without clearing out the scouts. Otherwise, if the enemy is well prepared, they will be seeking death. The road was 7 miles long, and everyone walked very fast. They soon covered 4 miles, then slowed down and came to 3 miles outside the camp. Here, Xiaozheng asked everyone to disperse and move forward along the forest. They soon reached the edge of the forest. 2 miles outside the camp were open space, and there were burning fires nearby. At the same time, there were chitin sentries nearby, which meant that these 2 miles were a life and death distance for them. At this time, Li Wanyin was called to the back, where Xiao Zhengzheng was holding a meeting. We now have a batch of chitin clothing and weapons that we collected in the past. Who is willing to become a scout to help us approach the camp and kill the guards? At this time, Xiaozheng summoned all the military officers above the rank of lieutenant in the battalion. This sentence was not to name anyone, but he hoped that someone would volunteer. But no one responded, because if they were discovered in advance, they would almost certainly die. Even if they were not discovered and the sneak attack was successful, the chitins would resist. The gate of the military camp was 2 miles away from here, which was not far, but between life and death, this distance was too dangerous. They might die at the gate of the military camp before the army rushed over. General Wu said that whoever goes will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver for the leading military officer and 10 taels of silver for the rest. If the sneak attack is successful, everyone will be promoted 1 rank. Li Wanyin felt that Xiao Zheng's request did not look very attractive in the TV series, but in reality, a higher-ranking official can crush people, and a promotion means an increase in power and status. Moreover, the minimum reward of 10 taels of silver is indeed not low, which can support 2 families for a year. The rewards of tens of thousands of taels of silver and the title of Marquis as shown on TV are absolutely unrealistic. Sir, I am willing to go, but I hope the reward can be doubled. Li Wanyin put forward his own request. Although it seemed a bit like extortion, he was risking his life after all. Besides, money was easy to negotiate, unlike official positions, which would easily affect the interests of too many people. Although General Wu has not promised, I can promise you in advance that the reward will be doubled. Xiaozheng made the decision directly on behalf of his superiors. If they didn't give it, he would just pay for it himself. If Li Wanyin asked for a higher level, he really couldn't decide that. Sir, let me take care of these 20 or so people. Li Wanyin was not sure how many people could participate, but he thought that at least a dozen young men from Wang and Li villages could gather together. ASAP. Yes. Li Wanyin then went to his own escort team, gathered the young men from the Wang and Li families and announced, "We plan to disguise ourselves as chitins and approach the military camp and open the gates. If you go, you will be rewarded with 20 taels of silver. If the sneak attack is successful, everyone will be promoted 1 level." Not many people were interested in what Li Wanyin said, but when it came to promotion, the young men in Lijia village stared with their eyes as big as copper bells. "I'll go. I'm going to." In just a short while, more than 40 people raised their hands, but there were only 20 sets of costumes, so they had to choose the best ones. Keep your voice down. All members of Li village are invited to participate. Those from Wang village between the ages of 20 and 30 are given priority. Li Wanyin also knew that he had to choose someone who had combat experience and was full of energy. In the end, 30 people were eliminated, and the remaining people came to Xiaozheng. "Master Lu, I'm going too." Chapter 98. Gu Quanjun raised his hand at this time, but Li Wanyin didn't even consider him. "You can't." Although he has made progress, his physical fitness and fighting skills are not as good as the young man from Lijia village or Wangjia village. "You don't speak chitin, but I do." When Gu Quanjun said this, Li Wanyin raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that this guy could do this. Don't get me wrong. We in Yuzhou have always done business with chitin merchants, so I learned a little bit. After hearing what Gu Quanjun said, Li Wanyin felt that this person had to go. Then go ahead. After a while, Li Wanyin brought the warriors to Xiaozheng. "Master Xiao, this is the warrior I selected." Li Wanyin did not say that they were death warriors because this was a bad sign. "Very good. I hope you succeed. I will keep my promise." Xiaozheng looked at these young faces. The ancestors of the Wang and Li families are both famous and prestigious. I hope you can restore the glory of your ancestors in this battle. After the success, I will give you an extra 10 days of rest. Xiaozheng gave out rewards again to give everyone more motivation. "Don't worry, sir. We will succeed." Li Wanyin just regretted not bringing his own armor, because this was a surprise attack, and he had no time to carry armor, and the heavy equipment was not conducive to the subsequent evacuation. However, he brought the Mo Dao, but it was useless and could only be left here. "Change your clothes." Xiaozheng was also full of expectations. He knew Li Wanyin's strength. In fact, Li Wanyin was his candidate. As long as Li Wanyin could fight against 100 people at the door alone, with the cooperation of many soldiers, it would be enough to hold out until their arrival. After putting on his clothes, the atmosphere was very depressing. Lu Tian's palms were sweating from nervousness. Of course, he would not directly participate in the disguised raid. Li Wanyin looked at the soldiers who were all dressed up, and then said, "We will walk into the gate in a dignified manner. In addition to the chitin sabers, you should also bring an extra pair of sabers. Have you forgotten the throwing skills you learned? They have not been idle these days. In addition to physical fitness, they have also not fallen behind in learning combat skills. This time, they must quickly eliminate the enemy guards and then open the gate to welcome the army." Without, Li Wankai and others answered in a low voice. "Okay, let's go." Li Wanyin emerged from the bushes, bringing with him 2 young men with the surnames Wang and Li. Soon after they showed up, the secret sentries around the camp discovered them, but the sentries did not show up because these people were wearing chitin clothes, and there were always scouts coming in and out in the past few days, and there were people at the gate to verify their identities so that they could rush to help in time if something went wrong. Li Wanyin arrived at the gate of the camp. The door was not open, but a crack was opened, and 3 people appeared to verify the information. "Whose subordinates are you?" the chitin soldier asked in chitin. "We are the scouts going out today," Gu Quanjun said. "Scout, what are you grilling today?" Oops. Hearing this question from the chitin, Gu Quanjun knew that it was a code word, and he didn't even know the so-called code word. "Roast your mother." Chapter 99. Gu Quanjun started swearing and winked at Li Wanyin, indicating that he was ready to take action. However, it was nighttime and the visibility was not very clear, and Li Wanyin really thought that this guy was speaking in code. But the result is indeed a code word. "Come in." The 3 people who verified the information spoke to the person behind the door, and the door opened immediately. Gu Quanjun was stunned. He didn't expect that he had guessed the code word, but his back was already wet. Li Wanyin led everyone into the gate, which was closing at that time. Li Wanyin waved his hand and chopped off the head of one of the chitins who was closing the gate. The soldiers around Li Wanyin drew their swords one after another, and the chitins could not dodge in time, and 7 or 8 of them were knocked down at once. At this time, the chitins on the watchtower of the camp reacted and were about to ring the gong, but Li Wanyin threw a flying knife to kill the chitin on the watchtower, and other people standing on high places in the camp were also hit by the flying knives. Soon, the gate was opened and Li Wanyin's men were waving torches above the camp. The secret sentry outside the camp discovered the problem and rushed towards the gate, shouting, but was greeted with indifferent arrows. Although all this happened very quickly, the shouting had already attracted some patrol teams to move closer to this place. Fortunately, the army outside the camp had already rushed over, but no one was shouting. "What are you doing at the door?" A patrol team of chitins came over, about a dozen people. There were several such teams patrolling the entire camp all night. Li Wanyin lowered his head and waited for the opponent to get close. Then he attacked with a knife. The young men from Wangli village also rushed over. Enemy attack. Someone was trying to blow the horn with a bullhorn, but he had barely gotten halfway through the rapid sounds when a saber was stabbed into his stomach. At this time, some chitins who were lightly asleep had already reacted, but the army had already rushed into the camp. Kill. 500 coins per head. Xiao Zheng also rushed in at this time and threw the Mo Dao to Li Wanyin. He didn't expect that Li Wanyin would have such a thing. The technique of using the Mo Dao had been lost for many years. Many tents were splattered with blood, and many chitins saw eternal sky in their dreams. "People from Wangli village, follow me and kill them." Seeing Xiao Zheng rushing in, Li Wanyin knew that the night attack was successful. He took off the chitin people's clothes and started harvesting heads. Li Wanyin led his troops to rush towards the central army. Ordinary soldiers were of low value and more dangerous, so he led 70 or 80 people and rushed directly to the big tent where the central army was located. Li Wanyin knew that this head was worth much more. After all, 2,500 people killed 3,000 people, and each person was less than 500 coins. It was really boring. But the person in the central army was equivalent to a military leader of Zhang Liang's level, so each head would be worth at least 1,000 taels of silver. Not only will the corpses be sent to the center of the army, but people from other camps will also have to attack the center of the army. Everyone knows who has higher value. Anyone who tried to stop Li Wanyin was chopped into pieces by him with one strike of his sword, and almost no one could be his match. There are martial arts masters in the army, but they are all generals. Generals rarely charge on the front line and are protected by their personal guards. There are not many people like Li Wanyin who can charge forward recklessly. Of course, Li Wanyin himself was not a general. He was just a small leader. Soon, they were less than 50 feet away from the center of the army, But the resistance here was also the greatest. These Khitans had no time to at least fight, and could only fight with the Yuzhou army on foot. But this was the Yuzhou army's strong point. Guard my flank. Li Wanyan wields a Mo Dao. Anyone who gets close will die. Cut the blocker in half with one stroke, and make the Khitan soldiers dare not get close. The power of the Mo Dao is too strong. The power of humans is also very strong. Da-da-da. Just when I thought there were no cavalry, a cavalry team of more than a dozen people rushed out from the front. They must have taken advantage of the chaos in front to mount their horses, and the horses were armored. Chapter 100. Heavy Cavalry. A group of more than a dozen heavy cavalrymen are enough to disperse hundreds of infantrymen. The heavy sound of horse hooves made the Yuzhou army feel comfortable. Everyone knew that if the enemy charged, they would either be killed or injured. Get out of the way. Li Wanyan ordered the soldiers from Lijia village and Wangjia village to disperse. Da-da-da. The Khitan heavy cavalry rushed towards Li Wanyan, with the Khitan swords in their hands raised above their heads. The cold light made people tremble all over. Every time the horse's hooves hit the ground, it felt like stepping on the heart, making people panic and unable to think of resisting. The distance was very close, less than 10 feet. If the opponent's butcher knife fell, Li Wanyan would die on the spot. Xiao Zheng also noticed it, but he originally planned to avoid the enemy's sharp edge and use bows and crossbows to shoot at their weak points. But he didn't expect Li Wanyan to stop the enemy's heavy cavalry. A cold light flashed through everyone's eyes, making it impossible to look directly at it. The Mo Dao in Li Wanyan's hand was raised straight up and then fell straight down. Bang! It was not known whether it was the sound of cutting meat or metal, but the cavalryman and his horse's head were cut in half and then fell in front of Li Wanyan. The heavy cavalry behind them sensed the situation ahead and the dead bodies as an obstacle and tried to slow down, but once the heavy cavalry picked up speed, they could not stop at all. Li Wanyan stood on the dead horse, just raised his knife and shouted, "Anyone who stands in my way, Li Wanyan, will be annihilated." The roar was deafening. The heavy cavalry in front of him fell to the ground because they were scared. As a result, the heavy cavalry in the rear were forced to slow down, and once they slowed down, they immediately became the focus of everyone's attack. The horses' legs were soon chopped off, and the Khitan heavy cavalry were in desperate situation. After Li Wanyan helped to kill several people, he immediately rushed towards the central army tent. Only then did everyone realize that charging towards the central army tent meant killing. Soon, Li Wanyan noticed several people running towards the rear, and from the light in his eyes, that person was carrying a lot of gold and silver. He led the young men from Wang and Li villages to chase after the general. At this time, the scene was very chaotic, and the general of the front army was also slowed down. However, no one dared to stop Li Wanyan with his sword, and he was quickly stopped. "Boy, you're looking for death." The general felt extremely humiliated. Running away was dishonorable in itself, and this man actually acted in a contemptuous manner. Then, the general rushed towards Li Wanyan. Unfortunately, as soon as this man made a move, Li Wanyan knew that he was only at the initial stage of skin refining and was no match for him. Li Wanyan simply swung his Mo Dao forward. The opponent tried to block it and raised his saber, but it was immediately split in two, along with the general. Seeing the tragic death of their general, the guards around them scattered in panic, trying to escape. The last bit of resistance was gone, and the massacre began. In less than half an hour, except for a few who escaped, most of them were killed. It was mainly because it was late at night, and everyone had no time to react. The battle was over in half an hour, and the next thing was to harvest supplies. Food and fodder were secondary. The most important thing was war horses. There were only 2,500 of them, but there were more than 5,000 war horses here, because each Khitan person had 2 horses to ride in turn. Grab the horse. Li Wanyan casually found gold on the Khitan general, but this thing is hard to come by, while the war horse can be seen with the naked eye. A war horse is worth 1 tael of gold, and everyone understands this principle, so the other Yuzhou soldiers didn't even have time to search the corpse. Chapter 101. An ordinary war horse costs at least 30 or 40 taels of silver, while a high-quality war horse, such as one that can be covered with armor, costs at least 100 taels of silver. Li Wanyan and his men robbed more than 100 horses. Although they were all farmers, since they lived in a frontier area, they could ride horses. Whenever they got a horse, they would ride it while holding the horse's hand. Then we heard the drums beating, and everyone had to evacuate. Retreat. Burn everything we can't take away. Although we can still rob for a while, safety is the most important thing, and these war horses must be taken back. It's not that the Yuzhou army is without cavalry, but they are very good. There are 100,000 Yuzhou soldiers, but only 3,000 cavalry. They can't afford to maintain more, mainly because the price of horses is too expensive. It costs 100,000 taels of silver to buy 3,000 horses, and another 300 taels of silver are consumed every day, which means more than 10,000 taels of silver in a year, because war horses need to eat concentrated feed every day. At the same time, the treatment of cavalry is also high, equivalent to the salary of a regular guard, and the food is also good, all of which cost money. Despite this, the Yuzhou army still hopes to have more cavalry, but war horses are difficult to buy. Most of the current 3,000 horses are smuggled, and some are bred by themselves, but the horses bred by themselves are not as good as the horses on the grassland. So, everyone headed towards battling in a mighty manner. The Khitan headquarters camp also received the news, but the Yuzhou army had already begun to evacuate, and this place was very close to battling. Before daybreak, Zhang Liang returned with his soldiers. The noise was so loud, with the sound of horses' hooves deafening, that the people on the city wall felt as if they were facing a powerful enemy. Wu Shandu even thought that the sneak attack had failed and that the enemy had come to take revenge. Finally, they saw the military flags and uniforms of the Yuzhou army, and they were overjoyed. Open the door and win big. Zhang Liang was extremely excited. This time his contribution was so great that he killed 3,000 men and seized more than 5,000 horses. This achievement was enough to get him promoted to a higher rank. The gatekeeper also hurriedly opened the door. Wu Shan was on the city wall and couldn't believe it when he saw this scene. After all, her purpose was to harass and gain some small advantage, but she didn't expect to win a great victory in the end. Wu Shan knew that his position as the Lord of the Wing was secure. When they arrived at the pass, the Khitan reinforcements from the rear had just arrived at the vanguard camp, but all they saw was fire and corpses all over the ground, and the horses were gone. The person who came to rescue was none other than the supreme commander of the Khitan army. When he saw the devastation, his face turned pale. Li Wanyan and his Yuzhou troops had successfully entered the pass. They went to the camp at the foot of the mountain to rest. At this time, the news of the annihilation of the Khitan's 3,000-man vanguard battalion reached Wang Shuyi in Yuzhou City. Bang! Wang Shuyi slapped the table excitedly. We have completely wiped out the enemy and captured more than 5,000 horses. Qin, you are the deputy who are now shining. Wang Shuyi was very happy, and at the same time he hinted that Qin might be suppressing Wu Shan. After all, Wu Shan had achieved excellent results after managing this wing army. Of course, the person who made the greatest contribution this time was Zhang Liang, the commander who went to the front line in person. Qin was also surprised. Wu Shan and Zhang Liang were certainly capable, but definitely not to this extent. Of course, he would not say it, but smiled and said, "This proves that you have trained your troops well. Otherwise, it would be difficult to achieve today's victory. With these more than 5,000 horses, we can also form a cavalry of 10,000 people." What Qin said was also what Jidushi Wang Shuyi was concerned about. If the cavalry was less than 10,000, it would take more than 10,000 to destroy a country. Although they were still a little short of a cavalry of 10,000, it was not far behind. The subsequent war horses could be supplemented slowly. Well, that's a story for later. Now we need them to present the details of this battle, and then we'll reward them according to their merits. Wang Shuyi was very happy, and he knew that he had to give a big reward this time. This time was more meaningful than the last time they took back battling. At least they took the initiative to attack, and the new recruits who had been in the army for less than 2 months achieved such a huge success. This also made him change his mind. Li Wanyan had a horse in each hand and was riding another one. After arriving at the camp at the foot of the mountain, he asked people to keep a close watch on it. He calculated that their team had obtained more than 200 horses, which was enough to form 2 cavalry teams. Chapter 102. The Yuzhou army was also collecting fodder for the war horses to prevent them from starving and becoming thin. At the same time, the work of counting military merits is also in progress. Everyone is very excited, especially the few people who participated in the attack in disguise last night. Each of them is a sergeant. Half of them are his descendants from the same clan, and half are his students. The number of people he influences and controls has reached more than 100. This does not include the young men from other Wang and Li villages. Altogether, at least nearly 200 people are affected, and he is also going to be promoted to Yajing. Old Li, Lord Xiao is calling you over. Li Wanyan looked at his warhorse with surging emotions. When he heard Lu Tian calling him, he followed him. Soon, he arrived at Xiao Zheng's camp. At this moment, Xiao Zheng had a smile on his face and looked very excited. "I greet Mr. Xiao. Sit down." Xiao Zheng pointed to a set of tables and chairs inside the big tent. "My lord, this is inappropriate, isn't it?" Li Wanyan knew that this was Xiao Zheng's location. "That's right. You and I are going to calculate the merits of the soldiers today and report the results to the military. Xiaozheng knew that there were not many people in the entire camp who could read and write, and Li Wanyan happened to be one of them. Usually, he was assisted by his deputy, but there were still not enough people. Don't worry, sir. As long as the troops have completed the statistics, I can finish writing the battle report in 1 or 2 hours. Li Wanyan knew that this was not a difficult task. Okay, these are the battle achievements reported by the various teams. It would be best if you could help count them. Yes. Li Wanyan opened the records of military exploits and found that they belonged to Chen Cheng's team. He also saw his record of exploits on the first page. Someone had already recorded it. He had 3 horses and killed 38 enemies, including 1 enemy vanguard general and 1 heavy cavalryman. A reward of 200 taels was given for attacking the camp gate at night, and he was promoted to the official. Under him were the soldiers and sergeants who followed him in the night attack on the camp gate. Li Wangkai and Li Chenghua were also promoted to deputy chief escorts, which was considered as credit for their merits, and Gu Quanjun was also successfully promoted to sergeant and was able to manage several people under him. To be honest, Gu Quanjun made a great contribution this time. Although he did not kill many enemies, his Khitan language successfully tricked the camp gate open. He compiled these records and presented their combat procedures and plans in written form. The magnitude of one's contribution depends on one's actual performance on the battlefield and on how one writes the battle report. If the battle report is well written, one's contribution can be doubled. After Li Wanyan's polishing, a simple yet thrilling combat process was presented. He presented the battle report to Xiaozheng. Seeing the clear data, wonderful summary, and neat handwriting, Xiaozheng couldn't help but say, "It's well written, with a combination of traditional and simplified Chinese. All the battle records are supported by data. I'm sure it will be less difficult." What bothered Xiaozheng the most was the statistics of military merits after the war. When he reported the statistics he made, he was often asked where these merits came from. Now that Li Wanyan wrote it very clearly, it could save a lot of trouble. "Sir, this combination of numbers and words in the battle report is more intuitive. If our battalion records military exploits according to this template in the future, it may save a lot of trouble. Yes, you have made great contributions. You should be the captain or even the head of the team." Xiaozheng really wants Li Wanyan to be promoted so that he can assist him better. Chapter 103. Your Excellency's expectations are what I strive for, and I will definitely live up to your expectations. Li Wanyan knew that he had only been a recruit for 2 or 3 months, but he had already been promoted to the rank of lieutenant. This speed was already very fast. Being promoted to the rank of captain or captain would take a long time and would take a process. If he was a veteran, he would have the mass support for being promoted 3 levels, but strictly speaking, he was still a recruit, so it was inevitable that some people would not accept his promotion 3 levels. In fact, your contribution this time is enough to get you promoted 2 or 3 levels. I will keep the extra contributions for you. After a while, our military system will inevitably undergo huge changes, and a number of positions can be adjusted by then. You just have to wait patiently. Xiaozheng knew that after robbing so many horses, it was imperative to form a new cavalry, and at least 1 cavalry, maybe 2. By then, someone would be promoted, and Li Wanyan was definitely qualified for promotion. Thank you for your support, sir. I will definitely be able to achieve great achievements under your leadership. Li Wanyan said again. Okay, I haven't had a good rest these days. Now go down and have a good rest. This time the merit is great. I guess the reward will be issued in the next few days. Thank you for your consideration. Li Wanyan walked out of the big tent and saw Lu Tian coming. Haha, you have made a great contribution this time. From now on, you will be the leader of my troops. Lu Tian was not jealous, because Li Wanyan had proved his strength in 2 or 3 battles. It was not something that ordinary people could do to be promoted 3 levels in 2 months. It is estimated that by the end of the year, Li Wanyan will be his boss. Captain Lu, you have worked hard. You are the one who built this team. I will not let you down. Okay, work hard. I think we'll have to form a cavalry army, and then you might be Captain Li. Lu Tian was very happy. Although his contribution was not great this time, it was still an accumulation. He might be able to be promoted to the next level later, but it was estimated that this would be the end. Haha, Captain Lu, you said a nice thing. I'll treat you to a drink during the break. 5 days after the battle, all the rewards were distributed. Li Wanyan received his 200 taels of silver in advance. He also snatched gold ingots from the Khitan vanguard general. This kind of gold ingot was not a circulating currency, but the Tang dynasty government also made some, mainly for rewards, and gold ingots were not used in normal times. The gold ingot in his hand weighed about 10 taels, which was equivalent to 100 taels of silver. However, this was the government's price. In fact, it was impossible to exchange 100 taels of silver for 10 taels of gold. Therefore, his current wealth is definitely not low. After a few more battles like this, he will not only have power, but also money. These two things are vital to him. Although they received the reward, Li Wanyan and his new troops could not leave directly. They had to wait for the Khitan's actions. However, the other side did not take any other actions because the Khitans were also wondering why the strength of the Yuzhou army had increased so much and should be collecting intelligence now. At breakfast time on the second day after receiving the reward, there was the sound of horse hooves outside the camp. Hundreds of cavalrymen were heading towards the camp, each one looking majestic. The General Zhang Liang came to greet them. The people who came were none other than a cavalry battalion. The number of people in a cavalry battalion was around 400, and some had 500. The commander of this cavalry battalion was nominally of the same rank as the commander of the infantry battalion, but this was not the case in reality. At least he was on par with the army chief. Master Yang, fellow soldiers, I'm going to have to work hard on you from now on. Zhang Liang was very polite, and Commander Yang was equally polite. Sir Zhang, this matter was personally instructed by the Jadushi, so I will do my best. But I am very interested in your young general who attacked the camp gate at night. So Sir Zhang, please help introduce him to me later. Yang Lin knew that there was a man named Li Wanyan. He had fought against 78 people in the Battle of Badaling and killed 39 people this time. It was not a large number, but this time was the most dangerous. The most important thing was that he killed the general of the front army and cut a heavy cavalryman in half. He must recruit such a fierce general under his command. Chapter 104. At this time, Zhang Liang had already guessed what this person was thinking. Haha, this person is very capable and is qualified to be the battalion commander. The Jadushi and Lord Wu also think highly of him. We are also training him as a commander. If he can get Lord Yang's true teachings, his future will be limitless. Zhang Liang was no fool. With just one sentence, Yang Lin gave up the idea of training Li Wanyan. After all, under his command, the upper limit was deputy commander. On Zhang Liang's side, the minimum was commander, possibly deputy army chief, which was something he could not promise. Then I'm even more interested. I look forward to fighting with him on the battlefield in the future. Yang Lin also temporarily gave up on recruiting him. Okay, you are tired. We will not conduct cavalry training today. Good wine and delicious food are ready. Please dismount and drink. In order to take care of this group of gentlemen, Zhang Liang used almost the best things to entertain them. Fortunately, their treatment was also improved and they were treated the same as the cavalry. Otherwise, he really could not afford the consumption of these 500 cavalrymen, who would consume the food of 5,000 people almost every day. However, their army had only 2,500 people. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Zhang. 500 cavalrymen tied up their horses and went into the camp to eat, drink, and have fun. Uncle, I haven't eaten for 6 or 7 days in a row. Li Wankai has now been promoted to deputy chief judge. It is normal for him to eat and work, but it is abnormal for the people below him to eat and work as well, as they think there will be more wars to fight. See those cavalry? I saw it, it's very impressive. I heard that they have 2 meals a day, and they can eat meat every now and then. Yes, we are cavalry too. After Li Wanyan finished speaking, he went to eat. Li Wankai was stunned and started to eat the food in the bowl in his hand. Uncle, am I a cavalryman now? Li Wankai asked. Li Wanyan went into the tent to eat, and Lin Yingtai was also promoted, not because of his great merit this time, but because he killed a lot of enemies in 3 battles, and his accumulated military merits met the requirements for promotion. Li Wanyan is different. He still has some military merits left, and when the time comes, he can be promoted again. Brother Yingtai, what do you think about cavalry warfare? We have 5,000 more cavalry this time. Will we be targeted by both the imperial court and the Khitans at the same time? Li Wanyan considered the issue from a strategic perspective and did not become blindly happy just because he became a cavalry commander. You are not stupid. The strength of the Yuzhou army has greatly increased this time. With nearly 10,000 cavalrymen, it is difficult for the imperial court to gather them. It can be said that as long as the governor is willing, he can immediately become king. After competing for the Central Plains, he can become emperor. Now the imperial court is like a thorn in the throat, and the Khitans will also feel like a thorn in the side. Lin Yingtai also saw it clearly, and it was the same thing Li Wanyan thought. But the governor still needs to form a new cavalry. Li Wanyan knew that the Jadushi had reached this point, and he had to leave. Chapter 105. That's right, because now you can't retreat. Lin Yingtai said so. In this case, do you still dare to stay here? Li Wanyan really admired Lin Yingtai's courage for not leaving even at this point. If I go back now, will the court understand? Besides, everyone else died, but I didn't. This is a sin. After Lin Yingtai finished speaking, Li Wanyan really understood. Lin Yingtai could not go back now. She deserved to die. If she wants to go back, she must have enough power, such as controlling an army to make the court wary, so that she can also protect her family. Brother Yingtai is very pitiful, but don't worry. I am your strong backer. Li Wanyan said so. You are too small to be my support now. Lin Yingtai was touched in her heart, but she still said so. Brother Yingtai, rest assured, I will work hard. Li Wanyan knew that he could not become rich overnight, but now he had made the right bet. In the future, he would be the deputy captain and then the captain. He set a goal for himself. By the end of this year, he must at least become a captain. Tisk. Lin Yingtai did not continue speaking. The next day, everyone was excited because they were transferred from infantry to cavalry, which meant an increase in income. Their previous monthly salary was 500 coins, but now it was 1 or 2 taels of silver. The cavalry officers also had higher incomes, far ahead of ordinary infantry. After an exciting night, Li Wanyan organized his soldiers to conduct physical training early the next morning. After the training, they had breakfast. After breakfast, they had half an hour of cavalry training. The time could not be too long because the horses could not bear it. On the grassland, Khitan soldiers did not need special horse riding training because they had been riding horses since childhood. Even if they needed horse riding training, it was normal for one person to own more than a dozen horses, so they did not have to worry about whether the horses would be tired. Senior military officers such as Xiao Zheng certainly knew how cavalry fought, but he could not teach hundreds of people by himself, so he could only ask a battalion of cavalry to teach. In this way, one cavalryman can lead nearly 10 people in training, which is efficient and fast. During the cavalry training, the original organization was disrupted. Even though Li Wanyan was the chief cavalryman, he had to train with cavalrymen of lower rank than himself. For example, the cavalryman who trained him was a sergeant. Li Wanyan took several sergeants and several young men from Lijia village to receive training. They were able to simply run on horseback, but this was the most basic thing. Cavalry had many skills, such as encountering a disobedient horse or avoiding an attack, and these all required others to teach them skills. Everyone on board. The cavalry sergeant also knew that Li Wanyan was the chief escort, but he did not give Li Wanyan any special treatment. He even paid special attention to the way Li Wanyan mounted his horse. At this time, a young man from Lijia village was inexperienced and failed to get on the horse smoothly, so he was whipped directly, which made the young man from Lijia village grimace in pain. But after looking at Li Wanyan, he did not get angry. He could only get on his horse and wait for the next order. Follow me through the obstacles. Chapter 106. The cavalry sergeant drove his horse smoothly through the obstacles on the ground. The whole process was smooth, and the horses were very obedient. But when it was their turn, all kinds of chaos occurred, and some people even fell off their horses. Once they fell off their horses, they were whipped without any room for negotiation. Fortunately, Li Wanyan himself did not make any major mistakes, and it was probably because the cavalry sergeant took Li Wanyan's face into consideration. The training will last for a month, so the young men in Lijia village will be tortured terribly, but it is all worth it. At least their income will increase, and they will have more opportunities to earn military merits in the future. The first day was mainly about learning how to control the horse, and this lasted for 10 days. After basically achieving the level of unity between man and horse, other tactical training was carried out, such as chopping and other actions on horseback, which also lasted for 10 days. During the third 10 days, everyone just carried out simple tactical coordination. At this time, the entire battalion was filled with thick smoke, and nearly 6,000 people were galloping on the plains. The noise was so loud that it could be heard within a radius of several miles. A month later, the old cavalrymen who came for training had to return to their own base. They were not stationed here, but in the rear. After a month of training, Li Wanyan and others had reached the minimum standards of cavalry, and at the same time, the team was reorganized according to the original organization. Old Li, go to the meeting in Lord Zhao's tent. Lu Tian came to inform him, and Li Wanyan hurriedly put down his work and rushed over. At this time, all the military officers above the level of escort were present in Xiao Zhang's tent. Pass on Lord Zhang's order. We will regroup and return to Yuzhou City for rest, and at the same time hold a grand military review. After Xiao Zhang finished speaking, Li Wanyan knew that a military parade was going to be held. There are only two purposes for a military parade. One is to test the results of training, and the other is to show one's strength to others. Sir, will we then rest in Yuzhou City for a month? Someone asked at this time. Great, take a month off. Wait for notification on other plans. Yes. After the meeting, everyone prepared to set off. They were going to ride horses to Yuzhou City, but cavalry marching was different from infantry marching. 6,000 cavalry were enough to produce the effect of 60,000 or even 100,000 people. So, they started out in front, and when the front group of people arrived in Yuzhou City, the back group of people were still halfway. A new military camp was built outside Yuzhou City, which was also the place where they had conducted training before. Now it serves as their base, mainly for raising horses, because it is not realistic to keep so many horses in the city. Of course, people don't live with horses, they have to live in cities. Li Wanyin had a lot of stuff. Luckily, he didn't carry it all by himself. When he returned to his alley, Li Wanyin finally felt a little relieved. Living in the camp was a different feeling from living in the city. We set out in the morning and arrived before noon. I took a short nap and got up directly in the afternoon to eat. Li Wanyin, who became a cavalry escort, had his treatment improved again. On his way to the small canteen where the military officers ate, he saw meat, pork. Although it had a strong fishy smell, it was meat at least. Moreover, every meal is just dry rice. After eating, they came back to rest again. Although it was horse riding training, there were other physical and tactical training every day. The requirements for other cavalry teams were not high, but Li Wanyin required that the cavalry could be converted to infantry at any time. Otherwise, they would be dead if they fell off the horse. Therefore, the soldiers under his command were the most tired. He was the chief sir, and Lin Tai's master was the deputy chief sir. They also slept together, but today, when he put his hands on Lin Tai's chest, he felt it was bulging. Are you about to have your period? Lin Tai's ears suddenly turned red with embarrassment. Chapter 107. It would be enough if you just knew it. Why say it out loud? However, Li Wanyin is indeed capable of feeling whether the menstruation has come by using the breasts, which also proves that he understands women very well. Get lost. Lin Tai didn't let Li Wanyin put his hands on her chest. I understand that brother Tai has been in a bad mood these days. After saying that, Li Wanyin hugged her even tighter. Lin Tai felt that Li Wanyin was annoying today, but she also felt comfortable being held in his arms. So, the two of them planned to stay together like this for one night. But at this time Li Wankai and Li Chenghua also came. They were now deputy chief bailiffs, so naturally they had to stay in the same room with Li Wanyin. In the middle of the night, Li Wankai turned Li Wanyin over, so his legs were held by Li Chenghua and Li Wankai respectively. Lin Tai felt uncomfortable when it was almost dawn because her back was no longer warm. She was already suffering from menstrual cramps, so she had no choice but to get up. The weather in June is already very hot, and even in Yuzhou, there is not much coolness in the morning. Because there was a roll call in the morning, everyone got up early and had breakfast. Although the young men from Wangli village too were whipped and suffered a lot in the past month, they also gained a lot. At least the meals they had were real food. After breakfast, everyone came to the military camp outside the city and received their horses. The Yuzhou city is very empty today because ordinary people are watching the military inspection outside the city, while the dignitaries in the city are sitting on the city wall watching the military inspection. When inspecting cavalry troops, you don't have to pay too much attention to the formation. The main thing is to make a huge momentum. Da-da-da. Before they set off, the sound of horse hooves was heard in the distance. This was not the enemy, but the group of veteran cavalrymen. They were reviewed first, and the 3,000 people formed into battle teams, circled the city one by one, and finally dispersed to the other three sides of the city. Next came the new cavalry. Although the whole team was not as imposing as the old cavalry, they had more people and horses, which was also quite shocking. At this time, Wang Shuyi, the governor of Yuzhou army on the city wall, felt that he had reached the peak of his life. He was no longer afraid of the imperial court taking action against him. Once the other party dared to take action against him, he would directly lead the army south to capture the dragon. Master Qin, what do you think of my cavalry? Wang Shuyi asked Qin Yu. Although your cavalry is not as good as the Khitan cavalry, it can crush the cavalry of the imperial court. However, there are many cities in the south, so unless it is a field battle, we still have to rely on infantry. Wang Shuyi was not very comfortable with what Qin Yu said, but he had to admit that most of these people were new cavalrymen and their combat effectiveness had not yet been fully formed. Naturally, they were not as good as the Khitan cavalry, and it would take some time. You are right. Is there any way to improve the ability of my cavalry? Wang Shuyi asked. My lord, only by fighting the Khitans on the grassland, can these cavalrymen master the true combat skills. Qin Yu put forward his opinion, and it was very radical. That's right. Wang Shuyi also agreed that only by constant fighting could he gain more horses and experience. After waiting for all the cavalry to circle the city and form a battle array, Wang Shuyi, the governor of Yuzhou army, walked down the city wall accompanied by many generals, rode out of the city on a war horse, and was accompanied by a group of personal guards, like the moon surrounded by stars. Seeing this awe-inspiring Jadushi, Li Wanyan sighed in his heart. A man should be like this. The process of reviewing the troops was not complicated. After the Jadushi finished his inspection around the city, he returned to the city, and the cavalrymen gradually dispersed. The old cavalrymen went to their previous camp, while this group of new recruits continued to dismount at the camp near the city. As for raising the horses, it was not the responsibility of these soldiers, as there were special grooms in the army who were responsible for feeding them. After returning to the city, Li Wanyan thought about going home because Xiao Zheng had promised to give 10 days of rest to the 20 people who were going to attack the camp gate at night. Moreover, he hadn't seen the 4 girls for more than a month and missed them terribly. Secondly, he wanted to see the weapon manufacturing situation in Wangjiao. Now that he had more money, he felt that he could make arrangements in advance and forge at least 1,000 axes. Chapter 108. Because the young men in Wangjiao had proved that this knife was indeed useful during the attack on the Khitan Vanguard camp that day, he decided to make more of them. This was because the destructive power caused by wielding this knife while riding a horse was greater than that of the previous saber. As a guard, if he wants to leave the camp for a leave, he must get the consent of the camp commander. Even though he has been promised a leave before, he still has to ask for leave, and the few people under him who have received the reward must also take leave together. Your Highness, I have seen you. Li Wanyan came to Xiao Zheng's residence, which was an independent courtyard, reflecting the commander-in-chief's different status. Do you want to take a rest? Xiao Zheng seemed to have known Li Wanyan's plan for a long time. Yes, sir. My wife is pregnant, and I want to go back to check on her. Only then can I feel at ease. Well, that's a good thing. Remember to come back in 10 days. When the baby is born, remember to treat us to a drink. Li Wanyan was a little surprised when Xiao Zheng said this. The battalion commander asked his subordinates to treat him and asked subordinates of a much lower rank to treat him, which showed that he thought highly of Xiao Zheng. Please rest assured, sir. I will definitely host a banquet at Dongxing Restaurant when the time comes. Li Wanyan said so. It's better to stay in your hometown than in Dongxing Restaurant. When is your child expected to be born? Xiao Zheng asked. Probably around New Year's Eve. Li Wanyan calculated the time, and it was probably this time. Okay, go and come back soon. Xiao Zheng waved his hand. Thank you, sir. Li Wanyan is about to leave. Etc. What else do you want, sir? Let's go back on horseback, it will save some time. Thank you, sir. Li Wanyan was also surprised. Military horses generally could not be used for private purposes, but this depended on personal relationships. Xiao Zheng agreed, so there was no problem. So he came to the alley and told several young men from Wanli village who were going to take a rest that they would be able to ride horses back home. These young men were very happy when they learned that they had been promoted to squad leaders in less than 2 months and could ride horses back home, which was considered a glorious return home. Early the next morning, Li Wanyan went to the camp, picked up his horse, and then took 20 young men towards Pingan County. Pingan County is more than 50 miles away from Yuzhou City. This distance was not considered close in ancient times, and at least one had to rest in the middle of the journey, but the speed was much faster than walking. We arrived probably in the afternoon, and by then the horses were quite tired. The soldiers guarding the city saw the Yuzhou cavalry coming and did not dare to stop them. They opened the city gates to let them in. Because of this matter, the local county magistrate was alarmed. During the war years, the county magistrate had no sense of existence, but for ordinary people, he was still a huge mountain. The news that many people in Pingan County had made meritorious services in the army also reached the ears of the county magistrate. Now that he saw the soldiers from Yuzhou returning, he wanted to give them a reception on behalf of the local folks. Masterly, the county magistrate invites you all to rest at the county government office. A military officer came up to Li Wanyan and was very polite. This man was the local county lieutenant. Chapter 109. The county lieutenant is a staff official and a high-ranking one at that. Pingan County is a medium-sized county, and the rank of the county lieutenant is that of an official below the 9th rank. He is also a well-known official among the people. At least, he is in charge of the patrol of the county town in peacetime, and his actual power is no less than that of the county magistrate. As the local leader, the county magistrate has invited us so kindly. We are honored and cannot refuse. The yamen where Li Wanyan took the enlistment examination was actually the county yamen, but it was requisitioned by Xiao Zheng at that time. Xiao Zheng's rank was probably 8th or 7th rank. According to his current understanding, he was probably 8th rank, and the commander of the Ma Junying was probably a 7th rank military officer. As for the military chief, he was probably 7th or 6th rank. The specific rank depended entirely on what the superiors thought. Moreover, the county magistrate did give him face, and he was just a chief escort. Xiaozheng said that he would probably be promoted to the position of deputy captain in the future, but he didn't know when it would start, and he didn't know how to ask. But the other party definitely didn't forget about it. After all, he made a special effort to show his presence when he asked for leave. If I become the head of the cavalry, or the cavalry envoy, then my rank should be at the 8th grade level. Now I am still a minor official. Okay, Sir Li, please follow me. The county lieutenant's tone was also very polite. Li Wanyin had never thought that he would be able to communicate on an equal footing with such an imperial official, even though he still had no rank. They rode their tall horses on the streets of the county town. The nearby vendors and common people looked at them with fear in their eyes. The murderous aura of the cavalry was invisible, but could be felt. The young men of Wangli village were as proud as victorious roosters. Soon, they arrived at the county government office and dismounted there. A sumptuous lunch had been prepared inside the government office. Hey, fellow warriors and guardians of Ping'an County, welcome back to Ping'an County. The portly county magistrate came out of the gate to greet him. Li Wanyin was a little surprised by this courtesy. Inviting him to dinner was already a great courtesy, and to greet him at the door was really too enthusiastic. Li Wanyin also guessed that it was because many young men from Wangli village were promoted in this battle. There were sergeants and deputy chief judges, all of whom were low-ranking military officers, but there were many of them. Once one of these people reached a high position, he, the county magistrate, would have to be respectful to him. Rather than being arrogant at first and respectful later, it is better to be respectful to the wise and humble now. This is the county magistrate's real thought. You are too polite, sir. We are fighting for the people, and it is our duty. Li Wanyin was also polite. Master Li, you are too modest. Your heroic performance in capturing the Khitan vanguard camp has spread throughout Yuzhou and probably even to the capital. Anyone who stands in my way, Li Wanyin, will be annihilated. This sentence is so shocking that even now, I am still excited and cannot calm down. What the county magistrate cared about was not the sentence itself, but the fact that Li Wanyin split the Khitan heavy cavalry in half with one sword, which proved that Li Wanyin was a warrior, and it was not a problem for a warrior to get a position in this chaotic world, especially since Li Wanyin was a scholar. The county annals also recorded Li Wanyin's father, Li Xiaozai. A military officer who is both civil and military will surely achieve far greater success in the future. I didn't expect that adults would care so much about this matter. Li Wanyin felt that he had indeed neglected the impact he had caused in these battles. Perhaps he had already entered the sight of the Lord of the Wing and even the governor. Of course, you are all warriors of Ping'an County. Your future achievements are limitless. When you become rich, don't forget us, the elders and fellow villagers in your hometown. The county magistrate forced a smile on his very fat face, which made people feel vulgar. Haha, don't worry, sir. We are the people of Ping'an County. No matter where we go, our ancestral home will not change. Li Wanyin said so. Okay. In order not to delay your return to the village in the afternoon, please take your seats and have your meal as soon as possible. Your Excellency the county magistrate, please go first. Chapter 110. Master Li and all the other masters, please come in. When they got to the table, the young men from Wangli village saw the wine and meat and their appetites were aroused, but they did not dare to be careless and were very cautious, not wanting to embarrass Li Wanyin. Sir Li, I heard that your father is also a famous scholar in our county, and he is also one of the few scholars in our county. It's just that the world has been unstable in recent years, and the imperial examination has been suspended for many years. Otherwise, your father would at least be the county magistrate, or even the county magistrate of our county. The county magistrate seemed to know Li Wanyin's family background very well. Li Wanyin was not surprised. His father was indeed a well-known cultural figure in the area in his early years, so it was normal for him to be selected in the county annals. The chaotic world that the county magistrate mentioned is indeed not good for scholars, so I have no choice but to join the army. Because I think that in chaotic times, military force can keep the people safe, and in prosperous times, culture can rule the world. The essence is the same. Li Wanyin tried to avoid talking about his father's affairs as he involved the secrets of the Li Tang royal family. Master Li is right. The Khitans are eyeing the Central Plains right now, and they are in need of a general like you. Come, let's drink to the eternal peace. In the end, everyone enjoyed the banquet in a very restrained manner, and the sun was about to set. Li Wanyin then bid farewell to the county magistrate and headed towards Lijia village. Watching the group of cavalrymen leave, the county magistrate asked, "What do you think of Li Wanyin?" The county magistrate was asking the county lieutenant. Sir, although Li Wanyan is still a low-ranking military officer, his physique and blood are strong, far superior to ordinary people. Hasn't his family been studying for generations? How did they turn to martial arts? And they can practice it so well. The county lieutenant was also very surprised. There were not many educated people in the whole county. There was one family in Lijia village, but there were not many people. The last 3 generations had been a single lineage family. Unexpectedly, when it came to Li Wanyan, the family gave up writing and took up arms. That's something only God knows. Anyway, this man was favored by Xiao Zheng and the army commander, and General Wu was promoted to the commander of the wing because of the last battle. He probably favors this man too. But is this man really 51 years old? The county magistrate looked at the population information of Li Wanyan. Sir, according to the information I have read, he is indeed 51 years old. As a childless widower, he is not required to perform military service according to regulations, but he still chose to do so and married 3 wives, all of whom are pregnant. Qin Yuan, the chief clerk at the side, explained. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? The county magistrate still couldn't believe it. Sir, what you said is true. I once studied for a few days in the village school run by Li Wanyan. He was Li Wanyan's student, but this happened more than 20 years ago, and Li Wanyan didn't even remember that he had this student. Because the world was even more chaotic at that time, he did not continue studying in Lijia village. Are you still his student? The county magistrate was shocked again. Sir, that's true, but he only studied for less than 10 days because something happened at home and he dropped out. He had quite a lot of students at that time. Chapter 111. Chief Clerk Qin Yuan said so. Can a man in his 50s be so strong? The county magistrate found it unbelievable. He was already in his 40s and almost 50, but he looked even weaker than a man in his 50s. Sir, I don't know about that. I did hear a few years ago that Li Wanyan's health was failing. I passed by once and saw that his house was leaking everywhere, and he was living in poverty. But he was not at home at the time, and I didn't see him. The chief clerk Qin Yuan was also very curious. His mentor became a soldier and a low-ranking military officer, which made him very curious. This time, more than a dozen young people from Lijia village have become squad leaders. Their future achievements are limitless. Let's reduce the tax burden of Lijia village by 10%. The county magistrate thought about it and decided that treating people to a meal was not enough and that it would be easier to gain their gratitude by collecting less taxes. Yes. After Li Wanyan and his companions had their fill, they purchased some supplies at the market and headed towards Lijia village. Time was running out, but they had arrived at the entrance of Lijia village before going down the mountain. Wang Jiao was far away and had to walk on a mountain road, which was not safe. So they planned to let the young man from Wang Jiao stay in Lijia village. With his current status, it would not be a problem for him to arrange for a few people to eat and sleep in the village. More than 20 riders raised a cloud of dust at the entrance of the village, and the sound of horse hooves also attracted the children in the village. Grandpa is back. Li Wanyan is of an older generation, and there are already great-great-grandchildren in the village. People like Li Chenghua are not the youngest in the village, as his elder brother already has 3 children. At this time, the villagers headed towards the village entrance. Li Wanyan and several others rode into the village on tall horses, instantly causing a stir in the village. They knew that Li Wanyan had brought the young men in the village to a high position. Old Li, you're riding a big horse. Village chief Li Jiming walked to the entrance of the village. It had only been 2 or 3 months since he joined the army, but he had become much more hunched over, and it seemed that he had been having a hard time at home. Yes, Xiaoming, your son is now also the deputy chief. After Li Wanyan finished speaking, he rushed towards his home, causing chaos in the village. When she arrived at the gate and was about to close it, she saw Li Wanyan's horse stopped at the door and was stunned for a moment. Li Wanyan dismounted and patted Xia Yanzi's head. Why? You don't recognize me after not seeing me for more than a month. Master? Master! The master is back. Madam, the master is back. At this time, the 3 women in the house walked to the yard. At this time, the 3 women's stomachs were obviously bulging, and they would grow rapidly in the next few months. He was looking forward to the birth of the child, because this was the continuation of his bloodline, and at the same time, his martial arts strength or lifespan would also usher in significant changes. Husband, why did you come back today? Lin Wanxian was also a little excited. When Li Wanyan was away, they were very worried and missed him, and hoped to have a man by their side. I'm taking a 10-day break, so I'm back. Li Wanyan hugged the 3 women and said, My husband is the deputy chief, so why are you riding on a horse? Lin Wanyan asked curiously, because to ride a horse, one must be at least a head of a city, Only 1 in 100 can ride a horse. And this does not guarantee that one has his own exclusive horse. We changed our infantry army to cavalry army, and your husband got promoted again. I was promoted from deputy to full-time, and now I am the full-time officer. Chapter 112. After Li Wanyan finished speaking, the three women's eyes lit up with surprise. Li Wanyan had been a soldier for only 3 months, but he had already been promoted to a regular soldier. This speed was really fast. Cavalry is a powerful weapon in the army. It seems that my husband is also highly valued. Lin Wanxian was very happy. She didn't understand these subtle changes, but she knew that Li Wanyan was promoted and was given an important position. Not bad. Next time I come back, I'll be at least a vice captain, and I want to strive to become the captain by the end of the year. Li Wanyan was also full of hope for the future at this time. Master, you have traveled a long way. Wash your face with water. Xiao Yanzi had already poured the water for washing face and asked Li Wanyan to clean his face. Li Wanyan washed his face and looked at everything familiar at home. He felt very warm and felt that his efforts were worth it. Master, we can't even finish all the rice and flour at home. There's no need to buy so much. Seeing that Li Wanyan brought back a lot of things, Xiao Yanzi felt it was a bit wasteful. It's okay. The corn stored at home is about to be harvested, right? Li Wanyan only has 3 acres of land, which is not too much, but his third daughter is pregnant, and Xiao Yanzi has to take care of her all the time. There is no one to harvest the corn in the fields, and it just so happens that he has returned this time and can harvest it. Don't worry about this, my husband. We will also ask the villagers or tenants for help. After all, we have bought 30 acres of land now. Lin Wanxian has been doing these things these days. Her family has 30 acres of land, which is considered quite wealthy. With this amount of land, she basically doesn't have to starve. Yeah, let's buy these for now this year, and then buy some more at the end of the year or early next year, depending on the situation. Li Wanyan has several hundred taels of silver, but he has to keep the money to make weapons. He can probably take out another 100 taels of silver to buy land. By next autumn, he should have about 60 acres of land. There's really no need to worry. This year's corn is enough for our family to eat. Lin Wanxian said. You could actually try growing some wheat. Li Wanyan knew that wheat had been taxed since the Li Tang dynasty and had the same status as corn. Wheat had a higher yield. On the same piece of land, the wheat yield could reach 120 kilograms, while corn yield was close to 100 kilograms. But the problem was that wheat was not as drought-resistant as corn and required water for irrigation. The north is already short of water, so in the past wheat planting was often concentrated around the Yellow River and Huai River or near water sources. My husband is right, but our Lijia village has no canals, and the newly bought fields are also short of water. We need to organize people to dig canals and bring in water from the Wenyu River for irrigation. It should be possible to grow wheat. Li Wanyan knew about the Wenyu River that Lin Wanyan was talking about. In the past, whenever he wanted to eat fish, he would go to the Wenyu River to fish. Of course, due to the limitations of the tools and the frequent fishing, there were not many fish left. Well, in fact, you can buy land between the Wenyu River and the Chaobai River later. It will be easier to divert water for irrigation. A map of the area near Yuzhou emerged in Li Wanyan's mind. The area between the two rivers was particularly suitable for growing wheat, and he also wanted to encourage everyone to grow wheat together. However, after crossing the boundary ridge and entering the Liaodong area, you can grow rice, but that area is close to the border of the Bohai Kingdom. To the north is the territory of the Khitans, and to the northeast is the Old Mo tribe. These places are vast and sparsely populated, and are good places to grow rice, but the ability of the indigenous people here to grow rice is extremely limited. My husband is right. Wheat is much better than corn in both yield and taste. Most people are only restricted by water problems. Lin Wanyan agreed with Li Wanyan's proposal. Li Wanyan felt that Lin Wanyan's perspective and way of thinking on issues were not possessed by ordinary men. With her around, his family assets would definitely increase year by year. After dinner, it was time to go to bed again. The three girls naturally could not sleep with Li Wanyan, so this arduous task fell on Xiao Yanzi again. Chapter 113. Although Xiao Yanzi is a maid, her living conditions are actually very good. She does not have to work in the fields every day. She just takes care of the daily life of the 3 daughters of the Lin family. Therefore, her skin has become a lot whiter. In the village, she has been called the 4th grandma by the villagers. Master, will it be hot? Xiao Yanzi hadn't been intimate with Li Wanyan for a long time, and it was summer, so she felt very hot. It's not hot, it's not hot. Just wear less. Li Wanyan saw that Xiao Yanzi was still wearing her coat, so he took it off. Under the dim light, he could still see that Xiao Yanzi's body had become much plumper. In this chaotic world, women's diet is mostly not guaranteed, so most women have dull skin and shriveled bodies. Although Xiao Yanzi is not very old, she already has the demeanor of a noble lady. Soon the foot of the bed began to shake, and this continued until midnight. The next morning, Li Wanyin got up early and went outside to practice boxing. He practiced 9 sets of boxing every day. After finishing the first set of the day, he felt in good shape, refreshed, and every pore of his skin was open. It was not until the 9th set was finished that a light flashed in the family tree in my mind. Clan leader, Li Wanyin. Force value, 8, equivalent to the combat power of 8 adults. Spouse, Lin Wanxian, Lin Wanyin, Lin Wanqing, Zhang Xiaoyan. Talent, 20-foot treasure hunt. Estimated life expectancy, 61. Offspring, none. Apart from martial arts, there was no change in talent and lifespan. After thinking about it, if he wanted to increase his lifespan, he had to either wait until the child was born or continue to take in concubines. However, there is no need to be too anxious about taking a concubine. As long as you have money, you can take one at any time, and your current lifespan is definitely enough. Master, breakfast is ready. Would you and your wives like to eat now? Well, let's eat now. I have to go to Wangjiao in the morning. Li Wanyin only has 10 days of rest, 2 days for the round trip, and only 8 days in between. He must go to Wangjiao to see the making of the hatchet and prepare to make some more. Of course, all of this requires money. It is impossible for the villagers of Wangjiao to stop doing farm work and help to forge weapons every day. Only money can motivate these people. Why not earn extra income besides farming? The breakfast was very rich. The 3 girls each had a boiled egg, and Li Wanyin had 3 eggs. Eggs are a good thing, but in this chaotic world, not many people can eat eggs. Even some nearby landlords cannot guarantee that they can eat a boiled egg for every meal. You eat one too. Li Wanyin took one from his bowl and gave it to Xiao Yanzi. Master, there are too many dishes today, and we can't finish them all. Although Xiao Yanzi knew that her status was equivalent to that of a concubine, Li Wanyin did not make this relationship public, so she could only treat herself as a maid. It was a great honor for a maid to eat at the same table with the master and his wife. If she had to eat the same thing as the mistress, she would feel guilty. The feudal theory of ethics has penetrated into everyone's heart. I've said it before, in our family we don't differentiate between maids and ladies or masters, and we don't eat 2 kinds of food at the same table. Li Wanyin directly put the peeled eggs into Xiao Yanzi's bowl. Xiao Yanzi knew that Li Wanyin was serious, so she could only pick it up and eat it, but she was still timid in her heart. Xiao Yanzi, you should listen to what the master says. We 3 women are not of noble status. You don't need to feel inferior because of the past. Chapter 114. Lin Wanxian comforted her, saying that what she said was not false. Although she was a descendant of an official, she was also reduced to slavery. If she had not married Li Wanyin, she would probably have been a slave all her life. Yes, Sister Yanzi, we are all family, and you have to help the Li family continue the incense. After Lin Wanqing finished speaking, Xiao Yanzi was very moved, so she ate a lot today. However, after the meal, she felt very restless and always had a feeling of vomiting. When Lin Wanyin saw Xiao Yanzi's situation, she asked Xiao Yanzi, who was washing dishes, to come over. Xiao Yanzi, let me take your pulse. Lin Wanyin already had a guess in her mind, but she had to take the pulse before she could be sure. Ma'am, I'm fine. I probably ate too much. Xiao Yanzi didn't care. It won't delay your work. Lin Wanyin insisted, and Xiao Yanzi had no choice but to accept the second lady's pulse diagnosis. Lin Wanyin took the patient's pulse carefully and gradually understood. Congratulations, husband. Xiao Yanzi is pregnant and has been pregnant for some time. After Lin Wanyin finished speaking, he rushed in from taking care of the horses eating grass. Is Xiao Yanzi pregnant? Li Wanyin asked excitedly. Yes, she's pregnant. It should be the seeds that my husband planted last time he came back. Now they've sprouted. Lin Wanyin used this metaphor to make Xiao Yanzi blush, and it was also an explanation, for she was worried that Li Wanyin would think too much. Okay. The bloodline of my Li family is really strong, but Xiao Yanzi is pregnant too, and she won't be able to work soon. I have to find some maids for you. The fertility of the Li Tang royal family has always been pretty good. Now that they have 4 children in the future, they will definitely be able to live up to their ancestors. Master, there is no need to do this. The ladies are now about 4 months pregnant. I can still work before they give birth. Xiao Yanzi said this because she was worried that her status as a maid would be challenged. Xiao Yanzi, now that you have my Li family's child, you will be my wife in the future, so I will naturally have to hire someone to take care of you. Li Wanyin felt that although the royal family had been overthrown, basic decency still had to be maintained. Don't worry, Xiao Yanzi. Just listen to your husband on this matter. Lin Wanyin knew that Li Wanyin was rich now, so hiring a few maids would not be a problem. But there isn't enough room at home. Little Swallow said so. This incident reminds me. Tell Xiao Ming that I'll pay for it. Li Wanyin planned to build another house, but it could only be a thatched house because of the high consumption of tiled houses. He did not have enough money now because the weapons had to be stockpiled in advance. Otherwise, he would have to do it on the spur of the moment and would not have enough experience or manpower. Moreover, no matter how well he built the village, he would not be able to resist the threats from outside unless he built a city wall, but the money required for this was not available now. If he wanted to build one, he would have to build it based on the Pingan County. Okay, I'll tell the village chief. My husband, if you need to do something, just go out. There's nothing else to do at home for the time being. Well, I'm leaving now. I might not be back until tomorrow. After Li Wanyin finished speaking, he mounted his horse and headed towards the west end of the village. Li Wankai, Li Chenghua, and the young men from Wangjiao were all waiting there. Uncle, let's go now. Chapter 115. Li Wankai knew that he was going to Wangjiao today, so he had dinner early. He really ate because he had some money now and his family's living conditions had improved. Walk. More than 10 people rode their horses towards Wangjiao. The road ahead was easy to walk on, and they soon reached the outside of the mountain. Now they had to walk into the mountain, and it was dangerous for horses to walk on such a mountain road. Li Wanyin asked Li Wankai and Li Chenghua to stay behind. You guard the horses again, and we will walk into the mountain. Yes, sir. The two had no other thoughts and just waited here. Li Wanyin led the remaining young people from Wangjiao along the mountain road. After walking for more than an hour and being exhausted, they finally reached the top of the mountain. Below them was Wangjiao. Not far away, there was smoke everywhere. People were either burning charcoal or making axe knives. They went to the village first to see the situation. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of the village. He felt someone in the dark, and at this time a man came down from the tree. Mr. Li is here. Wang Tung, and you are back too. The young man on the tree is also from Wangjiao. Now he is a secret sentry responsible for the safety of the village. He can be said to have learned a lesson from his mistakes. I'm back. Are Mr. Du and the clan leader here? Mr. Du is at the cave, and the clan leader is in the village. Should I ask someone to call Mr. Du back? No. I will go to the cave in the afternoon to meet the tribe leader first. Li Wanyin followed the young men from Wangjiao to the clan leader's house. The clan leader Wang Changyuan knew that Li Wanlai had arrived, so he also prepared some good tea. Master Li, come and sit down. Wang Changyuan is very polite. Brother Changyuan, you are too polite. I am here to take these guys home to have a look and see how the axe is made. After Li Wanyin finished speaking, Wang Changyuan looked at these young men. It had only been nearly 2 months since they left, and their entire temperament was different. Uncle Patriarch, we are already sergeants. Wang Tung happily announced his new identity. Corporal. Yes. You are all corporals? Yes. Wang Tung proudly announced his new identity. Wang Changyuan was stunned. He did not expect that these young men are now sergeants. He knew that this was all due to Li Wanyin. When he met this person many years ago, he was just a weak scholar, but he did not expect that he has the potential to become a general now. I never thought you little brats could achieve what you have today. Follow your teachers and work hard. Don't let your teachers down. Wang Changyuan knew that Li Wanyin was the savior of these young people in their village, and how great their future achievements would be depended on how great Li Wanyin's achievements were. Don't worry, clan leader. The master is not only our mentor, but also our superior. Military orders are as heavy as a mountain, and we cannot disobey the master's orders. We will definitely not let the master down. Wang Tung said this solemnly. These young people are all very good and have made great contributions. Their future achievements are limitless. Brother Changyuan, you must take good care of your health. Let's see how these younger generations will excel in the future. Li Wanyin is still very confident about this. In that case, clan leader Wang Changyuan stood up, looked solemn, and bowed deeply. I'll leave it to you. Chapter 116. Don't worry. By the way, I want to go and see how the axe is being made. I'll be back in the evening. Okay, get down to business. But before I leave, I want to ask, has Mr. Du paid the money he is supposed to pay? Li Wanyin asked. Although he believed in Du Guangting, he still had to be clear about what he was doing. Yes, 500 coins for a knife. People in our village think this price is too high. We are all family, so we can make a knife for 250 coins. Hearing this price, Li Wanyin curled his lips and said, then let's set the price at 300 coins. That's okay too. Wang Changyuan didn't object, as more money would be a good thing for everyone. 100 knives a month and still not healed. Li Wanyin felt that this speed was not slow. If he was just a blacksmith, making 100 knives a month was not slow. The knife is almost done, but we'll be burning charcoal over there, and Mr. Du will be helping out over there. We can also melt some iron or while we're at it. So we can do both. Wang Changyuan said so. Well, are you going to prepare a lot of charcoal this year? Li Wanyin just asked casually. Yes, according to our experience, this winter may be very cold. So we need to prepare charcoal in advance. Even if it is normal, the winter in Yuzhou is very cold. Clan leader Wang Changyuan explained. Why is this winter so cold? Li Wanyin actually guessed it. Because the temperature is higher this spring, and the current summer temperature is not as cold as in previous years, the winter temperature must be very low. This is the experience passed down by our older generation in Wangjiao. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be very cold from this winter to the early spring of next year. It is estimated that there will be heavy snow for a long time. We can't survive without charcoal. After Wang Changyuan said this, he felt that it was indeed true. In early March, his house was leaking everywhere, but he didn't freeze to death. And now it is not that cold. It seems to be a La Nina phenomenon. Once a cold winter comes, a large number of livestock on the northern grasslands will freeze to death, and the chitons will definitely move south. This is a very important information. Well, burn more then. I plan to buy some too. Considering that his 4 women are now pregnant, and the family still lives in a thatched hut, they cannot survive the winter without charcoal. It would be best to ask the people in Lijia village to store some charcoal or firewood. Master Lu, you can come and get it anytime. The nearby hills belong to us, Wangjiao. You can come anytime you want, or I can ask a young man in the village to deliver it to Lijia village for you. Wang Changyuan said so. Well, we'll talk about it after it's cooked. There's no rush now. I'll go check on the axe while I'm at it. It is still summer, and the corn harvest is about to begin. The most urgent task is the autumn harvest, so he is going to check the quality of the knife now. Then I won't go. I'm not strong enough to walk on the mountain road. Good. Li Wanyin then went to the charcoal-burning valley accompanied by the young men from Wangjiao. As soon as I got nearby, I saw that most of the nearby trees had been cut down, with only stumps left. As soon as he approached, Du Guangding brought a group of young people to Li Wanyin. My lord, you came here in person? Du Guangding was very happy, but he was covered in dust, and his skin color became darker. The same was true for the other young people. Well, I just happened to have a day off, so I came to see you guys. Are you burning charcoal? Li Wanyin asked. Yes, my lord. All the hatchets are ready. We will transport them all back to the village later. Now we are making charcoal. Du Guangding said so. Okay, is the charcoal ready today? Li Wanyin asked again. Almost there, but one person has to stay behind to watch, to prevent sparks from flying out and setting the mountain on fire. Well, let me see the knife. Li Wanyin cares most about this. My lord, please. Led by Du Guangding, Li Wanyin came to a pit covered with ash, where 100 axes were found. They only had wooden handles, a total length of 3 feet 3, and the blade was 2 feet long. It was top-heavy, weighing about 5 pounds in total, a bit heavy, twice as heavy as an ordinary horizontal sword, but the blade was thick, and one swing was enough to split ordinary infantry armor. Yes, this weight is comparable to the 2 horizontal swords equipped by our army. It is especially effective when used by cavalry. Li Wanyin knew that this kind of sword was a bit heavy for him to hold. After all, an ordinary horizontal sword weighed only about 2 pounds. An infantryman could easily lift it, but it was not as easy as a horizontal sword. However, the cavalry did not need to expend much physical strength, so it was just right for them to wield this sword. My lord, you are right. The leather armor worn by the chitons is as easy to cut as melons and vegetables with this knife. Du Guangding didn't expect that the people in this village could make such excellent knives. Chapter 117. Unfortunately, we have limited horses. We have to rely mainly on infantry to deal with chiton cavalry. As for grassland cavalry, the best way is to use the Mo Dao. The last time the Modeo troops showed their strength, my lord, was during the Battle of Xiangji Temple during the Insha Rebellion. The powerful General Li Sai led 2,000 Tang troops with Modeo troops to fight the Insha rebels. He killed dozens of rebels alone and stabilized the defeat. Finally, with the cooperation of the Hueha people, he defeated the rebels. The rebels were terrified by the battle. The court rewarded him with the titles of Keifu Itong Sansi, Waiwaking, and Duke of Gua. Du Guangding was very clear when he talked about this period of history. Of course, this person could not be a person from the Ungshi Rebellion period, but it also shows that he had a good understanding of history. Yes, after the great General Li Sai, the Mo Dao gradually withdrew from the military, and the manufacturing method was almost lost. Li Wanyin thought of the blacksmith in Ping'an County. He seemed to still have the manufacturing technology, but the old blacksmith was quite old. He was worried that the craft would be lost, So he planned to find a few young people from Wangli village to learn the manufacturing technology. If you want to form a Modeo team in the future, you must find skilled craftsmen. Du Guangding said so. The largest blacksmith shop in Ping'an County has the craftsmanship to make Mo Dao. I plan to send a few young people from Wangzhou to learn the craft. Li Wanyan put forward his own ideas. If there is, I must learn it. Du Guangding agreed very much. Well, that's all for today. Everyone take your axes back. Li Wanyan picked up more than 10 handfuls by himself, and the other young men each took some and headed towards the village. After arriving at the village, the hatchet was stored in an empty villager's house, and Li Wanyan took Du Guangding to find the clan leader Wang Changyuan. Brother Changyuan, I still have 100 taels of silver. I'll leave it with Lao Du first. I need the Wang family to help me make another 300 axe chopping axes. I'll use the remaining 10 taels of silver to buy some charcoal. I'll have the young men deliver it to my Li village when the time comes. Li Wanyan took out 100 taels of silver. Seeing all this silver, clan leader Wang Changyuan was also surprised. Li Wanyan's wealth made him feel incredible. Is it possible to make so much money by being a soldier? That's too much money. The hatchet can be made for 400, but the charcoal is free. Wang Changyuan also wanted to show more favor so that he could make a lot of money in the future. That's up to you. I want to select a few young men from Wangjiao to go to Ping'an County to learn blacksmithing. Are there any suitable ones? Li Wanyan knew that many young people in this village knew how to be blacksmiths, but not everyone was willing to go to Ping'an County to learn the craft as it was far from home. I will confirm it tonight and give Lord Lu an answer tomorrow. It's getting late now. The wine and food are ready. Please don't mind their simplicity. Haha, soldiers aren't that squeamish. Li Wanyan had dinner at Wang Changyuan's house and was then arranged to sleep. Since Wang Changyuan's house could not accommodate him, he was arranged to stay in an empty house. Li Wanyan was about to go to bed when a woman came in with hot water. Judging from her hair bun, she was a married woman, but she was indeed not very old, probably only about 18 years old. Sir, shall I bathe you? Help me bathe. The woman was a little shy and her voice was barely audible. Isn't the atmosphere becoming ambiguous? Is this your home? Li Wanyan noticed that the house was still very clean, and it seemed that someone had cleaned it. Yes, this is my parents' home. Where are your parents and husband? Li Wanyan asked, but the woman didn't pause, and Li Wanyan knew that she was killed by bandits. He also understood why Wang Changyuan arranged for this woman to serve him. Without her husband's family or her own family, it would be difficult for her to live in Wangjiao alone. She couldn't do even the slightest bit of physical work, and she couldn't rely on the villagers for help every day. Sir, don't worry. I am a clean peasant woman. When the woman said this, Li Wanyan understood that this person was still a virgin, but she had not had the chance to have sex with her husband before she was killed. The rules of the Wang family are different from those of their Lijia village. The Lijia village is not allowed to marry a woman with the same surname. Wangjiao has been very closed since ancient times, and everything is managed internally. Okay, come closer, let me see. Li Wanyan would never choose a peasant woman who was not good-looking. He had certain requirements for appearance and figure. The woman leaned closer to Li Wanyan, and Li Wanyan could see her clearly. She was indeed good-looking and had a mature figure, so fertility should not be a problem. So he said, then take a bath. Li Wanyan stood up, and the woman took off his clothes one by one, then poured them into the wooden bathtub. The woman personally rubbed his back and bathed him. After taking a bath, the woman came and sat down on the bed. Although she was already a wife, she had no experience in sex, so Li Wanyan took the initiative and held her in his arms. Chapter 118. After a night, Li Wanyan woke up and the family tree in his mind changed. Clan leader, Li Wanyan. Force value, 9, equivalent to the combat power of 9 adults. Spouse, Lin Wanxian, Lin Wanyan, Lin Wanqing, Zhang Xiaoyan, Wang Xiaoa. Talent, 20-foot treasure hunt. Estimated life expectancy, 62. Offspring, none. This time, his lifespan and combat power increased again, which made him overjoyed. In particular, the increase in lifespan made him feel more secure. He lowered his head to see the bloodstains, but the woman was not in bed. Instead, she was boiling water in the kitchen, but her ears were always paying attention to the movements in the room. My lord, you are up. Seeing Li Wanyan get up, he had already prepared tea. The clan leader said that he would invite you to have breakfast later. Please drink some water to moisten your throat first. Thank you for your hard work, shall we? I'll try some boxing first. Li Wanyan came outside, gathered his energy into his dantian, and started practicing boxing. This is an unshakable habit. After all, in addition to marrying a wife and taking concubines, this can also improve one's martial arts skills. Wang Xiaoyi was curious about how this person knew her name. The clan leader did not tell Li Wanyan, and she did not tell him either. Could it be that Lord Li was already paying attention to her? Wang Xiaoyi started to imagine. After Li Wanyan finished practicing the 9 sets of boxing techniques, he felt refreshed. Master Lu, please wash your face. Wang Xiaoyi brought a wet towel. Xiaoyi, do you want to go to Lijia village? My 4th wife is pregnant. If you can help me take care of her, I will give you 500 coins a month and 2 meals a day, with meat or eggs for every meal. Are you willing? After Li Wanyan finished speaking, Wang Xiaoyi was also stunned. After hearing the first half of the sentence, she felt disappointed, but after hearing the second half, she felt that the master was very powerful. Only a wealthy family could give their servants such food. My lord, I do. That's good. You will follow me back to Li village today. Prepare your luggage now. Li Wanyan planned to talk about this matter with clan leader Wang Changyuan. When we arrived at Wang Changyuan's house, the food had already been prepared. It was dry rice, some seasonal vegetables, and 2 eggs. This was the highest form of hospitality in the village. And this was the dish we had last night, which shows that there is nothing better in the village. After all, it is not convenient to communicate with the outside world here. Master Lu, I hope you won't mind this simple meal. Brother Changyuan, you are too polite. Just eat some dry rice. Li Wanyan noticed that Wang Changyuan's grandson was drooling at the egg in his bowl, so he gave an egg to the grandson. Sir, you can't do that. This is for you to eat. Hey, children should eat more. Li Wanyan put the eggs in a bowl, but the child didn't dare to eat them. Only after getting a nod from his grandfather did he swallow them in one gulp. It was obvious that he had not eaten eggs for a long time. Master Lu, I have already found 2 people last night who are willing to go to Ping'an County to learn blacksmithing. Okay, I'll let them follow me out of the village later. Also, I plan to take Wang Xiaoyi to Lijia village. My 4th wife is pregnant and needs someone to take care of her. Li Wanyan said so. Okay, Xiaoyi is kind-hearted. I watched her grow up, but she was very miserable. The day the bandits came was the day she got married. Her parents, brother, and husband's family all died. She can't burn charcoal like a man, nor can she manage the fields of the 2 families. If you can give her a bowl of rice, I will thank you on behalf of her dead parents. Wang Changyuan clasped his hands and bowed to Li Wanyan. It's not a big deal. We can just go together later. Li Wanyan knew that this guy just wanted him to take a concubine, but this was his family affair, so the other party couldn't say much. Thank you so much for your kindness. Wang Changyuan breathed a sigh of relief. He had already found out clearly that the previous maid in Li Wanyan's house had meat and eggs every day. How could it be any worse if Xiaoyi was there? In the morning, several sergeants from Wangjia village, 2 young men who were learning blacksmithing, and Wang Xiaoyi gathered at the gate of the ancestral hall. They brought more than 20 axes and planned to change the clothes of the young men from Lijia village. Then he went out of the village. Du Guangting was still helping to watch the production of axe in Wangjia village. This place was isolated from the world and was a good place to make weapons. He even planned to let Wang Xiaoyi learn how to make armor from Xiao Yanzi, and let the people of Wangjia village learn how to make armor in the future. The production of armor requires a blacksmith and a tailor, neither of which can be missing. Chapter 119. The mountain road was difficult to walk on, and it took us 2 hours to get out of the mountain with a woman. When we reached the foot of the mountain, we saw Li Changhua and Li Wangkai. Uncle, little grandpa, well, you guys worked hard last night. The 2 of them must have suffered a lot sleeping in the wild. Nothing, we are used to it since we joined the army. Are we going back to the village now? Well, let's go back to the village. There aren't enough horses, so you guys squeeze in. Li Wanyan asked the 2 people who were learning blacksmithing to ride on one horse with Wang Tung and Wang Lin from Wangjia village, and then they headed towards Lijia village. Wang Xiaoyi and Li Wanyan rode the same horse. Xiaoyi was in front, and Li Wanyan was holding her from behind. The young man looked at her curiously from time to time, which made Wang Xiaoyi blush. Uncle, is this little grandma? Li Changhua asked deliberately. Li Wanyan raised the whip and was about to hit someone, but Li Changhua hurriedly drove the horse forward, leaving Wang Xiao with no idea where to put her face. Fortunately, the journey was not very far, and we arrived there soon. At this time, Li Wanyan's family started to build a house again. Li Jiming was the supervisor. He temporarily placed the young people from Wangjia village in the village and waited until tomorrow to go to the county town. Husband. When Lin Wanxian saw Li Wanyan coming back, she greeted him with her pregnant belly. Lin Wanyan noticed Wang Xiaoyi and knew that she was a new maid found by Li Wanyan, but it seemed that she had a special relationship with her husband. Well, this is Xiaoyi from my Wangjiao. She will live with you from now on. When I'm not at home, she will take care of you. Li Wanyan explained. Sister Xiaoyi, this is the house built for you. but you have to sleep in the same room with Shiaan for the time being. Lin Wanxian said, pointing to the house under construction. Ma'am, I can sleep anywhere. Building a house is such a waste. Wang Xiaoyi didn't expect that she would be treated like this. We don't have so many rules in our family. Just don't let your husband worry about us when he's away from home. Lin Wanxian is the big sister, so naturally she has to explain the rules clearly. Wang Xiaoyi entered the yard and began to familiarize herself with everything here. With the help of all the villagers, it would not take much time to build the thatched house. It was estimated that it would be completed before he left. He found the village chief Li Jiming and said, Xiaoming, is there anyone who wants to learn the blacksmithing skills? I will pay for them to go to Ping'an County to learn the skills. Each person will get 500 coins per month. Li Wanyin was generous, so Li Jiming naturally nodded directly. That's no problem. Some families don't have much land. If they can have a job after the autumn harvest, it will help them get through this autumn and winter. Although it is summer, they still have to prepare for a rainy day, otherwise people will freeze to death or starve to death every winter. Okay, let's find 2 or 3 young people first. Besides, the charcoal in Wangjiao is cheap, so you can go buy some in the fall. Li Wanyin said. Okay, I remember. I will definitely do what you ask. Li Jiming nodded. Because of Li Wanyin, the lives of many families in the village have gradually improved. Recently, a daughter-in-law in the village is pregnant, and he will have another new member in the family tree. As the clan leader or village chief, he is very happy to see such development and respects Li Wanyin very much. Before they knew it, it was late at night. Under Xiao Yanzi's guidance, Xiaoyi prepared tonight's meal. Now, with 5 people sitting at one table to eat, it seemed even more crowded. I'll get a new table in the next few days. Li Wanyin must have at least 1 octagonal table. When the child is born, he may need 2 octagonal tables. Xiaoyi eat. When Xiao Yanzi saw that Xiaoyi didn't dare to pick up her chopsticks, she understood very well. After all, she had gone through the same thing herself. Ma'am, I ate too well. I shouldn't have. Xiaoyi was a little anxious. Although this was what Li Wanyin had said, she still couldn't believe it when she saw such a sumptuous dinner. Xiaoyi, you can only work well if you eat well. In the master's house, there is no distinction between the rich and the poor. Xiao Yanzi explained. Yes, Xiaoyi eat well. The master doesn't like skinny women. After Lin Wanxian said this, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and Xiaoyi could only bury her head in the bowl to hide her embarrassment. After dinner, Xiaoyi helped several ladies wash up, and then came to serve Li Wanyin and sleep with him tonight. Xiao Yanzi was also there, because the new house had not been built yet, so this was the only arrangement. If she was sleeping alone, she could still accept it, but now there were 3 people in the room. Her heart was pounding. Chapter 120. She was so embarrassed that she had to get up early and do housework. Li Wanyin came to the yard to practice boxing, the wind from his fists whistling. Now he alone had the fighting power of 9 adults. His lifespan had also increased, and he was in a good mood. After practicing boxing, his whole body was filled with energy and blood. He felt that his martial arts had reached a higher level. He still needed Lin Yingtai to tell him the details. In the morning, Wang Xiaoyi prepared breakfast, but did not dare to look at the 4 ladies, for fear that they would think she had been too dissolute last night. However, no one mentioned this matter, but Lin Wanyin talked about buying land. After the autumn harvest, I think someone will want to sell land. Then I will ask the village chief to help me buy some land. And the families of the sergeants in the village all want to buy some. Well, it would be best if he came forward. And it would be best if everyone's fields were bought together. This way it would be easier for everyone to build the water diversion canal. Li Wanyin knew that the harvests in recent years had not been very good. If the grain produced was not enough to last until next autumn, he would sell the land in advance and become a tenant. This way, the money and grain combined would be enough to last for a year. But building the water diversion canal may require some money. My family doesn't have any strong laborers, so I'll give a little more money. Do you think it's feasible, husband? No problem, Wanyin. Just do as you see fit. Li Wanyin still has great faith in Lin Wanyin's ability, and he believes that this little thing can definitely be handled well. After lunch, Li Wanyin found the village chief. At that time, the village chief had 2 farmers in his family. They were probably over 30 years old. They had elderly parents and young children to take care of, so it was impossible for them to join the army. Now that the autumn harvest was over at home, they planned to find some work to do. Just when they heard that Li Wanyin was giving money to learn blacksmith skills, they all tried their best to get in. Okay, everyone, follow me to the county town. Li Wanyin asked a few people to follow him on horseback. When he arrived at the county town, he came to Zhang's blacksmith shop in the north of the city. There were many blacksmith shops in the area, but only this one had made the Mo Dao. Seeing several tall horses appear in front of his blacksmith shop, the old blacksmith hurried out to greet them. When he saw Li Wanyan, he felt that he was familiar, but because he was old, he couldn't remember who he was for a moment. Master, I bought the Mo Dao from you before. Li Wanyan clasped his fists politely. The old master finally reacted and immediately contacted the person at that time. It turned out to be Jun Yi. The old master didn't expect that this person was a military attaché in the army, but that person didn't look like a military attaché at that time. It was only a few months before and after, but the difference in temperament was so great. You're welcome. My name is Li Wanyan. I'm from Lijia village in Ping'an County. I'm currently the commander of the Yuzhou army. I came here to ask for a favor. Li Wanyan was still very polite, which made the old master want to hear what Li Wanyan was going to do. General, just say it directly. I will do my best to help if I can. It's like this. I have 4 young people here who want to learn the craft of making Mo Dao from the master. This is the apprenticeship fee I paid. I wonder if the master is willing to help. Li Wanyan pointed at the 4 young men behind him. The old master was also a little surprised to hear this request. He had just thought it was something difficult, but he didn't expect it was to become a disciple and learn skills. Haha, you are too polite, sir. I won't accept the money. I just want the 4 young men to help us. But learning how to make a Mo Dao will not take 1 or 2 days. It will take at least 3 months. Okay, but you have to accept this money. It's also the money that the younger generations give to you as a token of respect. Li Wanyan took out an extra 5 taels of silver as tuition fees. Sir, I'm so happy that a few young people can learn this almost lost skill. How can I charge money for it? The old master was also troubled. The Mo Dao was indeed very famous in the past, but it consumed too much iron and most people could not wield it, so it was gradually lost. Chapter 121. He will have to live in your blacksmith shop for 3 months and have food and drink. This money is not much, so don't refuse it, old master. Otherwise you will look down on me. Li Wanyan put the money into the other party's hand again with a firm attitude. He knew that this time coincided with the planting season of winter corn, and he could only learn some basic techniques in 3 months. If he wanted to learn in depth, it would require a long period of training and learning. In the future, he might have to trouble the old master frequently, so he had to pay him. That's fine. I'll arrange your food and lodging, and I promise to teach you everything I know. The master also made a very solemn promise. Li Wanyan was also very happy and said, Well, I'll prepare some wine in the tavern ahead. Let's go have a few drinks together, master. You can't do that. I should be the one treating you. Hey, don't be so modest. We should be the ones to pay for the apprenticeship banquet. Li Wanyan forced the other party to go to the pub for drinking and eating. At the dinner table, Li Wanyan asked the 4 young apprentices to raise their glasses together. Come on, let's toast to the master. After Li Wanyan raised his glass, the atmosphere gradually became heated, and the old master also began to talk about his past life. You don't know? I was also a craftsman of the Tang army. The old master began to talk about his past. I didn't expect the master to have this experience. No wonder he knows the craftsmanship of making Mo Dao. Only then did Li Wanyan understand why Mo Dao's memory was still here. Unfortunately, the world has changed, and I was discharged from the army due to an injury. I opened Zhang's blacksmith shop here to make a living. The old master's words are still a bit modest. Blacksmithing is a skill that involves many equipment such as furnaces and hammers. Ordinary people cannot do it. Did the old man also make weapons in the workshop under the Yuzhou Jidushi? Li Wanyan asked. That's not the case. I was in charge of making weapons in Chang'an. In addition to making Mo Dao, I also made armor. I can be considered as a son inheriting my father's business. Later, he moved to Luoyang, the eastern capital. A few years later, Emperor Zhaozong and Emperor Aizong. Well, in the following years, I returned to my hometown in Ping'an County and later became a blacksmith. The old master sighed when he talked about the past. He had a stable job back then, but he didn't expect to encounter the change of dynasties. In the end, he came to a small county on the border and made a living by forging iron. Master, you have lived a wonderful life. Come, let me toast you. Li Wanyan quickly raised his glass. He knew he had found a treasure. After dinner, Li Wanyan sent the men from Wangli village to the blacksmith shop and gave each of them 3 taels of silver. Originally, the master was going to give 500 coins, but he still gave some more. After all, in addition to having a good relationship with the master, he also had to have a good relationship with the master's apprentices and children. So when they came back, they all carried the packed wine and food. They were not good at being farmers and needed Li Wanyan's guidance. After finishing all these, Li Wanyan headed towards Lijia village. He was in a good mood because he now had the preliminary ability to make Mo Dao, sabers, and armor. As long as he had enough money and status, He could easily raise a team of hundreds of people. In this chaotic world, having hundreds of people at your disposal is considered a considerable force. If you occupy a mountain and become the king, you can also control a city. If you surrender to other princes, you can at least become a battalion commander. It was already evening when Li Wanyan returned to the village. After dinner, the sky was getting darker. Xiaoyi felt restless all over when she thought about having to serve the master tonight. Chapter 122. However, Xiaoyi also knew that her responsibility and obligation now was to make her master happy. So after washing up, she took the initiative to get into bed. Li Wanyan's enlightenment progressed very quickly, resulting in his physical fitness being different from that of ordinary people. Fortunately, he now knows how to be gentle and considerate to women. However, what he is more worried about is that Xiaoyi is also pregnant, and by then there will be no one to take care of the 5 women in the family. In the next few days, Li Wanyan had nothing to do, so he followed Li Jiming to purchase land. They came to villages and towns near the Wenyu River and Chaobai River. "Old Li, you said you wanted to buy some land here to grow wheat?" Li Jiming also rode a horse, which was his son's war horse, and several other young sergeants came with him. They all earned 20 taels of silver in the last attack on the camp, and they all wanted to buy land. Of course, we don't just plant wheat. Winter wheat is planted from late August to early September and harvested in mid-May of the following year. Winter corn is planted from late September to early October and harvested in mid-January to mid-February of the following year. Spring wheat is planted from late February to early March and harvested in mid-June to early July. Spring corn is planted from early March to early April and harvested in mid-July to mid-August. If you only plant one type, if the harvest is not good, it will be easy to have a shortage of crops. Li Wanyan knew that only with such a reasonable arrangement could they survive the famine safely. Unfortunately, the dry land here was not as fertile as that of the Bohai Kingdom in the northeast, otherwise rice could be grown. "How much do you plan to buy?" Li Jiming asked. "We still have to buy the 30 acres. If you have the ability, buy a few more acres. Pool everyone's land together, and then dig canals to divert water, because wheat requires more water than corn." Li Wanyan said so. "Okay, I'll buy 10 acres of land." Li Jiming was different. Although the second son made a lot of money outside, the family's daily expenses were also high. The bulk of the money was collected by the second son, Li Wankai. The eldest son collected some, and he also took some out. "Then let's go talk to each family." They came to buy land riding on tall horses and wearing Yuzhou military uniforms. No one dared to raise the price maliciously, and of course they did not maliciously lower the price either. The transaction was completed at a fair market price. In just 2 or 3 days, Li Wanyan bought 30 acres of land at once, and he had little money left. However, in the spring of next year, these fields would be able to generate a steady stream of income. Several other families bought a few acres of land. In total, they bought about 100 acres of land and tried to connect them together as much as possible for unified management. After returning to the village, Li Wanyan gave the land deed to Lin Wanxian. "These are the newly purchased fields and the wheat seeds I bought in the city. After the soil is turned over, let the tenants plant the wheat seeds. It's similar to planting corn, but it needs to be irrigated thoroughly," Li Wanyan instructed. "Don't worry, my husband. We will make arrangements." Lin Wanxian was delighted to see that the family had more land. Now the family had a total of 63 acres of land. They had originally planned to buy more land next year, but now they needed to make preparations in advance. There were too many people in the family. If he didn't come back for a long time, the family would easily run out of food. Time passed quickly, and it was the night before our separation. The girls were in low spirits because they didn't know when their next day off would be. In these chaotic times, no one knew when they could return home. Li Wanyan was also reluctant, but there was nothing he could do about it. After working all night with Xiao Yi, they went to the east end of the village early the next morning after boxing and eating. All the young men from Wang and Li were there. "Uncle, everyone is here. Okay, we must reach Yuzhou City before dark." Without stopping, he rode his horse straight into the air. He passed by Ping'an County but did not go in, but went straight to Yuzhou City. In the afternoon, they arrived at the camp outside Yuzhou City. The horses were left in the camp, and the people went into the city to report. First, I found Qin Cheng, my captain, and I needed to report to him. Chapter 123. "Master Chen, I have just finished my leave and have come to report in." Li Wanyan saluted respectfully. "Well, now that you have made the right bet, you still need to report to Lord Xiao." Qin Cheng said this before Li Wanyan could react. "Why, you're the vice captain now, aren't you happy?" After Qin Cheng finished speaking, Li Wanyan's heart started beating. Xiao Zheng had said before that he would help him mobilize the infantry when it was time to transform it into cavalry. He didn't expect it to happen so soon. Thank you for the promotion. I will serve you wholeheartedly until my death. Haha. Even though you are the deputy captain, you still have to take care of your former subordinates. Go report to the captain and Lord Xiao. Yes. Li Wanyan went to the captain first, but the captain was with Lord Xiao, so he went to the temporary office of the battalion commander. He was just curious about why Lord Xiao received enough rewards for capturing the Khitan's former military camp. If the level remains unchanged, but the infantry is changed to cavalry, the treatment is actually improved. Arriving at Xiao Zheng's residence, Li Wanyan saluted Lin Dutu and Xiao Zheng. Greetings, Master Xiao, Master Lin. I have just finished my leave and have come to report in. Well, after 10 days of rest, my whole temperament has changed, and I feel more energetic. After not seeing each other for 10 days, Xiao Zheng clearly discovered that Li Wanyan's condition had changed, but he didn't know why there was such an obvious change. Li Wanyan also noticed that his strength increased too quickly in a short period of time, and his appearance and martial arts aura had changed significantly. Xiao Zheng himself was a martial artist in the early stage of skin refining, and he felt this very clearly. Thanks to you, sir, I have been resting well at home these days. I am thinking about fighting the Khitans again every day. Li Wanyan said so. Speaking of fighting the Khitans, there may be plans for this in the near future. After all, the autumn harvest is about to end. Xiao Zheng said that it was the habit of the Central Plains Court to take action after the autumn harvest. After the autumn harvest, the Central Plains Court in the south felt confident, so they would launch an attack at this time. In the spring and summer of the following year, they would keep a low profile and be on the defensive. So our cavalry is also going to officially go to war against the Khitans for the first time? Li Wanyan didn't know whether their cavalry would be sent out, but if they were, he also wanted to try this way of fighting. Well, recently the Khitans have been active in the northeast, that is, in the area north of Yinshan Mountain, and have already captured Yingzhou, attempting to separate us from the Bohai Kingdom. He knew that the Yingzhou that Xiao Zheng was talking about also belonged to Choyang, Liaoning in later generations. It was indeed close to the territory of the Khitans, but this place did not belong to the Central Plains after all. Unexpectedly, it was also coveted by the Khitans. Does the Jidushi intend for us to recapture Yingzhou and other places? Maybe. Go back and wait for the letter. It won't take too long. The fact that Xiao Zheng lost so much shows that he values Li Wanyan very much. After all, this involves the combat plan of the top leaders. Li Wanyan knew that this time they would probably be sent to launch a surprise attack on Yingzhou. Of course, the support of the infantry would be indispensable in this process. Li Wanyan also knew that this was another opportunity to make achievements, but Yingzhou was thousands of miles away. This time, the cavalry would raid 100 miles a day, and it would take 10 days to reach Yingzhou. Including the combat time, it would take at least more than a month. Therefore, the infantry near Yuzhou City would probably not go there. After all, the autumn in the north is very short. Once they were delayed, they would suffer a lot in the cold weather. Therefore, this raid was probably carried out by cavalry plus the Yuzhou troops near Yingzhou, who were scattered, and it was unknown whether there were more than 10,000 troops in total. But despite this, he is still looking forward to this battle. Chapter 124. When he returned to his residence, he saw Lin Yingtai, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Now Lin Yingtai was still the deputy chief. Li Wanyan planned to give his position to her, but she needed to make meritorious contributions, otherwise Li Wangkai and others would have objections. Brother Yingtai, long time no see. Li Wanyan went up and gave him a big hug. Lin Yingtai was hugged by Li Wanyan and suddenly found that she could not break free. It was obvious that Li Wanyan's strength had increased a lot after returning home this time. She didn't know how this guy trained to have such a fast increase in strength. My martial arts strength has increased a lot. Lin Yingtai took the initiative to mention this matter, so Li Wanyan naturally asked, Brother Yingtai, I don't know what level my strength has reached. Can you help me take a look? Li Wanyan started boxing, and the fierce wind from his fists tore through the air, making a sharp explosion. Lin Yingtai was also extremely surprised. Li Wanyan had now reached the late stage of the skin refining realm, but this level would stop many people. Once they reached the iron bone realm, their strength would experience a leap forward, and she had been stopped by this level for a long time. How? Li Wanyan asked. It's not bad, but it's still a little bit worse than my heyday. Lin Yingtai said so. That's good. Li Wanyan didn't think it was a big deal that he was inferior to women. He knew very well that he was old, and it was good enough for him to catch up with someone like Lin Yingtai. As long as his child was born, his strength would probably improve. At night, Li Wanyan could have chosen to live with Captain Chen Cheng, but he chose to live with Lin Yingtai. It was still the familiar posture. Lin Yingtai had her back to Li Wanyan, and Li Wanyin put his hands under Lin Yingtai's armpits. The higher-ups may be planning to use military force against the Khitans in the Yingzhou direction. Li Wanyin reached his hand into Lin Yingtai's clothes and untied her bra strap. He did not feel that he was vulgar, because Yingtai's breasts had suffered a lot when he was not around, and now he was helping her to relieve it. Use troops against Yingzhou. Lin Yingtai naturally knew where Yingzhou was. It was far away from the Central Plains and thousands of miles away from the Yuzhou army. In fact, there had been unrest there since the Ungshi rebellion in the Tang dynasty. The Anong protectorate that had been established before was abolished, and part of the territory was given to the Lulong Jidushi, which is now the territory of the Yuzhou Jidushi, and the other part was given to the Bohai Kingdom. The Bohai Kingdom, in particular, occupied the largest territory. Over the past 100 years, the Bohai Kingdom had developed well and was known as a prosperous country in the east of the sea. However, with the rise of the Khitans in recent years, the Bohai Kingdom was also under great pressure. Originally, Yingzhou had often changed hands between the Bohai Kingdom and the Yuzhou army. Now it was occupied by the Khitans, but this place was very important to the security of Yuzhou. Once Yingzhou was controlled, the communication between Yuzhou and the Bohai Kingdom would be cut off. In addition, Yuzhou itself was envied by the court, and the result would be very dangerous. Therefore, Wang Shuyi, the governor of Yuzhou, had to regain control of the Liaoxi area and resume exchanges with the Bohai Kingdom in Liaodong. Yes, our cavalry may be sent over, Li Wanyin guessed. Fortunately, Wang Shuyi has new cavalry. Lin Yingtai knew that if there were only 3,000 cavalrymen, Wang Shuyi would have to suffer the loss in silence. But that would certainly not happen now. Good. Li Wanyin kept using his moves, but Lin Yingtai didn't think there was anything wrong with it. On the contrary, she couldn't sleep well because Li Wanyin was not around. Probably less than 10 days later, that is, at the end of July, all the officials above the level of chief guard went to Xiao Zheng's residence for a meeting. Xiao Zheng's expression was a little serious, and it was obvious that he had a military order to issue. Chapter 125. Li Wanyin also arrived. Seeing all the captains nodding their heads, he nodded politely. After all, he was the least qualified among this group of people. Tonight our army will set out. The horses of the other new army will be ours to use. Each of us will ride 2 horses, carrying half a month's worth of dry food, and rush to attack Yingzhou. Do you understand? Xiao Zheng said in a heavy tone. Clear. Everyone answered in unison, but they didn't expect that the battle order would be issued so soon, and not all of the more than 5,000 new cavalry would be sent, but only half of them, with 2 horses per person. Go back and prepare. Yes, sir. After Xiao Zheng finished speaking, everyone dispersed without discussing other combat details. After all, this kind of thing requires flexibility. Li Wanyin arrived at the yard where his soldiers were, and saw that the quartermaster department was already distributing dry food. The speed made Li Wanyin sigh. It was not without reason that Wang Shuyi was separatist here. At least once a military order was issued, it was quickly executed. Half a month's worth of dry food is only enough for them to travel, and the food and supplies will not be transported with the army, so they can only look for opportunities to replenish them after reaching their destination. Li Wanyin thought about what he would carry. After some thought, he decided to choose the iron pagoda because it would have better defense. He would need 2 horses, one to carry a person and the other to carry his armor. He had 2 sets of armor. If it was a short-distance battle, he would choose the iron pagoda because it had better defense. But for long-distance raids, he still chose Mingguang armor because it was lighter and more suitable for saving the physical strength of both people and horses. As for the Mo Dao, he would not bring it with him, but would instead bring a military knife and Wang Jieo's axe. In the middle of the night, they left the city and each of them received 2 horses from the camp. Then they marched quickly in the middle of the night. In the early morning of the same day, before dawn, they arrived near Lijia village. Li Wanyin wanted to go home to take a look, but he knew that this was not possible. Their actions had to be kept secret, so he had to leave and set up camp near the mountains on the other side of Wang Jieo. There were not many people here, so it was suitable for hiding. Their plan was to march at night and rest during the day to avoid being detected by the Khitan scouts, so the number of people coming this time really couldn't be too large. Once there were too many people, it would be difficult to hide even if they were marching at night. After dark, they continued their march. 3 days later, they entered the Yanshan Mountains, and 1 day later, they successfully crossed the mountains and arrived in the northeast region. Next is a large plain, and the journey will be very fast. Around the evening of the 9th day, they arrived near Yingzhou, and the cavalry were extremely tired. Even though they were riding horses, they could not ride for 10 days in a row. They rested in a secluded place. On the second day after arriving near Yingzhou, Li Wanyan noticed that a large number of Yuzhou infantrymen were gathering towards the camp, probably waiting here in advance. There were not many Yuzhou troops coming, only about 2,000 infantrymen, and they should be the remnants of the army that were defeated by the Khitans before. At this moment, a combat meeting was being held in Zhang Liang's tent. As a defeated general, the commander of Yingzhou army was very polite to Zhang Liang, because if the city could not be recovered, the Jidushi would not be polite to him. So this time, he also brought a large amount of military supplies to ensure that these cavalry masters were well fed and watered, and they also had to obey Zhang Liang's command. General Cui, how many enemies are there in the city? Zhang Liang knew the number of people outside the city, but the number of people inside the city could not be ignored. There are only 3,000 civilians in Yingzhou city, and the enemy army is less than 1,000. However, there are 5,000 cavalry outside the city. However, there were only 3,000 at the beginning. In recent days, Khitan cavalry have been joining in. I guess there will be another move. Well, let's start the action late tonight. Zhang Liang decided to start the battle tonight. Chapter 126. As for the next move of the Khitans, it is not something Zhang Liang needs to worry about. They must take action tonight. Otherwise, as their numbers increase, their infantry will have no city walls to defend, and their cavalry will lose their supply base. I'll have to trouble General Zhang. Cui Ju was also very polite. This time the attack on the Khitans must have been caused by these cavalry charges. They were in the second echelon. As long as they captured Yingzhou city, his 2,000 soldiers would no longer be rootless duckweed. He controlled Yingzhou city and the nearby villages and towns as well as the vassal states, with a total population of 60,000 to 70,000, which served as his source of soldiers and taxes. His lost troops would soon be replenished, and he would still be the governor of Yingzhou and the commander of the Yingzhou army. After a day's rest, both the men and the horses recovered greatly, and after more than 10 days of biological clock adjustment, Zhang Liang's men were very energetic at night. Li Wanyan received the news that the battle would begin in the evening, and he had already started to put on his Mingguang armor. His Mingguang armor had been carried by the horse all the way, and now he could finally put it on. Although he is the vice captain and it is still not appropriate for him to wear this armor, everyone knows it and is no longer surprised. Afterwards, he and Lu Tian assisted Qin Sheng in organizing the team. Their team had about 100 people, equivalent to the number of 2 teams. Li Wanyan, Lu Tian. Exist. Qin Sheng called the 2 men over. The battle will begin tonight. The 3 of us will be in the front, middle, and back positions of the team. Li Wanyan will be in the front, I will be in the middle, and you, Lu Tian, will be in the back. Sir, it would be better if I stayed in the middle and you commanded from the rear. Lu Tian suggested. Once the war starts, I will only be a small soldier in the middle to coordinate the front and back. That's it. Qin Sheng was an old soldier who had climbed up from the grassroots. He had little education, but he had combat skills, otherwise he would not have been able to become the captain. Yes. Li Wanyan nodded. He was wearing armor, so there was no problem for him to serve as a forward. 2,000 infantrymen set out early under the cover of darkness. They were still more than 10 miles away from Yingzhou. The infantrymen set out at dusk and were estimated to arrive at midnight, while supplies would probably be provided in the second half of the night. Li Wanyan and others rode their horses slowly and gradually approached the target. Not long after, they arrived at a hillside. Li Wanyan followed Qin Sheng to Shaozheng and listened to his final arrangements. Li Wanyan was in a commanding position. The Khitan camp was 3 miles away, and there were also troops stationed in the city. We must kill our way through the West Gate camp as soon as possible. The infantry is slow, and by the time we kill our way through the camp, the soldiers in the city may have already been dispatched, so we have to block the West Gate before the infantry arrives. After Shaozheng finished speaking, Li Wanyan felt that they had too many tasks this time. It was not difficult to break through the camp, but it was indeed difficult to block the West Gate. Yes. Everyone agreed directly. Then everyone returned to their respective teams and waited for orders from above. It was probably the end of the Cho hour, when everyone was very tired. Even the soldiers on the city wall and the soldiers in the camp outside the city were listless. As the order was issued, about 2,500 Yuzhou cavalry swooped down the hillside. 3 miles is a long distance for infantry, but a short distance for cavalry. Da-da-da. The iron hooves of the Yuzhou war horses made dull sounds on the ground, swooping down from a great height, like divine soldiers descending from the sky. The patrolling soldiers of the Khitan camp actually discovered it, and were about to beat the drums, but arrows kept flying and directly shot the soldiers on the platform to death. The soldiers on the city wall also discovered the situation, but the arrows could not reach them, so the drums on the city wall sounded, But it was too late. The Yuzhou cavalry had already rushed to the gate of the camp. Nomadic peoples rarely set up chevaux de frise outside their camps, allowing the Yuzhou army to advance straight ahead. Chapter 127. Da-da-da. Li Wanyan took the lead and rushed in with his cavalry. Some Khitans reacted and tried to stop Li Wanyan's cavalry, but it was too late. The axe in Li Wanyan's hand directly chopped them to the ground. The young men from Wanli village beside Li Wanyan were holding axes and frantically harvesting the sleepy Khitan soldiers, killing them one by one. They soon reached the depths of the camp, while the other cavalry had not yet caught up. Li Wanyan also knew that he couldn't stay in the middle for too long, otherwise he would be surrounded and suffer great losses. People from Wanli village, follow me and fight your way out. Li Wanyan held a woodcutter in his right hand and a saber in his left hand. He chopped down all the enemies that approached him. In just a dozen breaths, more than 20 people died at his hands. He now has the fighting power comparable to 9 people. It doesn't mean that he can only kill 9 people, because he only faces 1 or 2 enemies at the same time, so he can always have the advantage. Soon, the camp of 5,000 people became chaotic. Because the horses and people were not living together, these Khitan cavalrymen became infantry and were killed at will by the Yuzhou army. Li Wanyan unknowingly killed his way to the front of the Khitan camp. But when he rushed in, he found the tent empty. Apparently, the Khitan general lived in the city and not with ordinary soldiers. Li Wanyan knew that he had lost the opportunity to achieve the greatest merit, and he was so angry that he chopped down several approaching Khitan soldiers. They continued to advance, and eventually broke through the camp and saw the west gate. At this time, the situation in the city was also in chaos. The generals here knew that the camp was attacked, and first ordered the city gates to be blocked. However, when they heard the fighting of the Khitan soldiers in the camp, they thought that rescue was needed, so hundreds of people gathered inside the west gate. Li Wanyan led more than 60 people to the west gate. At this time, they could fight back, but if a few hundred people came out of the thousands of people in the city, they might disrupt their formation, so he had to block this gate. Chen Sheng also came to kill them, and they could only stay on the periphery to prevent the Khitan soldiers in the camp from killing them. Xiao Zheng was still chasing the Khitan soldiers in the camp. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Li Wanyan and others arrive at the west gate. Kill! The Khitan soldiers rushed out of the city shouting. At this time, Li Wanyan regretted not going to Modeo. Otherwise, 1 person and 1 sword could intercept this place. Just as he was about to stop them, arrows were suddenly shot down from the city wall, and several young men were shot. Although they were wearing leather and cloth armor, they could not be stopped if they got too close. Retreat 100 steps. Li Wanyan knew that he couldn't act recklessly. He couldn't stop these Khitans with his physical body. Fortunately, there were not many archers in the city. Otherwise, with hundreds of people attacking at the same time, they wouldn't be able to hold out for more than a few rounds. But retreating 100 steps would leave space for the Khitan soldiers to escape. Therefore, Li Wanyan could only let his men disperse and expand his encirclement. Khitan soldiers swarmed out. Seeing this situation, Chen Sheng had no choice but to move forward and consolidate the encirclement. At this time, there were 100 men against 500 men, and the Yuzhou army behind them was delayed and temporarily unable to rush to the rescue, while the infantry had just arrived at the other end of the camp and would take a while to come over. Kill! The Khitan general issued orders on the city wall, and the 2 sides charged together. Li Wanyan was not afraid of siege. At least in this way the Khitan archers did not dare to shoot at will. After all, the probability of hitting the Khitan soldiers was much higher than the probability of hitting them. Li Wanyan held 2 swords and knocked down the Khitan soldiers one after another. Although he suffered a huge impact, he still withstood the attack. The cavalry was relatively flexible and repeatedly made horizontal cuts in front of the city wall. Zhang Liang did not join the attack with the army, but watched the battle between the main camp and the west city wall under the protection of 100 personal guards. Your infantry is moving too slowly. Zhang Liang glanced at General Cui and knew that this guy wanted to be lazy. Otherwise, why would he still have 2,000 soldiers after Yingzhou was lost? It was also because he did not put up much resistance. Don't worry, General Zhang. Victory has already been secured. General Cui was no fool. He knew that as long as the infantry entered the Khitan camp, victory would be achieved. Even if there were thousands of people in the city defending the Yingzhou city wall, the result would be failure. Zhang Liang's face turned slightly cold. He had cavalry under his command. The loss of 1 cavalryman was equivalent to the loss of 10 infantrymen. However, since they are cooperating now, he cannot reprimand this person directly. But as long as he returns, he will definitely report the situation of this general truthfully. Chapter 128. Li Wanyan's 2 swords kept reaping. and a large number of Khitan soldiers' bodies were lying near the city wall. On the city wall, a Khitan general looked at Li Wanyin and guessed that he was a general of the enemy Yuzhou army, and his rank should be army leader. However, he was very surprised that a military leader dared to charge into battle here. As long as this man was killed, the Yuzhou army would be defeated. But Li Wanyin was always at the edge of the arrow's range. If he shot, he could hit the opponent, but he could not penetrate the opponent's armor. Prepare the horses. The general planned to fight Li Wanyin personally. Then he rode out of the city on horseback and rushed towards Li Wanyin with a dozen personal guards. "Uncle, be careful." Li Wangkai and Li Chenghua gathered around Li Wanyin in an instant. The troops of both sides were confronting each other outside the city. From a local perspective, the enemy outnumbered us. "Who are you? Tell me your name." The Khitan general did not recognize this person because he had seen portraits of the main generals of the Yuzhou army, and some of them had seen them with their own eyes, but he had never seen the man in front of him. "Li Wanyin, who are you?" Li Wanyin was very surprised. He didn't expect that this person also understood Chinese. "Yeliahuo." Hearing this name, Li Wanlai became interested. He didn't expect that this person was a member of the Khitan royal family. "Okay, I'll take your head today. Although we don't know if this man is Yeluabaoji's son, he is at least from the same tribe, so he is definitely related." Arrogant. Yeluhuo rushed towards Li Wanyin, and his personal guards followed him. Li Wanyin put away his sword and rushed towards Yelu Tuhua with an axe in hand. 5 meters. 4 feet. 3 feet. 2 feet. 1 zhong. Bang! In one round, both of them attacked each other, but neither hit the vital parts. Li Wanyin's shoulder armor was scratched, and the opponent's right arm was hit hard by the back of his knife. Yeluhuo felt his entire right arm go numb, so he switched to holding the knife with his left hand and rushed towards Li Wanyin. Li Wanyin knew that this man was probably a warrior in the late stage of skin refining. If it were before, he would have been afraid that it would not work if he went forward directly, but now he was not afraid at all. Because Lin Yingtai was not far away, but she had not taken any action yet. Li Wanyin didn't know whether Lin Yingtai was worried about being recognized by Zhang Liang, but he felt that she was not worried. Otherwise, Lin Yingtai would not have joined the army under Zhang Liang. Li Wanyin had finally met his match and was extremely excited. He rushed towards Yeluhuo again. The two of them fought continuously, and no one dared to approach. Li Wanyin was not afraid of wasting time, so he was not in a hurry. Yeluhuo couldn't wait any longer and could only launch a frantic attack, hoping to kill Li Wanyin. Li Wanyin felt tremendous pressure at this time. He had not been promoted for long, so he suffered a small loss. He was also looking for an opportunity to fight. When the two sides charged again, he decisively dismounted and swept his saber across, directly cutting off the enemy's horse's legs. Then he jumped back on his horse and turned his horse's head. Yeluhuo rolled to the ground. His personal guards wanted to rush over to protect him, but were stopped by Li Wangkai and others. Li Wanyin drove his horse towards Yeluhuo. Da-da-da. Chapter 129. Every time the horse's hooves hit the ground, Yeluhuo's heart would beat wildly. Cavalrymen were different from infantrymen. Once they fell off their horses, they would easily panic, even if they were a military general. Yeluhuo bent down, intending to give the man a taste of his own medicine. Li Wanyin swung out his saber, and Yeluhuo had to retreat, his steps disordered. Li Wanyin approached with an axe in his hand. Puff! The axe directly cut through the leather armor on Yeluhuo's neck. The huge head flew up and was caught by Li Wanyin with one hand. Yeluhuo is dead. Surrender immediately. Yeluhuo is dead. Surrender immediately. Yeluhuo is dead. Surrender immediately. Gu Quanjun shouted loudly in Khitan at this time, and the others didn't know what he meant, so they shouted along with him. Coincidentally, the infantry also arrived, but they did not achieve much credit because the cavalry broke through the camp and killed the enemy commander. At this time, the Khitan army began to disintegrate. Not everyone wanted to surrender, unless they could not escape, but other Khitan generals organized resistance because even if the main general was dead, the remaining number of people was enough to resist the Yuzhou army. But the morale of the army had been broken and failure was inevitable. The battle between the two sides, involving 10,000 people, lasted from early morning until dawn. At this time, the camp was full of corpses and scattered horses. Li Wanyin and his companions also entered the city. There were still many Khitan nobles in the city, especially many women. War horses and women are both important spoils of war and must be distributed uniformly. Not whoever grabs them first gets them, unless you are in a very high position. As for money, the higher-ups will turn a blind eye. Li Wanyin started a 20-meter treasure hunt, and it was clear which corpse had money and which had no money. He soon got a lot of silver, probably more than 20 taels, mainly because this group of soldiers had never been south, and did not have much silver on them. In the end, when they gathered together the Khitan nobles they had captured, there were probably more than 100 people, most of whom were women. Among these women, several were good-looking and looked like they should be Khitan female nobles. Captain Li, Lord Xiao invites you. At this time, a soldier came to report, and Li Wanyan immediately went to where Xiao Zheng was. This was the former residence of the Yingzhou governor and also a side hall of the Yingzhou military government. As for the central hall, it is now Zhang Liang's office. I, Li Wanyan, greet you, Your Excellency. Li Wanyan saluted respectfully. Do you know who the enemy general you killed was? Xiao Zheng was also surprised at Li Wanyan's strength. He actually killed the enemy's general. This general's strength was extraordinary in the late stage of skin refining. He had no chance against him, unless General Zhang personally took action, and several of their commanders were needed to take him down. His name is Yuluhuo, so he should be related to the Khitan royal family. You are quite knowledgeable. This man is not a prince, but he is also a remote branch of the royal family. Because Yelua Baoji has just become emperor, the royal title system is not perfect, so this man does not have a royal title. He can only be regarded as a more powerful military leader. Xiao Zheng said so. I understand. Li Wanyan knew that this person probably had something else to say, but he didn't ask, and waited for him to speak. But you also know that this man is a descendant of the Khitan royal family after all, and Lord Zhang Liang is only one step away from being the deputy wingmaster. I would like to give this military merit to General Zhang Liang to help him, but I need your nod. Xiao Zheng was actually very reluctant to do this, but many things had to be done. Li Wanyan also knew that this was Zhang Liang's intention. If he disagreed, the credit would still belong to the other party, but it would be embarrassing for everyone. In this battle, I am only a supporting role. The greatest credit naturally belongs to General Zhang and you, sir. If it weren't for the siege by the two of you, we would never have been able to kill this enemy general. Li Wanyan did not feel aggrieved. He was very clear about this kind of workplace relationship. He believed that Zhang Liang or Xiao Zheng would not let him suffer any loss. And only in this way could he be treated as one of their own by these two. Xiao Zheng smiled. You will be successful sooner or later. No, you are already taking off now. When you return to Yuzhou City, you can lead the team independently. Hearing this, Li Wanyan was shocked. This was exactly what he wanted. Chapter 130. Killing a member of the royal family would not make him the commander of a camp all at once. He would have to eat one bite at a time. Moreover, as a low-ranking military officer, he took down a member of the royal family. Wouldn't he have to worry about revenge from the Khitans every day? Thank you very much for your promotion, sir. I will do my best for you. Li Wanyan knelt down on one knee to salute. He had originally planned to become the captain at the end of the year, but he didn't expect to do it right away. Well, it's nothing. Today we caught those Khitan women. You get to choose first. Pick a pretty one. But there might be Khitan nobles among them. Li Wanyan was worried about causing unnecessary trouble in the future. Don't worry. No matter if they are noble girls or commoner girls, if they are captured, it won't count as our military merits. They can only be regarded as spoils of war. Xiao Zheng's attitude was indifferent, and Li Wanyan also understood that women in this world had no status. Even if they were descendants of the royal family, if they were captured by aliens, they would just be trophies. Thank you for the reward, sir. Li Wanyan was naturally happy. There were 5 women in his family, all of whom were born slaves. Of course, he didn't care about that, but he had never touched a woman from the royal family. Since the master had given her a reward this time, he would naturally cherish her. Go ahead. Xiao Zheng waved his hand and watched Li Wanyan leave happily and couldn't help but sigh. Sir, what do you think of this man? Xiao Zheng looked behind him, and a man walked out from behind the screen. It was none other than Zhang Liang. He doesn't care at all. He's a real character. He needs to be trained well. Zhang Liang knew that if he were Li Wanyan, he would not look very happy even if he agreed to such a proposal. After all, killing the enemy's main general was a great achievement. Although Li Wanyan's killing of the enemy general could be considered his achievement, it was still different from killing him with his own hands. Killing one's subordinates is a sign of good command. Killing others yourself is not only a sign of good command, but also a reflection of your strong martial arts skills. This kid has only been in the army for a short time, but he has already killed 2 Khitan generals in succession. We should also raise his position. Xiao Zheng said so. Well, I'll promote him to captain when we get back, but his merits won't end there. I'll give him more good opportunities later on. I'm just curious, you said this guy was a scholar before. Zhang Liang had noticed Li Wanyan a long time ago, but he had never paid so much attention to him as he did today. Yes, according to the information from the Ping'an County government, Li Wanyan's father was a scholar in Ping'an County. Later, the times changed and the imperial examinations were suspended, resulting in Li Wanyan having no official title. But the father and son, for nearly 70 years, have trained students and knights all over Yuzhou. But he didn't feel it clearly, because these scholars are the most heartless. They have never paid attention to their teacher's life. Xiaozheng said so. How many people did this father and son train? Zhang Liang asked curiously. It's hard to say specifically, but his father's generation trained people who served as the governor of Yuzhou, the governor of Yingtian, the governor of Jidu, the military officer of Sitian, Sigong, Sihu, and the county magistrate and county magistrate. Many of them were taught by him, and Li Wanyan also taught many students. For example, the chief clerk of Ping'an County is his student. Xiaozheng told Zhang Liang all this information one by one. After listening to it, Zhang Liang sighed. The world is going downhill. Li Wanyan should have been well-fed and well-clothed, but in the end he had to give up writing and join the army. Some people say that the chaos in the world is caused by the rebellious military generals, but isn't it also the narrow-mindedness of these civil officials? That's right, but this man has been patient in Lijia village for decades. Now he leads dozens of young people from Wang and Li villages to fight and has made many achievements. This is also a good story. Zhang Liang witnessed with his own eyes the scene where the young men from Wang and Li villages followed Li Wanyan to break through the enemy camp and block the West City Gate. These people were all people of great merit. This group of young men are really good. After this battle, they will probably be promoted one after another. However, I suddenly discovered that the grassroots military officers of the entire battalion are basically occupied by the young men from these two villages. Chapter 131. After Xiaozheng finished speaking, Zhang Liang raised his eyebrows. This was not a good thing, but it had to be done. The young people in Wang and Li villages were capable, and if they were not promoted, it would be detrimental to the formation of combat strength, especially since the new army was formed and turned into a cavalry army shortly afterwards. This group of young people was urgently needed as the backbone of the army. Although there is a risk of forming cliques, the most important thing for them now is to survive the attack from both the Khitan and the imperial court. Well, if you are worried, you can transfer some of the young men from Wangli village to other camps, but rewards should still be given according to merit. Improving the strength of the army is the most important thing now. As the leader of an army, Zhang Liang knew that he should capture the big ones and let the small ones go. Don't worry, sir. I will make adjustments after returning to Yuzhou City. But sir, we have obtained so many war horses again this time. I wonder if we will use them or expand the cavalry. Xiaozheng began to return to the core issue. This time he obtained nearly 5,000 war horses again, which were enough to expand 2 new cavalry armies. Of course it's possible to expand the cavalry, but there probably won't be 2 cavalry armies. One is that the grasslands in the Yuzhou area are only near Yingzhou, which is why the Jidushi wants to control this place. So he won't take all the horses away, and he will leave some for breeding. The remaining horses will probably form a cavalry, and any surplus will be used as a backup. After all, if you want to play the role of cavalry, you need at least 2 horses per person. Zhang Liang said so. Sir, if that's the case, Lord Cui can't defend the horse farm with just his troops, let alone the city. Xiaozheng expressed doubts about Cui Ju's ability. Don't worry, I have just sent a message back to Yuzhou. At the same time, after we set out, 3 infantry troops will arrive at the same time. After receiving my letter, the governor will also transfer Mr. Cui back. There will be nearly 10,000 people stationed here, and more than 2,000 of them will be converted into cavalry on the spot. Zhang Liang expressed some of the ideas that the Jidushi had before he came. If Yingzhou could be recovered, he would probably act according to the established plan. That's great. There's a horse farm nearby. Once we get it under control, plus we have enough horses now, I believe our war horses will increase greatly in the next few years. At least we can ensure normal replacement. That's right, but it will take at least 3 years. It takes at least 3 years for a horse to grow. Zhang Liang had more expectations for the future development of Yuzhou, and the source of all this came from the battle outside Badaling. Li Wanyan came to the place where the prisoners were held in high spirits. He now had the power to choose the most beautiful woman, so he would naturally make good use of it. There were 6,000 Khitans inside and outside the city, including more than 200 women, but they were not military prostitutes. Instead, they were Khitan nobles or the women of nobles, who followed these soldiers to garrison here. If Yingzhou had not been captured before, this group of Khitan women would naturally not come, so this time they actually planned to live here for a long time. These Khitan women were very frightened, especially when they saw Li Wanyan wearing armor. Li Wanyan looked at these women, selecting them one by one, and finally chose a woman with fair skin. Compared with the other women, this woman had a faint fragrance on her body, which was a spice from the western regions. Come out. Li Wanyin pointed at the woman, but she didn't move and cursed in Khitan, untouchable. Li Chenghua didn't understand, but knew it was an insult, so he stepped forward and dragged the woman out. Damn it. You really think you are a noble? The woman started screaming and refused to cooperate. Chenghua, you have studied sage books with me for 2 years, so you are considered half a cultured person. Don't be rude. Li Wanyin criticized Li Chenghua and then went straight to the woman. Bang! A slap directly knocked the Khitan noble woman to the ground, her hair disheveled and blood coming out of her mouth, causing the women nearby to scream. Then he lifted the woman up, and she kept hitting Li Wanyin's shoulders and back, but to no avail. It's just because Li Wanyin wants to take a concubine so much. Chapter 132. Through the early morning battle, Li Wanyin realized that his combat effectiveness was still not enough. At least he did not have much advantage over generals of the same level. Therefore, he wanted to be able to be worth 10 people at once, so he had to take this concubine in. He had a resting place in the city, and he rested there during the day and stayed outside at night to avoid being attacked by the Khitans. Yingzhou has not developed very well in recent years due to wars. In the early years, it was in the hands of Goguryeo people, then in the hands of the Tang Protectorate, and later occupied by the Bohai Kingdom. Then it belonged to the Tang Dynasty again, and was occupied by the Khitans again. Now it has returned to the hands of the Han people again, so there are not many people in the city. There are Han people, Khitan people, Shi people, Bohai people, Mo people, and Goryeo merchants, but generally speaking, Han people are the main people. So, the place where Li Wanyin came to live was an empty house. After entering, Li Wanyin threw the woman to the ground, and then began to enjoy her. The woman was quite frightened at this time. If she was an ordinary woman, it would be fine, but she was not. She was a woman from the Yelu family, the royal family. You can't disrespect me. I'm a royal woman. The woman spoke Chinese directly, which surprised Li Wanyin. This guy had learned Chinese. Where did you learn Chinese? Li Wanyin knew that the Khitan emperor at that time did not respect Chinese learning and Confucianism very much, but it was Yelu Abaoji's son Yelu Deguang who actively promoted Sinicization, and the Khitan nobles at that time gradually understood Chinese Confucianism. My mother is Han Chinese. The woman said so. Haha, you are half Han Chinese. Why are you pretending to be a royal aristocrat? Li Wanyin thought to himself that he was still a member of the Li Tang royal family, and the Khitan was once a vassal of the Li Tang. My father is the brother of the Khitan emperor. I am equivalent to the princess of your central plains. As long as you send me back to the grassland, I ask my father and His Majesty the Emperor to appoint you as the governor of Yingzhou. After the woman finished speaking, Li Wanyin was still surprised. He didn't expect that this person was really a descendant of the royal family. However, this person definitely had no say because her mother was Han Chinese, which meant that this woman was destined to have a low status in the royal family. Haha, then what? Li Wanyin absolutely believed that this was a rebellion against Tiangang. He was a member of the royal family of Li Tang, and there was absolutely no way he could accept rewards from the Khitans. Aren't you tempted? I think your rank is definitely not up to the level of a governor, and as long as you are willing to let me return to the grassland, I can let you be my husband and get a title. The woman continued to persuade him, but Li Wanyin didn't believe it at all. If he went to the grassland, he would probably be torn into pieces by 5 horses. After all, he also killed the Khitan general stationed in Yingzhou. I'm very curious, why are you here? You are a member of the royal family, and you don't easily go out with the army. Could it be that the man I killed is your husband? Li Wanyin could only think of this possibility. The woman looked at Li Wanyin in disbelief. She didn't expect that the man who killed her husband was the person in front of her. This is the enemy who murdered my husband. I'm just here to have fun. I'm not involved in any military command, so we have no grudges against each other. The woman continued to explain, trying to get Li Wanyin not to make the connection. This matter is very simple. I will ask other prisoners later and find out. So you'd better tell me now, otherwise I will use you as a military prostitute. So, think it over before answering me. After Li Wanyin finished speaking, the woman panicked. There were too many captives who knew her identity. If the man found out that she had deceived them, she might really treat her as a military prostitute. The woman hesitated for a while, and finally said, I am indeed the general's wife, but on the day of our wedding, he received an order to attack Yingzhou, and I only arrived yesterday. Hearing the woman's explanation, Li Wanyin found it credible and immediately asked, What's your name? Yelyumench. Brother Min, from today on, you are my woman. Li Wanyin announced the result in a very domineering manner. He did not need the other party's approval. Chapter 133. Please, I am a member of the Khitan royal family. I cannot be in your hands. I will definitely keep my promise. Yaluminga knelt down and kowtowed. tears streaming down his face and his messy hair sticking to his cheeks. He looked so pitiful, completely losing the demeanor of a royal family. You still don't quite understand your situation. You are a descendant of the Han people. Your father married you to a minor general, which shows that your value is not high. I believe your mother was also a slave. Maybe she was tortured to death by your father's other concubines. If that's the case, why are you in such a hurry to go back? Li Wanyan knew that although Yelu Hua, whom he killed, was from the Yelu clan, the Yelu family had too many people, with at least several thousand people. A princess who was born a slave probably would not marry an important person, so Yelu Hua's status among the Khitans was not very high, but it was not too low either. After listening to Li Wanyan's narration, Yelu Minga's memories of the past came to her mind. Her mother was indeed tortured to death by the princess, and she only escaped because she had her father's blood. Now that he has been captured, even if he is released, he will be considered an unclean person, and his royal identity will probably be stripped. Seeing Yelu Minga with disheveled hair and a disoriented look, Li Wanyan knew that her mentality was gradually collapsing. In fact, this woman had always lived in the vanity of her royal family and could not see clearly her own status and identity. In fact, it is noble, but among these nobles, it is actually very lowly. Li Wanyan squatted down, lifted Yelu Minga's chin with his hand, and said, "Are you still a virgin?" Li Wanyan still cares about this. If it were before March, he wouldn't care. Yelu Minga nodded. "Very good, help me undress." Li Wanyan wore the armor for a long time and felt a little tired. Yelu Minga seemed to accept his death and helped Li Wanyan take off his armor. Just as the carapace was being removed, Yelu Minga took out a silver hairpin used by the Han people from his hair and stabbed it into Li Wanyan's neck. Just when the hairpin was about to pierce Li Wanyan's neck, a big hand grabbed Yelu Minga's wrist tightly. "It's too bright." Li Wanyan noticed this Han-style hairpin from the beginning because it was made of silver and was very conspicuous. Yelu Minga couldn't break free and looked very confused. Li Wanyan gave a light push and Yelu Minga fell to the ground. Li Wanyan squatted down and looked at Yelu Minga. "You are scheming." Seeing that the assassination attempt failed, the woman directly pointed the hairpin at her own neck, intending to commit suicide. But he was also grabbed by Li Wanyan with one hand, and Yelu Minga was unable to move in an instant. She does have some of the solar terms of a Han woman. Li Wanyan looked up to this woman. If she were an ordinary Khitan woman, even if she was from the royal family, she would not be so arrogant. Yelu Minga did not express any opinion on Li Wanyan's evaluation. Li Wanyan asked, "Your mother should be a very good person." When Yelu Minga heard Li Wanyan's comments, his eyes became moist again. "Forget your royal identity. You are still a Han Chinese. You will never return to the grasslands again, because I will defile you, and your father will not allow the polluted Khitan royal bloodline to return." After Li Wanyan finished speaking, he released the other person's wrist, and Yelu Minga also put down the hairpin in his hand, as if he was ready to accept his fate. Li Wanyan immediately began to take off Yelu Minga's clothes, but he still resisted fiercely, but his resistance was ineffective. Chapter 134. After a lovemaking, the family tree in Li Wanyan's mind changed again. Clan leader, Li Wanyan. Force value, 12, equivalent to the combat power of 12 adults. Spouse, Lin Wanxian, Lin Wanyan, Lin Wanqing, Zhang Xiaoyan, Wang Xiaoa, Yelu Minga. Talent, 30-foot treasure hunt. Estimated life expectancy, 65. Offspring, none. Li Wanyan was also surprised to see such a big change. His combat power increased by the strength of 3 people, his treasure hunting talent increased by half, and his lifespan increased by 3 years. Obviously, this has something to do with the woman he slept with. The effect of sleeping with a royal woman like this is even more powerful. After her initial resistance, the woman has now accepted her fate and lies beside Li Wanyan like a piece of wood. Are there other Khitan royal family members accompanying you this time? Li Wanyan wanted to know clearly. If there was any, he must get it. Yelu Minga just shook his head and said nothing. Li Wanyan suddenly felt sorry for him. Pity. Li Wanyan felt that he was not satisfied yet, so he pretended to fall asleep because he did not trust Yelu Minga. He waited until the other party's breathing became stable before he fell asleep with peace of mind. He slept until night and felt refreshed. Next, he would go out on patrol to prevent sneak attacks from the Khitans. Li Wanyan came out of the city and took the young men from Wangli village out for patrol. Walking in the wilderness, they chatted while riding horses. Uncle, you look very good today. I heard that the adults rewarded you with a Khitan noblewoman." Li Wankai was very curious because his uncle Li Wanyan had a rosy complexion and he had not yet married, so he was very interested in this. "What's wrong? You want to find a woman too. Uncle, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. Li Wankai waved his hands repeatedly. Actually, these girls are pretty good. Their physical fitness is much better than those back home. If you want one, I can ask if I can have one. Li Wanyin was not joking. Li Wankai was already old enough to get married, and these women were in good physical condition and suitable for childbearing. However, due to famine in their hometown in recent years, most women had weak constitutions, and there might be great risks if they gave birth. Uncle, that's not what I meant. Li Wankai wanted to explain, but Li Wanyin refused to listen. Lin Yingtai, standing aside, said nothing, as if she was a transparent person. After patrolling a distance of more than 20 or 30 miles, it was almost dawn when we returned. When they arrived at their residence, Yeluminga had not eaten yet. Li Wanyin got some food from the cook and placed it in front of Yeluminga. There was only some dried meat, and most of it was corn from the Central Plains. Yeluminga did not dislike the food and started eating it directly. He had not eaten for a whole day and had been tossed around by Li Wanyin all day, so he finished all the more than 1 pound of food. But the two of them didn't communicate throughout the whole process, and Li Wanyin didn't care about that. As long as they could communicate in bed, he didn't care about communicating with their mouths. In the following time, we went out on patrol every few days. Nearly a month passed like this, and the weather here gradually turned cooler. They came out in late July or early August, and after about 10 days of walking, plus the waiting time, it's already September. During this period, the Khitans did not counterattack, which showed that they were also curious about where the cavalry near Yingzhou came from. They would not easily counterattack before they had a thorough investigation. Chapter 135. On this day, a large number of Yuzhou army infantry were finally seen appearing in front of them, about 7,000 or 8,000 people. These people would take over the garrison in Yingzhou in the future and guard the nearby horse farm. Li Wanyin and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Now they could go home. However, we still need to wait for a few days, and the defense changes also require mutual adjustment to prevent the emergence of vacuum areas. 3 days later, Li Wanyin received an order and the army set out. There were only more than 2,000 people, and they set out very quickly. When they left, they took another horse with them, which meant that this time each person would bring 3 horses, and everyone's marching speed would be even faster. Now, the number of cavalry of the Yuzhou army has exceeded 10,000. This is a historic breakthrough. Wang Shi's power and status will be more solid. However, this time when they returned, everyone had more baggage, and a lot of it was spoils of war, whether it was furs, gold, silver, or ironware. The more than 2,000 cavalrymen could carry as much as they could. Li Wanyin not only had a lot of extra items, but also a woman. Fortunately, he had 3 horses, which was enough for him to take her back. Get on the horse. Li Wanyin brought a horse to Yeluminga, and Minga got on the horse easily. For a woman who grew up on the grassland, riding a horse was easy for her. Yeluminga watched the grassland getting farther and farther away, feeling deeply moved. She knew that she would never be able to return to the grassland in this lifetime. Since there was no need to cover the way back, the speed was much faster, and on the 7th day, they arrived near Ping'an County. Li Wanyin wanted to go home and settle Min Gu in the village, but he felt that it would be difficult to explain to the women who had just taken a concubine that he would bring back another one. Although the women would not say anything on the surface, they would definitely be unhappy in their hearts, especially since the 4 girls were pregnant. If he brought back another man who had never done any housework, the family would be in chaos. Therefore, he planned to settle Min Gu in Yuzhou City. That afternoon, they arrived in Yuzhou City. The horses were outside the city, and the people entered the city. Li Wanyin had a lot of things, so many subordinates helped him carry them. Brother Gu, help me find a place to live. I want to settle her down. Li Wanyin said to Gu Quanjun that the other party must have real estate in the city. Master Li, I have an empty house that can be put over there. Lead the way. Li Wanyin was not polite either. At most, he would do something to help the other party with his military merits and promote him to deputy chief. Gu Quanjun brought Li Wanyin and Yeluminga to a house with a good location. The only drawback was that there was no one guarding it. However, Li Wanyin felt that if the other party forced to leave, he would not stop them. At least he did not lose money. Sister-in-law, just stay here. Don't worry about your living expenses. Gu Quanjun was still relatively polite, knowing that this was Li Wanyin's concubine. Thank you for your help. Yeluminga finally spoke. Li Wanyin was also surprised, but he didn't say much. He still had a lot of things to do, so he went back to the alley, counted the number of people, and then prepared to have dinner. At night, he still lived in the alley so that it would be convenient for him to receive military orders. After dinner, he lay on the bed and habitually put his hands through Lin Yingtai's armpits and clamped her armpits. He did not welcome Li Wanyin to do so. Li Wanyan then realized that Lin Yingtai was jealous because he hadn't slept with her for a month. Brother Yingtai, don't be angry. I am the one who made the mistake this time. Li Wanyan still hugged Lin Yingtai forcefully, put his hands into her clothes, and helped untie her bra strap, making it impossible for her to resist. Lin Yingtai was ashamed and angry, but she was also amazed at Li Wanyan's increased strength. You know, her injuries have all recovered now, but she still can't stop Li Wanyan's hand. Feeling Li Wanyan's power, although I felt disgusted, I also felt at ease. Chapter 136. Nothing happened that night, and Li Wanyan slept soundly. To be honest, if he slept with Yelu Minga, he would have to worry about whether he would cut off his genitals in the middle of the night. But when he was with Brother Yingtai, he didn't have to worry about that at all. To be honest, brothers are still the best. They did not start training early the next morning because of the bumpy journey. Although they had a good rest the night before, most of them still felt a little tired. Li Wanyan continued boxing as usual. This time, the sound of his punches was louder, and there seemed to be the sound of joints rubbing against each other, which woke up some people who were sleeping in. Li Wanyan, who was in the same batch of iron bones, is now at the peak of the skin refining realm and is only a step away from the bone refining realm. Skin of steel and bones. This is the life of many people. Li Wanyan has only been practicing boxing for about half a year, but he has completely mastered it. If he had the strength of Li Wanyan at that time, he would not be seriously injured even when facing the siege of those enemies. He could even fight back and successfully join the army. After the 9 sets of boxing, smoke rose above Li Wanyan's head. When other soldiers saw this, they also hurried to practice. However, for other people to practice this set of boxing, a talented person would need a year, while an ordinary person would need 3 to 5 years. After Li Wanyan finished his boxing practice, he prepared to go to a separate small room to eat. He is now the deputy captain and will soon be promoted to captain. His meals are dry rice, half of which is wheat and half is corn. If he is at the head of the team, most of it will be wheat and the rest will be corn. If you are a battalion commander, then 2 meals of wheat a day will be no problem, and you can also have extra meals. The treatment is not comparable to that of an ordinary military officer. After dinner, someone informed him to go to a meeting with Lord Xiaozheng. Li Wanyan wondered if there would be a reward based on merit. If he gave up the credit for killing the enemy general, then he would be promoted to captain. When we arrived at Xiaozheng's place, we found that Captain Qin Cheng and Captain Lin were also there. Greetings, Master Xiao, Master Lin, and Master Chun. Li Wanyan saluted respectfully, not daring to be negligent. How was your rest last night? Xiaozheng didn't talk about business, but instead talked about life problems. I had a good rest. Thank you for your concern. Well, your contribution is great, there is no doubt about that, so you all get promoted. Qin Cheng becomes deputy captain, Lin becomes deputy battalion commander, and you become captain. All of Qin Cheng's former subordinates are under your command, and this 100 taels of silver is given to you by General Zhang. Take them all. After Xiaozheng finished speaking, Li Wanyan became excited. Not to mention the promotion, Zhang Liang could also give him some money, which showed that he was a very particular person. Then he expressed his gratitude. Thank you all for your support. I will never forget it. Xiaozheng also admired Li Wanyan. He gave up such a great credit so easily and acted as if nothing had happened. Also, the young men in Wang and Li villages have performed well. Some of them have been promoted to sergeants. But you can't have all your men as sergeants, so you need to transfer soldiers from other battalions to join your team, and your former men need to serve in the various squadrons in the army. Here is the transfer list. Take a look. Xiaozheng directly gave Li Wanyan a big gift. Of course Li Wanyan would not refuse. On the contrary, he liked it this way. Only when the young men from Wangli village went to other villages to serve as guards could his influence spread. Your Excellency's decision, I fully agree with it. Li Wanyan wanted to raise his hands and shout. This is wonderful. Well, you really have a sense of the overall situation. So the military commander also takes a liking to you and told me to train you well. Xiaozheng started to make empty promises, but Li Wanyan felt that they were not completely empty words. Your Excellency has helped me, and I will never forget it. Please rest assured, Your Excellency, I will never let you down. No matter what the future holds, I will always be closely united with you and General Zhang. After Li Wanyan finished speaking passionately, Xiaozheng was even infected. Okay, take this transfer order and promotion list back and prepare for the announcement. The transfer will begin today. Yes, sir. Li Wanyan hurried to do it. On the way, he noticed the signatures of the transfer order, Deputy Wing Master and Army Chief Zhang Liang, and Deputy Army Chief and Battalion Commander Xiaozheng. Xiaozheng was also promoted and became the Deputy Army Chief. He is the Deputy Army Chief of the Cavalry Army, which is a very powerful position. Chapter 137. In the future, if Zhang Liang goes a step further and becomes the wing master, then Xiao Zheng will definitely be the army leader. The level from army commander to wing commander is very difficult, because an army commander commands 5 battalions with a total of 2,500 people, and a wing commander commands 10 armies with a total of 25,000 people. So there is a huge gap between the level of army commander and wing commander. Zhang Liang has now crossed over and entered the upper class of Yuzhou. After returning to the alley, he shouted, "Brothers, it's time for a meeting." In an instant, everyone lined up. The speed was so fast that it reflected the strictness of the military order. Now Lu Tian has become his subordinate unknowingly. Standing beside him and seeing this group of obedient soldiers, Lu Tian feels that he cannot train them. I have good news for you all. This is our team's promotion list. I'll read it out. After Li Wanyan finished speaking, everyone became nervous and expectant. After all, this involved their own future. Lin Yingtai was promoted to deputy captain. Li Wangkai and Li Chenghua were promoted to captain. Wang Tong, Wang Lin, Gu Quanjun. Li Wanyan announced them one by one. Most of those who heard the names cheered, but Lin Yingtai had an indifferent expression because she was the army leader and there was no meaning in being promoted to deputy captain. These people were at least sergeants, and most of the others were deputy chief escorts. After announcing the end, Li Wanyan took out the second document. Since you have been promoted to military officers, you will need to have your own team. I will now announce your transfer orders. At this time, the whole place was quiet. Everyone knew that once they were transferred, they would definitely not be able to eat and sleep together in the future. Li Wanyan announced, Li Chengming, Li Chengshan, Wang Xiao, and Wang Qi go to the left camp to report, and Wang Jun and Li Chenghai go to the right camp to report. The whole place remained silent. After several battles and months of living together, everyone had already cooperated closely with each other, were familiar with each other's preferences, and trusted each other. Now that they were transferred, although they would certainly see each other often in the future, that feeling would certainly be gone. Seeing that everyone was not interested, Li Wanyan stood on a high place and said, "Real men should not be as timid as women. Only when everyone occupies a piece of land can they thrive. Start reporting to the various camps now." "Little Grandpa, I don't want to be promoted. I want to stay in our team." A young man from Lijia village broke the peace. "Sir, I don't want to be a sergeant anymore. I want to stay here." A young man from Wangjiao also opposed the transfer. "Little Grandpa, I don't want to be transferred." "Sir, please keep us here. We are willing to be your soldiers." "Damn it." Li Wanyan kicked the young man who led the trouble to the ground. "Military orders are as heavy as a mountain. Follow them immediately, otherwise you will be punished by military law." Li Wanyan looked very serious. Seeing that things had come to this point, everyone had no choice but to report to their respective camps. However, everyone dispersed very slowly, and it was obvious that they were unwilling to accept the transfer order and only reported when they had no choice. Please remember, the team leaving came to an abrupt halt. When we gather together, we are a fire. When we disperse, we are a sky full of stars. We want to be the spark that starts a prairie fire and sweeps across the land of China. After Li Wanyan finished speaking, everyone seemed to understand the captain's thoughts. They saluted Li Wanyan and then reported to their respective camps. Outside the alley, Zhang Liang and Xiao Zheng passed by the alley and heard what Li Wanyan said. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Zhang Liang sighed. Chapter 138. Li Wanyan is quite capable, and being a captain is an underestimation to him. Xiao Zheng said on the side. "Oh, are you worried that I won't continue to promote him?" Zhang Liang glanced at Xiao Zheng. "I dare not. I certainly believe that Li Wanyan will be of great use to you." Yes, Li Wanyan is a fierce general, but it is not a good thing for him to grow too fast. As his position rises, it is not only his military strength and military achievements that determine everything. He also needs the ability to survive in this officialdom, and this ability takes time to accumulate. Early next year or something, give him a promotion. Yes. After Li Wanyan pacified these soldiers, he breathed a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about now was that these people would disobey the transfer order and cause the camp to explode. In ancient times, a camp bombing was a very serious matter. Once their camp was bombed, the archers would directly rain arrows on them and kill anyone they saw, no matter who it was. Now most people are packing their bags. More than half of his men have left to report to other camps. Fortunately, he left behind Li Wangkai, Li Chenghua, Wang Tong, Wang Lin, Gu Quanjun, and a few others. 2 of them are chief captains and 3 are deputy chief captains. Lin Yingtai is the deputy captain and Lu Tian is also the deputy captain. These people help him manage the team and ensure that the overall combat effectiveness does not decline too much. Moreover, the team's number has now returned to its normal size, 50 people. In the afternoon, many new soldiers came to their team, and Li Wanyin got to know them one by one. The soldiers from other battalions were very happy to know that they were going to serve under Li Wanyin, because the soldiers led by Li Wanyin had been promoted, and they also wanted to be promoted. After getting to know each other, Li Wanyin had to deploy tomorrow's training plan. Otherwise, when there was a battle next time, only a few of these people would be left. In the evening, he came to Yelu Minga's residence. Gu Quanjun had arranged everything, and there was no problem with daily life. The woman did not run away, but changed into Han clothing. Now it was basically impossible to tell that she was a chitin. Seeing Li Wanyin appear, Yelu Minga didn't say anything, but silently prepared meals for Li Wanyin, as if he had begun to accept his new identity. Of course, as a descendant of the chitin royal family, it was unrealistic to expect him to cook. In fact, he just heated up the meat and vegetables sent by the servants of the Gu family on the fire. Let's eat. Yelu Minga brought the food to Li Wanyin. She had never thought that one day she would have to take care of a low-ranking military officer of the enemy. But she no longer had the ability to resist. She could not leave Yuzhou alone, and even if she went back, she was an unclean person and would most likely die. Well, are you used to living here? Li Wanyin asked while eating. In fact, he had eaten before, but he just came to see how this person was doing. I'm still getting used to it. The climate here isn't that different from the grassland. What Yelu Minga meant was that there were some differences in diet, but this was also normal. The Han people mainly ate rice, while the grassland people ate meat and cheese. Yeah, I'll get used to it slowly. Li Wanyin knew that since the other party had Han Chinese ancestry, it was only a matter of time for him to get used to this diet. I heard that you have a wife. Yelu Minga asked. Where did you hear that? Li Wanyin asked curiously. The whole Yuzhou city knows about you. I didn't expect that you were the one who killed the commander of the 3,000-man vanguard battalion outside Badaling. Do you know that man? Li Wanyin asked casually. He is my brother from Yingzhou. He is also my ex-husband. Yelu Minga said so. Your ex-husband too? Li Wanyin was a little confused, but he quickly realized. The one from Yingzhou is his brother's sister-in-law. That is you? Chapter 139. He knew that there was such a custom on the grassland. That is, when the elder brother died, the younger brother would inherit his elder brother's woman, and when the father died, the son would inherit all the women except his biological mother. This is called keeping the wealth within the family. Yes, this is the custom of the grassland. Yelu Minga also looked unnatural. As a descendant of the Han family, he naturally knew that this rule was against human ethics. I know. How many sons do they have? 2. After Yelu Minga finished speaking, Li Wanyin realized that he had caused the extinction of his family line. The 2 brothers died at his hands one after another, so they could be reunited in the underworld. You are quite unlucky in marriage, aren't you? Li Wanyin said with a smile, and Yelu Minga became nervous instantly. She was worried that Li Wanyin would abandon her. After all, after a month of getting along with each other, she knew that Li Wanyin was not a bad person and had some money. He would definitely not treat her badly. Once he didn't want her, she would only be a slave. I can work. Yelu Minga could only express his so-called advantages. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. You are my woman now, and your responsibility and obligation is to give birth to an heir for my Li family as soon as possible. Li Wanyin said so. I understand. I will try my best. Yelu Minga is very obedient now. I'm done eating. I need to wash up. After Li Wanyin finished speaking, Yelu Minga poured the boiled water into the bathtub and helped Li Wanyin take a bath. When she was done, she used the remaining water to wash herself. Because of the water shortage in the north, most people cherish water, and this is even more so in the grasslands. Minga doesn't think there is anything wrong with it. The royal family doesn't take a bath every day, and the servants in the family can't take a bath twice a year, so they don't think it's inappropriate to take a bath in dirty water. After taking a bath, Li Wanyin lay down on the Kong, and Yelu Minga obediently got into the bed to fulfill his mission of reproduction. Li Wanyin did not spend the night here, but returned to the alley and slept with brother Ingtai. After returning to the room, Lin Ingtai glanced at Li Wanyin and roughly guessed where Li Wanyin had gone, but she also knew that she couldn't say much, so she could only lie on the Kong and sleep silently. Li Wanyin still held his brother Ingtai skillfully and untied him. Although Lin Ingtai smelled an unusual smell on Li Wanyin, she did feel comfortable sleeping in Li Wanyin's arms, especially now that the weather was getting colder. Time passed day by day, and it was October in a blink of an eye. It was winter in the north, and the temperature had been below zero for several days. According to past years' experience, it might snow in Yuzhou in the near future. He was worried about whether the 5 women in his family would have enough charcoal to survive the winter, as the thatched hut was not very warm. But his vacation was up, and he was busy training new recruits recently, so he couldn't spare any time. He could only miss her in Yuzhou City. This is considered lucky for them. If they were still infantrymen, they would probably have to go to battling and blow the cold wind. Now at least they can sleep peacefully in Yuzhou City. But the good days didn't last long, as one day he was called to Xiao Zhang's residence for a meeting. When I opened the door and entered the residence, I felt a warm breeze. It turned out that there was a stove in Xiao Zhang's room. This was the treatment of the battalion commander. Even the captain could not guarantee that there would be charcoal. Sit down. Xiao Zhang asked Li Wanyan to sit down. At this time, the 5 great captains, military commanders, and the captains of each team had arrived. Thank you, sir. After Li Wanyan sat down, he felt the warmth here and his body gradually relaxed. He knew why winter was the season that ordinary people feared the most. With the current temperature, without enough clothes and not eating enough, the body would lack heat, and it would be easy to get up at night. The temperature these days is colder than in previous years. According to intelligence, heavy snow has fallen in central and northern Khitan for days. The Khitan people were not prepared, resulting in a large number of livestock being frozen to death. Now a large number of Khitan herdsmen are driving their livestock to the southern grasslands, firstly to avoid the cold, and secondly to provide rations for the 30,000 Khitan troops outside battling. So the higher-ups have ordered us to enter the grasslands and attack the herdsmen's livestock, and implement a policy of reducing the number of people. Xiao Zhang spoke the ruthless words calmly. Attacking the livestock herds was not the purpose. The purpose was to reduce the population. They were worried that the Khitans would suddenly organize themselves to attack them, so they had to reduce the population in advance to disrupt the Khitans' plans. Chapter 140. Sir, how many of us are going to go out? Li Wanyan knew that there couldn't be too many people involved in this kind of action, but there couldn't be too few either. If there are too many people, the target will be too big and easy to be discovered. If there are too few people, once they encounter resistance, there will be heavy casualties. Only our battalion will be dispatched, 1 person and 2 horses, carrying 10 days of dry food. We will set out from here and divide into 5 routes. Xiao Zhang pointed to the map. There was a mountain pass 100 miles away from Yuzhou. The road here was relatively rugged and not easy to walk on, so this place was not the focus of the Khitans' attack, so the Yuzhou army did not have many troops stationed here. My lord, just 1 battalion? Lin Dutu was quite surprised, as he thought it was at least 1 army. Yes, just 500 of us. Xiao Zhang nodded. Sir, Hui Xiubing of the Han dynasty and Li Shiji of the Tang dynasty both brought 3,000 men and horses with them when they entered the grasslands. Wouldn't our 500 men and horses be too few? Another captain also raised an objection. This is an order. You guys execute it. Xiao Zhang did not explain the reason, but Li Wanyan felt that Xiao Zhang probably had other purposes for bringing 500 people into the grassland. Yes, sir. No one objected anymore. After all, it was a military order. Afterwards, Li Wanyan went back to prepare. The 500 people in their battalion were reorganized after being disrupted, and this time is also the time to test their combat effectiveness. Fortunately, most of the backbones of this battalion are still young people from Wangli village, so cooperation should not be a problem. That night, they set out directly. With 500 people and 20 days of dry food, there was no need to prepare anything. Besides, the lack of 500 horses in the camp would not be noticeable, so it was relatively safe. 500 men and 1,000 riders took advantage of the night and reached the mountain pass before dark. Everyone was freezing, but fortunately they had sackcloth wrapped around their faces. Otherwise, it would have been very uncomfortable to have the wind blowing on their faces. The 500 people rested at the foot of the mountain for half a day, then crossed the mountain and entered the edge of the grassland. Li Wanyan compared the place with his previous life. This place still belonged to the Hebei area of his previous life, but there was no grassland here at that time. But now, he can see grassland after walking 20 or 30 miles forward. There was no snow on the grasslands in the south, but the grass had turned yellow and there was not much green. No herdsmen were seen nearby, because this is the border and ordinary herdsmen do not dare to graze here. 500 people left on the grassland are just a small black dot, and it is difficult to track their whereabouts. After walking about 50 miles on the grassland, we finally saw traces of sheep dung, indicating that there were people grazing here, but no one knew which tribe they belonged to. After following the traces for another 10 miles, we finally saw the herd. This is a small tribe with only a few dozen adult males, but the number of livestock they take care of exceeds thousands. On average, each herder has at least dozens of cattle and sheep, and this is not considered a wealthy tribe. Kill. Xiao Zhang gave the order. And these herdsmen were actually Khitan troops. When they saw the enemy attacking, they shouted and rushed forward, showing no fear at all. 500 people killing 50 is almost as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. They already had combat experience and were just disrupted and reorganized. Li Wanyin was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He killed an enemy with one sword and wanted to use the second sword, but there were no suitable opponents left and everyone didn't have enough points. In less than a moment, all the able-bodied men in the tribe were killed, but there were still dozens of women and children left. There were two ways to deal with these people. If they were merciful, they could be let go, which would not be considered a violation of military orders, and killing them would not have any impact. Sir, what should we do with these women and children? Lin Dudo asked for instructions. Chapter 141. Detain them first, and then let them go after we have enough food and drink. Xiao Zheng was still merciful enough, which was in line with everyone's expectations, so these herdsmen were detained, and they began to slaughter each other's cattle and sheep. The camp was bustling with activity. 500 people killed more than 500 livestock. One sheep per person certainly could not be eaten up, but it could be made into jerky and hung on the horses as dry food. This time they brought only 10 days' worth of fried corn. The calorie gap was huge in winter, so the corn was actually only enough for 6 or 7 days, so their purpose of this trip was to fight to support themselves. When the women saw their own cattle and sheep being slaughtered, they dared not say a word and could only watch silently as these evil southerners feasted on them. Li Wanyin took a look at these grassland women. Their faces were frozen and cracked due to grazing every day, and their skin was very rough. Now that he has eaten good food, he is too lazy to touch these women. As for other people's behavior, he can't control it. This is reality. After eating everything up, they did not make things too difficult for the remaining herders. Instead, they dispersed the remaining livestock so that the remaining herders had no time to find the main force to report the situation here, thus avoiding a large reduction in livestock and causing a huge counterattack. Their goal is still to reduce the number of people. With the guarantee of meat, their bodies were like furnaces, and they didn't feel how cold the climate of the grassland was. We walked about 300 miles and saw the next tribe 1 day later. This was certainly not a straight line distance because we spent most of the time circling around looking for the tribe. This tribe was much larger, with hundreds of able-bodied men, plus women and children, for a total population of 500 to 600 people. A tribe of this size requires tactical coordination. The 4 captains each led 100 men to encircle the enemy from 4 directions, and Xiao Zheng personally led a team to provide support. Hello? The Yuzhou cavalry attacked from all directions. In fact, their number was not large, but the pressure they put on people was very great. The tribe suddenly panicked and didn't know where to start resisting. Li Wanyin and Xiao Zheng were observing the battle in the front from the rear, ready to wipe out any Khitan soldiers who escaped the encirclement at any time. Although these Khitan soldiers were in disarray, their individual combat capabilities were strong. Although most of them were killed, a small number of them still broke through the encirclement. In order to avoid the leakage of information, Li Wanyin led his small team to attack the fleeing small group of troops. There were only a dozen people on the other side. Li Wanyin led 50 people and quickly intercepted and surrounded the enemy. Court death. Seeing a Han man of considerable appearance blocking his way, he rushed over directly. After all, he had killed several of the people who had just besieged him. Li Wanyin looked at the opponent attacking him without panicking. He drove his horse towards the opponent. A cold light flashed, and the opponent fell to the ground. This man should be the chief of the tribe. Seeing the chief die in battle, the others panicked and were killed one by one. The next step was to clean up the battlefield. 3 people died, and several were injured. Under normal circumstances, they would take the bodies away, but this is not realistic now, so they can only find a place to bury them nearby. However, this tribe has a large population, and it is difficult to monitor them, so they placed the Khitan men who died in the battle in their camp to deter them from acting rashly. Next, they used the cattle and sheep dung of this tribe to cook meat. Yesterday, they ate dried meat that was as hard as stone all day long, which was very uncomfortable. After eating, they took a nap, then dispersed the livestock and left. From a high place, they watched as the women and children of the tribe no longer grieved, but instead hurried to gather their livestock. It really fits the saying, when prosperity comes, the people suffer. When decline comes, the people suffer. Li Wanyin sighed and said that in fact the herdsmen had done nothing wrong. They all just wanted to survive. I heard that you and your father have taught many students. Chapter 142. Father did have quite a few students back then, and there was an imperial examination at that time. After I taught for a few years, the imperial examination was also stopped. I can't remember exactly how many students he had. Li Wanyan said so. You're right. Whether it's prosperity or decline, the people are not living well. Sometimes, we don't even know where the problem lies. Xiao Zheng was also very emotional and immediately rode away on his horse. Li Wanyan certainly knew that there was a problem with the resource allocation mechanism, but the people here didn't understand at all. They only knew how to take the resources for themselves, and there were countless exorbitant taxes and levies. For the next 10 days, they wandered around the grassland and could only determine the direction based on the herdsman's oral instructions and the direction of the sun, moon, and stars. Otherwise, it would be easy to get lost. However, in the past 10 days, they killed thousands of people and drove away more than 100,000 cattle and sheep, leaving the entire grassland in chaos. They also noticed that they might have attracted the attention of the Khitan royal court, so they have been much more low-key in recent days. Xiao Zheng took them everywhere without any destination, but everyone ate well, and many of them gained weight. On this day, snowflakes began to fall. It's snowing. Xiao Zheng knew that he had to go back soon, but the target he was waiting for did not appear. Li Wanyan's horse had more than 50 kilograms of dried meat hanging on its back, but he didn't dare to carry too much, fearing that the horse would not be able to gallop for a long time. Li Wanyan was not worried about his safety because he had scouts within dozens of miles around, so he didn't have to worry about being surrounded. At this time, a scout with a red face came. "Sir, we found a caravan of more than 500 people 30 miles ahead, but it doesn't seem to be a grassland tribe." Li Wanyan keenly felt that Xiao Zheng's real purpose of coming here was actually this group of people, or this group of people was one of the important targets. Set off. Xiao Zheng's target was those 500-plus people. 500 cavalrymen pounced on the more than 500 people like a pack of wolves. The 300 people did not send out scouts, mainly because they felt that this was on the Khitan territory and there would be no problem with safety. "Princess, we are still more than 1,000 miles away from the royal court. We will arrive in less than 10 days. Outside the convoy, a general in armor spoke to the people in a carriage, and when the curtain of the carriage was opened, a warm breath blew in. There was actually a stove in the carriage. "Well, thank you, General. This is what I should do." The princess in the carriage immediately lowered the curtain, and the general looked at the snowflakes in the sky, wondering if the snow could arrive in 10 days. He hoped that the heavy snow would stop soon. If Li Wanyan were here, he would be very curious that these people were walking on the grassland and speaking Chinese. However, the road from the Central Plains court to the grassland is full of checkpoints, so there is definitely no lack of news. The princess in the carriage had a worried look on her face. She came to Khitan on this mission to propose marriage. As a princess of Bohai Kingdom, she would marry the Khitan crown prince Yalu Bey. Once the marriage between the two countries was completed, they would take action against Daliang. But she also knew that the Yuzhou army of Daliang was invincible and had won many great victories in recent battles with the Khitans. The population of Bohai State was only 3 million, and its current army was only 100,000. Although the Central Plains was divided, its strength was still very strong. The army of the Yuzhou Jidushi alone had 100,000 soldiers and horses, not to mention the other armies of Daliang. Therefore, she was not optimistic about this marriage, but her father's order was difficult to disobey, so she could only obey. The distance was 30 miles, and no one was actually running very fast, mainly because they were worried about tiring the horses. If they were closer, they could charge forward. When they were only a few miles away, they saw the troops ahead, and the Bohai army also saw hundreds of cavalrymen. "Are the Khitans here to greet us?" Chapter 143. The leading general thought that the Khitans were coming, but when the other party came closer, he was shocked to find that it was the uniform of the Yuzhou army. "Line up and prepare to meet the enemy." Although he gave the order, he did not intend to start a war directly. After all, the princess was in the carriage. If anything went wrong, her family would be destroyed. "General, why did the Yuzhou army appear?" Princess de Fangyan asked as she lifted the curtain, looking a little flustered. "Princess, don't panic. The people of the Central Plains don't know that we are married to the Khitan and that our two countries are on good terms. We came to the grasslands this time under the pretext of trade, so as long as I go and communicate with them, everything should be fine." The general was unsure, but he decided to treat the other party with courtesy and took the initiative to communicate. "Crossbowmen, get ready." Xiao Zheng asked people to raise their bows and crossbows. When the general dressed as a businessman saw this, he immediately realized that the purpose of his trip had been exposed. He wanted to call on everyone to fight back, but the incoming arrows shot him like a hornet's nest. When the other Bohai soldiers saw this, they stopped pretending and began to resist under the leadership of their deputy general. Some of them even pulled the princess' carriage back. Li Wanyan stopped the carriage and the man ran away. "Bring me his head." Xiao Zheng directly gave orders to Li Wanyan, bypassing Lin Dutu. Yes, sir, Li Wanyan shouted, and about 50 men under his command followed him to chase the carriage. He didn't know who the person in the carriage was, but his identity must be very important, except that this person looked like a Han Chinese. No matter how fast the carriage was, it was not as fast as the horses. It was soon caught up by Li Wanyan's troops. His men rained arrows on them, and more than a dozen people fell to the ground. The remaining few people guarded the carriage and fled, but Li Wanyan made a roundabout move and intercepted them. Li Wanyan noticed that the person driving the carriage was a general wearing Tang Dynasty Ming Guang armor. He looked like a person from the Central Plains. Could he be someone from the imperial court? Considering that Wang Shi dared to attack the military officer sent by the imperial court, it was understandable that he attacked the people inside the carriage again. He never had much good feelings towards the imperial court. After all, his Li Tang dynasty was ended by the Zhu family, so he would definitely not let the other party get away this time. There is our princess in the car. Do you want to cause a war between our two countries? At this time, the deputy general did not dare to confront Li Wanyan head-on. After all, the other party had more people and the arrows in their hands were aimed at him. As long as he moved, his fate would be the same as his main general. Princess, are you here to marry? Li Wanyan asked. So what? The deputy general questioned, but Li Wanyan found that the accent was a bit different from the Central Plains accent, nor was it the Southern accent. It just felt very strange. Surrender or die? Li Wanyan gave the multiple-choice question with a very cold look in his eyes. Hearing what Li Wanyan said, the deputy general did not respond because the princess was still in the car. Since the Yuzhou army has invited me so kindly, I will go to Yuzhou as a guest. I only hope that they can let the others go. The curtain was not opened, but a woman's voice came from inside, which was somewhat neutral and peaceful. In his imagination, the woman in the car probably had a Cathay Pacific face. The princess is a real person, but the others need her order to stop resisting. Li Wanyan knew that even if nearly 500 people confronted the Yuzhou cavalry, it would not be resolved in a short time, even though they had the advantage. It's natural. After the princess finished speaking, she opened the curtain, stood on the carriage and shouted, "Stop attacking. I'm going to Yuzhou." Chapter 144. After the princess issued the order, the guards who were disguised as merchants breathed a sigh of relief. They were no match for the fierce army of Yuzhou, and it would be best if they could stop the fighting. However, hundreds of people still lost their lives in such a short period of time. Xiao Zheng didn't want to fight anymore. Their goal was to capture the princess of Bohai Kingdom, and there was no point in killing these guards. Haha, the princess is still kind. In that case, come with us to Yuzhou as a guest. But forget about these guards. Xiao Zheng glanced at the remaining Bohai guards and didn't want to take this group of people on the road because it was very unsafe. Everyone, just go back and tell my father that I'm in Yuzhou. After hearing the princess's order, no one dared to move, but looked at the deputy general. You guys go back, I want to stay with the princess. The deputy general didn't dare to go back. Firstly, he was worried about letting the princess go alone. Secondly, if he went back, he would probably die. It was better for him to stay with the princess. With the deputy general's permission, the others had no choice but to go back the way they came. Xiao Zheng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that these people did not go to the Khitan royal court. Otherwise, a war would have broken out immediately. Go back to Yuzhou City. But princess, please ride a horse. Xiao Zheng finally issued the order to return to Yuzhou. The past 20 days of traveling in the wind and snow were extremely torturous, and everyone was in a very happy mood. However, the carriage was moving too slowly, so Xiao Zheng asked the princess to ride a horse back. But for a woman, it was not very convenient, especially during menstruation. Princess de Fanyan had no choice but to agree and rode on the horse. As for the carriage, it was abandoned on the grassland. But in Li Wanyan's eyes, the carriage was emitting golden light. But Li Wanyan took the opportunity to untie the horses in the carriage and secretly took out a small package from the carriage and put it in his chest. Next, they hurried on their way madly, not daring to stop for a moment. Li Wanyan noticed that the princess was shivering with cold after only one day of walking. There was a stove in the carriage, but there was cold wind and snow on the horse's back, so the feeling was naturally different. However, she did not make a fuss and persisted with gritted teeth. That night, they lit a fire in a sheltered place. The smell of burning cow and horse dung was a bit pungent, but it helped drive away the cold. Li Wanyan was roasting his own jerky, and he also roasted some for the princess. After the roasting was finished, Li Wanyan took a portion and came to the princess. Princess, please have it. Li Wanyan was still quite polite. After all, she was a princess, and he didn't know what the governor was going to do next, so it was safe to maintain basic courtesy. Thank you. But General, I want to clean my hands. Wash your hands. Isn't this inconvenient? Not to mention that the water in Li Wanyan's kettle was frozen. Even if it wasn't frozen, it was for drinking, not for washing hands. Washing hands would be covered with white snow, so just rub it. At this time, the princess's face was a little red under the reflection of the fire. Suddenly, the scholar's memory was activated, and he seemed to understand that using the bathroom is not necessarily for absorption, but for defecation. Princess, do you want to poop? Li Wanyan has been speaking with a strong voice recently, probably because he eats too much meat. When Xiao Zheng, who was not far away, heard it, the dried meat mixed with saliva in his mouth sprayed out. It was a very cold day, and the princess's forehead began to sweat, and her face turned red. I'm not going to the bathroom, no? I wonder if it's convenient. Princess Defangyan's voice was very weak. She didn't want to poop, but her period came and her body was very sticky and needed to be cleaned. I see. I have experience with this. After Li Wanyan finished speaking, he tore off a piece of cloth from his body. Princess, please use it sparingly. It will take several days before you return. Li Wanyan placed the cloth in front of the princess, but Princess Defangyan didn't dare to take it. The men around him looked at Li Wanyan with a weird expression. Everyone avoided this kind of thing, but Li Wanyan became so proficient with it. Thank you, but I need a relatively secluded place. Defangyan is a princess after all. She can't change her menstrual belt in front of so many men. Chapter 145. It's behind those horses, but I have to watch it myself. Li Wanyan said so. The looks of others were even weirder. After all, everyone lived on the edge of a knife, and seeing a woman's menstruation was considered unclean and could even bring bad luck, so everyone found it strange that Li Wanyan was willing to look at the princess. Don't worry, I won't run away. Princess Defangyan tried her best to explain. Princess, it is my responsibility to keep an eye on you. I don't know if you will run away or not, but I know I have to keep an eye on you. Li Wanyan's attitude was also very firm. In this case, Defangyan could only nod and agree. In this case, I'll trouble the general to escort you. Then the two of them got up and came behind a group of horses. This place was far away from the crowd, and only the sound of the wind on the grassland could be heard. Defangyan could only start changing her menstrual belt in a low place. As for the used ones, she covered them with white snow. Thank you, General. I've already done it. Defangyan then spoke, but she didn't dare look at Li Wanyan. The princess is quite skillful. Li Wanyan grinned, which made Defangyan not know what to say. After returning to the team, everyone wrapped themselves in blankets and went into the simple tent to sleep. Of course, I won't sleep very well. It's great if I can sleep for 3 hours. Then I will continue on my journey. On the way back, we walked in a straight line and reached the mountain pass after 5 or 6 days. There were strong winds at the pass, and it was not until we got down the mountain that we felt the temperature had risen a lot. This Yinshan mountain range blocks a lot of cold wind. Li Wanyan couldn't help but sigh that although the Yuzhou area was very cold, it was still not as cold as north of Yinshan mountain. He looked at the princess's complexion, which was much better. When they got here, they were safe. At this time, a new carriage was already there to welcome them, and the princess was put on the carriage again. Li Wanyan saw that Xiao Zheng was not so nervous, and then asked, Sir, this princess doesn't seem to have a Central Plains accent. Of course not. He is the princess of Bohai Kingdom. Bohai Kingdom? Li Wanyan was surprised. Yes, in the prosperous Bohai Kingdom in the east of the sea, the nobles and some commoners speak Chinese and write Chinese characters, and all the systems are similar to those of the Li Tang dynasty. Xiao Zheng explained. Li Wanyan nodded. He understood what was meant. The Bohai Kingdom was a considerable force, with a population of 3 to 4 million in the northeast region. Is the Bohai Kingdom colluding with the Khitans? Li Wanyan asked. Yes, the fall of Yingzhou was also related to Bohai. At that time, Lord Shui asked for help from Bohai, but was rejected. You know, Yingzhou is the gateway to Bohai, and the other party did not send troops. At that time, the Jidushi knew that Bohai had ulterior motives. Later, according to the report from the spies, it was said that the Khitan crown prince wanted to marry the princess of Bohai, so he asked me to wait on the road that must be passed. After Xiao Zheng finished speaking, Li Wanyan finally understood the secret. But since we have robbed the Bohai princess, I'm afraid the Bohai kingdom will fall out with us. Li Wanyan said so. This is something that the Jidushi needs to consider, but you can analyze whether Bohai will really turn against us? Xiao Zheng wanted to hear Li Wanyan's analysis. Chapter 146. I don't think so, because the Khitans also want to capture Bohai and use that as a direction to attack the Central Plains. The king of Bohai cannot be unaware of this. As for the fall of Yingzhou, Bohai would rather see us fight to the death with the Chitons, and he would reap the benefits in the end. Moreover, the princess of Bohai is in my hands this time. I think the Jadushi will probably say that he wants to send her to the grassland, but the grassland will definitely not want her. After all, who can be sure whether the princess is pure? In the end, the little trust between the two countries collapsed in an instant. After Li Wanyan finished his analysis, Xiaozheng looked at Li Wanyan deeply and found that this boy was indeed vicious in analyzing the problem. This was exactly the plan above. Haha, hurry back to Yuzhou City. Xiaozheng didn't say whether this was the plan or not, but hurried back to the city. Wang Shuyi is anxiously waiting for Xiaozheng's result. If the interception fails this time, the Bohai Kingdom and the Chitons will unite and attack from the east and north, and his Yuzhou army will inevitably suffer heavy losses. Report. Sir, General Xiao is back. He brought Princess Bohai with him. Okay, let the princess wash up and prepare the banquet. Qinyu, your plan is great. Wang Shuyi was very happy. This plan was made by Qinyu, but he did not expect it to go so smoothly. In the final analysis, it's Xiaozheng and his team who executed well. It's normal that they couldn't track down Princess Bohai's team in the vast grassland. Now that they have caught up, it shows that these people have put in a lot of effort. Qinyu did not take credit for it because the governor did not trust him very much, but was reluctant to depose him. Haha, this Xiaozheng is quite capable. We must make use of him in the future. By the way, you and I will meet Princess Bohai together later. Wang Shuyi smiled. The problem he was worried about was solved. Yes, sir. When Li Wanyan saw Yuzhou City, he felt very familiar with it. It actually took him nearly a month to get there. Now it was the end of October. He was exhausted from sleeping in the open air. Everyone can take a break these days. Please ask me for approval in advance. Thank you, sir. After 2 consecutive long-distance raids and battles, they were indeed exhausted. Xiaozheng could only give this group of people vacations slowly and could not let them all off at once. Li Wanyan is not in a hurry. He plans to take leave when the child is born. The 3 girls were basically conceived in March. Calculating the dates, they were 10 months pregnant, so they would probably give birth in the middle or late January. If it was faster, it would probably be around New Year's Day. Therefore, during the New Year's Day, he also had to take a few days off to spend the holiday with his wives. After returning to the alley, Li Wanyan sorted out the gains of this trip. He had looted countless tribes and gained a lot of gold and silver. Together with the 5 ingots and 10 taels of gold ingots in the carriage of Princess Bohai, the money he had on him reached 1,000 taels. Very rich. After sorting out the harvest, he fell on the bed and fell asleep. This time he did not put his hands under Lin Yingtai's armpits because he was too sleepy. That night, Jadushi Wang Shuyi and Inspector Qin Yu hosted a banquet for Princess Bohai, but the princess had no appetite. She was very weak from days of running around, but she could only force herself to cope with the meal. Princess, please don't blame us for inviting you here. It's the king who didn't think things through properly. But no matter what, we just want to invite you to Yuzhou as a guest. I'll send someone to take you over from Badaling in a few days. It's very close here. Wang Shuyi was very senior. Although Bohai was a vassal state of the Central Plains, the princess was at least equivalent to a first-rank official in the Central Plains. And he was only a first-rank official, lower than this one. You are too polite, Lord Wang. I didn't want to go to the grassland in the first place, but my father sent me to see the strength of the Chitons. Now that I am in Yuzhou, I would like to go to the Central Plains court to take a look, and then return to Bohai in the spring and summer of next year. De Fangyan said so, but this decision also surprised Wang Shuyi. He didn't expect that the princess would suggest going to the Central Plains for fun. This kind of mentality is not something an ordinary woman can have. That's fine, but the princess's arrival was a little sudden, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain to the Central Plains court. Don't worry, Lord Wang. I said I came here on my own. After De Fangyan finished speaking, Wang Shuyi felt deeply moved. If the successor of Bohai Lord de Yinzhuan was this woman, he would be in real danger. After the banquet, Wang Shuyi asked someone to take Princess De Fangyan of Bohai downstairs to rest. Chapter 147. Among all the children of de Yinzhuan, De Fangyan is probably the only one who can be considered a figure. Yes, sir. She was in a dangerous place, but she was still calm, even though her hands were tightly grasping the corner of her clothes. Qin Yu also admired this young princess, whose performance ability was indeed good. Is it really okay for her to go to Central Plains? Wang Shuyi asked. No problem. Even if the truth is exposed, so what? My lord now has an army of 100,000 and 10,000 cavalry. This time, we have helped the court solve a big problem. They will definitely not dare to go too far. Qin Yu said so. Then let her go to the Central Plains. Li Wanyan slept for a whole day and night. and when he woke up again, he was full of energy. In the morning, I practiced 9 sets of boxing, and then came to Yelu Minga's residence. Yelu Minga has not received any news from Li Wanyan recently, and she is very worried. If something happens to Li Wanyan, she will definitely be living a life worse than death alone in Yuzhou City. Boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Who? I, Li Wanyan. After hearing Li Wanyan's voice, Yelu Minga felt relieved. He opened the door and let Li Wanyan in. Li Wanyan felt the warmth inside the house, until the servants of the Gu family did not mistreat Yelu Minga badly, and at least the charcoal fire was always supplied. Have you got a meal yet? I've had breakfast. Then have some lunch. Good. Li Wanyan did not refuse. He took out the mutton and beef he brought from the grassland. This should be the flavor of your grassland. Li Wanyan put the meat on the table. As soon as Yelu Minga smelled the meat, she knew it was sheep, a specialty of the grassland. She then guessed that Li Wanyan had been on the grassland all this time. Her mood was very complicated. She now speaks Chinese and wears hanfu, but the memories of her past life on the grassland are still there, causing her great pain. After being alone for a month, she gradually learned how to cook. Li Wanyan sat in the house, warming himself by the charcoal fire. After a while, the meat was ready and Li Wanyan ate it with relish, while Yelu Minga checked the door to make sure it was closed. She knew that Li Wanyan would not come to her for no reason, but would only come when he wanted to do that kind of thing. After eating and drinking, Li Wanyan entered the room and found Mingu already lying on the kong. Seeing that the princess was so sensible, Li Wanyan felt extremely relieved. After entering the bed and feeling the warmth of the other person's body, he felt very happy at this moment. The earth and Kong cannot be shaken. Chapter 148. Li Wanyan stopped only when the sun was high in the sky. Take these silver and copper coins. If you want to buy something, go to the street and buy it yourself. Li Wanyan took the initiative to give some silver, because this time he got a lot of money from Princess Bohai and the grassland, and the silver he gave to Yelu Minga was only a few dozen taels. Of course, this amount of money is an unimaginable amount for ordinary people. However, this was only a small part of his plan. He had to save enough money to forge weapons and later armor. However, not to mention that a set of armor like Mingguang armor costs nearly 70 or 80 taels of silver. A set of ordinary iron armor also requires nearly 10 taels of silver. As for leather armor and cloth armor, they are not cheap either, and their defensive performance is not as good as that of iron armor. If you want to raise an armored team of 500 people, you will need at least 10,000 taels of wealth, because the equipment alone will cost 5,000 taels, and you will also need food and salaries, all of which cost money. Of course, this is the requirement for armored infantry. If it is just an ordinary soldier, the requirement will not be so high. Thank you. Yelu Minga finally said thank you, but still did not give a clear address to Li Wanyan. You're welcome. You'll be my woman from now on. Stay here for now. I'm going to train soldiers. Li Wanyan had no plans to train soldiers today, but it would not be good to disappear from his superior's sight all day. After returning to the alley, he began to maintain his 2 pieces of armor. Armor is easy to break after being stored for a long time, so it needs regular maintenance. Gu Quanjun also has a set of armor, but it is still not very convenient for him to walk in it now. However, since his level has been greatly improved, he thinks about wearing his own armor in the future so that he can at least look more majestic. The situation in the army is not so bad. As long as you are a soldier, you can wear armor, and there is no mandatory requirement to wear a certain style of armor. However, ordinary people cannot privately possess armor. However, now is a time of chaos, and many aristocratic families do not abide by this rule, such as the Gu family. Just when he had finished maintaining his armor, a soldier reported that Commander Xiao was looking for him, and he immediately went to Xiao Zhang's residence. I greet Master Xiao. Li Wanyan saluted respectfully. Did you have a good rest? Xiao Zhang asked with a smile. Very good. After a good night's sleep, all the fatigue from the past month has disappeared. Li Wanyan said so. Of course, the most important thing was that a fierce battle with Yelu Minga made her feel very relaxed both physically and mentally. That's good. Your performance on this trip to the grassland was outstanding. You have one more achievement in your book of merit. If nothing goes wrong, you will be promoted again soon. When Xiao Zhang said this, Li Wanyan always felt that there was something important for him to do. This is all thanks to your wise guidance, sir. We are just taking advantage of the opportunity. But if you have any instructions, please tell me, and I will do my best to complete them. Li Wanyan knew that if he wanted to get promoted again, he had to help the other party with his work. You are very smart. Do you know how we plan to deal with this Princess Bohai? Xiao Zhang asked. Chapter 149. I don't think she will be killed. After all, the grassland won't want this unmarried princess. Yes, and Princess Bohai plans to travel to the Central Plains, first to Tokyo Bienliang, and then to Shijing Luoyang to meet the emperor. Princess Bohai has only one deputy general by her side, and her safety is difficult to guarantee. You are a strong warrior, so I discussed with General Zhang to let you escort the princess to the two capitals. After Xiao Zheng finished speaking, Li Wanyin was unwilling in his heart. After all, this trip would definitely be extremely dangerous, and he was nothing. Especially since he knew that Wang Shui attacked the court military officers in the territory of Iwu-Jidushi, and he would inevitably be attacked by the other side if he went south with the leader of Bohai, and they would blame each other. But he couldn't say anything about this matter, so he could only say, "Sir, my wife is about to give birth, and I am worried." "Don't worry about that. Winter is here now, so we won't rush on the journey now. The princess will go south in the spring of next year. By then, we will raise your rank and bring you up to the mainstream." After Xiao Zheng finished speaking, Li Wanyin was moved. Although he is the captain now, he is actually nothing. The official system of the Tang dynasty has 9 ranks, and he has no rank at all now. Once he goes south, he will not be as high as the deputy general of the Bohai Guard. It is really embarrassing. "My lord, please be merciful. I will escort the princess south in the spring of next year. However, the journey is dangerous. I dare to ask if you can provide some armor to the cavalry escorts heading south. It would be great if no one can be equipped with bows, crossbows, or horse lances." Li Wanyin thought that by next year, his rank would be at least deputy captain, also known as deputy envoy of the cavalry army, which should be around the 9th grade. Although he was a small official, he was considered to be in the mainstream and no longer a commoner. Most of the land he purchased would be tax-exempt, which would help him accumulate assets and compete for the world. "You are planning a rebellion. You want so many things." Although Xiao Zheng said this, he still said, "I will coordinate this issue. Now you can train the soldiers well for the next 2 months, and then you can rest for a while. After the spring comes, you will escort Princess Bohai south." "Yes, sir." Li Wanyin walked out of Xiao Zheng's residence with mixed feelings. They had won many victories on the border in the past few months, and Khitan or Bohai Kingdom should be able to be stable for a while. If they want to upgrade their level, they can only go south. However, the risk of going south is very high, so he has to wait for his wife to give birth. In this way, his personal strength should be improved, which will help him survive in the south. For the sake of safety, he will then increase the intensity of training and conduct confrontation training with Captain Wang's troops. Li Wanyin estimates that the guards going south will be only 50 to 100 people. If there are more, the local military governors and the court will be wary, and if there are fewer, they will not be able to deter the enemy, so he predicts that it will be about this number. About a month later, it was already the end of November. It snowed heavily in the north for several days, and it was extremely cold. Li Wanyin was called to Xiao Zheng's place early in the morning and found that Captain Wang was also there. "Bring your men and follow me to get the equipment." "Yes, sir." At Li Wanyin's roar, the soldiers came out and lined up, along with Captain Wang's men. Xiao Zheng took him to the military supply department, where the governor's godson Wang Xing was. "Sir Wang, thank you for your help." Xiao Zheng, who had been promoted to deputy army commander, was still very polite, while Wang Xing was just a civilian official in the army and did not command any troops. "Sir Xiao, the 100 sets of armor have arrived. After the matter is over, these armors must be returned. If there is one less set, it will be deducted from your salary." "Of course." Xiao Zheng gave Li Wanyin and others a look, and then asked his subordinates to receive their clothing in turn. Because it is a simple iron armor, the front and back 2 pieces of armor plus the helmet weigh only about 20 kilograms, while the complete version of Mingguang armor weighs nearly 50 kilograms. However, those who wear Mingguang armor are generals with strong bodies. Ordinary soldiers are not very strong, and wearing 20 kilograms is already the limit. It is too heavy, and it is not comfortable to ride a horse. In an instant, Li Wanyin's men became heavy cavalry. Chapter 150. Afterwards, each person was given a bow and crossbow. Not everyone was equipped with these before. For example, other battalions might be mainly equipped with bows and crossbows. Some people wore more armor, and some people had advantages on horses, but today they concentrated all of these on 100 people. Finally, each person received a 10-foot-long lance. If the horses were also armored, they would be complete heavy cavalry. Seeing this group of soldiers, even the military supply officer Wang Xing, who had always looked down on others, couldn't help but admire them. In the heyday of the Tang dynasty, 3,000 heavy cavalry could destroy all the countries in the western regions. Xiao Zheng also praised, "Lord Wang is right. When we go south after the new year, we can't have too many people, so we can only improve our equipment. This will also be a good opportunity to shock the officials in the court. Xiao Zheng did not directly say that this was to intimidate Emperor Zhu Yozhen. Well, wearing it is one thing, using it is another, and it takes some getting used to. Wang Xing said so. Lord Wang is right. We still have time. We should be able to form a fighting force before heading south. Xiao Zheng also expected this army to form combat effectiveness. Once it did, he would not return the equipment and would not allow Wang Xing to make trouble. Li Wanyin took the new recruits out of the city for training. Although it was freezing cold, the soldiers were shivering all over, but with lances in their hands, iron armor on their bodies, and bows and crossbows on their backs. This complete form of heavy cavalry attracted passers-by on the streets outside the city to stop and watch, and some soldiers even looked envious. After searching the entire Yuzhou army, only 100 horse lances were found. As for armor, there were still some, but not all of them would be equipped to a team. After all, these armors could be rewarded to meritorious soldiers and equipped to low-ranking military officers. For example, captains basically have armor. After arriving outside the city, Li Wanyin discussed the training plan with Captain Wang and trained as they went along. After all, heavy cavalry had not appeared for a long time, so they could only rely on their own experience to resume training. Time passed day by day until the end of December. At this time, everyone was basically familiar with the use of weapons, but whether they could form combat effectiveness still needed to be tested in actual combat. Li Wanyin is about to go home because his wife is about to give birth. So he found Xiao Zheng and asked for leave. Xiao Zheng knew that he would go south in the spring after the new year, so he naturally agreed. Take good care of yourself at home. I'll give you a month and wait for you to come back and have a feast. Xiao Zheng said with a smile. Don't worry, sir. The banquet must be held in Yuzhou City. How many children do you have? Of course. Well, let's go back. I'll take my leave. Li Wanyin left Xiao Zheng's residence, then found Lin Yingtai and chatted with her in a small room. Brother Yingtai, I'm going to take a leave and go home. We're going to head south after the new year, so I'll leave the team affairs to you. He and Lin Yingtai had been sleeping in the same bed for more than half a year, and their feelings for each other must be deep, so he trusted Lin Yingtai very much. Go back and be your father. You don't need to worry about the things here. Every word Lin Yingtai said was a blessing, but it sounded a bit hostile. Brother Yingtai, take care of yourself for the month I'm away. Li Wanyin embraced Lin Yingtai in his arms. No matter how she resisted, his hands had already penetrated into Yingtai's clothes. After touching her, Lin Yingtai lost her resistance. However, Li Wanyin stopped in time, slapped Lin Yingtai on the butt, and then pushed the door open and walked out. Lin Yingtai's pretty face turned red. Lecher, coward. She was ready to sacrifice herself, but this man stopped. It's not that Li Wanyin didn't want to. He was worried that if he got his brother pregnant, he would be in danger when he went south and no one would help him. After all, Lin Yingtai was also a powerful warrior and could command battles. He had to keep her. Li Wanyin walked out of the alley and came to Yellow Minja's yard. I'm going back to Pingan County for a month. Will you come with me? Li Wanyin was just asking. I heard that your wife is about to give birth. It's not a good time for me to go back now. Let's wait until after the new year to see how things go. Yellow Minj was also very sensible. Li Wanyin nodded and said, If you don't have enough money, go find the bookstore owner. Good. I'll rest here tonight. Chapter 151. Well, I'll go cook. Eat it after you're done. The next day, the young men from Wangli village also chose to take a rest at this time, but their rest time was not as long as Li Wanyin's. They would probably return to Yuzhou after staying at home for a few days. After picking up horses from the camp outside the city, they headed towards Pingan County. We set out in the morning and arrive in the evening. The wind and frost make everyone's face red, but no one feels cold, because as we get closer and closer to home, we feel hot all over. The young people from Wangjiao need to stay in Lijia village for one night and leave their horses here. The road into the mountains is difficult to walk on, so they need to walk tomorrow morning. After Li Wanyin and others arrived at the village entrance, the villagers came to greet them. Today was the day before New Year's Eve, but they could already feel the strong festive atmosphere, which had never been there before. The main reason was that many families in Lijia village had become rich, and all this wealth was related to Li Wanyin. Laoli, you are finally back. The village chief appeared at the entrance of the village, but his steps were more unsteady than before. His complexion was better than before, but he still could not resist the invasion of time. Xiaoming, are my family members okay? Li Wanyin asked. It's fine, go back and take a look. Good. Li Wanyin couldn't wait any longer and rode his horse straight to the gate of his own yard. At this time, Xiaoyi heard the noise and came out to see that Li Wanyin had returned. She shouted happily, Madams, the master is back. When Wang Xiaoyi shouted like this, Xiaoyanzi came out first, and her belly was obviously bulging at this time. Master. Little Swallow was also very happy. Li Wanyan walked into the yard and saw candlelight in the main hall. The third daughter of the Lin family was standing at the door, welcoming Li Wanyan with her big belly. The three girls were very happy. They thought Li Wanyan would not come back until the child was born, but they did not expect the child to come back early. Ladies, please go in and close the door. Don't catch a cold. Li Wanyan noticed the condition of her abdomen and estimated that the baby would be born in the next few days. When we got into the house, we felt heat coming from the warm fire and the stove. Although it was a thatched hut, it still felt a lot warmer. Husband, how long will you be on leave this time? Lin Wanxian asked. 1 month. Have you found a midwife? Li Wanyan looked at Lin Wanxian and was most worried about this. She was 30 years old, a bit old, and was an older mother. There is a midwife in the village. We have already asked her. 1 isn't enough. I'm worried that you'll all attack at the same time. This is what Li Wanyan is most worried about. Don't worry, there are many women in the village, all of whom have experience in childbirth, so there will be no problem in delivering the baby. Lin Wanxian comforted. That's good. Li Wanyan didn't say much, but he didn't tell others about Yelu Minga and his trip south after the new year, for fear of worrying them. He decided to wait until the child was born before telling them. Master, the food will be ready soon. Please wait. Xiaoyi's body has become much plumper, mainly because she eats and drinks well with them. I still have some jerky on the horse. Take it down and fry it. Li Wanyan reminded. Yes, sir. Xiaoyi went to cook, and the 4 girls accompanied Li Wanyan to drink tea and chat, and the family atmosphere was instantly created. After the meal is ready, the family sits around the stove and eats with laughter. After eating and drinking, it was time to go to bed. After Xiaoyi finished washing the dishes and pots, she quickly washed up and then laid down in the bed so that the master would have a warm bed. Chapter 152. After Li Wanyan entered the bed, Xiaoyi was in great trouble. The next morning was New Year's Eve. Li Wanyan was unable to follow the young man from Wangjiao, so he planned to go and take a look in the first month of the lunar year. On New Year's Eve, everyone posts spring festival couplets and worships their ancestors. Early in the morning, Li Wanyan set out his writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. As a former scholar, he naturally knew how to write couplets. When the year was good, the villagers would ask him to write couplets and would give him some food in exchange. Li Wanyan thought for a moment and began to write. The first line, the year of Xiaan brings a new beginning. The iron horse drives the clouds to open a peaceful road. The second line, the spring brings warmth. The golden swords reflect the sun to build a peaceful country. And the horizontal scroll, the mountains and rivers are bright. Simple and easy to understand, but it contains his expectations for the future. Xiaoyi, bring the paste and the stool. Yes, sir. Xiaoyi followed him out of the yard and came to the gate, where Li Wanyan posted the spring festival couplets he had written. After finishing all this, cleaning the front and back of the yard, and repairing the leaky thatched house, it was already afternoon before I knew it. The next step was to worship the ancestors, and the women in the village had already prepared the offerings and went to the ancestral hall behind the village chief's house to worship the ancestors. In previous years, the offerings were a river fish and a pile of dry rice, but this year was different. On the tray at Li Wanyan's house were fish, meat, wheat, rice, wine, and sugar cakes. The portions were huge. The offerings from other villagers were also rich, but the quantities were slightly smaller. They are now worshipping their ancestors in the ancestral hall, and then they will go to their respective family graves to worship. The process is cumbersome, but they can only come a few times a year, and everyone is waiting patiently. After paying homage to their ancestors, each person takes their tray away and goes to the grave to pay homage to their closest relatives. Li Wanyan carried a tray to a grave outside the village. This was the grave of his father, who died when he was a minor, so his memory of him was a little vague, but he still remembered what he looked like and what he wore. He was a tall and thin man, wearing a starched Confucian long gown, with a dignified and peaceful face. However, no one expected that this man was the 4th son of Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty, Prince Kuei-Li. He should have been buried with the rights of a prince, but now only a small mound of earth remained, and no tombstone had been erected. People only knew that he was buried there. On Qingming Festival, erect a monument for your father? Xiaoming's parents were also buried nearby. He saw Li Wanyan in a daze here and came to take a look. Well, I'll write the inscription and you can help me erect the tombstone. Good. Li Jiming nodded. He should have taken the lead in doing these things. Li Wanyan looked at the grave covered with withered weeds and felt extremely depressed. It was very sad to see a prince of such high rank fall to this state. However, When he thought about how his father didn't seem to have much attachment to the title of prince, there was no need for him to do so. Moreover, almost all of Tang Yizong's descendants were killed, so there is really nothing to regret. After he finished burning paper and worshipping, he returned home with the offerings. At this time, it was still daylight, but the time for the New Year's Eve dinner had begun. After all, not every household could eat with candles. Today's meal is very sumptuous. There are 12 dishes for 6 people, and the portions are very large. They definitely cannot be finished in one meal, but we made so much on purpose, which means there will be surplus every year. Come on, shall we drink with me? The fourth girl was pregnant and couldn't drink, so Lin Wanxian asked Xiaoyi to accompany Li Wanyan to drink. Yes, ma'am. During the Chinese New Year, we need an atmosphere. Chapter 153. Li Wanyan's family conditions were not bad. Among the 12 dishes, most of them were meat dishes such as chicken, duck, fish, mutton, and pork, and there was also rice wine. You 4 have tea instead of wine. Come, let's raise our glasses. Li Wanyan raised his glass, and the 5 girls also raised their glasses. Everyone waited for Li Wanyan to say the next sentence. Let's toast to the past. Although everyone's fate has been bumpy, it is in the past. At least this year, we have gradually become better. Lin Wanxian looked at Li Wanyan and said, I wish my husband peace and happiness, good health, a harmonious family, and prosperity. Lin Wanxian also gave a toast. I wish my husband to live a long and healthy life with a youthful look, and to rise to the top and walk on the jade steps. Lin Wanqing also said, I wish my husband good health and happiness like the lush pine trees, and good fortune like the rising bamboos. At this time, it was Xiao Yanzi's turn. She blushed anxiously. Because she was different from the 3 daughters of the Lin family, she had never been to school. She could only blush and say, I wish them master peace and good health. Xiaoyi did the same. She had only learned a few words, but she was not very educated. She immediately said, I wish the master good luck and a successful career. I also wish the ladies to continue the Li family's prosperity for generations. Ha, what you said is all very good. All very good. I also wish you all a radiant face under the moonlight, and a golden feather spreading its wings in the spring breeze. My husband is so talented in writing. Lin Wanyan couldn't help but admire. At first, when she learned that she was going to marry Li Wanyan, she was unwilling. After all, he was old and a farmer. Now it seems that the husband they imagined at the beginning is gone, and she has replaced him with a handsome man who is both a scholar and a warrior. Haha, cheers. Cheers. They were very happy that night, and stayed up until the early morning. The ladies went to bed, but he and Xiaoyi stayed up in the living room. The fire in the stove was still burning, making Li Wanyan feel warm both physically and mentally. Early the next morning, Lin Wanxian walked to the living room with difficulty. Husband. My water broke. Husband, me too. Husband, me too. The 3 women all walked to the door, which made Li Wanyan very anxious. You guys go back and lie down. I'll go call for help. Xiaoyi, boil some water. Okay, sir. The ladies should go back and rest first. Xiaoyi started to make a fire and prepare bacon soup for the ladies to replenish their energy at any time. Soon, the midwife and the village girls with rich childbirth experience came. Everyone entered the room and began to prepare for the delivery. Li Wanyan paced in the living room and the yard alone, feeling extremely anxious. He didn't expect that he had guessed correctly and launched 3 at once. It would have been better if they were launched one by one. Soon, all the villagers arrived, and everyone came to help. Li Wanyan suddenly found himself unable to help and was at a loss. He only hated himself for not being an obstetrician and gynecologist in his previous life. Old Li, don't worry, sit down and rest. Your wives are all in good health. Those village women can give birth to children, so there will be no problem with your wife. Li Jiming comforted her. I hope so. Li Wanyan didn't know what to do. He could only hope that God would be kind to him. After all, he was also an old man who had a son. But after sitting for a while, he stood up again. He went to the first lady's delivery room, but was kicked out. Then he went to the second lady's delivery room, but was also kicked out. He was in a dilemma, neither standing nor sitting. Oh my, I'm so anxious. Chapter 154. Haha, when my eldest child was born, he was just like you. Didn't you comfort me in the same way? Li Jiming teased. Oh, it's not something that happens to me, so I don't know how to worry. Li Wanyan understood Li Jiming's feelings back then. Being a husband and a father is like this. When your children are born, you will be even more concerned about their growth. Li Jiming sighed. He looked at Li Wanyan. Originally, Li Wanyan was much older than him, but in the past year, Li Wanyan got married, got promoted, and became rich, and he looked younger. However, he himself was getting worse day by day, a bit like Li Wanyan at the beginning of last year. What? Li Wanyan felt angry and could only wait patiently. From morning to afternoon, there was no news from Lin Wanyan's side. Uncle Wanyan, Dalong is born. A village woman from the same village shouted, and Li Wanyan rushed into the room without saying a word. He saw a wrinkled little person. At this time, a woman slapped the child's butt, and finally a loud crying sound was heard. Wow! This shout seemed to be the beginning of good luck. Uncle Wanyan, Erlang is born. As soon as he entered Lin Wanyan's room, good news came from Lin Wanyan's side. He only heard the village woman. Uncle Wanyan, your little cousin is born. Li Wanyan ran back and forth in several rooms, 2 men and 1 woman, so excited that they were about to jump up. Good, good, good. I'm going to write a poem today. He spread out the paper on the table and danced wildly. Shinsi auspicious time, auspicious air rises. Yuanshan Day brings 3 auspicious signs. The twin dragons spread their wings across the vast universe. The phoenixes are full of affection for a long time. Today we will meet in the human world, and next year we will meet in Jinyan Township. Blessings always accompany physical and mental health, and the journey of pursuing dreams will bring you extraordinary light. Li Wanyan spoke completely from his heart and completed it in one go. Hearing that Li Wanyan had written this poem, Li Jiming was also full of praise. Old Li, you should be able to pass the imperial examination with your literary talent. But should you be more cautious? Li Jiming was worried that the words dragon and phoenix were not suitable for ordinary people to use. That's fine. Besides, fame and fortune are not achieved through literature, but through martial arts. Li Wanyan was very happy. Let's put everything else aside. Have you thought of names for the 3 children? Li Jiming asked. The eldest son is called Li Sirui, the second son is called Li Chaoyue, and the girl is called Li Qingwei. Li Wanyan did not use the previous generation name, as he knew that was not the generation name that his child should have. Very good. The names are taken from the poem you wrote, and the meaning is very good. Then I, Dalong, Erlang, and Qingwei will be included in the family tree. The girl is included in the family tree, but she does not have an independent lineage. She is just recorded under his name. This is the family rule, so Qingwei suffers a little in this regard. Okay. Li Wanyan took out some silver from his room and gave 1 tael of silver to each person who came to help, a total of more than 10 taels. This is too much, it's inappropriate. When Li Jiming saw Li Wanyan handing him 1 tael of silver, he didn't dare to take it. 1 tael of silver was equivalent to 2 months' income. This is wedding money, take it. Li Wanyan put the silver into everyone's hands, and naturally everyone spoke well of him. Uncle Wanyan, you are so lucky to have 2 sons and a daughter in your old age. You are so blessed. Yes, your career will be prosperous. Your son will also become a high-ranking official in the future. Li Wanyan also wanted to have a good time. As long as the child was born safely, he felt that money was not a problem. Chapter 155. At this moment, the family tree in his mind showed obvious changes, and his body also showed obvious changes. Clan leader, Li Wanyan. Force value, 21, equivalent to the combat power of 21 adults. Spouse, Lin Wanxian, Lin Wanyan, Lin Wanqing, Zhang Xiaoyan, Wang Xiaoa, Yelu Minch. Talent, treasure hunting at 60 feet. Estimated life expectancy, 74 years. Offspring, Li Saisio, Li Choyok, Li Qingyue. His combat strength increased by that of 9 adults. At this moment, he felt that he had endless strength all over his body, and his bones were crackling. His lifespan increased by 9 years. Now his lifespan limit has reached 74 years old, which is enough for him to live to the age of 70. Of course, this is the estimated lifespan, which is set based on his physical condition. Where's the sound of firecrackers? This thing is very expensive. Li Jimin heard strange sounds of firecrackers, but he knew that no one in the village would buy this thing because it was too expensive. Nothing, maybe you heard it wrong. By the way, the day before the baby's full moon, I will treat the whole village to a feast. Li Wanyan quickly changed the subject. Okay, this is a good thing. Everyone come back and help. Li Jiming was very happy, even happier than when his eldest son gave birth to a grandson. At night, the village girls gradually left. The 3 girls were tired after a day and fell into a deep sleep. However, Li Wanyan was not sleepy at all. He always went to everyone's room to make sure the baby was breathing well. Late at night, Xiao Yi smiled and said, Master, you should go to bed early. I'll just watch over you. No need. You stayed up with me last night, and were busy all day. You should rest early. I'm a warrior, so it's okay for me to not sleep for a few days. Li Wanyan decided not to sleep. After all, the 3rd daughter of the Lin family might need his help at any time. Then I won't sleep until the master does. Xiao Yi insisted, so Li Wanyan had to go to sleep. The three women were in good condition, but they were a little exhausted. However, they had been drinking bacon soup throughout the delivery process, so they should be able to recover a little after a good sleep. At night, Xiaoyi fell asleep in a short while, but Li Wanyan's eyes were as big as bells, and he couldn't fall asleep at all. Of course, it was not only because he was excited about having offspring, but also because his strength increased too much in a short period of time, which made his body excited and unable to fall asleep. The next morning, Li Wanyan entered Lin Wanxian's room to see the boss Li Sirui. Is Mirue still sleeping? Li Wanyan saw that Lin Wanxian had woken up. The child is asleep. Are the sisters and other children okay? All right, just stay in bed and rest for a few days. I'll ask Xiaoyi to add a stove to the room. Although Li Wanyan didn't feel cold, the mother was weak and couldn't get sick from the cold at this time. My husband is thoughtful. Take a good rest these days. Don't overwork yourself. Don't worry, I can live another 20 years. You will have to give me a second and third child in the future. Li Wanyan said so, but he was not joking. There would be no problem in seeing the children grow up. Husband, stop talking nonsense. Your health is more important. Lin Wanxian knew that Li Wanyan was old and needed to exercise restraint. Haha. Thank you for your concern, madam. I'll ask Xiaoyi to add more charcoal to the stove. After looking at Dalong, he went next door to see Lin Wanyan and Lin Wanqing. At this moment, he felt extremely happy. In the morning, Li Wankai came shouting and brought a group of people with him. Happy New Year, uncle. I want to see my two cousins. You little brat. I'll let Xiaoyi bring you out for you to take a look at later, and then come with me to Wangjiao in a few days. After staying at home for 7 days, and the three girls were able to get out of bed, he took a few young men from Lijiao village and rushed to Wangjiao. This time he was heading south. He wanted to equip his men with axe. He found that this thing was much more useful than Tanghengdao. Chapter 156. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Li Wanyan dismounted and said, Wangkai, follow me to Jinshan. Chenghua, go back first and come pick me up at this time tomorrow. Okay, little grandpa. Immediately, Li Chenghua and his companions left on horseback. It was too cold, and he would not let anyone wait for him here all night. There was snow on the mountain, so we couldn't walk fast. This time, it took us nearly 2 hours to get there. When they arrived at Wangjiao, clan leader Wang Chanyuan and old Taoist priest Du Guangting came to greet them in person. Mr. Li, Happy New Year. Wang Chanyuan bowed. Happy New Year, Brother Wang. Happy New Year, Lao Du. Li Wanyan did not come empty-handed this time. He brought some dried meat and fresh meat. It was the New Year, so he just brought some symbolic meat. Master Li is too polite. It's cold outside. Let's talk inside. Wang Chanyuan took them to the clan leader's house, where they sat down and drank tea and chatted. Have the 2 new blacksmiths from Wangjiao returned? Li Wanyan asked. They have studied for 2 more months and just returned for the new year. However, Lord Li asked them to learn how to make Mo Dao. They have basically mastered it and have made 2. They would like Lord Li to take a look. When the clan leader took the initiative to mention the Mo Dao, Li Wanyan knew that he must have succeeded. Let me see. After a while, 2 young blacksmiths from Wangjiao came carrying 2 Mo Daos, which were very similar to his. He took it and swung it a few times, feeling it was very light. Of course, it was because his strength increased too quickly, but the way he lifted it with ease surprised others. When Du Guangting saw Li Wanyan like this, he was not only surprised at Li Wanyan's strength, but he also saw the canopy above Li Wanyan's head growing and filled with purple mist, indicating that Li Wanyan had encountered a big happy event recently. However, there is black air in this purple air, and it comes from the south, which means there will be a crisis from the south in the near future. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir. According to the time calculation, your child should be born soon, right? Du Guangting took the initiative to congratulate Li Wanyan, who was very surprised because he had not mentioned this matter before, and neither had Li Wankai. You figured it out? Yes, sir. I noticed that your complexion and luck have improved, so I guess your offspring should be born. After hearing what Du Guangting said, Li Wanyan was no longer surprised. This man was really capable. Haha, that's true. Li Wanyan nodded in acknowledgement. This is a big happy event for the second village. I will go to Li village to drink. I hope Lord Li will not despise me, because I am a country boy. I am also from the countryside, and so are we all, so why should I look down on you? It's just that the mountain road is difficult to walk on. If you go there, please bring 2 more young people with you. Of course, but Lord Li hasn't commented on these 2 swords yet. Wang Chanyuan asked. Nice knife. How much would a knife like this cost? In fact, this knife is like his. After all, it was made by a novice, while mine was made by Master Zhang, so they must be different. The cost is about 3 taels of silver, but as experience accumulates, The cost will drop to about 2 taels. Wang Changyuan said so. Okay, prepare 100 of these knives. I have 500 taels of silver. But there are still more than 200 taels? Wang Changyuan asked. Help me make 10 sets of iron armor. After Li Wanyan finished speaking, clan leader Wang Changyuan's eyelids jumped. In fact, he knew that the fact that they made so many weapons was a serious crime of treason. But if they, Wang Jiao, wanted to survive, they had no choice but to do this. Otherwise, how could they earn so much money? Moreover, after being persuaded by Lao Du these days, he also feels that Li Wanyan is the man of destiny. Even if I can't become an emperor, maybe I can rule a region and become the king. Once they join the other party at this time, Wang Jiao will be very successful in the future. Chapter 157. Okay, but this matter needs to be kept low-key, and only we know about it. The clan leader Wang Changyuan was worried about the gossips from too many people. You and Lao Du should decide on this matter. Are you too sure you have learned it now? Li Wanyan had suggested this privately. We have learned how to make it, but we are restricted by government regulations and cannot make it in the blacksmith shop. But we really want to make it. One of the blacksmiths from Wangjiao said. Okay, Lao Du, you should distribute the money properly and don't let everyone suffer any loss. Li Wanyan said to Lao Du. Don't worry, my lord. I'll take care of this matter. Haha, Lao Du has always been fair in his work, and we completely trust him. Wang Changyuan and Lao Du have a good relationship, and Wang Jiao is also very close to him. Okay, that's good. Li Wanyan also admired Lao Du's smooth way of handling things. More than 600 people in Wang Jiao followed him to do such a beheading. In the evening, Li Wanyan was about to go to bed after dinner, and soon Du Guangting came to his room. What do you want from me? Li Wanyan asked. My lord, are you going on a long journey in the near future? Du Guangting asked. Yes, you know all this too? Li Wanyan was so surprised. Will he keep any secrets in front of Lao Du in the future? My lord, I saw a ray of black air coming from the south above your head. So I guess you are going to the south? Yes. The princess of Bohai wanted to marry the Khitan crown prince, but we intercepted the princess's convoy and took her to Yuzhou. She doesn't seem to be in a hurry to return to Bohai, but wants to travel south to meet the emperor. The governor ordered us to accompany her as escorts. Of course, before I leave, my rank will be raised so that I can enter the mainstream. Can I go? Li Wanyan explained. Du Guangting was silent for a moment, then said, If you don't go, there will be no danger, but you will lose the opportunity to improve your rank. You may be late for one step, and then you will be late for every step. But if you want to go, as long as you come back alive, the rest of the journey will be much smoother. So do I need to prepare something? Keep my head down and behave myself. Li Wanyan asked. My lord, you must do the opposite this time. You must not be timid and act like a king. Only in this way can you break the schemes of these evil villains. Haha, that's exactly what I want. In that case, we must go south this time. Li Wanyan said with a smile. My lord, you are going to Luoyang, the eastern capital of the Tang dynasty, right? The eastern capital Luoyang mentioned by Du Guangting is a habitual name. In the Tang dynasty, Chang'an was the western capital and Luoyang was the eastern capital. In Daliang, Bianliang was the eastern capital Kaifeng and Luoyang was the western capital. Good. Luoyang is one of the dragon palaces of my lord's ancestors. It is the place where the dragon fell. You must go to the palace, whether you want to see the emperor or not. Du Guangting said solemnly. Why do we have to enter the palace? The chances of a low-ranking general like me being summoned by the emperor are slim. My lord, both emperors of the Tang dynasty fell here. You can absorb the luck of the true dragon in this place, but luck is something that cannot be explained clearly. After you go there, you may be able to feel obvious changes. Such an obvious change, can they feel it? Li Wanyan was worried that his identity would be discovered. My lord, you've hit the nail on the head. The imperial court of Daliang has an astronomical observatory, and the astronomical observer inside is a Taoist master who has practiced for 60 years and has profound skills. He is very good at reading fortunes, but my lord, don't worry, just carry this item with you. Du Guangting took out a bagua, 1 inch in size, with a rope on it, obviously worn around the neck. Can this thing prevent the Si Tianjian from feeling it? Chapter 158. Good. Du Guangting was very confident. That's it. The slight uneasiness in Li Wanyan's heart seemed to disappear as well. My lord, please go to bed early. Well, you should take a rest too. Li Wanyan looked at the armor in his hand, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Early the next morning, Li Wanyan had breakfast and left with Li Wankai. This time, they did not go to the charcoal burning place. After all, a system has been formed here, and he does not need to worry too much. Li Wanyan never expected that a few hundred taels of silver could make hundreds of people follow him in rebellion. This also shows how difficult the world is. In order to have enough food to eat, the common people have to risk their lives. In fact, as long as the common people can make a living, they will never take the path of rebellion. Why? When they got outside the mountain, Li Chenghua was already waiting there, and then they rode their horses back home. When he got home, Li Wanyin went into the house to play with the children. In the evening, he found the blacksmith from Lijia village who was learning how to make mo dao, as well as the village chief Li Jiming. The two men were very grateful to Li Wanyin, because from Li Wanyin they not only made money but also learned skills. Are there any bellows in the village? The bellows that Li Wanyin mentioned is actually the heating bellows used for blacksmithing. Without this thing, the iron block cannot be melted. I bought a worn-out bellows from Master Zhang. It works. A farmer from Lijia village said so. That's good. Use half to make a wood-chopping knife and the other half to make mo dao. The raw materials can be obtained from Wangzhou. Here are 200 taels of silver. Use them up until they are all gone. He gave the money to Li Jiming and asked him to distribute it. Originally, this matter should have been handed over to Xia Yanzi, but she was pregnant, so it was not very convenient. Otherwise, he would have asked them to make the armor directly this time. Don't worry, I will spend this money wisely. Li Jiming said a classic statement. Okay, take your time, there's no rush. I might have to go south this time. I won't be back anytime soon. Nanfang, I'm too lazy to ask what happened. Just remember to bring back the young man from Lijia village. Li Jiming no longer asked about these national affairs, as he didn't really understand them even if they were told. Li Wanyin nodded. In the following days, Li Wanyin took care of his family with peace of mind. He also practiced boxing every day and even organized the children in the village to practice together. This kind of thing should be learned early so that it will come in handy when he is old enough to join the army. For the entire month, the men and children in the village lived a semi-militarized life. After all, it was the holiday season and they didn't have to farm, so they had nothing to do anyway. A month passed in a flash, and his child grew up a lot. He is going to Yuzhou tomorrow, so he plans to hold the full moon banquet in advance today. All the young men and women in the village came to help. Li Wanyin had already prepared the wine and food. The people from Wangjiao arrived a day in advance. It was very lively this morning. The banquet had to be held in the houses of the surrounding neighbors, otherwise there would not be enough space for so many people. Just as he was greeting the guests, a group of people and several sedan chairs came from afar. But judging from the attire of the entourage, we could tell that they were people from the county government, and the person in the sedan chair was probably the county magistrate. Chapter 159. Oh, my lord, county magistrate, my lord, I'm sorry that I didn't know the etiquette and failed to send you the invitation. It's really my oversight. Li Wanyin stepped forward and apologized repeatedly. Two people walked out of the sedan chair. One was the county magistrate Chui He, and the other was the chief clerk Qin Yuan. Lordly, you are too kind. We didn't know your wife was pregnant. Otherwise, we would have prepared some medicine to protect the pregnancy. Fortunately, Lord Li's child was born safely. We can only flatter him and ask for a glass of wedding wine. It's just a small token of our appreciation. I hope Lord Li won't despise it. County Magistrate Chui He was very polite. He gave a look to his entourage and then presented the gift, which was 100 taels of silver and some nourishing herbs. Oh, your excellency is so kind. We will definitely prepare enough drinks. Master Li, this is a small gift for my student. I hope you won't blame me. Qin Yuan took out a gift box, which contained 3 pairs of silver locks, also worth 100 taels. It was indeed a thoughtful gesture. But Li Wanyin's mind was not on the gifts, but on hearing Qin Yuan call himself a student. You know, he has taught countless students over the past few decades. Master Qin, have we met long ago? Li Wanyin was not talking about the last time they met in the county town. Sir, I am from Qinjia village, which is 10 miles away. In the early years, there was no private school in our village, so I came to Lijia village to learn to read. However, I dropped out of school after a short period of time. But in the following years, the situation in the village was better, so I continued to study in the village. In the end, you are my enlightenment teacher. After Qin Yuan finished speaking, Li Wanyin's memory went back to that year of famine. At that time, many children did drop out of school. After all, if they wanted to study and learn to read, they had to send rice and vegetables to the teacher. Many families could not even eat well themselves, so they did not let their children study and learn to read. He had no choice. He also had to survive, so he had to let the child without money go home. In fact, many children back then were very smart, but they just didn't persist, which is a pity. Of course, like him, if you can't pass the imperial examination, all your efforts may end up in vain, unless your family has connections, like Qin Yuan. So it's you. Sir Qin was very smart back then. He learned hundreds of words in just a few days. He was indeed one of the best students of my time. Li Wanyan felt that Qin Yuan was very smart, but after all, his family had been poor and his potential might not be that good. So a man who was almost 40 years old was still a ninth-rank official. Mr. S compliment is the best thing I have heard this year. Haha, come in and sit down. Li Wanyan personally received them and accompanied them for drinks. An hour later, the two left, and Li Wanyan personally sent them to the village entrance. He returned home only after seeing the other person disappear from his sight. The villagers knew that it was difficult for the county magistrate to congratulate them in person, and they felt that Li Wanyan had made a great success this time. Everyone was envious, especially those who were reluctant to let their children join the army. Now they were shaken. After all, they saw others enjoying a good life, but their own children could not live like that, so they must feel disappointed. As it got darker, the guests dispersed. That night, we ate the leftovers from lunch. Most of them were given to the villagers, and only a small portion was kept at home. The 5 girls were reluctant to let Li Wanyan go back to the military camp when they knew he was going back to the barracks. After I go back this time, I will go south to Luoyang. After Li Wanyan finished speaking, the 5 girls were very surprised, and the expressions of the 3 girls from the Lin family changed the most. My husband, are you really going to Luoyang? Lin Wanxian asked anxiously. Yes, maybe I can meet my father-in-law in prison this time. Li Wanyan knew what these 3 women were concerned about. My dear husband, you must not go directly to see father, lest you be framed by the villain. Lin Wanyan is very clear-headed and knows that if the relationship between Li Wanyan and his father is exposed, it will definitely be troublesome. Understood. I won't meet him directly, but I will inquire about my father-in-law's situation. If he is still in prison, I will send him some food. Li Wanyan also knew that his strength was not enough to get his father-in-law out of prison. That's fine. Lin Wanxian was helpless, but she also knew that this was the safest way. After dinner, Xiao Yi hurriedly washed up, because she knew that the master was going south and the ladies had not fully recovered yet. So she kept in mind the lady's instructions just now, asking her to make sure the master was well fed. Chapter 160. Li Wanyan got on the bed and felt Xiao Yi's body temperature. He felt that it was more comfortable at home. If he went south, he wouldn't know what to do. After a night, Xiao Yi dragged her tired body to prepare breakfast. Several ladies also got up early and accompanied Li Wanyan to finish breakfast. Li Wanyan looked at the 3 children and then packed his bags. I'm leaving. I'll be heading south soon. It'll probably take 2 or 3 months to go back and forth, so it will probably be April or May by then. Little Swallow should be giving birth by then. Leave these silver coins here. Don't be stingy with food and clothes. Although his family had good farmland, he still left 100 taels of silver and took the rest with him because he would need it on the journey south. My dear husband, please go ahead with peace of mind. My sisters and I have also recovered from the confinement period. You don't have to worry about the things at home. But my dear husband, you must pay attention to your safety. The Central Plains court is full of tricks. Lin Wanxian reminded. I know. I'm leaving. Li Wanyan walked out of the yard, from the warm house to the cold outdoors, led the horse from the newly built stable, and then headed towards the village entrance. The young men from Wangli village returned to the military camp after the Chinese New Year, but came back again for their child's full-month celebration, and they went back to Yuzhou together. This time they brought a batch of axe chopping blocks with them, intending to equip their own team. It's not that Li Wanyan is unwilling to use the Tang horizontal sword, but it's not as effective as using an axe. We set out in the morning, facing the cold air, arrived in Yuzhou in the evening, and then entered the city. He came to the alley and specifically came to find Xiao Zheng to report and cancel his leave. My lord, I'm back. I heard that your wife gave birth to 2 sons and a daughter. Yes, sir. Please come to Dongxing restaurant at noon tomorrow. Okay, I will definitely go, and Master Zhang will go too. That's what I'd love to have. But I didn't ask them to prepare an invitation from Master Zhang. It's not that Li Wanyan deliberately didn't invite them, but the level difference was too big, so he didn't let Gu Quanjun prepare the other party's invitation. I asked Gu Quanjun to deliver the invitation yesterday, so you don't have to worry about that. After Xiao Zheng finished speaking, Li Wanyan was also grateful. It was probably because of his expression that Zhang Liang was willing to come, otherwise he would definitely not have been able to invite him. Thank you very much, sir, but I have another request. Oh, you have a lot to do. Tell me. Sir, I feel that this trip to the capital is very risky. I would like to ask for some horse armor, something lighter and thinner, mainly to prevent sneak attacks. Li Wanyan felt that it would be very dangerous to pass by the Yiwu Jidushi this time, and there was no way that he would not take action. Well, a batch of horse armor has arrived recently, so it makes sense for you to use it first. Xiao Zheng nodded and agreed immediately. Li Wanyan thought that this guy probably had a good relationship with Wang Xing, otherwise he wouldn't have agreed so directly here. Thank you very much, sir. You just came back. Go and rest first. We will be heading south in about 10 days. Then I'll take my leave. Li Wanyan then returned to his alley, planning to sleep here tonight. When he entered the house, he saw Lin Yingtai sitting there. He didn't know if she was waiting for him. However, it was not training time yet, so maybe she had just rested. Brother Yingtai, long time no see. I missed you so much. Seeing that Lin Yingtai was indifferent to his return, he took the initiative to be intimate with her. This time when he went south, Lin Yingtai also followed him. Since she followed him, he would definitely trouble her a lot in the future. After all, this person was of the same clan as the commander of the Imperial Guards and Cavalry. The commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guard Cavalry is a 5th-rank military officer. He holds a low position but great power, and is the highest-ranking person in the Imperial Guard system. By having a relationship with him, his safety is guaranteed this time. Get lost. Lin Yingtai directly rejected the other party's hug, but after Li Wanyan hugged her, she was unable to resist at all, not even the slightest ability to resist. This only means that Li Wanyan's strength has increased again, and has increased a lot. Hold. Chapter 161. Li Wanyan dispersed quickly. He didn't expect that the other party would use the monkey to steal peaches. This was his only weakness. Are you in the Iron Bone realm? Lin Yingtai was surprised because she felt that the other party's bird eggs were extraordinary. Ahem, it's not bad. How about it? I, your foolish brother, should be a martial arts genius. Li Wanyan said with satisfaction. A martial arts prodigy? There is no shortage of people like you in the Imperial Guards. Lin Yingtai showed an expression of great disdain, but the shock in her heart could not be calmed for a long time. Okay, I admit that I still have room for improvement. For example, there is the blood refining realm above the bone refining realm, and I am still far from that. Li Wanyan's humble appearance seemed to Lin Yingtai to be asking for a beating. In fact, even among the Imperial Guards, there are not many people in the Iron Bone realm, which can be said to be rare, not to mention the blood refining realm. Of course, even a strong man in the blood refining realm will have only one way to die when facing thousands of troops. Even without thousands of troops, the charge of hundreds of heavy cavalry is enough to strangle such a strong man. Did Lord Xiao tell you when he would go south? Lin Yingtai asked. Wait for notification? Li Wanyan didn't say the specific time, not because he didn't trust Lin Yingtai, but because he couldn't trust anyone easily. I'm sleepy, I want to rest. Lin Yingtai went to bed early, and Li Wanyan also hurried to bed. Because of the upgrade, there were only 3 people living in this room, plus Lu Tian. However, Lu Tian did not come home at night since last year, and he probably had his own family. Therefore, there were only him and Lin Yingtai here. No matter what he did, it would be useless even if he shouted at the top of his lungs. Li Wanyan skillfully put his hands under the man's armpits to help Brother Yingtai loosen his chest strap. The two of them slept on their sides, feeling very comfortable, and slept until dawn. Early the next morning, he began to arrange a training plan. He hadn't had any serious training for a month, so he could get back into the swing of things in the next few days. After the morning training, they returned to the city to rest. Because the current training included the use of horse lances, everyone was exhausted. Brothers, let's go to Dongxing restaurant for dinner. Thank you, sir. Everyone also knows that Li Wanyan has a child, and they are looking forward to today's lunch, as they are very tired after training. Because he wanted to treat everyone to a meal, after a simple wash, he came to Dongxing restaurant. Master Li, the wine and food are almost ready. We are just waiting for you masters. Well, I'll go and invite him myself. Li Wanyan was planning to ask for help, but the other person seemed to have calculated the time and just happened to arrive at the intersection. Master Zhang, Master Xiao, Master Wang, Master Lin, please come in. Li Wanyan stepped forward to greet him warmly. Haha, I didn't expect you to have 3 kids in one go. Your Li family will have an heir. Zhang Liang was also surprised when he heard Xiao Zheng say this. He didn't expect that Li Wanyan, who is 52 years old this year, has already given birth to 3 children. He is truly in good health despite his age. I only got this after I joined your army. You are truly my fertility-giving guanyin. Li Wanyan continued to flatter. Haha, you'll definitely be in trouble in Luoyang with your mouth. By the way, don't you have a wife in the city? The other mistresses are not here, so this mistress should come out to meet you. Zhang Liang said with a smile. When Li Wanyan heard this, he didn't expect that this guy still remembered this matter. However, Yalu Minga's identity was quite sensitive. He didn't know whether this guy knew about it. If he knew, what was the meaning of bringing up this matter at this time? Chapter 162. She's at the house. After Li Wanyan finished explaining, he said to Gu Quanjun, Quanjun, exist. please invite your sister-in-law over. Li Wanyan asked Gu Quanjun to invite someone. Good. Gu Quanjun immediately went towards the yard. My lords, it's cold outside. Please sit inside. The wine is already warmed up. Good. Zhang Liang really entered the restaurant. When the soldiers saw the deputy host arrive, they became quiet and stood up to salute. Today is Li Wanyan's big day. Don't be too reserved. Eat and drink with peace of mind. I believe Lord Li doesn't mind the expenses, right? Zhang Liang asked with a smile. Haha, what the adult said is absolutely right. Brothers, please don't save money for me, old Li. The more you drink and eat, the safer my child will be. Good. The soldiers also shouted happily. The food in the army was still relatively poor, and they could just barely get enough to eat. It was already great that they could have a banquet today. Li Wanyan set up more than a dozen tables and invited everyone in their team. My lord, Princess Bohai is here. Li Qinghua was originally outside welcoming guests when he suddenly rushed in. Li Qinghua had captured the Princess of Bohai with him, so he would not have made a mistake. This made Zhang Liang and Li Wanyan curious. Have you sent the invitation to the princess? Xiao Zheng asked from the side. No, and we are not receiving other guests today, so I don't know why Princess Bohai came here. Li Wanyan quickly distanced himself from the matter. After all, this person was a princess of another country. Even if it was a princess from his own country, it would not be appropriate for her to attend his child's full moon banquet. Since we are here, we must be polite. Zhang Liang was also curious as to why the Princess of Bohai came to attend the full moon banquet of a little military officer's child. Immediately, all the military officers came to the outside of the restaurant. The one who appeared at the door was Princess de Fanyan of Bohai, and next to her was her deputy guard. Your subordinate, I greet the princess. Zhang Liang could not pledge his loyalty either, because Bohai was a vassal of the Central Plains, and he was an official of the Central Plains. However, there was indeed a gap in rank between the two sides, and it would be against the rules not to perform the ceremony. At least the treatment of this princess was also requested by the governor, so they dared not disobey military orders. General Zhang and all the other lords, please don't be polite. I just heard that your powerful General Li Wanyan was holding a full moon banquet for his child. I was curious and came here uninvited. I wonder if Lord Li will blame me for being reckless. Li Wanyan naturally did not agree with what De Fanyan said, but said, Princess, you are too kind. It is my fault for not sending you an invitation. Princess, please come in. Afterwards, everyone entered the second floor of the restaurant again. Because the other party was a princess, she was not supposed to dine with them, so they had to set up a separate table. Master Li, please don't bother. All the soldiers can share the joys and sorrows. There is nothing special about me and my deputy general. Even when we came from the grassland, didn't we eat meat and roast fire together? Let's eat together. De Fanyan didn't know if she had been rude before, so she asked to dine together, but this was indeed against etiquette. After all, she was a princess of a country, even a princess of a vassal state. She still had a title. If she really did this, it would be difficult to explain to others, as they claim to be a country of etiquette. Master Li, the young lady is here. Gu Quanjun ran upstairs at this time, and was stunned when he saw Princess Bohai. He didn't expect that this person would also be difficult. Chapter 163. It just so happens, Princess, we have female relatives here as well, so why don't you two have dinner together? It's really a matter of etiquette, and I hope the princess won't mind. Li Wanyan seemed to have seen a savior. He had not wanted Yelu Minga to come, but now that there was someone to accompany her, he did not have to worry about the princess being lonely dining alone. Moreover, Yelu Minga had received etiquette instruction, so there should be no problem with him. That's fine, but I'm curious about what Master Li's young wife looks like. Just as De Fanyan finished speaking, a woman wearing a Hanfu mink and a silver hairpin on her head came up. A princess and a county lady, both were royal relatives. Their temperament and appearance were impeccable. At least in Yuzhou City, they could be ranked among the top 3. But when the two looked at each other, there was surprise in their eyes, because they had met each other before. Before coming to Yingzhou, Yelu Minga also went on a diplomatic mission to the Bohai Kingdom. As the princess of the powerful Khitan, he met and talked with the princess of the Bohai Kingdom. But they didn't expect that both of them became prisoners. Oh, I didn't expect that Lord Li's wife is so elegant. She is worthy of Lord Li. De Fanyan did not recognize Yelu Minga directly, but treated it as the first time they met. My husband, this girl has an extraordinary temperament, not like an ordinary girl. I haven't heard you say that yet. Yelu Minga was not in a hurry to recognize him. This is Princess Bohai. Princess, this is my 4th wife. Although Yelu Minj himself was the last to know her, Xiao Yanzi and Wang Xiaoa at least did not declare to the public that they were his wives or concubines, but Yelu Minj was, so she was the 4th wife. The 4 ladies are all so beautiful. I wonder how beautiful the first 3 ladies are. I would like to meet them if I have the chance. De Fanyen's words always made people feel that something was wrong, but Li Wanyin could only smile and said, I'll introduce you to the princess when there's a chance. Today, I'll condescend to you to have dinner with my wife. That's fine. It will save you from getting embarrassed. I really want to talk to the 4th madam. After De Fanyen agreed, he immediately set up a table for the 2 of them in the small room. De Fanyen's deputy general of guard dined with them. Come on, brothers, raise your glasses today to celebrate Li Wanyin's birth of 2 sons and a daughter. Cheers. Zhang Liang would not say much nonsense. Although he seemed to be a bit of a distraction, given his status, he was the only one who could raise the glass. Thank you, Master Zhang, and all the other masters for your support. Enjoy your meal and drink. Since he was drinking with some rough guys from the army, he didn't plan to say anything nonsense. Congratulations to Lord Li on the birth of his precious son. The atmosphere suddenly became heated, and Li Wanyin's attention was focused on his own table. There were many rules at the table, so he had to be careful. In that small room, Yelu Minj and De Fanyen were drinking together. Both of them were from the north and loved to drink. Could it be that the princess was also captured by that boy? De Fanyen was talking about something else. Yelu Minj looked calm and said, Are you making fun of me? How dare I laugh at you? He also robbed me, but I didn't become his wife. I'm very curious. Didn't you reveal your identity? De Fanyen asked. First of all, my father has more than 20 children. I am just an unappreciated princess. My ex-husband is just a small general. Even if he knew my identity, he would not be worth much. You are the only princess of Bohai State, and you are engaged to the Khitan prince. Your existence is related to the alliance between the 2 countries. Even if you are captured, you will still be your father's only princess when you return to Bohai State, and I will definitely die if I go back. After Yelu Minga finished speaking, De Fanyen couldn't help but look at this woman with a higher regard. Are you willing to be the wife of a captain? De Fanyen asked a heart-piercing question. Chapter 164. Princess, are you willing to become a tool for the marriage between the 2 countries? Yelu Minga asked back. Of course I won't give up. De Fanyen expressed her inner thoughts. I am willing. Yelu Minga said solemnly. What's so good about him? He is just a captain after all. He is not even a top leader in the Central Plains court. De Fanyen said so. At this time, Zhang Liang raised his cup outside and announced, Now read the order signed by the Jidushi. At this moment, the noisy restaurant suddenly became quiet. In Yuzhou, the orders of the governor were imperial decrees, and everyone had to respect them. From today on, Li Wanyin will serve as the deputy envoy of the cavalry of the vanguard battalion of our cavalry, and the deputy lieutenant of the accompanying army, with a rank of 9th grade. After the simple order was announced, the whole place fell silent, because from the captain to the deputy captain or the deputy envoy of the cavalry camp, it was just a promotion of 1 level, but the most important thing was that it made Li Wanyin's rank clear. From the 9th rank, he had already entered the imperial court and was an official appointed by the court. The Jidushi was a local lord who could appoint his own subordinates, such as the inspector. The deputy Jidushi only needed to report to the court and make the decision on his own. So, Li Wanyin now has a grade. I, Li Wanyin, would like to thank the governor. I will definitely live up to your kindness and continue to be cultivated by you all. Li Wanyin stood up directly from his seat, but knelt down to salute. He couldn't calm down at this moment. In the small room, Yelu Minj said calmly, Isn't this good enough? At this moment, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Princess De Fanyen of Bohai did not say much. She could have continued to mock the other party's husband for being just a 9th-rank minor official, but this would have made her appear to be lacking in magnanimity. Li Wanyin happily toasted to all the generals Zhang. 10,000 years, toast to Lord Wang. He promised you 100 or so horse armors. Zhang Liang said on the side that although he was the deputy wing master, he still had to maintain a certain respect when facing the adopted son of the governor. Master Wang, this glass of wine is in your honor. Li Wanyin picked up the glass and toasted. Lord Li, I have seen your ability. I believe that when you go south this time, you will definitely promote the military might of Yuzhou. Wang Xing firmly supported his adoptive father Wang Shui, so he did not want the guards going south from Yuzhou to be too shabby. Don't worry, sir. This time when I go south, I will definitely not embarrass our Jidushi, nor you, and certainly not our Yuzhou army. Good. I like your drive. Wang Xing drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. In the small room, De Fanyen asked, Would you like to go south with me? I just happen to be in need of a maid. When De Fanyen said this, Yelu Minga almost overturned the table. After all, she was a Khitan princess and was someone's concubine. Just as she was about to fight back, De Fanyen said, Of course I am only a maid in name. Your husband protects my safety. How can I let his wife be my maid? But I will be safer with you by my side. And if your husband goes to the south, don't you worry that he will have affairs with other women. After De Fanyan's explanation, Yalu Minga had no need to object. Li Wanyan now had several wives, and she really didn't want her man to have too many women. This was also the normal thinking of most women. I can't persuade him. It's very simple. I just need to tell Master Zhang. After De Fanyan finished speaking, Yalu Minga did not object. Chapter 165. The full moon banquet for Li Wanyan's child ended successfully. Li Wanyan and others will lead the way to send Princess Bohai out of the restaurant. Thank you for your hospitality, Lord Li, but I have a favor to ask. De Fanyan said to everyone. Princess, please speak. Li Wanyan didn't dare to guarantee whether this person would make excessive demands. I just chatted with your wife and found that she and I have similar personalities. I don't have anyone of the same sex to take care of me when I go south this time. So I dare to ask your wife to go with me south. What do you think? Princess Bohai's question made Zhou Yang feel embarrassed. After all, he did not have the final say in this matter. He looked at Zhang Liang. What the princess is asking for is normal. Li Wanyan, is your wife available? Zhang Liang looked at Li Wanyan, and Li Wanyan looked at Yalu Minj. Is it convenient? Princess, you are going south with me. There are indeed many inconvenient things that need to be handled by a woman. I am willing to assist the princess and her husband in completing this mission southward. Yalu Minga agreed, which was not surprising to Li Wanyan, but what surprised him was why De Fanyan insisted on having his woman follow him. Then let's go south together and prepare well in the next few days. Li Wanyan knew that Zhang Liang had agreed, so there were no other problems. Then let's set off in 9 days. After Princess Bohai finished speaking, she turned and left accompanied by her deputy general. Farewell, princess. The generals also saw him off according to etiquette. Li Wanyan, follow me to get the horse's armor. Wang Xing was drunk at this time. Then I'll trouble you, my lord. Brothers, go get the horses and armor together. Li Wanyan shouted, and the 100 or so people followed him to get the armor, which meant that the number of people in the team heading south this time was about 100. Everyone went to the quartermaster's office to collect their armor. Everyone was excited, but there was no rush to put the armor on the horses today because there was no training in the afternoon and the horses needed rest. In the evening, Li Wanyan came to Yalu Minga's residence. De Fanyan knows your identity? Li Wanyan knew that outsiders probably didn't know about Yalu Minga's identity because the captives at the time helped conceal Minga's identity. Of course, the Yuzhou army would not care about these things. They did not think that the woman carried by a young general was a royal aristocrat, but just an ordinary aristocrat. We've known each other for a long time, Yalu Minga explained. I see. Since she didn't reveal your identity in front of everyone, you have no choice but to follow her southward. But the risk is huge this time, so you must be mentally prepared. Li Wanyan said solemnly. I understand this, but going south is inevitable, so we'll just have to go as far as we can. Yalu Minga was still very decisive, which Li Wanyan thought was a good thing. Okay, I'll sleep here tonight. I'll go boil some water. Yalu Minga is already very sensible, but she just hasn't called him husband yet. She probably feels a little guilty about this. Li Wanyan doesn't care about these. He only cares about whether Minga can give birth to a child for him. After washing up, Yalu Minga walked into the house. It seemed that he was taking a bath with special spices. When he entered the house, he brought a strange fragrance that could arouse his heartbeat. Brother Min, you are asking for trouble. Chapter 166. He got up a night later, had breakfast in the army, and then led the soldiers to put armor on the horses for adaptive training. After he became the deputy cavalry envoy, which was equivalent to the deputy captain, Captain Wang of Bendu also became his subordinate. However, he had no objection, because Li Wanyan climbed up based on his own merits. He saw it with his own eyes, so he agreed with Li Wanyan's leadership. The training has not stopped in the past few days, and several horses take turns to avoid overwork. Time passed quickly, and another 8 days had passed. Tomorrow was the time to set off, and Yalu Minga was also packing his luggage tonight. This was Yalu Minga's first trip to the Central Plains. In fact, he was quite excited because he had heard on the grassland that the Central Plains was rich in resources and had pleasant weather. Now that he had the opportunity to go south, he was very much looking forward to it. Li Wanyan was also packing his things. There were many carriages accompanying them this time, and he decided to take 2 sets of armor and his own Mo Dao, plus a lance. He alone would need a carriage. Minj and the princess would probably need 1 carriage, and 1 carriage would be needed to carry the supplies. In total, 3 or 4 carriages would be needed. Lin Yingtai was also sorting out her things. She had a set of armor that she couldn't wear casually, mainly because it was difficult to explain its source. However, wearing ordinary iron armor could also provide a certain degree of defense. In the evening, everyone went to bed early after dinner. Li Wanyan skillfully reached his hand into Lin Yingtai's chest and untied her bra strap. After you go back this time, will you return to the Yuzhou army? Li Wanyan knew that this time when she went back, Lin Yingtai could find an opportunity to return to the court, and he could also help find a reason to cover it up. We'll talk about it later. Lin Yingtai's heart was also in confusion. She didn't know whether she would continue to go north. Li Wanyan did not ask any further questions. It was not easy for him to make decisions for others in such matters. The next morning, before daybreak, everyone in their team started to eat breakfast. After breakfast, it was slightly light. A carriage stopped at Yeluminga's residence. After picking up Yeluminga, they came to the princess's residence. In order to avoid gossip, Yeluminga personally helped Fang Yin get into the carriage. Xiao Zhenglai called Li Wanyan to his residence and said, in theory, the expenses along the way should be borne by the local government or the governor, but the governor still gave you 3,000 taels of silver as the expenses for your trip south. Li Wanyan took a look and thought that it was a lot of money. With about 100 people, an average of 300 taels per person was definitely enough. Thank you all for your concern. We will definitely go south safely and return north safely. Li Wanyan thought that if he spent the money frugally, he could probably keep most of it. He was so short of money right now. Okay, get ready to go? This time you will go south, and you must be careful and cautious in the territory of the Yiwu Jidushi. Xiao Zheng did not say the reason, but Li Wanyan knew very well that it was Wang Shui who did something immoral at that time. Understood. I will be careful. Li Wanyan nodded. I'll take you to the camp. Xiao Zheng took the lead and led his men towards the camp. In the alley, several horse-drawn carriages had been prepared in advance and were about to leave the city. At this time, the soldiers outside the city had already tidied their appearance. Jidushi Wang Shui, Inspector Qin Yu, Zhang Liang and others were already outside the city in advance. This was something Li Wanyan had not expected, as this guy got up quite early. Li Wanyan was also wearing armor at this time and was about to salute. It's inconvenient to wear armor. No need to salute. Wang Shui waved his hand and came to the carriage of Bohai Princess Fang Yin. Princess, I wish you a safe journey. Thank you very much for the hospitality of the governor and all the gentlemen these days. Goodbye. Fang Yin's voice came from the carriage, but no one came out. Li Wanyan got on the horse, and there was also a spare horse. Set off. At Li Wanyan's command, a team of about 100 people started to set off. The Jidushi looked at Zhang Liang and asked, did the reminder get through? I have asked Xiao Zheng to convey this message. Chapter 167. Zhang Liang had some guesses in his mind at this time. They were under Qin Yu's command before, so they did not know some confidential matters, but he vaguely guessed that the last time the group of military officers got into trouble in the territory of Yiwu Jidushi, it was probably Lord Wang who did it. However, this kind of thing can only be understood but not expressed in words. Li Wanyan and more than 100 others, each with 2 horses, holding lances, marched south at a steady speed. Li Wanyan was not in a hurry. He trained his tactics while walking and made good use of every minute, especially since he was still under the control of Yuzhou Jidushi. They walked from morning to afternoon and had only covered less than 80 miles. In the evening, they arrived at Liangshan County. The county magistrate had already heard the news and was waiting here, and the city gates were also closed later. Welcome Princess Bohai and all the soldiers from Yuzhou. The magistrate of Liangshan County is in his 40s and is considered to be in his prime. After all, to become a county magistrate requires the personal approval of the governor, so there is no need to worry about safety within the territory of Yuzhou. You are too polite, sir. Princess Bohai did not know the county magistrate either. After a few polite words, she asked Li Wanyan to communicate with her. Your humble servant Li Wanyan greets the county magistrate. General Li, you are too polite. The inn in the city has been cleaned up. We cordially welcome the princess and all the soldiers to rest. Thank you. Li Wanyan clasped his fists and then led his men into the city. Liangshan County was not big, with a population of only about 3,000. The inn is very clean. Li Wanyan arranges people to take turns on duty to ensure safety. Although it is definitely safe here, a system must be established. Once you arrive in Yizhou, the situation will be completely different. The inn also prepared dinner for 100 people. This meal put a lot of pressure on the county magistrate. If ordinary soldiers came here to rest, they would naturally be treated casually. But this time, the one who came was the princess of Bohai, so he couldn't be too shabby. After Li Wanyan had eaten and drunk his fill, he went to bed. As an official, he had his own private room, which was right next to the princess's. Yeluminga also slept with Li Wanyan. In the middle of the night, Yaluminga was in a state of great distress. Bang, bang, bang. Defanyan heard the sound of the bed next door hitting the wall and thought there was an assassin, but a woman's moan was heard amid the collision. She immediately understood what happened. You are still a scholar? You are still a princess of the royal family. Defanyan covered her head with a quilt, but still couldn't stop the sound from reaching her ears. Early the next morning, Defanyan walked out of the room with dark circles under his eyes. Didn't the princess get enough rest? Li Wanyan felt that he still needed to show some concern. You didn't take a break, either? When Defanyan said this, Li Wanyan understood and stopped talking. After breakfast, we set off again and headed to Zhuozhou as our next destination. Zhuozhou is less than 80 miles away from Liangshan County. These routes were all planned in advance by Li Wanyan. He had planned how much to walk each day and where to rest in the past 10 days. Zhuozhou is much better than Liangshan County. The city wall is much higher and there is a lot of people coming and going. On the way, Li Wanyan's horse was near the princess's carriage, and the two inevitably chatted. The further south you go, the more densely populated it feels. Defanyan said so. Yes, our next destination is Zhuozhou. During the Tianbao period of the Tang dynasty, the entire Zhuozhou had 21,000 households and a population of over 110,000. There were 2,000 households in Zhuozhou city and a population of 11,000. Due to the unrest in recent years, there are now less than 2,000 households in the city and a total population of only 7,000. Princess, I'm curious, how many people are there in Longquan Prefecture in Shanjing, Bohai? Li Wanyan explained that these were some data he had found recently. Compared with the population of 200,000 to 300,000 in the first 11 counties, the urban area at this time had 7,000 to 8,000 people, which was already a considerable scale. Chapter 168. Our Bohai Kingdom moved its capital to Shanjing Longquan Prefecture at the end of the Tang Tianbao period. By the time of Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty, which was also the time of our predecessor, Deizhan, there were already 20,000 households with a total population of 100,000. It is the largest city among all nations, second only to Chang'an. In recent years, the population has remained about the same. Defanyan explained. Unfortunately, Chang'an's population is now less than 100,000. Li Wanyan was very emotional. Chang'an City once had a population of 1 million, but after many wars, it now has only tens of thousands of people. In the entire Central Plains, it is still a big city, but it definitely no longer has the glory of the past. But I heard that Bianzhou, the Kaifeng eastern capital of the Central Plains, now has a population of 200,000 to 300,000. As for Luoyang, the western capital, it has a population of about 500,000. It can be called the most prosperous place in the world. Defanyan wanted to go south to have a look because he had been reading books of sages since he was a child and had long been fascinated by the Central Plains. He happened to not want to marry the Khitan this time. So he took the opportunity of being kidnapped by the Yuzhou army to visit the Central Plains and ease the relationship between Bohai and the Central Plains court. He also knew that his father would definitely agree. Speaking of which, if the princess hadn't wanted to go south, I probably wouldn't have been able to see Kaifeng, the eastern capital, and Luoyang, the western capital. Li Wanyan said with a smile. Master Li can see you this time. The two walked and talked, leaving Yaluminga aside. After all, she was well read in the books of sages and had a yearning for the Central Plains. She then said, I wonder which one will have the largest population, the eastern capital or the western capital, in 100 years. And how many people will there be in the Shanjing Longquan Prefecture by then? Li Wanyan probably knew that 100 years later, Kaifeng's population reached its peak, reaching 1 million in AD, and it was also the most populous city on the entire Earth. Luoyang's status declined, and its population was probably only as large as that of Kaifeng today, totaling between 200,000 and 300,000 people. As for Shanjing Longquan Prefecture, it was captured by Khitan a few years later. The Khitan Emperor Yelu Abaoji appointed the eldest prince Yelu Bei as the king of Dongdan. In 929 AD, the Dongdan kingdom moved its capital to the already captured Yingzhou and built its capital there. The Shanjing Longquan Prefecture was also destroyed during this period. The prosperous Haidong kingdom was no longer there, the population declined, and it no longer appeared frequently in the history books of the Central Plains. So Li Wanyan said, the population of the eastern capital and the western capital of the Central Plains has increased, but the population of Shanjing Longquan Prefecture may disappear in the long river of history in a few years. Hearing Li Wanyan's comment, Princess Defanyan of Bohai was very angry. You two are teaming up to bully others. Obviously, she did not think that the Bohai kingdom would be destroyed in a few years. Princess, you should know that Yelu Abaoji is a man of great talent and vision. He rose from the grasslands near your Bohai kingdom and has long coveted Bohai kingdom. Your father and brother have no ambition and are trying to marry off their daughter to seek sympathy from others. Can they protect this country? Li Wanyan would not be polite. After all, the princess was just of noble status and posed no threat to him. De Fengyan also became quiet. She really felt that her father and brother were incompetent. So, does Lord Li have any good ideas? De Fengyan asked after calming down her thoughts. Of course we should establish good relations with the governor of Yuzhou and support each other. We have an army of more than 200,000 and countless solid walls, while the Khitan army is only this large. Can't we stop them? What Li Wanyan said was true, but the relationship between Bohai Kingdom and Yuzhou Jidushi has not been very good in recent years. The expansion of Bohai Kingdom also caused the weakening of Tang Dynasty. When the Anong Protectorate was abolished, the Bohai Kingdom made great efforts. As a result, they could only let the Lulong Jidushi, now the Yuzhou Jidushi, to contain the Bohai Kingdom. Until now, with the rise of the Khitans, their relationship has gradually eased. However, the ruler of Bohai actually wants to unite with the Khitans to deal with the Central Plains people, which will make all previous efforts go to waste. De Fengyan did not respond. Perhaps she was thinking. Li Wanyan concentrated on organizing tactical training for the soldiers. After walking 70 miles, they finally arrived at Zhuozhou City. At this time, Zhao Jing, the governor of Zhuozhou, was welcoming him outside the city. Speaking of Zhao Jing, as a history lover, he has a deep impression of this person. This person is not an ordinary person, but the grandfather of Zhao Kuangyin, the founding emperor of the Northern Song dynasty. Another interesting thing is that this person previously served as the governor of Yingzhou, which was the Yingzhou they fought back. Chapter 169. When he left Yingzhou, he managed Yingzhou very well. Together with the vassal states and prefectures, he controlled a population of 60,000 to 70,000 people. He separated the Khitans and Bohai people. He was very capable. Later, he went to Zhuozhou to serve as the governor. Zhao Jing, the governor of Zhuozhou, greets Her Royal Highness Princess Bohai. Zhao Jing, the governor of Zhuozhou, saluted respectfully and did not dare to be negligent. Lord Zhao, I know you. You are very capable. You once served as the governor of Yingzhou and had a lot of exchanges with my Bohai kingdom. De Fengyan's voice came from inside the carriage. Princess, thank you for your praise. I have prepared wine and food in the city to welcome you. Thank you, Master Zhao. The princess carriage then entered the city, and Zhao Jing said to Li Wanyan, I've heard that there is a fierce general who recaptured Yingzhou. If nothing unexpected happens, it must be you, Lord Li, right? Zhao Jing served as the governor. Zhuozhou was not as important as Yuzhou, but he was also an official of the 4th rank, 5 levels higher than Li Wanyan, who was of the 9th rank. Your Excellency is too polite. I am Li Wanyan. Li Wanyan was very polite. This man was capable. Otherwise, how could he give birth to the future emperor of Central Plains? It's just that he didn't know that his grandson would establish the Song dynasty. Of course, it's better not to know, because with his appearance, the fate of the Zhao family may be rewritten. Haha. When I learned that Yingzhou, which I had worked so hard to build, had fallen, I couldn't sleep at night. After hearing that Yingzhou had been recovered, I felt relieved. Without further ado, please come in. Master Zhao, please. Under the leadership of Zhao Jing, they entered Zhuozhou City. In the entire Yuzhou area, Zhuozhou was the second most important place after Yuzhou. It had a large population and was an important city. When they arrived in Zhuozhou City, they still stayed in the inn and their horses were well taken care of. In the evening, Zhao Jing held a banquet in the inn, but it was a banquet with separate tables, also considering the princess's status. Li Wanyan's wife Yilu Minga accompanied her. At the same time, Zhao Hongyin, the father of Zhao Jing's son Zhao Kuangyin, also came. He looked to be in his early 20s. Zhao Hongyin had an extraordinary life. A few years later, Zhuozhou was captured by Li Kengsu of later Tang. This man fled to Luoyang to serve as a soldier, and later became the leader of the later Tang Imperial Guards. His life experience was equally bizarre. After all, his father was an official of Daliang, Liang. His father was defeated, and then he became the leader of the enemy's Imperial Guards. He must have been extremely capable, otherwise he would not have been able to cultivate a person like Zhao Kuangyin. Li Wanyan came up to Zhao Hongyin with a glass of wine in his hand and said, Brother Zhao, I see that you have a noble bearing and look like a high-ranking official. I would like to offer you a toast in advance. Li Wanyan stepped forward to flatter him, saying that the other person was a very high-ranking official, because he knew that this was Zhao Hongyin's future, so his words were sincere, and Zhao Hongyin was very surprised. I have also heard my father mention General Li. He was a scholar who gave up writing and joined the army at the age of knowing his destiny. In less than a year, He made such a great name for himself. I have been fascinated by him for a long time. This glass of wine should be toasted to Lord Li. Zhao Hongyin swallowed it in one gulp. Haha. You two can be considered as close friends regardless of age difference. Zhao Jing was very curious. Li Wanyin, who was a few years older than him, actually said that his good-for-nothing son had the potential to become a high-ranking official. Father, can I go south with Lord Li? After Zhao Hongyin finished speaking, Zhao Jing's heart skipped a beat. You know, below Zhuozhou is Yizhou, which is the territory of the Yiwu Jidushi. They knew exactly what they had done in the territory of the Yiwu Jidushi before. Chapter 170. You have no experience in accompanying the army. If you go, you will probably hinder Lord Li. Zhao Jing directly rejected Zhao Hongyin's request. Li Wanyin actually wanted this person to go with him, because only in this way would Zhao Jing pay attention to his trip, but now was not a good time to talk. Lord Zhao is not doubting Brother Zhao's ability, but now is a chaotic time. Lord Zhao also needs Brother Zhao's assistance. With Brother Zhao's talent, he will definitely be able to govern Zhuozhou well. Li Wanyin's words made Zhao Jinggao look at Li Wanyin with a bit more respect. The rest of the banquet just involves some nice words, and then ends. We returned to the inn, rested for a night, and set off early the next morning. Zhao Jing personally sent them to the city gate, but Zhao Hongyin was not seen today. Li Wanyin led hundreds of Yuzhou soldiers fully armed and walked out of Yuzhou City. Sir Li, the last stop of this trip to Zhuozhou is Lishui County, which is also the last territory we will reach near the Yiwu Jidushi. I have nearly 3,000 troops stationed in Lishui. If you encounter any problems, you can directly ask for assistance. Zhao Jing was very worried that something might happen at the border between Lishui and Yizhou. Don't worry, sir. I will keep it in mind. Your Excellency is busy with official duties, so please don't see me off. Li Wanyin also expressed his gratitude. Have a safe trip. Zhao Jing watched Li Wanyin's armored guards leave Zhuozhou City, and then asked the officials around him, why didn't Hongyin come to see them off? Sir, we don't know either. The young master should still be sleeping in the mansion. The official next to him thought, you don't even know where your son is. How should I know? The road from Zhuozhou to Lishui is 60 or 70 miles, which is still a day's journey. They are not in a hurry and train while walking. Anyway, they have 2 horses to ride alternately, so there is no need to worry. Arrived in Lishui County in the evening of the same day. Lishui is close to Yizhou, the capital of Yiwu Jidushi, and the 2 places are less than 50 miles apart. Although both places were the territories of the imperial court, they were actually the territories of the 2 military governors, so both sides were on guard against each other. Otherwise, they would not have stationed 3,000 troops in one county. After Li Wanyin arrived, the county magistrate and military commander personally greeted him at the city gate. It's still the same old custom to be polite, but Li Wanyin is still very concerned about the city defense of Leishuixian. After his observation, there are less than 3,000 defenders in the city. If nothing unexpected happens, there are still troops stationed on the border between the 2 places. After all, Lishui County cannot be regarded as the front line. While the escort team was resting in Lishui County, Zhao Jing's son Zhao Hongyin had already arrived at the Yuzhou military camp at the junction of Lishui and Yizhou, where 500 people were stationed, specifically to guard against the Yiwu Jidushi. Lord Sun, would you be willing to lend me 100 soldiers? I want to escort Princess Bohai south. Zhao Jing asked for 100 men. Commander Sun Yang was embarrassed and said, Mr. Zhao, to mobilize 100 men, you need at least your father's permission. I dare not mobilize troops at will. Sun Yang's refusal was relatively gentle. Obviously, this guy did not get his father's permission. Moreover, Zhao Jing's permission alone was not enough. He also needed the permission of the Jidushi. After all, Zhao Jing was no longer leading the troops. 50 people. 50 people cannot be less. Zhao Jing held out 5 fingers. Sun Yang looked embarrassed and said, Mr. Zhao, why don't you stay in the camp first? As for the southward journey, how about we discuss it after Lord Li's team arrives? Well, they will probably be here tomorrow at noon. If you don't give me troops, I will have to go south alone. When he thought of Li Wanyin telling him that he could become a high-ranking official, he felt that he could be a close friend of Li Wanyin. Since they could be close friends, he had to cooperate with him and go south together. Sir, please go down and rest first. The battalion commander didn't want to waste time talking to Zhao Hongyin because he had his own worries. After Zhao Jing left, he took out a piece of paper with the official seal of Beiping Wang, Yiwu Jidushi on it. The content inside was self-evident. Chapter 171. As long as he made Princess Bohai disappear in Lishui County, he could go to the Yiwu Jidushi's camp and serve as a military commander. Of course, the overall strength of the Yuzhou Jidushi was far above that of the Yiwu Jidushi. The entire Iwu Jadushi had only about 25,000 troops, plus miscellaneous ones, a total of 30,000 soldiers. The Yujo Jadushi had more than 100,000 troops and 10,000 cavalry under his command, and his strength was quite terrifying. But the problem is that he has been the battalion commander of Yujo Jadushi for many years, but has been unable to get promoted. Seeing that he is getting older day by day, he will definitely have to retire in another year or two, and his son is still young, so he probably won't be able to inherit his position unless he has to take a chance and get promoted to a higher level before he will have a chance to continue working. However, once this is done, there will be no turning back, and you will have created a great enemy for yourself. But I really want to quit. In the evening, a sudden heavy rain fell over Ijo and Zhuozhou. It was only mid-February at this time, and such heavy rain was rare. Li Wanyin was in the inn listening to the sound of raindrops on the tiles. Master Li, is the rain in the south so heavy? Princess de Fangyan of Bohai and Li Wanyin are drinking tea and listening to the rain. It's not unusual in the summer, but this is only the middle of February. Princess, would you like an extra charcoal in the evening? Li Wanyin felt that the atmosphere had become much more tense. No, as long as you keep quiet, I can sleep well. When de Fangyan said this, Yelu Minja's ears turned red. He could only lower his head and drink tea to ease the embarrassment. It's getting late. Princess, you should go to bed early. Li Wanyin gave Yelu Mingo a look and asked her to go to sleep with him. Brother Ming thought for a moment and said, I want to sleep in the same room with the princess tonight. I wonder if the princess will allow it. That's great. Princess Bohai agreed immediately, leaving Li Wanyin, who was in his prime, alone in the empty room. After sleeping for a night, he walked out of Laishui County accompanied by local officials. The ground was quite muddy after a heavy rain, which was not suitable for cavalry to walk on, resulting in their slow speed. It was not until the afternoon that they reached the nearest camp of Yuzhou on the border of Ijo. I looked at the sky and thought that if I continued on my way, maybe I could arrive before the gates of Ijo City were closed. At this time, officials from the camp came to greet them, and the leader was a man in his 40s. Sun Yang, the commander of the Yuzhou Right-Wing Army Vanguard Battalion, greets Princess Bohai. Princess and all your comrades, please go to the camp and rest. Sun Yang rode a horse and brought a dozen soldiers along the muddy road out of the camp to greet them. Sir Sun, I am Li Wanyin. I am just passing through here and plan to stay overnight in Ijo. Li Wanyin didn't want to rest here, because if he walked faster, he might be able to reach Ijo, and it would be safer in Ijo. Sir Li, there was a heavy rain last night, and the mountain road was washed away. I'm afraid the carriages can't pass through. The soldiers in my camp are repairing it, and it will be passable tomorrow morning. Sun Yang said so. I see. Then I'll have to trouble you, Master Sun. Princess de Fangyan in the carriage agreed immediately. Then please come to the camp and rest. After Sun Yang finished speaking, Li Wanyin felt uneasy in his heart, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Chapter 172. When we arrived at the camp, everything was normal. The camp was at a relatively high place, and after the morning sun, it didn't seem very muddy. Sun Yang arranged everyone's tents and placed the princess tent in the middle of the cavalry. Everything is normal. For dinner, Sun Yang personally invited Li Wanyin to eat in the tent. As for the princess, she would definitely eat alone. Their rank was not high enough to accompany Princess Bohai for dinner. I've heard of Lord Li's reputation for a long time. He joined the army in April last year and became a cavalry commander this year. He is a 9th-rank military officer and the fastest rising general in our Yuzhou army in recent years. Sun Yang said with a smile while holding up his wine glass. Master Sun, you are too kind. During the previous siege of Badaling, a warrior was promoted 3 levels in a row and is now a captain. Li Wanyin only met that person once, and there was no further contact between them since they were not in the same army. Haha. If Lord Li is willing to come to my camp, I will not only let you be the head of the army, but also the deputy commander of the camp. What do you think, Lord Li? Sun Yang's words surprised Li Wanyin. Sir Xiao has been very kind to me. I am afraid that I can only let you down. I will punish myself with a drink. Li Wanyin drank it in one gulp. Of course, the strength of the wine was not very high. Oh, what a pity. Sun Yang smiled bitterly and shook his head. After dinner, Li Wanyin walked around the camp and observed it. This was indeed a place that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. It directly controlled the official road below. No wonder only 500 people were placed here. The ancient people's garrisons did not often number hundreds of thousands. Often a fortress had only a few hundred soldiers, or at most a few thousand. Before the sun set, Sun Yang had already prepared dinner, and it was dry rice. As a guest, it was nothing for Li Wanyin to eat dry rice, but he found that other soldiers in Sun Yang's camp were also eating dry rice. This action was very unusual. The camp where Xiao Zheng was located could only eat porridge on weekdays. How could they have the chance to eat solid rice? Of course, he didn't say it. Uncle, the food will be better if we get to Yizhou. Li Wankai came into Li Wanyan's tent holding a bowl of rice. Maybe. Has the food been checked and found to be okay? Li Wanyan asked. No problem. After all, we are all comrades. You are very generous to treat our brothers with dry food today. Li Wankai said so. Yeah, that's very generous. Everyone had been marching these days and was very tired, so they went to sleep in the tent early. It was probably the hour of evening. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The whole camp was quiet, and some soldiers in the tents began to come out. They were Sun Yang's men. About 500 people all stood quietly in the camp, surrounding the dozen or so tents in the middle. Sun Yang's face was grim. He knew that since he started planning this, there was no turning back. If he killed Princess Bohai, he could change his name and serve as the military commander under the Yiwu Jidushi. His brothers who followed him would also benefit from it. Grown-ups. The deputy battalion commander who was in his 30s reminded him that he wanted to be the commander, so he agreed with this matter very much. Get started. Sun Yang waved his hand, and everyone rushed towards the military tent in the middle. Swoosh. Along with the sound of arrows breaking through the air, Sun Yang's soldiers kept screaming. Dense arrows poured down like they were free, and dozens of people were shot and fell to the ground. Then hundreds of armored soldiers rushed out of the tent, holding kitchen knives and killing anyone they saw. Although they were all Yuzhou soldiers, they were easy to distinguish. After all, they were all wearing armor, while Sun Yang's soldiers did not have iron armor. Although they were outnumbered, Li Wanyan's side was overwhelming and directly forced Sun Yang's soldiers to retreat and disperse. At this time, Sun Yang knew that the plan had been leaked, but he was curious. If it was really leaked, there would definitely not be only 100 people on the scene, but this guy was obviously prepared. Does he want his 100 men to eat up my 500 men? Chapter 173. Arrogant. It seems that Lord Li has already noticed it. Sun Yang looked at Li Wanyan coldly from a distance. He knew that as long as he killed Li Wanyan, everything would be no problem. Haha, not bad. Li Wanyan then walked out of the tent. He was wearing Mingguang armor and looking at Sun Yang in front of him. I want to know, how did you find out? Sun Yang asked curiously. I ate too much this afternoon. After Li Wanyan finished speaking, Sun Yang immediately reacted and realized that he had made a big mistake, which led to the failure of the first attack. Haha, so what? Your horses are far away. Do you still want to fight 1 against 5? Sun Yang said so. My soldiers wear armor, and yours don't. Li Wanyan talked about his advantages. But if you want to resist 5 times our number, can you guarantee that the princess will be safe? Sun Yang continued to speak loudly. That makes sense. How about we have a fight? Li Wanyan asked. Haha, that's exactly what I want. Sun Yang also didn't want to see his soldiers sacrifice in vain. If he didn't have his own team, he would be sidelined even if he became the governor of Yiwu. Spread. Li Wanyan came out holding an axe, while Mo Dao was on the carriage. As a commander, Sun Yang also wore armor, and it was fashionable fish-scale armor. The overall shape was similar to the Mingguang armor, but the patches on the armor were in the shape of fish scales, which was a popular shape from the late Tang dynasty to the 5 dynasties. The two men rushed towards each other, and no one dared to stop them along the way. In Li Wanyan's eyes, Sun Yang was full of flaws. When the opponent raised his knife to kill him, Li Wanyan dodged, and a flash of light appeared on the axe in his hand. Then the two exchanged positions. Li Wanyan's knife was unusually clean, and it seemed that it did not touch the other person. Plop! Sun Yang's head broke at the neck and fell to the ground. The speed was too fast, and it was too dark, so no one could see how Li Wanyan made his move, and Sun Yang's head fell to the ground. Kill! Li Wanyan issued the order, and his men became more confident, while Sun Yang's men were so frightened that they no longer had the courage to continue fighting and could only be hunted down. The shouting and killing lasted for half an hour and gradually faded away. Only more than 200 enemy corpses and a dozen prisoners were left on the ground. The others all ran away. After all, this behavior was similar to treason, and if they didn't run away, they would really die. As the incident happened in the middle of the night, Li Wanyan knew that he could not stop it at all, and killing so many people was already his limit. Li Wankai. Exist. Take a group of cavalry back to Lishui to report the situation here. Yes. Afterwards, Li Wankai led more than 20 people to Lishui County. Although there were only more than 20 people, they were not afraid of the stragglers on the road at all. No one survived under the horse lances. The princess walked out of the tent at this time. This time it is all thanks to Lord Li. I didn't expect Sun Yang to be so bold. Is the princess not frightened? Nothing. That's good. Li Wan began to search Sun Yang's body and found some silver and a piece of paper with the seal of the Iwu Jidushi on it. Chapter 174. It's not burned. Li Wanyan thought this boy was a little stupid. If it's burned, what if the Iwu Jidushi refuses to admit it? Lin Yingtai said on the side. That's true. There aren't many Jidushi with good reputation nowadays. Li Wanyan knew that the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period was an era of distorted human nature, and credibility was the least valuable thing. Master Li, this is the treasure found in this camp. Li Qinghua took out a box, which was full of gold, silver, and treasures. After all, Sun Yang controlled the nearby trade routes, and the oil and water were quite abundant. When he opened it, he saw that there were more than 5,000 taels of gold inside. Each soldier will receive 10 taels, the sergeant will receive 20 taels, the deputy chief will receive 30 taels, the chief will receive 50 taels, the deputy captain will receive 70 taels, and the captain will receive 100 taels. Li Wanyan calculated that he would have to give out about 2,000 taels, leaving himself with 3,000 taels, which would be a lot to give to others. In addition, he also wanted the 3,000 taels from Xiaozhong, so he now had 6,000 taels. This was definitely a huge sum of money and was enough to support a battalion of infantry. Thank you, sir. Most people have never seen so much money. An ordinary soldier does not even make 10 taels of silver in a year. Now they are considered rich. At least they can buy a few acres of land when they go home. After getting this money, everyone will learn to shut up. Princess Defangyan of Bohai was also surprised to see Li Wanyan divide the money directly and roughly. Princess, I'll give you 500 taels. Li Wanyan knew that this man's mouth also had to be shut. You took 1,000 taels from my carriage. After Defangyan finished speaking, Li Wanyan was a little embarrassed, but he was even more shameless. I don't remember what the princess said, but don't worry, princess, I will save your 500 taels for your expenses on the road. Defangyan was also surprised by Li Wanyan's shamelessness and was too lazy to argue with him. This guy was just a soldier. Sir, we found someone, come and see. At this time, Li Chenghua came to him again. Li Wanyan followed the instructions to a tent and saw a familiar face, Zhao Hongyin. His mouth was sealed and his hands and feet were tied. Brother Zhao, why are you here? Li Wanyan quickly untied the man. Pooh, Lord Li, you are finally here. Sun Yang has betrayed us. He has betrayed us. Go. Zhao Jing struggled to get up and ran out of the tent, but his hands and feet had been tied for a long time and were numb. He fell directly at the door of the tent and fell headfirst into a mud pit, his face covered in filth. When he raised his dirty face, he saw a dead body lying in front of the tent, but it was Sun Yang's subordinate. Brother Zhao, Sun Yang's men have been defeated. The Lishui defenders will arrive soon. You are safe. Li Wanyan really didn't expect that this person would later become the commander of the imperial guards of the later Tang dynasty. Zhao Hongyin stammered. You 100 people killed 500 people. Yes, but unfortunately, only about 200 people were left, and the remaining nearly 300 people escaped. Li Wanyan was not actually very satisfied with the result, but it was late at night, and he couldn't see clearly. Brother Li is truly a rising star in the Yuzhou army. Please recruit me into your fold. I want to go south with you all. At this time, Zhao Hongyin had a filthy face and solemnly announced his decision. Brother Zhao, I would like to, but I can't do anything about your father. Li Wanyan was also in a difficult situation. Hey, this old man Zhao Jing misled me. Chapter 175. Zhao Hongyin sighed deeply toward the sky, and his expression was so hilarious that one could not help laughing. He kept sighing in this posture afterwards. When it was just getting light in the sky, he heard the sound of horse hooves. He knew that the defenders of Lishui County had arrived. Seeing the situation on the scene, the army leader felt his scalp tingling, but he was also shocked by the performance of Li Wanyan's subordinates. 100 people directly killed their way through a camp of 500 people. Is everything all right, princess? When Lord Zhou saw this situation, he could only hope that Princess Bohai would be fine. Don't worry, Master Zhou. The princess is fine. That's great. Why did Sun Yang rebel? Commander Zhou didn't understand. You will understand after reading this. Li Wanyan took out the letter with the seal of Iwu Jidushi and took a look at it. Commander Zhou was furious. This traitor, it's a pity that we trusted him so much. He really deserves to die. Commander Zhou didn't want to have anything to do with this guy anyway. Master Zhou, please don't be angry. We still need to inform Yuzhou about this matter. However, we can't wait any longer. We need to continue on our journey. Li Wanyan did not intend to wait, but took advantage of the fact that the Iwu Jidushi had not reacted and directly entered the opponent's territory, surprising the opponent. Can't this matter be delayed? I have already sent someone to inform the governor. I will send the message through the post station, and I will probably get a reply tonight. Commander Zhou felt that Li Wanyan was taking too much risk. In that case, let's wait for news from the Jidushi. Li Wanyan felt that it was not right for him to act on his own, and he probably thought Wang Shiyi would hate him for doing so. So they set up camp here and waited. There was food and drink here, and they didn't have to spend any money, so Li Wanyan didn't mind. At noon that day, the news reached Yuzhou City. Jidushi Wang Shiyi received the promotion letter and gave it to Qin Yu after reading it. Do you think I should submit a letter of impeachment to the court about this matter? Wang Shiyi naturally knew that it was the Yiwu Jidushi who did this. Although there were no very bad consequences, he was still angry. My lord, let's stop here. If you write a letter of impeachment, the emperor will not really take down the governor of Yiwu. No matter whether it is subjective or objective, it is not acceptable. What if there is no impeachment? If we don't impeach him, the emperor will find out about this and think we are in league with the Yiwu governor, and he won't even trust the Yiwu governor. After Qin Yu finished speaking, Wang Shiyi laughed. Qin Yu, your ability is comparable to that of the prime minister of the dynasty, but it's a pity that these civil servants don't like you. So it is already great for me to be able to work under you, sir. Qin Yu is also very well behaved. At night, Zhao Jing, the governor of Zhuozhou, arrived with the order from the governor. Oh, this time we are all thanks to Lord Li. Otherwise we would have been captured by the Jidushi this time. We were really inconsiderate. Zhao Jing just felt a little scared. He didn't expect that the Yiwu Jidushi would actually adopt this method to attack the princess's convoy. Even if he reported it to the court, he would not be able to explain it. Master Zhao, don't blame yourself. Anyway, it didn't cause any bad consequences, right? That's right. Zhao Jing was also shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, he saw a black-faced monster appear beside him, which scared him. Father, it's me. Hongyin. Zhao Hongyin wiped his dirty face. Chapter 176. Hongyin, what are you doing here? Zhao Jing was also very surprised. He hadn't seen his son for 2 days and didn't know where he had gone. He didn't expect that he came here. Lord Zhao, young Master Zhao originally wanted to come to the vanguard camp to borrow troops to go south with me. But Sun Yang happened to rebel, so he tied him up and probably planned to hand him over to the Yiwu Jidushi. Li Wanyan explained. Nonsense. Who are you? Do you want to borrow soldiers? Zhao Jing pointed at his son's nose and scolded him directly. But he also knew that if it weren't for Li Wanyan, his son would probably be in trouble this time. By then, Lord Wang might not dare to trust him. After all, his son was in someone else's hands. Master Li, my son is too naughty. I have to take him back and discipline him properly. Zhao Jing seemed to be a little disappointed with his friend. Father, I want to go south. The reason why I am so naughty is that you protect me too well. How can you see the rainbow without going through the wind and rain? After Zhao Hongyin said this, Zhao Jing realized that there was indeed a problem in his education of his son. He couldn't tell where the danger was, and almost lost his life. Master Li, since my son is determined to go south, I can't stop him. I just hope Master Li can take good care of my son. Sir Zhao, this trip is indeed dangerous, but the biggest danger is probably the Yiwu Jidushi. However, after this incident, he probably won't make any small moves. I guess the Jidushi probably doesn't plan to retaliate against the Yiwu Jidushi, right? Li Wanyan knew very well that not taking revenge was the best revenge. This way the court would be suspicious of both Jidushi. After all, the role of the Yiwu Jidushi was to restrain the Yuzhou Jidushi. If the relationship between the two is unclear, the court will be very worried. The Jidushi of Yiwu knew that this was an open conspiracy, but he could not take action again because the Jidushi of Yuzhou had the relevant evidence in his hands. Sir Li is indeed very clear-sighted. In this case, I am relieved that my son can go south with Sir Li. However, there is no need to pay special attention to him. Just treat him like an ordinary soldier. After Zhao Jing finished speaking, Zhao Hongyin almost jumped up with excitement. Father, you are my most beloved father. Zhao Hongyin hugged his old father Zhao Jing. You rebellious son, let me go. After all, Zhao Jing was the governor, and his son's behavior made him lose face. Gu Quanjun stepped forward and whispered in Li Wanyan's ear. Is there something wrong with this kid's brain? Li Wanyan looked at the other person and asked, Are you sure you're not talking about yourself? One of these two men was the son of an official, and the other was the son of a businessman. Both lived a good life, but both chose to join the army. Don't worry, Lord Zhao. I know what to do. Li Wanyan naturally would not really treat Zhao Hongyin like he treated an ordinary soldier. I will sleep with my fellow soldiers tonight. Zhao Hongyin didn't want special treatment. Gu Quanjun, Master Zhao is now in your hands. Take good care of him. Don't worry, sir. I will take good care of Master Zhao. Gu Quanjun readily agreed. Li Wanyan knew that only an educated businessman like Gu Quanjun could get along well with Zhao Yinhong. Chapter 177. Master Li is thoughtful. Zhao Jing bowed to Li Wanyan. When he learned that Li Wanyan led 100 men to defeat Sun Yang's 500 men and killed Sun Yang, he knew that Li Wanyan would have great achievements in the future. It would be a good thing for his son to have a good relationship with him in advance. However, he found it hard to believe that Li Wanyan was already 52 years old this year. My lord, please rest in the camp for one night. There are stray soldiers outside. It's not very safe. Mr. Li is very thoughtful, but I have a fellow countryman in the Luoyang court, Zhao Li, the Deputy Minister of Rights. When you get to Luoyang, you can go to him if you have any questions. Thank you, Lord Zhao, for your advice. Li Wanyan felt that the biggest gain of this action was that he had someone in the imperial court. Even though the Yuanlang of the Ministry of Rights was only a civil servant of the 6th rank and was not even qualified to attend the morning court. Nothing happened during the night, and early the next morning, the convoy was ready to set off. It was only more than 20 miles away from Yizhou City, which was the Yi County in later generations. Li Wanyan took his men and horses to bid farewell to Zhao Jing and others, and Zhao Hongyin also rode a big horse, which was his father's horse, and put on a set of iron armor, which was pulled off a dead body, but there was no lance or horse armor, which made him feel that he was not as confident as the second brother. It is only 3 miles away from the military camp to the border of Yizhou. We will probably reach Yizhou City this morning. At this time, the Jidushi in Yizhou City also received the news. The entire Yiwu Jidushi controlled 2 states, namely Yizhou and Dingzhou, which were more than 200 miles apart. Originally, the Yiwu Jidushi was in the rear of Dingzhou, but for some reason he came to Yizhou. In the Yizhou governor's mansion, Yiwu Jidushi Wang Chuji received the news that Princess Bohai's convoy had entered Yizhou. At this time, he breathed a sigh of relief, but frowned again. Doer, what do you think Wang Shuyi is thinking? Wang Chuji asked his adopted son Wang Du, who looked to be only about 30 years old, in the prime of his life. Now he was the deputy envoy of the Jidushi, and his status in the entire Yiwu area was second only to Wang Chuji. Father, Wang Shuyi probably wants to befriend you. After all, you are now the king of Beiping, and your status is higher than his. He doesn't want to make things too awkward with you. But if we do that, we will be easily suspected by the court. After all, you have no connection with Wang Shuyi, and your ally is Li Qiang, the king of Jin. Once what Wang Du said got out, the Dalian court would probably explode. The person he used to contain the Yuzhou Jidushi actually defected to Jin Wang Li Qiang in the north. It was not really defection, but more like an alliance, because Wang Chuji did not want to be inferior to others forever. After all, he was the king of Beiping, but his strength was not as good as Wang Shuyi. Once he formed an alliance with him, he would easily be suspected and feel awkward. But if he formed an alliance with the king of Jin, their political status would be equal. Moreover, the prince of Jin was actually the biggest threat to him. After all, he and Wang Shuyi were officials in the same dynasty, and the possibility of a war between them was not high. However, the prince of Jin had always refused to recognize the Central Plains court and claimed to be a minister of Tang. He might go south at any time, and he would be the first battle of the Prince of Jin in the south, so it was very necessary for him to have a good relationship with the Prince of Jin. The court doesn't know about my alliance with the King of Jin. Even if the court thinks that Wang Shuyi and I have an affair, it doesn't matter. Wang Chuji knew very well that once his relationship with Prince Jin was exposed, he would be finished. Wang Shuyi would probably use this as an excuse to attack him. Father, what you said is absolutely right. However, the team will be arriving soon. Father, do you plan to meet the princess again in Dingzhou, or what do you plan to do? Wang Du has always been stationed in Yizhou, so it is reasonable for him to meet Princess Bohai, but Wang Chuji is different. His appearance here means he admits that he was the one who carried out the assassination. Now that we're here, let's meet. I'll personally escort you to Dingzhou, which will be considered an apology. Wang Chuji is an old fox who is flexible and adaptable. Father, you are the Prince of Beiping, and the princess's ancestor was named the Prince of Bohai by the Tang Emperor. Although she was later promoted to the King of Bohai, she is still a prince in essence. Your rank is higher than hers. I can take the initiative to receive her in this matter without losing courtesy. You can show up at the dinner, and you will not be escorted, but accompanied. Wang Du still corrected Wang Chuji's statement, which made Wang Chuji feel that his adopted son had done things reasonably. But what he didn't know was that his son would imprison him next year. Chapter 178. Very good, you take the lead on this matter. I am old, and I don't think things through very well. You need to share the worries for your father and the brothers. Wang Chuji nodded with satisfaction. He was old and had many sons, but not many of them were capable. The only useful son defected to Jin Prince Li Qiong 20 years ago and married Li Qiong's daughter. His eldest son also made a lot of efforts in the alliance with Jin Prince this time. But the problem was that this matter could not be made public, otherwise the court would be furious. Therefore, he nominally severed the father-son relationship with his eldest son and sent this adopted son to the front to attract attention for his biological sons. Don't worry, father. I will definitely assist you brothers and ensure the stability of our Beiping County. Wang Chuji was very happy about what Wang Du said about counties and kingdoms. At noon, Wang Du personally came to the city of Yizhou to welcome Princess Bohai's convoy. Although the king of Bohai is a prince of a county, he enjoys the treatment of a prince, so he has to come to greet him in person. When he saw the more than 100 armored heavy cavalrymen, holding lances, with flags flying, and looking so majestic, his mind became dazed, as if he saw the heavy cavalry of the prosperous Tang dynasty. At this moment, he knew why Sun Yang was defeated. Facing such cavalry, ordinary soldiers could not bear the oppression at all. When the team approached, Wang Du stepped forward and saluted. The son of the king of Beiping, the deputy envoy of Yiwu, Wang Du greets Her Royal Highness Princess Bohai. At this time, the curtain of the carriage opened, and De Fangyan showed her face and replied, "You are too polite, Lord Wang. I plan to rest in your place today. Is it convenient?" "Of course it's convenient. It just so happens that my father, the Prince of Beiping, is also on an inspection tour in Yizhou. Upon hearing that the princess is coming, he has prepared a banquet in the mansion and is waiting for the princess to take her place. Your Majesty, the Prince of Beiping is so kind, and as a junior, I can't refuse. So I'll bother you now." De Fangyan communicated frankly throughout the whole process, which made Wang Du admire her very much. After all, most women either hated him very much or were afraid of him. How could she be so calm and composed? Li Wanyan didn't say a word during the whole process and just acted as a ninth-rank official. But Wang Du's eyes kept flashing over Li Wanyan. He had heard of this man's abilities a long time ago, but his behavior in the early hours of yesterday morning allowed him to feel this man's abilities up close. "All soldiers, please wait outside the city. I will protect the princess's safety." Seeing that Li Wanyan and others were about to enter the city, Wang Du directly refused. But Li Wanyan would not do so. Although he knew there would be no problem, as long as this precedent was set, there would be endless troubles in the future. "We are ordered to escort the princess and are not allowed to leave the princess's range of 10 feet. Military orders are difficult to disobey. I hope Lord Wang will understand." Li Wanyan was about to go in. "You are not allowed to go in, but you need to take off your armor. After all, my father, the king of Beiping, is in the city, and I am worried that you will disturb the king." Wang Du said so. Li Wanyan was very disdainful. If Wang Shuyi really wanted to deal with Wang Chuji, it would not be a piece of cake. This kid was still using his title to show off. "We are here to protect Her Royal Highness the Princess. The Khitans are watching us closely. If anything goes wrong, none of us can take the responsibility. Please forgive us, Your Majesty." Li Wanyan just didn't agree to let the princess leave his sight. "You are just a cavalry deputy commander of the 9th rank. Can't I give you orders?" Wang Du's tone was also very cold, and it seemed that he was angry. "Sir, I only obey the orders of Lord Wang Shuyi." Li Wanyan also went straight for the fight, which was the strategy he and his superiors had agreed upon. "Well, if it weren't for Lord Li's desperate protection, I might have died. Since Lord Wang is not convenient, we will not force him. Let's continue to head south while it's still early." After De Fangyan said this, Wang Du became anxious. If the princess really left, he would lose face, and his adoptive father would also lose face. If the other party went to the capital to file a complaint, they would also be in big trouble. "Don't worry, princess. We were not thoughtful enough about this matter. Your safety is of course the most important thing. Let's go into the city now." Wang Du could only allow the Yuzhou army to enter the city, but this was a great humiliation for him. A small 9th-rank official actually made him, the adopted son of a prince, bow his head. Chapter 179. Li Wanyan also knew that the king would not think it was the princess's fault, but would instead put the blame on his head. But he is not afraid of challenges and takes it as it comes. Into the city. At Li Wanyan's command, the proud Yuzhou soldiers entered Yizhou City with horse lances in hand. Yizhou City is also a big city in Yiwu area. It is about the same size as Zhuozhou. It controls many states and counties. There are 7,000 to 8,000 people in the city, and more than 100,000 people outside the city. As soon as we entered the city, we felt its prosperity, with peddlers and hawkers bustling about. But when we saw the Yuzhou soldiers in full armor, everyone tried to avoid them. "Princess, please rest in my yamen in Yizhou tonight." The king came before Princess Bohai. Thank you, Lord Wang. If you have the ability to book an inn, we can stay there. After all, if more than 100 of us enter your government office, we may disturb the arrival of Lord Wang of Beiping. Li Wanyin directly opposed this approach, because the other party would definitely not let him enter the Yan'ai garrison. Once the princess was out of his control, the team escorting the princess south would no longer be his, and the mission would be a failure. Wang Du thought, if you knew that it would disturb the king, why did you still wear armor to enter the city? Then let's go to the government office and rest for a while. We will prepare the inn before sunset. This is all Wang Du can do. At this time, they were heading towards the yamen of the governor of Izhou. Wang Du was not only the deputy envoy of Yiwu Jidushi, but also the governor of Izhou. This yamen was also his residence. When they arrived at the gate of the yamen, Li Wanyin glanced at Princess Bohai's deputy general. The two nodded and escorted the princess off the carriage. Yelu Minga also followed. The king knew what the princess looked like, but he had never seen Yelu Minga. He had already received information that this woman was Li Wanyin's wife, and thought that this boy was very lucky. Li Wanyin and the deputy general of the Bohai Guard followed the princess towards the main gate of the yamen. At this time, a man in his 60s walked out of the yamen. He was none other than the king of Beiping, Wang Chuji. According to the ancient people's rules for calculating age, Wang Chuji, who was born in 862 AD, is exactly 60 years old now and should celebrate his birthday this year. Haha, I've heard that Princess Bohai has arrived in Yuzhou. I've been looking forward to her arrival day and night. Prince Beiping walked over. Although his steps were still steady, he looked very old. Princess de Fangyan of Bohai greets His Royal Highness the Prince of Beiping. Princess Bohai also saluted respectfully. After all, she was the younger generation. I pay my respects to His Majesty the Prince of Beiping. Li Wanyin and Princess Bohai's deputy general also saluted, but this man just nodded and didn't say much. Princess, the tea is ready. Please go in first. Thank you for your hospitality, Lord King of Beiping. De Fangyan entered the yamen with the help of Wang Du and Wang Chuji, while Li Wanyin's Yuzhou army could only wait outside the government office. Entering the city was unprecedented. Li Wanyin did not dare to let his own people enter the yamen, otherwise this father and son might really kill them all. After all, breaking into the governor's yamen without permission was enough to constitute treason. But Li Wanyin and Bohai deputy general were allowed to enter, which was in accordance with etiquette. In the hall of the palace, the Prince of Beiping and Wang Du accompanied the princess to drink tea. It was the first time for the two parties to meet, but they were as familiar with each other as if they were friends regardless of age. Is the princess's father, the king of Bohai, in good health? Father is in good health, just as healthy as the king of Beiping. Haha, the princess is still very nice to hear. By the way, I heard that your military camp at the border of Zhuozhou was attacked. I wonder if this is true. The king of Beiping, Wang Chuji, actually took the initiative to ask. This is such a good attitude. Chapter 180. This matter is true, but thanks to Lord Li's heroic decision, the matter has been settled. Princess de Fangyan was very unhappy. She knew that the old man would not speak out about the matter, but he still insisted on bringing it up, as if he wanted to hear from her that she would not pursue the matter. That's good, but the Yuzhou army is unruly, so it's normal for this to happen. The court is also worried about this, but I believe that after this incident, the Yuzhou army will be able to be stable for a while. Wang Chuji directly blamed the incident on the Yuzhou army, and Li Wanyin was convinced. Lord Prince Beiping has also devoted all his energy to the court. De Fangyan could only agree with this. Father, Your Highness, the banquet is ready. Please move to the side hall to eat. Wang Du felt embarrassed and reminded them to eat. Haha, princess, please. Your Highness the Prince of Beiping, please. Several people moved to the side hall and started to eat. Li Wanyin and the deputy general of Bohai Guard were not qualified to eat and could only watch from the side. Li Wanyin took a look at the food, which was truly a mixture of all kinds of delicacies from the mountains and the sea. Although this place was far away from the sea, there were still seafood and rare wild products, which were very expensive. These meals are basically made with reference to the eating habits of the Bohai people where De Fangyan lives, which is quite thoughtful. After dinner, Wang Chuji invited the princess to take a walk in the mansion, but Wang Du went somewhere else and was not present. Li Wanyin and the deputy general of the Bohai Guard followed behind the two of them, along with the personal guards of the king of Beiping. After walking around for a while, Wang Du came back. Your Highness, the inn is ready. You can rest first. Your father will go to Dingzhou with you tomorrow morning. Yes, princess. I will also return to Dingzhou tomorrow. We just happen to have a road. I like the hustle and bustle. Let's go together. Then the younger generation also likes the excitement. De Fangyan also agreed to go together. After all, the other party had proposed it, and it would be unreasonable to refuse. Afterwards, Defang Yin left the governor's office and went to the inn under the escort of the Yuzhou army. The inn has been cleared out. Only the princess and the Yuzhou army are staying here tonight. Of course, Li Wanyin doesn't have to pay a penny, which makes him very satisfied. Otherwise, the 3,000 taels of silver would be spent all in one trip. In the governor's mansion, Wang Chuji, the governor of Beiping, said, "Doer, what do you think of these 100 or so Yuzhou soldiers?" Wang Du said solemnly, "Father, these 100 or so Yuzhou soldiers have a calm aura, sharp eyes, and a rebellious attitude. I'm afraid Wang Shui has already had rebellious intentions." Wang Du deduced from the soldier's perspective that the Yuzhou Jidushi was going to rebel, which actually made sense, so Wang Chuji nodded. "I thought that in the future Zhuolu would only have the king of Jin, but I didn't expect that there would be another Yuzhou Jidushi. To our northeast is the Yuzhou Jidushi Wang Shui, to our northwest is the Hudong Jidushi king of Jin, and to the south is the court. We are really sitting on pins and needles." Wang Chuji had cooperated with the Prince of Jin before because he was under too much pressure. Although he was granted the title of a county prince, his strength was not outstanding among the many military governors. The Prince of Jin and the military governor of Yuzhou each had 100,000 mercenaries, while he had barely 30,000 soldiers and no cavalry. Compared with these two, he was vulnerable. "Don't worry, father. The Khitans are very afraid of the Yuzhou army. When spring and summer begin, the grass and water on the grasslands become abundant, and they will probably attack Wang Shui. When that happens, father will order me to be the vanguard. I will take Zhuozhou and attack Yuzhou together with the Khitans and Bohai people." Wang Du has big ambitions. He wants to control the Yuzhou area in Hebei. Once he controls this place, his strategic depth will be revealed. Well, it depends on whether the Khitans take action. Wang Chuji did not think that the Bohai people were that powerful, but instead felt that the Khitans were the biggest threat to Wang Shui. Li Wanyin and the princess rested in the inn. The entire inn was under strict control, and there were no strangers, so it was a peaceful night. Chapter 181. It was not until early the next morning that they had breakfast and prepared to set off. At this time, Iwu Jidushi Wang Chuji and his personal guards were waiting outside the city. As the king of Beiping with 30,000 soldiers, he has his own personal guard army of 2,500 people, 500 of whom are cavalry, which may be the only cavalry battalion in the entire Iwu army. But compared with Li Wanyin's heavy cavalry, they seemed to be a little inferior, which made Prince Beiping feel very uncomfortable. After the princess's guards met up with the Prince of Beiping's guards, they left under the sight of the royal capital. "Princess, the next stop is Yongla County, and the next place is Dingzhou." Good. The princess had no idea about the location, so she just followed Li Wanyin's arrangements. Li Wanyin saw that his Yuzhou army and Wang Chuji's Iwu army kept a certain distance, and it was obvious that neither of them trusted the other. Especially these proud pro-troops verbally provoked the Yuzhou army from time to time. After all, the Iwu army had the advantage in numbers. Li Wanyin saw this situation but did not stop it. He knew that the two teams would definitely fight. He was also happy to see it happen. After all, they would be traveling together for the next 2 days. If they didn't teach the other a lesson, the road ahead would be even more difficult. On the way, they took a short rest, and a conflict broke out between the two sides over getting water for the horses. "Damn it, you made my water dirty." At this time, a cavalry captain of the Iwu army pointed at Captain Wang's nose horse. "Bullshit, I'm downstream and you're upstream. How can I dirty your water?" Lao Wang also started cursing without mercy. He had been annoyed with these people for a long time. "You're being stubborn, huh? Come on, fight me if you can." The captain of the Iwu army cavalry challenged. Just a few moves. The two men quickly drew their swords and began to fight. "You don't even need Tang Hengdao? The idea of your Yuzhou army is really hard to understand." After saying that, he rushed towards Captain Wang. But Captain Wang had participated in battles for many years and was good at finding the enemy's weaknesses. He knocked the sword out of the man's hand with just one move and put the axe directly on the man's neck. Pa! After defeating the man, Lao Wang spat at him to humiliate him. This angered the man's subordinates, who drew their swords and rushed towards Captain Wang. "Get on the horse." At Captain Wang's command, more than 50 people mounted their horses, holding lances and pointing them at the Iwu army, ready to charge. At this moment, the face of the king of Beiping, who was watching the excitement from afar, darkened. Naturally, 100 people could not defeat his personal army of more than 2,000 people, but if a conflict occurred, he would also be to blame. He looked at Li Wanyin in the distance, who didn't seem to care much and seemed to let the battle take place. Arrogant. This was the first time that the king of Beiping had seen such an arrogant person. Even 100 men didn't know how to keep a low profile, but the Yiwu army was already frightened because a charge from the armored heavy cavalry was enough to wipe out their entire team. The atmosphere was extremely depressing, but no one came to mediate. Li Wanyin pretended not to see it. He also wanted to completely suppress the arrogance of this group of pro-troops. Now he gives Wang Chuji the feeling that, with 100 people against 2,500 people, the advantage is on my side. Chapter 182. How dare you? Do you want a rebel? At this time, the leader of Wang Chuji's personal guard came to the middle of the confrontation between the two parties and reprimanded them, but this sentence was directed at the Yuzhou army. I cannot understand what this lord is saying. You are not the imperial guards, but the guards of the prince. If my people clash with yours, it is treason. Then I am curious, are you the emperor's guards? As soon as Li Wanyin said this, the military leader's face changed drastically. Don't talk nonsense. It's just some misunderstanding. Since it is a misunderstanding, we need to judge who is spreading rumors and who is wrong. This has even been linked to the crime of treason. If we don't arrest the ringleader and punish him severely, then we are really treating the imperial power as nothing. Li Wanyin took a step back, but not completely, and required the other party to make sacrifices. Hearing what Li Wanyin said, the military leader's face turned very ugly. The king of Beiping was watching from afar. If this matter was not handled well, he would also be punished. Come here, dismiss Captain Sun from his post, and wait for investigation. The military commander announced the punishment, but it was just a wait for investigation. It was estimated that by the time they arrived in Dingzhou, this person's position would be restored, and Li Wanyin would not really fight to the end, as long as the other party knew that he was not easy to mess with. My lord is decisive. Brothers of the Yuzhou army, since the general of the Yiwu army has made a fair decision, this is just a misunderstanding. After Li Wanyin finished speaking, the Yuzhou cavalry put down their weapons, and the bloody battle subsided. The Yiwu army also felt the Yuzhou army's arrogance and fearlessness of death, and dared not continue to provoke them. Although the storm has subsided, Li Wanyin still has a vague sense of crisis in his heart. The king of Beiping saw that Li Wanyin, a 9th-rank official, was not at a disadvantage when dealing with a 7th-rank military commander. This performance made him curious from a distance. Soon after, the team set off and continued to move forward, trying to reach Yongle County before dark. Li Wanyin's performance was also noticed by Princess Bohai. She felt that Li Wanyin was definitely not a reckless man. Under his seemingly arrogant background, he had extreme control over details. Since there was no conflict between the two teams, they moved quickly and arrived in Yongle County before dark.